Decisive in killing, imaginative, high IQ, counterattack, martial soul, time travel. Fantasy: a young Taoist from Earth accidentally travels to the Douluo continent and becomes Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek Seven Monsters. Watch as he perceives and understands this world through his own perspective, composing the peak of martial souls and creating a timeless myth. The origin of martial souls, the formation of soul rings, the madness of the dragon god, the fall of the phoenix, Tang San's hypocrisy, Bibi Dong's transformation, the conspiracy of the great universe will. Everything unfolds as Ma Hongjun grows, ultimately discovering. Chapter 1: Rebirth of Ma Hongjun in the Douluo continent. In the Tiando Empire, in the eastern region of the Fengming province, in Xinjiang town, near a village adjacent to the Balak kingdom. On this day, in a beautifully decorated farmhouse located at the center of the village, in the east wing, a delicate-looking little boy sitting cross-legged on the bed slowly opened his deep eyes that resembled polished lacquer. The boy appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, with clear brows and bright eyes, a high-nosed bridge, but overall, he gave off a sense of being a finely carved jade, with a naive and innocent demeanor. He rolled out of bed, rubbed his somewhat numb legs, and thought to himself, after exploring for more than 3 years, I'm finally close to awakening my martial soul. I hope my early training won't lead to awakening that cursed evil fire phoenix. I definitely don't want to become that brothel phoenix. The boy's name is Ma Hongjun, and the village he lives in is called Phoenix Village. In fact, most people's martial souls in the village are domestic fowls like chickens, ducks, and geese. It's unclear why a group of domestic birds will be called Phoenix Village. Do they really believe that a phoenix can emerge from a chicken coop? However, as the saying goes, cattle give birth to cheelants, and pigs give birth to elephants. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem impossible. In his original timeline, wasn't the fat guy a phoenix that came out of a chicken coop? Ma Hongjun is an orphan, but he can't be completely considered an orphan since he has a grandfather, just no parents. When he was still learning to walk, his father went hunting in the mountains and was taken away by something. Whether it was a wild beast or a soul beast is unknown. His mother became depressed because of this, and, after more than a year, left Ma Hongjun to find his father. Thus, he became a child without a father or mother. At just over a year old, he knew nothing. Fortunately, he still had his grandfather, who was the village chief, and he was raised by his grandfather, Ma Daochu. Some might ask, if he has a grandfather, what about his grandmother? Unfortunately, his grandfather had him late in life, so his grandmother passed away before he was born due to illness. Now, only the two of them were left to rely on each other. However, as Ma Hongjun grew older, more and more information began to appear in his mind. It wasn't until he was over 2, nearly 3 years old, that he completely understood that he wasn't from this world and realized who he really was. Unfortunately, he is a person without any advantages, no golden finger, no martial arts, no system. What should he do? Does he have to follow the old path and become a fat guy, becoming a brothel phoenix that many envy and hate? However, that is not what Ma Hongjun wants. He heard from his grandfather that his mother came from a village in the western region of the Fengming province, which means he has a maternal grandfather who is also a village chief, seemingly named Old Jack. According to their local customs, he should be called Uncle Grandpa and Great Uncle. This title left Ma Hongjun a bit confused. After all, a grandfather is a grandfather, or maternal grandfather would work too, but he could only follow local customs. Unfortunately, his grandfather is too old to travel far. So in the 6 years since, he has never visited his maternal grandfather's home, or what he calls his Uncle Grandpa's house. When Ma Hongjun first learned that his maternal grandfather was Old Jack, he was quite excited. With his grandfather's connections, he could easily stay in the Holy Soul Village and look for opportunities to see if he could learn the Tang sect's unique skills. Some might say, why would Tang San teach you? Ma Hongjun had already prepared a response for this, so he planned to see if he could join the Tang sect, given that in his original timeline, the fat guy would eventually become the deputy sect master of the Tang sect. Now, he was merely joining ahead of schedule. Of course, even so, he wouldn't just meet Tang San and directly say, "Little San, I want to join the Tang sect," as that would be too foolish. If he were to say that, it would mean he was not eager to join the Tang sect, but rather wanted Tang San to let him experience what the Tang sect's hidden weapons were like. Unfortunately, while the idea was beautiful, reality was harsh. His grandfather was too old to travel far and was also worried about him, a little kid, running all the way from the eastern region to the western region to visit relatives. Thus, he had never been able to go to the Holy Soul Village, and now his plan to learn the Tang sect's unique skills was dashed. But he was unwilling to accept this. Since he had been given a second chance at life, if he still had to follow the old path and become a brothel phoenix, what would be the point? Ma Hongjun was helpless. Searching through the memories of his past life, he found that aside from clearly remembering the Tai Chi he learned in school, he had only vague impressions of other martial arts or skills. What should he do? Eventually, after a period of deep contemplation, Ma Hongjun recalled that the soul power cultivation in this world actually relied on meditation, which excited him a bit. Who doesn't know how to meditate? It's just sitting and zoning out, right? However, during that month, his grandfather thought the child had gone silly and almost took him to a doctor in the nearby Qingyang town. Fortunately, after a month of dazing, Ma Hongjun finally realized that he actually didn't know how to meditate, so he had to give up. Now, Ma Hongjun fell into a predicament again. He didn't want to become a fat guy, nor did he want to become a brothel phoenix, even though many people envied the original fat guy. After another month of deep contemplation, Ma Hongjun placed his hopes on the memories of his past life that he might awaken. In his past life, he mingled in the online immortal cultivation world and was known as Little Ma or Master Ma, so he actually had quite a bit of knowledge about cultivation from various aspects and had tried many things. However, his current memories seemed incomplete. Was there still some memory that hadn't awakened? Or had he forgotten? Ma Hongjun was temporarily unclear about this and didn't pay much attention. He entered deep contemplation once more. He knew that the core of yoga is meditation, but unfortunately, he had a superficial understanding of yoga, so after a month of haphazard attempts, aside from almost being treated as a fool by his grandfather, it was of no use. Thus, Ma Hongjun turned his attention to the Buddhist and Taoist content in his past life memories. He knew that the core of Buddhist cultivation is visualization, while the core of Taoist cultivation is intent guarding. Of course, there are also schools like the Shangqing school which focus on visualization, albeit with a different core than Buddhism, but he understood a bit about them. Therefore, even though both Buddhism and Taoism use visualization, their fundamentals and foundations are different. However, which one to try left Ma Hongjun in a dilemma. In the end, he made up his mind to choose the two most basic and stable practices, since he wouldn't lose anything. If he could succeed, then he would gain. Intent guarding is simple. The Taoist scriptures say, the jade purity leaves behind the carefree formula, only teaching to concentrate and enter the energy point, concentrate and regulate breath, regulate breath and concentrate. These 8 words are the core and also reveal the secret of intent guarding. Although these 8 words have thousands of detailed explanations, he knows it himself. Visualization is more troublesome. First, one needs a specific visualization target. Although any object can serve as a target, Ma Hongjun was hesitant to choose carelessly. The object of visualization, as the visualization deepens, can gradually change a person's body and mind. Originally, Ma Hongjun thought that his martial soul would at least be the evil fire phoenix, so visualizing a phoenix should be the best choice. However, thinking about the possibility of still awakening the evil fire chicken and being threatened and influenced by the evil fire, Ma Hongjun decisively chose to give up. After some selection, Ma Hongjun finally settled on the Tai Chi diagram as his visualization target. The Tai Chi diagram, with the yin and yang fish intertwining, has yin within yang and yang within yin, forming a complete circle, achieving perfect balance. Perhaps if he succeeds in visualization, even if he still awakens the evil fire phoenix martial soul, he might be able to use the Tai Chi diagram to control his evil fire. After this, Ma Hongjun began his formal cultivation. On the first day of intent guarding cultivation, as his mind immersed in the mysterious state of being hazy and indistinct, the first trace of inner breath quietly appeared in his lower abdomen's dantian. Although this statement may not be entirely accurate, according to Ma Hongjun's understanding, it was precisely because the sensation of qi was born, that is, inner breath, that a dantian was formed, which is to say, the energy point was established. The Taoist scriptures say that the dantian is neither inside nor outside the body. It is a place for nurturing the elixir, not a cavity that originally exists in the human body. When Ma Hongjun focused on his dantian, it felt to him like an endless void of pitch-black desolation, dark and profound, with a deathly silence, as if it were a drained universe, devoid of any vitality. In his mental perception, there was nothing there, completely filled with darkness and desolation, lifeless and heavy, until the first hint of chi sensation emerged, making it seem like the first light had been born there, bringing a subtle fluctuation and a faint breath of life. As the saying goes, mysterious and yet more mysterious, the gateway to all wonders. This made Ma Hongjun marvel at the power of the carefree technique passed down by his ancestors. Truly, the authentic transmission is worth a single phrase, while the false transmission is worth 1,000 volumes of scriptures, even though that phrase comes with detailed explanations. Ma Hongjun decided that from now on, every time he began his cultivation, he would bow towards the west, akin to the kowtow of his past life, as a way to express a disciple's respect for the true teachings passed down by the Yushu patriarch, even though this world did not have a Yushu patriarch. However, on the other hand, although the chi sensation had emerged, Ma Hongjun did not feel anything miraculous at most. He felt a warm sensation around his lower abdomen, with a better mental state and seemingly abundant energy, and then there was nothing more. The Taiji diagram visualization method, perhaps due to his 2 lifetimes of experience, made his soul, or rather his spiritual power, innately much stronger than that of ordinary people, so he successfully entered the threshold of cultivation on his first day. Whenever Ma Hongjun visualized, a Taiji diagram with 2 yin and yang fish swirling around each other would appear in his mind, but it remained ordinary, with no changes whatsoever. This left Ma Hongjun feeling a sense of frustration. He even thought he might be practicing incorrectly again. However, no matter how he looked at it, he had indeed successfully visualized the Taiji diagram. Although there were no changes, it was still a success. Not understanding the specific reasons, Ma Hongjun could only give up if he couldn't understand, then so be it. He felt that as long as he persisted in his cultivation, he would eventually figure it out. With this optimistic and carefree mindset, Ma Hongjun did not want to play with the children from his village and began his daily cultivation life. Chapter 2. Taiji Visualization Diagram. In fact, Ma Hongjun spent only a little over 3 months, about 100 days, to achieve full energy in his dantian and break through the barrier, meeting the requirements for circulating energy through his 4 limbs and 100 veins. However, after reaching full dantian energy, no matter how hard he tried, he could not make any further progress. Ma Hongjun understood in his heart that he must be facing the same problem as Tang San. Perhaps he could only continue his cultivation after obtaining a soul ring. However, he forgot that even without obtaining a soul ring, soul power could still be cultivated. But since he had not awakened his martial soul, what he referred to as soul power could not really be considered soul power. Not to mention, he was only nearly 3 years old at this time. Would he have to wait until 6 years old? This was of course impossible. If he couldn't cultivate soul power, could he not train his body? Could he not continue practicing the Taiji visualization method? Therefore, Ma Hongjun made a 3-year cultivation plan for himself, practicing soul power for an hour each day at sunrise, followed by 2 hours of basic exercises and boxing, engaging in activities that worked out all his joints, such as leg stretching and kicking, and doing splits. Boxing involved practicing the basic punches and Taiji he learned at school, and occasionally he would recall and practice a move or 2 he learned from the mountains and online. During exercise and boxing, the soul power in his dantian would naturally spread throughout his body with his intention, nourishing his limbs, bones, and internal organs. So he was not afraid of getting too tired to move. Moreover, the cultivation plan he set for himself was not demanding. After all, he was still a child, at a time when his body was developing. If he overexerted himself and injured his body, it would be counterproductive. At such times, he would think about when the swindler Flender would come to take him away, as exploring on his own and having someone teach him were 2 completely different matters. However, Ma Hongjun was not worried about soul power consumption because he persisted in meditative cultivation every day, which also helped him improve his mastery of soul power and enhance its refinement, meaning its quality. He just didn't dare to sit in meditation for too long. as he had not yet reached the stage of unblocking all his meridians. Sitting too long would deform his little legs or even cripple him. Therefore, when meditating, Ma Hongjun used the safest Lao Jun sitting posture, which was even easier and safer than the natural sitting position. Thus, he only meditated for a maximum of 3 hours each time. After meditating, he would get up to massage his legs and move around to avoid affecting the development of his lower body bones. This routine continued throughout the morning, making his cultivation not too strenuous. After meditating for an hour at noon, substituting for a nap, the afternoon was even more relaxed, as he would stay at home and read the books collected by his grandfather. The martial souls of the entire village were mostly poultry, leading to a primary livelihood in raising poultry for nearby towns, resulting in better living conditions compared to most villages. Furthermore, his grandfather was the village chief, a highly respected elder and the nominal and actual leader of the village, with a collection of books, especially various strange storybooks, which were Ma Hongjun's favorites. At the same time, Ma Hongjun was delighted to find that the characters used in this world were very similar to those he recognized in his previous life, allowing him to quickly master the writing of this world. Thus, he would continue this routine in the afternoon until dusk, meditating for another hour, and then directly lie on his bed to visualize the Taiji diagram, immersing his mind in the rotation of the yin-yang fish, drifting in a daze until midnight, when he would get up to practice for another hour before sleeping. The Ziwu Mao Yu sitting method was learned from his memories of his past life. According to the yin-yang theory, during these 4 time periods, Zi and Wu belong to the extreme yin giving birth to yang and the extreme yang giving birth to yin, while Mao and Yu represent the balance of yin and yang. Thus, during these 4 periods, the energy between heaven and earth is the most pure and gentle. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. Early one morning, before dawn broke, Ma Hongjun was already at the peak of Phoenix Mountain behind the village. He had been cultivating for over 3 years, and in 3 days, he would awaken his martial soul. However, his Taiji diagram still showed no changes. Recently, he had been considering how to change this, and finally, he came up with the idea of collecting the essence of the sun and moon. Previously, he had tried collecting the essence at the times of Zi and Wu, but he had not felt anything, and the Taiji diagram had not changed, which was why he planned to visualize the Taiji diagram during the balance times of Mao and Yu to see if there would be any effect. In a day, only during the periods of Mao and Yu was it possible for the sun and moon to hang in the sky together. The sunlight gradually awakened, the darkness in the sky receded, and a hint of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, with a purple-red orb of light slowly rising at the edge of the eastern sky. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was also immersed in deep visualization. He visualized himself merging with the sun and moon, and he did not know how long had passed when he felt himself in a mysterious state. In that moment, his consciousness seemed to transform into the sun and moon, half purple-red and half ice-blue. At this moment, a magical power, both hot and cold, followed a mysterious trajectory. Merging into the 2 yin-yang fish eyes of the Taiji diagram, he was visualizing. The transparent, colorless Taiji diagram began to change as the essence of the sun and moon and the mysterious energy merged. One yin-yang fish eye gradually transformed into purple-red, resembling a miniature purple-red sun, while the other turned into light blue, resembling a miniature ice-blue moon. A wave of profound insight emanated from the Taiji diagram, and as his spiritual power surged dramatically, the yin-yang fish transformed into purple-red and ice-blue colors alongside the slow rotation of the sun and moon Taiji diagram. Although the Taiji diagram still appeared illusory and ethereal, it was indeed different now, as a sudden realization surged in Ma Hongjun's heart. The Taiji is born from the infinite, the mother of yin and yang, and the sun and moon are the greatest yin and yang in the world. Previously, the Taiji diagram he visualized was merely a manifestation of his spiritual power within his consciousness, so it was superficial and lacked essence, which is why he found it ordinary and unremarkable. But now it was different. Yin and yang are the energy of the Great Way, and among all in heaven and earth, nothing is greater than the sun and moon. The Taiji diagram had inadvertently led him to cultivate successfully, As the saying goes, the infinite gives birth to the Taiji. The Taiji is born from the infinite. Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun did not know that if he did not possess the infinite himself, he would never have been able to cultivate the Taiji diagram. Finishing his practice and rising, the sun had completely risen in the east. While Ma Hongjun silently calmed his surging spiritual power, a faint purple-red light flashed in his left eye, and a faint ice-blue light flickered in his right eye. Then, Ma Hongjun began to slowly move his entire body, with the sole purpose of relaxing his muscles and promoting blood circulation. After a moment, having fully mobilized his body, Ma Hongjun called for his dog and turned to run down the mountain towards home. It was time to go back. If he didn't return soon, his grandfather would start to worry. Unfortunately, he did not know the Tang Sect's ghost shadow misty steps, so while leaping and running through the mountains, his agility was not particularly impressive, but due to long-term training, he could manage to move as if walking on flat ground. In the afternoon, Ma Hongjun continued reading as usual until near dusk, when a knock on the door broke the tranquility of the exquisite farmhouse courtyard. "Village chief, are you home? It's old General Uncle Jin. Who is this?" Upon seeing a familiar villager outside, Ma Hongjun noticed a tall, sturdy middle-aged man in his 40s standing beside him. This man had a distinctive face with a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a hooked nose, resembling a shoe sole. He wore black-framed square glasses, giving him a somewhat odd appearance. Uncle Jin, the honest-looking middle-aged villager in front of him, explained, "Xiao Hongjun, is the village chief home? This is the esteemed soul master, named Flender. He passed through our village and intends to stay overnight. I thought your family was the only one with an extra room, so I brought him over to ask your grandfather if it would be convenient for the esteemed soul master to stay for a night." "Flender? You mean he has called Flender?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback. It's not surprising. Ever since he learned that he had replaced the original Ma Hongjun, he had been looking forward to meeting Flender for a long time. Since he broke free from the confusion of his previous life and remembered his past, he had been contemplating his future. For example, joining the Spirit Hall after his martial soul awakening was something this Ma Hongjun had considered. If he were not Ma Hongjun, he would definitely choose the Spirit Hall, but unfortunately, there are no ifs. Although Ma Hongjun didn't dislike the Spirit Hall, he dared not think about what would happen if his martial soul was still the evil fire phoenix. What awaited him if he joined the Spirit Hall? Would he continue to be a performer in a brothel? Or something else? Many people said that the Spirit Hall was good for commoners and that joining it was the best choice. But he wanted to say, as heaven and earth are in motion, a gentleman should strive unceasingly. If one doesn't even use their brain and just keep shouting about wanting to join the Spirit Hall, what is the point? Moreover, for a time traveler who knows the future, joining the Spirit Hall might be the smoothest choice. But where would the difficulties of changing the original timeline's bad influences come from? Ma Hongjun pulled back his thoughts, not wanting to think further. After all, he hadn't even awakened his martial soul yet. Beside Uncle Jin, the four-eyed middle-aged soul master was slightly taken aback and, without waiting for Ma Hongjun to speak, said, "First, little friend, do you know me?" "It seems Flender has truly arrived," Ma Hongjun thought, and respectfully said, "Esteemed soul master, I have read legends about you in books. It is said that the four-eyed cat eagle Flender is one of the renowned golden iron triangles in the soul master world and is a very powerful soul master." Ma Hongjun looked at Flender with eyes sparkling like little stars. Although part of it was feigned, no matter how one looked at it, this person was indeed destined to be his teacher. He didn't expect that just 3 days before his martial soul awakening, this unscrupulous businessman would already come. Could it be that there was some kind of fate between them? As for when the original Ma Hongjun was taken to the academy by Flender, Ma Hongjun was unclear. But now, he was Ma Hongjun, and he had encountered Flender. So that is how it is. Flender had a somewhat proud expression. The feeling of being admired was indeed quite nice. He nodded imperceptibly. Since it was something he read about, it was not surprising that he knew. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun say that this person was a very powerful soul master, and seeing the soul master acknowledge it, Uncle Jin's expression became even more respectful. While the three were conversing, Ma Hongjun welcomed Flender and Uncle Jin into the courtyard and then shouted towards his grandfather's room, "Grandpa, we have guests. Come out to receive them." Flender's mouth twitched. Why did that sound so strange? The child likely meant for his grandfather to come out and welcome him, right? It should be that way, Flinder thought to himself. Besides, it wasn't appropriate to blame a little child for anything. Such a young child wouldn't understand what receiving guests meant. Uncle Jin thought to himself that it was still Ma Hongjun who knew how to speak. As soon as they entered, he prompted his grandfather to come out and receive the guests. Chapter 3. Martial soul, awakening time, slipped away like sand through fingers. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Early that morning, after breakfast, the three of them were getting ready. Flinder smiled at Ma Dachu, who was going to gather the village children, and said, "Old man, today is Ma Hongjun's martial soul awakening day. I'll go with you. If he awakens a high innate spirit power, I could be his teacher." In fact, Flinder's purpose for coming out this time was to see if he could collect a few high innate spirit power little monsters to take back, which is why he passed through Phoenix Village, ostensibly for stopover, but in reality, he was waiting to see the martial soul awakening. As for Ma Hongjun, since he saw Flinder, how could he let him leave? So the two quickly hit it off, and Flinder stayed. After that, Ma Hongjun kept pestering him with questions, eventually asking if Flinder could take him as a disciple. However, Flinder didn't agree hastily. He said that if it was another martial soul that awakened, and the innate spirit power was decent, he could be a student at his academy. But due to the uniqueness of Phoenix Village, as long as Ma Hongjun's innate spirit power satisfied him, he would take him as a disciple. But what uniqueness could Phoenix Village have? It was that the martial souls of the villagers were primarily poultry, except for carrots like Ma Hongjun's mother who married in. Basically, all the martial souls awakened by the people of Phoenix Village were poultry. Poultry belongs to the bird category, and Flinder's martial soul was also a bird. So as long as Ma Hongjun awakened with high innate spirit power, he met Flinder's requirements for taking on a disciple. However, he said this only to comfort Ma Hongjun, hoping he would know to retreat. In truth, he didn't have much hope. He had already visited 7 or 8 villages this year, and although 1 or 2 had awakened spirit power, none had satisfied him. This was the reality for ordinary commoners. Even having 1 or 2 with spirit power was considered a blessing from their ancestors, let alone high spirit power. Soon, the 3 gathered the children who needed to awaken their martial souls this year, totaling 9, including Ma Hongjun. On the way, Ma Hongjun asked his grandfather what martial soul he would awaken. Ma Dachu proudly told him, "Hongjun, both Grandpa and your father's martial souls are golden roosters. Our family's martial soul is the most beautiful among all the poultry martial souls in the village. If all goes well, your martial soul will also be a golden rooster. And if you don't have spirit power, in a few years, Grandpa will pass the village chief's position to you." Golden rooster? A hint of surprise flashed across Ma Hongjun's face. If it was a golden rooster, it would be much better than an evil fire chicken. Having lived in Phoenix Village for 6 years, he had naturally seen his grandfather's martial soul, but his mother's martial soul was a carrot, and his grandmother's martial soul was a grass chicken. Looking at it this way, the original world's fat guy should have inherited some of the strengths and weaknesses of these martial souls, which mutated into the evil fire chicken martial soul, Ma Hongjun thought. Ma Dachu nodded and said, "The position of village chief in Phoenix Village has always been held by our family because our martial soul is the most beautiful in the village. If you inherit your grandmother's or mother's martial soul, the chief's position might have to be given to your great-uncle's family in a few years. So you must do your best, Hongjun." All the way, Flinder had been silent, lost in thought. Ma Hongjun felt encouragement, expectation, and pressure from his grandfather's words, and he pretended to be relaxed, saying, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll awaken a phoenix for you." Ma Dachu smiled and said, "Good. Grandpa believes that my Hongjun is the best." Flinder glanced at the grandfather and grandson, thinking to himself, if it really is a phoenix, then I would have struck gold. Suddenly, a child from the same village named Mark snickered. "Village chief Grandpa, Jungo, you don't really believe in that rumor in our village, do you? That once a golden rooster flies on a branch, it turns into a phoenix?" Another child, named Mario, chimed in, "Yeah, it's been so many years, and our village hasn't even produced a soul master. Even if there have been children with spirit power, the highest has only been a spirit scholar." "A phoenix? Huh." Ma Dachu chuckled and said to the children, "Grandpa believes you are all the best. Even if you can't produce a phoenix, Grandpa believes you can all awaken a decent martial soul. Who knows? Maybe our village will have a soul master this year. So you all need to work hard." What a golden rooster. Ma Hongjun glared at the children and said lightly, "If a phoenix doesn't come out, a golden rooster is just a phoenix walking on the ground. Your martial souls aren't even as good as my family's golden rooster. And even if it's just a golden rooster, as long as I have spirit power, I'll eventually turn it into a phoenix." He knew his own family situation. He believed that if his martial soul truly inherited the golden rooster, with his innate full spirit power talent, turning it into a phoenix was just a matter of time. However, Ma Hongjun kept praying in his heart not to awaken the evil fire chicken. Although the evil fire chicken was powerful and envied by many, he thought it was better to avoid it. A group of village children laughed, not believing what Ma Hongjun said. They thought that although their village had the name Phoenix for generations, aside from the beautiful and elegant golden rooster martial soul that barely added some dignity to the name, there had never been a soul master. Moreover, since Ma Hongjun never played with them, they naturally wouldn't easily believe what he said. On the contrary, Flinder had a better impression of Ma Hongjun. He felt a strong confidence in the child's words and hoped he would bring him a surprise. The martial soul hall of Phoenix Village was at the village entrance. According to the person responsible for the awakening, named Su Yuntao, he was a level 27 Great Soul Master. Originally, this area wasn't under his jurisdiction, but since the steward had family matters recently and he was a friend, he volunteered to come and help his friend cover for him. Over the past 2 months, he had already visited nearly 60 or 70 villages, except for 2 months ago, near Notting City in the western region, where a boy with innate full spirit power awakened a blue silvergrass. Other villages occasionally had children with spirit power, but their spirit power was too low, even lower than his, with no future for development. His innate second-level spirit power had already been hard-earned after such a long time. He had only reached level 27. This was after 2 months ago, feeling a significant sense of loss, and under that emotional turmoil, he actually broke through to level 27 in just half a year. So this could be considered a compensation for a considerable regret, as an innate full spirit power was actually the useless blue silvergrass, which was truly a pity. Su Yuntao's lamentation sparked a glint in Flinder's eyes. No development potential? He didn't think so. Being able to awaken innate full spirit power, regardless of the martial soul, it would be strange if there was no development potential. Flinder silently decided that if Ma Hongjun had no spirit power later, he would go to the western region's Holy Soul Village to find that boy with innate full spirit power and bring him back to the academy. He believed that under their Shrek's guidance, even blue silvergrass would shine brilliantly. When Ma Hongjun heard that the person responsible for the awakening was Su Yuntao, he felt relieved, as everyone knew that the talent awakened by Tao Gu usually had good outcomes. Of course, Ma Hongjun also knew that this was actually a joke among people from parallel worlds, claiming that any martial soul awakened by Tao Gu was considered a useless martial soul as long as it couldn't be recognized. And most of them ended up on the opposite side of the martial soul hall. At the same time, without Tao Ji's martial soul awakening, it was always rated poorly. Thus, in the mouths of those in the parallel world, Tao Gu was called a martial soul awakening tool, traitor of the martial soul hall, blind law, blind god king, and Master Su Yuntao. Although this was just a joke, Ma Hongjun quite hoped that those interesting events would happen to him later, as he was about to experience it firsthand. He just didn't know that if he faltered when awakening his martial soul, the black-hearted Flander would abandon him to look for Tang San, whom he had been thinking about. Soon, everyone arrived at the spacious wooden house at the village entrance, marked with the emblem of the martial soul hall. Su Yuntao didn't waste any words. After a brief self-introduction, he began the process of awakening the martial souls for Ma Hongjun and the others. Upon entering the martial soul hall, out of courtesy and caution, Ma Hongjun frowned slightly. Following behind Su Yuntao, he casually stepped back to the end of the group of children. Time passed slowly as the martial soul awakening ceremony continued. Mark, Mario, Micah, Marina. One after another, 8 children awakened their martial souls, which were mostly chickens, ducks, geese, and pigeons, and none had any soul power. Su Yuntao didn't feel disappointed. He was already used to it. Next was Ma Hongjun. Su Yuntao's voice was slightly weary. Once he finished awakening this last one, he could go back and report. Ma Hongjun gathered his thoughts, and, as the other children who had awakened their martial souls left, he stepped into the awakening array as instructed. A faint golden light enveloped him, slowly entering his body. His previously anxious heart miraculously calmed at this moment, and he no longer thought about whether his martial soul would be the evil fire chicken. He felt warm, as if wrapped in something, an indescribable comfort that almost made him cry out. The awakening continued, and as time passed, the warm and comfortable feeling spread throughout his body, covering every nerve cell. Ma Hongjun felt something stirring within him, as if something was about to emerge. Outside, as the awakening ceremony progressed, the light from the awakening array became increasingly intense, far surpassing the light from the previous 8 children. Flander and Su Yuntao, watching from the side, simultaneously revealed excitement in their eyes. Without a doubt, this would be a powerful martial soul. Sure enough, within the awakening array, Ma Hongjun felt as if something within him shattered at that moment, rushing outward. Boom! Accompanied by a violent surge of soul power, the temperature inside the wooden house of the martial soul hall rose sharply, and a dazzling and fiery purple-red flame erupted from Ma Hongjun's body. In an instant, he appeared to be on fire, surrounded by flames like a small fire sprite. In fact, he was truly on fire, with a layer of purple-red flames covering his entire body and around his eyes, but strangely, his clothes were completely unharmed. At the same time, as the purple-red flames soared, Ma Hongjun's long black hair instantly transformed into a fiery purple-red, standing upright in a mohawk style, slightly tilted back, looking both strange and cool. Following that, a pair of purple-red flaming wings, each about 1 to 2 meters wide, unfolded from his back, adorned with 5 bright purple-red feathers that fell like a cloak behind him. Within the purple-red flames, Ma Hongjun's body rapidly expanded, and a layer of fine purple-red scales appeared on his arms, resembling dragon scales, extending all the way to the backs of his hands. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun's fingernails slightly elongated and curved, turning into a pair of sharp claws, reminiscent of someone skilled in the eagle claw technique, clearly indicating that his hands were quite dangerous, a pair of very sharp claws. Underneath Ma Hongjun's neck, similar fine, purple-red scaled patterns covered his front, back, and limbs, as if he were donned in a set of dragon scale armor. However, this change was only felt by him. No one else could see it. Behind Ma Hongjun, as the purple-red flames danced and leaped, a phantom of a purple-red phoenix, surrounded by flames and poised for flight, emerged as he entered the state of martial soul possession. The purple-red fire phoenix had deer-like antlers in front and a snake-like neck with a fishtail, resembling a dragon with a turtle shell on its back, appearing elegant and noble while exuding an awe-inspiring and eerie aura. In fact, the body of the purple-red fire phoenix wasn't large, measuring just over a meter long, but its long and vibrant tail feathers made it look longer than its actual body length. Clang! In the empty wooden house of the martial soul hall, with the awakening of Ma Hongjun's martial soul, a high-pitched and blood-pumping phoenix cry resonated like a heavenly sound, echoing through the small martial soul hall. It was truly a phoenix? Flander's heart raced, and his eyes widened in shock. What kind of mouth was that? It was as if a light had been shone upon it, and he actually awakened a phoenix martial soul. Su Yuntao was also stunned, his excitement overshadowing the restlessness in his blood and the inexplicable desires that arose. After so many years, having worked in martial soul awakening for so long, it was the first time he had seen such an excellent martial soul. The two of them trembled with excitement as they looked at the majestic and elegant purple-red fire phoenix phantom before them. One was thrilled to have found a treasure, the top-tier beast martial soul, the fire phoenix. This gave hope to his heir. The other was equally excited, feeling that his martial soul had just sensed pressure from a higher being, and he felt that a promotion and raise were now within reach. Unfortunately, Tao Ge was overthinking. Flander, standing next to him, had been eyeing Ma Hongjun with hawkish intent. How could he possibly give him the opportunity to take Ma Hongjun away? Chapter 4. The evil fire phoenix at this moment, Flinder and Su Yuntao, seemed to have a tacit understanding. Speaking in unison, "Quick, Ma Hongjun, test your innate soul power." Hearing their voices, Ma Hongjun's crimson eyes flashed with a light. The pale blue moonlight of the sun-moon Taiji diagram in his consciousness shone brightly, instantly waking him up completely, and the rising desires in his heart receded like a tide. Frowning, Ma Hongjun followed Su Yuntao's earlier instructions to withdraw his martial soul, exiting the martial soul possession state. His fiery, purple mohawk hair fell back down, returning to its previous black color, but under the reflection of the light, it appeared to be a wine-red color. The black hair had already left him. It was evident that under the influence of the martial soul, his hair had turned black-red. In dim light, it looked black, but under bright light, it instantly appeared wine-red. At the same time, it was unclear whether it was the overwhelming fiery energy from his awakening. But his body had also puffed up a bit, looking somewhat swollen. From previously looking like a handsome and refined 6 or 7-year-old boy, he had transformed into a chubby little boy of 7 or 8 years with a bit of baby fat on his face. Hongjun? Flinder saw Ma Hongjun dazed after withdrawing his martial soul and couldn't help but call out again. "Teacher, I look." Ma Hongjun didn't realize the baby fat on his face and the change in hair color, but how could he not feel the changes in his body? The originally fitting clothes now felt very tight. How could he possibly not notice that? With a bitter expression, Ma Hongjun thought about how he had worked hard for 3 years, only to not only fail to change the appearance of the evil fire phoenix martial soul, but instead let it mutate even more bizarrely, directly showing a complete version of the evil fire phoenix. If he had known it would turn out like this, wouldn't it have been better to just lie down and wait for the martial soul awakening over the past 3 years? Hearing Ma Hongjun call him teacher, Flinder did not deny it. Ma Hongjun's bitter voice made him frown, and he then realized that his disciple seemed somewhat different than before. The black hair, the handsome little face, and the slender figure were all gone. If it weren't for the unmistakable aura, and if he hadn't been watching closely, Flinder might have thought someone had swapped out his precious disciple. What is going on? Flinder frowned deeply, calmly pondering, and then asked, "Hongjun, tell me about your feelings after your martial soul awakening." At this moment, Su Yuntao also noticed Ma Hongjun's changes and felt a pang of worry. Could it be that something strange had happened? Moreover, Ma Hongjun had just called the soul sage next to him teacher, which left Su Yuntao feeling that his hopes of promotion and salary increase were dimming. "My whole body has puffed up, instantly turning into a little chub, but that's not the most important part. When the flames erupted, a strong desire surged in my heart, and I only had one thought in mind, which was to vent my desires like an adult. Otherwise, if I held back this flame, I feel like it would explode over time. Now that I've turned into a chubby boy, it's because this flame is inflating me. Sooner or later, I'll get fatter, and then boom, everything will scatter all over the place: blood, bones, heart, intestines, and so on." Ma Hongjun vividly described his condition to Flinder, thinking that the little chubby boy in the original work didn't act like this. Indeed, the mutation was even more bizarre and powerful. Flinder and Su Yuntao's mouths twitched. This vivid metaphor was simply painful to hear, but as adults, they instantly understood what Ma Hongjun was referring to. Su Yuntao didn't know what to say. This martial soul was indeed full of wonders, and such a bizarre one actually existed. If it would make me fat, wouldn't explode and scatter everything? This ability is really enviable for a man, Flinder said with an unusual expression, calmly stating, "You should test your soul power first. I believe there must be a solution. It doesn't have to be like that." He believed that there was always a way out and that they would find a solution. If worst came to worst, for the sake of his precious disciple's life, he might have to take Ma Hongjun to a brothel or harm some other little girls. Ma Hongjun could only resign himself to fate. It seemed that this evil fire phoenix martial soul was destined to be related to him, and he ultimately couldn't avoid it. What else could he do? He stretched out his chubby little hand and pressed it on the crystal ball. He felt his soul power being drawn out from his dantian, instantly surging into the crystal ball before him. In the next moment, the crystal ball exploded with dazzling and blinding light. The soul power that surged into the crystal ball filled every corner of it in the blink of an eye. as if it were a brilliant lamp, radiant, dazzling, and blinding. First innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao exclaimed in shock, looking at Flender, who was filled with joy, and felt a sense of despair in his heart. Yet still unwilling to give up, he said, Hongjun, would you like to join our spirit hall? Perhaps the higher-ups at the spirit hall might have a way to solve the hidden dangers of your martial soul. Ma Hongjun thought to himself that it would have been better if they had come earlier. He shook his head and said, Thank you for your kind offer, Master Su Yuntao, but I've already promised my teacher that after my martial soul awakening, I will follow him to learn. I'm sorry. Although Ma Hongjun had thought about whether to join the spirit hall, considering the evil fire phoenix martial soul, and since he had encountered Flender first, he thought it was better to give up. At least following Flender would still offer hope. If he remembered correctly, the divine herb that Tang San would give him in the future could solve his martial soul's hidden dangers. Moreover, he didn't necessarily have to wait until that time. He could find a way to obtain himself. Plus, he still had the Sun-Moon Taiji diagram. Just now, it was the cold light from the inside of the Sun-Moon Taiji diagram that dispelled the rising desires in his heart, allowing him to wake up instantly. Since it could be like this, Ma Hongjun thought he should hurry up and practice the Taiji visualization technique. Kid, are you digging my people in front of me? Do you think too little of me? Flender snorted coldly, and a powerful pressure instantly descended upon Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao, who was initially looking regretful, suddenly trembled all over, bowed low, and said with a respectful yet difficult voice, Respected soul sage, please forgive me. I truly did not know that Hongjun was going to follow you for training. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to make such an audacious request, even if you killed me. Soul sage, please forgive my mistake this time. Flender saw that his expression didn't seem false, snorted, and withdrew his pressure. I'll let you off this time. Quickly issue the proof. Furrowing his brow, Su Yuntao said with difficulty, Hongjun, is your martial soul called Fire Phoenix or something else? Evil Fire Phoenix. Ma Hongjun said dejectedly. Flender nodded. Evil Fire Phoenix. That name is indeed fitting. After issuing the proof of Ma Hongjun's martial soul awakening, Su Yuntao quickly left Phoenix Village, not even bothering to acknowledge Ma Daoong, who was waiting outside the spirit hall for news about Ma Hongjun's martial soul awakening. He had just inadvertently offended a powerful soul sage. If he didn't hurry to leave now, would he wait to be beaten? Or wait for his friends to come collect his corpse? The others who had come to awaken their martial souls had already dispersed. Ma Daoong, who was waiting outside, still hadn't received an answer from Su Yuntao. Seeing Flender walk out, he couldn't wait to ask, Soul Sage, how is Hongjun's martial soul awakening? What is his martial soul? Does he have soul power? As for Ma Hongjun behind Flender, he was completely blocked by Flender's tall and strong physique, so Ma Daoong couldn't see him. Flender smiled slightly and said to Ma Daoong, Hongjun's martial soul is the Fire Phoenix, and he has innate full soul power. There's just a small issue, but it's still very good. I've accepted this disciple. Flender only reported the good news and not the bad, not telling Ma Daoong the real situation regarding his grandson's martial soul hidden dangers. Fire Phoenix? Innate full soul power? Ma Daochu was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, Oh my God, our ancestors in heaven are watching over us. The Ma family can finally produce a soul master. And it's a soul master with the Fire Phoenix martial soul. Haha, this is just wonderful. The reputation of Phoenix Village is now solidified. Let's see who dares to slander our village's name in the future. Ma Daochu's face was filled with excitement and shock as he waved to Ma Hongjun behind Flender, saying, Hongjun, come over and let Grandpa see our little genius. Ma Hongjun stepped out slowly from behind Flender, taking small steps. This is Hongjun? How did you become like this? Ma Daochu was shocked. The chubby child before him was so unrecognizable that if he hadn't raised him since he was little, he wouldn't dare to acknowledge him as his grandson. Grandpa, this is what the teacher said about my martial soul. I've gained weight. Your once delicate and handsome little grandson has turned into a little chubby boy, Ma Hongjun said with a smile, though he was only forcing a smile and didn't want his grandfather to worry. Ma Daochu took a closer look, pinched Ma Hongjun's chubby little face, and said with a grin, That's great, this is really good. You're nice and plump. Grandpa finally doesn't have to worry about you being blown away by the wind. Flander and Ma Hongjun exchange a glance, both sharing a bitter smile. Chapter 5. A man's tears are not easily shed. After the awakening of Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial soul, Flinder stayed at his home for another 2 days. The main purpose of these 2 days was to allow Ma Hongjun to spend more time with his grandfather and to conduct a comprehensive test of his martial soul. The test results made Flinder somewhat pleased. Firstly, the top-tier beast martial soul provided an overall enhancement to the body, which goes without saying. Just the purple-red flames contained in Ma Hongjun's martial soul were also excellent. They were not only extremely hot, but also had a particularly strong adhesion. Just a little contact would result in continuous burning, making it very difficult to extinguish. At the same time, this flame possessed an unimaginable vitality. It was because Ma Hongjun could not digest this vitality that his body became overweight. Additionally, the peculiar allure of the purple-red flames made him want to engage in certain activities for release. However, there were also regrets. Firstly, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix surprisingly could not fly, which left Flinder somewhat astonished. If he couldn't fly, what was the use of the flaming wings on his back when his martial soul was activated? After verification, although they were not just for show, he could only glide for short distances, which made Ma Hongjun feel somewhat embarrassed for the phoenix. In his memory, the phoenix from mythology would only perch on phoenix trees, eat bamboo seeds, and drink from sweet springs, soaring high into the sky, dancing among the clouds, a divine bird that attracted hundreds of birds to pay homage. How had it degraded to this point with him? Ma Hongjun vowed that he must train his phoenix wings. Even without relying on soul skills, he would make himself fly, and not just fly, but also become the ruler and king of the skies. As a phoenix, one should dance among the heavens and laugh at the skies. Secondly, Flinder pondered for 2 whole days. Aside from encouraging him not to give up on hard training, he couldn't come up with a solution to Ma Hongjun's martial soul deficiency. He wondered if obtaining the first soul ring would improve the situation. However, this suggestion was rejected by Ma Hongjun, who vowed never to regain his previous body shape and would absolutely not obtain a soul ring. Of course, there was another purpose: to gain more time to practice the Tai Chi visualization method. Only by strengthening the Tai Chi visualization method could he find a way to solve his martial soul deficiency, which was currently the only feasible method. As for obtaining that immortal herb, it was clearly not something that could be done in the short term. So, if he didn't think of a way to solve it himself, he would have to walk the old path of his previous timeline. Even now, even with the martial soul awakened, Ma Hongjun had not resigned himself to fate. He felt he could still make a rescue. During these 2 days, he did not practice soul power. He only restored it after exhausting it. During the rest of the time, aside from practicing the Tai Chi visualization method and accompanying his grandfather while assisting Flinder with tests, Ma Hongjun engaged in intense training and boxing under the activation of his martial soul. Wasn't he said to have strong vitality and excessive energy? That was perfect previously. He had not dared to strengthen his training too much, but now, as long as he didn't train himself to death, he would train as hard as he could. After all, with such strong vitality and exuberant energy, he wouldn't suffer any harm to his body while his martial soul was activated. Thus, over these 2 days, he trained until his soul power was exhausted, completely drained, and only stopped when the martial soul automatically released its activation state. Although he was bathed in purple flames after activating his martial soul, and the desire would linger in his heart at all times, he could still hold on thanks to the occasional division of a cold yin energy from the sun and moon Tai Chi diagram. Moreover, he discovered a crucial point. When practicing Tai Chi, he could suppress the rising desires within him, which further solidified his resolve to train crazily. Ma Hongjun shared these discoveries with Flinder. As for how he learned these, it was all made up. He told Flinder that he had obtained a book and learned from it, similar to the excuse Tang San had used. However, he did not disclose the 2 methods of cultivating soul power through the carefree formula and the Tai Chi visualization method to Flinder. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he wanted to assess the situation. Besides, he was still in the experimental phase, and mentioning it might cause trouble. Anyway, it didn't matter if he didn't say anything. To others, he just appeared to be meditating and practicing, while in reality, he had no idea what meditation was like. What is needed for practicing Tai Chi? The ability to generate rain and dew, borrowing the transformative forces of heaven and earth, the spirit of Tai Chi, which is the unity of man and nature, maintaining stillness to give rise to movement. It is, as the saying goes, neither self nor other, neither heaven nor earth, ethereal and elusive, operating without beginning. Or it could be formless and shapeless, with the whole body being transparent, responding naturally to things, with the West Mountain hanging bells, tigers roaring and monkeys calling, pure springs and clean waters, stirring rivers and churning seas, fulfilling one's nature and establishing one's destiny. It could also mean wielding a hoe with empty hands, walking with a water buffalo, people crossing the bridge while the water flows and the boat remains still. In his previous life, he had mingled in the online cultivation world, so he knew about these things. It could be said that the profound principles and sayings of Tai Chi were exactly what he needed. Only in this way, with trepidation as if standing on the edge of a deep abyss, could he resist the erosion of the evil fire on his heart. As for the requirements for his body, that was simple: continuously engage in intense training to vent his excessive energy. This would not only alleviate the crisis, but also strengthen his physique. Why not? Although Tai Chi has those requirements, do not think that practicing Tai Chi does not consume physical strength. If one truly believes that, then they're gravely mistaken. Tai Chi has both a soft side and a hard side. The true Tai Chi is the combination of hardness and softness. This not only regulates his internal state, but also consumes his abundant energy during the exercises of relaxation, softness, agility, liveliness, emptiness, rigidity, and explosiveness. He shared all these discoveries with Flinder, but compared to his optimism, Flinder was not so optimistic. This method seemed similar to what he had in mind. It appeared to effectively suppress and utilize the evil fire, but he feared it might only be effective in the short term. In the long run, once it lost its effect, Ma Hongjun would still have to face the awkward situation he had before. Just like that, in the midst of Ma Hongjun's intense training, 2 days quickly passed, and his grandfather only thought that Ma Hongjun was diligently practicing hard. On this day, it was time for Ma Hongjun and Flinder to leave. Although the 2 days of training seemed short, they had been quite effective. At the very least, he no longer looked so bloated. Instead, he felt much stronger. The elderly man was filled with reluctance, looking at the robust young boy before him, murmuring words filled with deep emotion. In the future, follow your teacher and practice hard. You must listen to him and not cause him trouble. Don't worry about Grandpa. After you leave, I still have your uncle and others to take care of me. If you have the chance in the future, go visit your grandfather in Saint Soul Village more often. His old partner passed away early, and he only has your mother as a daughter, living alone in loneliness, which is quite pitiful. Grandpa! Ma Hongjun's voice choked as he rushed into Ma Daochu's embrace, feeling extremely reluctant. This elderly man, who would not live for many more years, was one of his 2 relatives in this world. Perhaps the next time he returned, or the time after that, he would never see him again. Silly child, why are you crying? You must remember, you are the pride of our Ma family, and also the pride of our Phoenix Village. Because of you, our Phoenix Village is truly deserving of its name. When you go outside, you must be strong. A man sheds blood, but does not shed tears. You must never cry again. Do you understand? The old man gently patted Ma Hongjun's little head, his expression filled with pride. Their family's golden rooster had ultimately flown up to become a phoenix, fulfilling the hopes of generations of the Ma family. I will, Grandpa. Ma Hongjun's nude, his gaze becoming resolute, no longer choking up. Ahem. Old Daochu coughed and admonished. And remember, once you go outside, don't come back. A good man has ambitions everywhere. Unless one day you become tired. I will instruct our Ma family to keep the village chief position reserved for you. If one day you feel tired out there, you can return and become the most outstanding village chief of Phoenix Village. Grandpa? Ma Hongjun stared blankly at the old man, wondering why he couldn't go back home. As this was also his home, although he felt extremely reluctant, he could only respond with tears in his eyes, seeing the old man's determined and serious gaze. I remember. Grandpa. The old man's murky eyes were filled with satisfaction. His whole body seemed heavy with age, as if he were nearing the end of his life. After advising Ma Hongjun, the old man nodded in satisfaction, but a trace of unnoticeable reluctance flashed in his eyes. He looked at Flinder and respectfully said, "Lord Flinder, I entrust Hongjun to you from now on." Flinder looked at the old man, who was nearing the end of his life, and nodded seriously. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, old man. Hongjun is my disciple, equivalent to my son. I will treat him like my own child and take good care of him. Then I entrust him to you. All right, you two can go now. I won't send you off." Ma Dachun nodded earnestly, giving Ma Hongjun a deep look as if trying to engrave him in his heart, then turned and closed the door. He no longer looked at his grandson and Flinder outside, fearing he wouldn't be able to bear letting Ma Hongjun go with Flinder to see the outside world. Chapter 6 Shrek Academy, not mentioning the journey. On this day, accompanied by the wisps of smoke rising in the distance, through the winding country roads, Ma Hongjun followed Flinder into a village with a green monster sign. "Teacher, is this your academy?" "Yes, this is Teacher's Shrek Academy." "Why, you don't seem surprised at all." Flinder looked proud, but also a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, anyone who saw such a dilapidated academy would surely be surprised, right? The book says that one shouldn't judge by appearances. "Teacher, as a powerful expert, how could your academy possibly be as ordinary as it looks?" Ma Hongjun said seriously, thinking to himself that this garbage academy turned geniuses into useless people. If it weren't for his emotional attachment and wanting to change some things after meeting Flinder, he wouldn't have come here at all. Flinder nodded appreciatively and explained, "Well, good. I'm glad you have such insight. Although my academy looks shabby, I can guarantee that there is no other academy in the world with such a strong faculty. I'll tell you more about this later. You know the enrollment conditions. So for now, you can only be considered a preparatory student. You need to reach level 21 in soul power before you turn 13 to become a formal student of our academy." "Okay, teacher, I understand. I will work hard to cultivate." Ma Hongjun thought to himself that it might not be so easy, but he didn't reveal it. Now that he was here, regardless of how Shrek Academy had been in the past, it would inevitably move forward according to his will in the future. Flinder continued, "Currently, there are no students in the academy, only one preparatory student like you, who is 2 years older than you. His martial soul is Sausage, and he is the only known innate full soul power genius of the food system. His name is Oscar, a level 16 soul master, and he is an orphan I adopted. I will introduce you to him later." Ma Hongjun nodded obediently. He didn't expect Oscar to already be level 16 at this time, but thinking about it, it wasn't strange since Oscar was 2 years older than him. Soon, the two arrived at the principal's office, which was just a slightly larger wooden house. Flinder casually pointed to a seat and told Ma Hongjun to sit down without being polite. Then he took out a beautiful ring and a book from the drawer of his desk, looking a bit pained as he said to Ma Hongjun, "Hongjun, this is a gift for you from teacher. This ring is a storage soul guide, with a space of 2 meters in diameter. Although it's not large, it should be enough for you. I have already transferred your things into this ring. And this book is a summary of soul power meditation cultivation methods by a friend of mine. You can take it back and study it carefully. If you have any questions, you can ask me." "Thank you, teacher." Ma Hongjun respectfully accepted the fire-red ring, which looked like it was carved from beautiful jade, and the meditation cultivation book, his face beaming with joy. A storage space. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had such a magical item. And most importantly, it was given to him by his teacher Flinder. Flinder's mouth twitched in pain as he explained, "This ring was obtained during an adventure with a friend. You can name it. You can open the ring to store things by inputting soul power, which is a coveted treasure for soul masters." Ma Hongjun casually glanced at the meditation cultivation book, setting it aside carefully, examining the ring that looked like it was made of fire jade, feeling the faint warmth in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he said to Flinder, "Teacher, since this ring is fiery red and resembles fire jade, let's call it Flame." "Flame ring. That's a nice name, very fitting and vivid," Flinder replied thoughtfully. "By the way, teacher, what is a soul guide? Are all of them storage spaces like this?" Ma Hongjun put the flame ring on his right index finger. The ring, which was originally a bit large, automatically shrank to a suitable size, fitting snugly on his finger without any feeling of being constricted, which was very magical. Watching Ma Hongjun take things out of the flame ring and put them back in. Playing happily, a faint smile appeared on Flanders' face as he explained, a soul guide, as the name suggests, is a tool that uses soul power. There are many types. However, there are very few inherited soul guides, and most of them do not have offensive capabilities. Moreover, soul masters themselves do not need weapons. Nowadays, soul guides can be described as cultural relics. How they were created and produced has long been lost. So the soul guides we have now are all remnants from before. Ma Hongjun nodded seriously, playing with the flame ring for a while. He was already able to operate it quite proficiently, and as he used it more, he would become even more skilled. After listening to Flanders' explanation, Ma Hongjun solemnly said, "Teacher, since our academy requires students to reach at least level 21 in soul power before the age of 13 to officially enroll, I would like to attend a Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City as a visiting student for the next few years. What do you think? This way, I can visit my grandfather in Holy Soul Village during the holidays. I will keep in touch with you every month, reporting on my cultivation progress and asking you questions. I hope you can agree to this." Flander was taken aback, his voice becoming somewhat cold as he said, "You want to go to another school? Are you dissatisfied with my rules and requirements?" Ma Hongjun hurriedly waved his hands, seriously explaining to Flander, No, teacher. With your wise guidance, how could I be dissatisfied? It's just that my grandfather wants me to visit my grandfather more often, so I thought since Holy Soul Village is near Notting City, and it's not too far from our academy, I could temporarily attend school there for a few years. It would be convenient for visiting my grandfather, keeping in touch with you, and contacting you if I have any matters. From their roughly week-long interactions, he had already understood some of his teacher's personality. Stingy, shameless, cunning as a fox, yet also sentimental and very protective of his own. That was why he looked so happy when Flander gave him the flame ring. For Flander, who was greedy, to endure the pain of giving him a storage soul guide represented his recognition of him. So even if it didn't matter, he still felt happy about it. In fact, he wanted to say that his teacher was also quite petty and vengeful. If you inadvertently offended him, you would be in trouble. Your name would be noted down in his little book, and you could just wait for bad luck. Ma Hongjun was worried that if he didn't explain clearly, Flander might think he was dissatisfied with Shrek Academy's requirements and write his name down, which would mean he could forget about controlling Shrek Academy in the future. Flander's earlier cold and unhappy expression faded as he thought about Ma Hongjun's words and said lightly, "That's not impossible. How long do you plan to be a visiting student?" "At most 3 years. With my talent, even with the hindrance of the evil fire, I'm confident I can reach level 21 in 3 years. Moreover, there's another benefit to me studying and nodding. Tao no. Su Yun Tao. Didn't he say there's a person with innate full soul power in Holy Soul Village? I can check his situation. If nothing goes wrong, he might attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding, and I can make a friend in advance. If he cultivates well and comes to our academy after graduation, it will be almost guaranteed. If he decides not to go to school because of Su Yun Tao, I can also write to you, and you can bring him to our academy for guidance. So no matter how you look at it, we will end up gaining another genius." Ma Hongjun analyzed the pros and cons with Flinder, glancing at the clothes he was wearing, thinking that going to Notting Academy would be just the right opportunity to implement his plan and see if he could get Tang San's Tang Sec's unique skills. If he couldn't get them, then he would have to decide based on the situation whether to find a way to eliminate Tang San. However, what he didn't know was that if he went, he wouldn't just be bringing back one person, but two. Ma Hongjun thought to himself that Flinder's second brother, the Master, was at Notting Academy, and perhaps with his profound theoretical knowledge and those martial soul theories, he could provide some useful ideas to help him solve his martial soul flaws. Flinder's eyes lit up. If what Ma Hongjun said was true, then it would definitely be a win-win. A smile appeared on Flinder's face as he thought that this kid was really becoming more like him, learning to be shrewd with calculations. And there was no sign of dissatisfaction towards the academy in his words. After thinking for a moment, Flinder said, "Your idea is good and very confident. But do you think a blue-silver grass martial soul has any potential for development?" Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and replied, "Teacher, I don't think blue-silver grass is a useless martial soul. Just looking at its vitality and adaptability, and considering that person is born with full soul power, How could it possibly be a useless martial soul? Moreover, according to what you've told me these days, blue silver grass seems to be impossible to have full soul power. So could it be that he has another martial soul, and it's a powerful one? What? You mean a twin martial soul? How is that possible? Flender was shocked, and then he quickly reacted, his eyes bursting with intense light. After a moment, Flender clapped his hands and laughed heartily, feeling very pleased as he said, Yes, yes, how could I not think of that? Although blue silver grass has its advantages, it shouldn't be able to awaken such high soul power unless that child has another martial soul, and it's a powerful one. Ha, good, good. Truly, children say the most innocent things. If it weren't for you thinking in this direction, I wouldn't have considered this matter at all. But what you said might really be possible, and the probability is very high. I agree to let you study there, but I have one requirement. You must bring him to our academy. No, you must bring him. This could be a genius with a twin martial soul, and we absolutely cannot miss it. Is that a yes? Ma Hongjun paused slightly, surprised. Teacher, is there really a twin martial soul? Didn't you already guess it? Why ask? Flender raised an eyebrow. Ma Hongjun shrugged and said, I was just making a wild guess. I thought there could be more than one martial soul, huh? Flender's mouth twitched as he explained to Ma Hongjun, adding, There's one more thing you need to remember. There are no useless martial souls, only soul masters who can't cultivate. So never underestimate any martial soul. Ma Hongjun nodded his head vigorously. Flender adjusted his glasses and said, Here's the plan. You stay at the academy for a month first. I'll observe your situation and think about the next steps. If this month goes according to your training plan and the situation is stable, after a month, I will send you over there as a visiting student and help you get your first soul ring while personally checking out that potential twin martial soul genius. Okay, teacher. Ma Hongjun smiled and nodded. At that moment, Tang San, who was still forging in Holy Soul Village, probably wouldn't have thought that his father had reminded him not to tell anyone about his twin martial soul. Yet because of Su Yuntao's nagging, he encountered someone who recognized him in Ma Hongjun, who had been keeping an eye on his Tang sect's unique skills. Moreover, this guy had already revealed his twin martial soul status in a reasonable and wild-guessing manner for the sake of the Tang sect's unique skills. Chapter 7. With Oscar, a month slowly passed. From the day Ma Hongjun arrived at Shrek Academy, he entered into intense training, and with Oscar around, he didn't even bother to meditate to recover his soul power. Whenever his soul power was exhausted, he would directly consume the recovery sausages bought from Oscar. Once he felt rested enough, he would start training madly again. Both he and Oscar were preparatory students, so they didn't have classes to attend. They could study on their own or consult their respective teachers, Flender and Xiao Xian. Of course, they could also ask other teachers in the academy for help, and those teachers were more than willing to guide them. During this time, Ma Hongjun got to know the faculty strength of Shrek Academy, which had a total of 5 teachers. The principal, Flender, was his teacher with the martial soul cat eagle, a 75th level agility attack type soul sage. The vice principal, Zhao Wuji, known as the unmovable king, had the martial soul great strength diamond bear, a 72nd level power attack type soul sage. Teacher Xiao Xian, who was also Oscar's teacher, had the martial soul jelly bean, a 68th level food type auxiliary soul emperor. Teacher Li Yusong had the martial soul dragon pattern staff, a 62nd level power attack type soul emperor. Teacher Lu Qibin had the martial soul star chess, a 62nd level control type soul emperor. With 2 soul sages and 3 soul emperors, the faculty strength was indeed impressive. But if one were to claim it was the strongest in the world, Ma Hongjun could only say his teacher was boasting. Perhaps it could reach that level in the future, but not at present. A new companion arrived at the academy, which made the seemingly beautiful Oscar, who looked like a little girl, very happy, as he finally had someone to play with. So he wanted to treat Ma Hongjun to his sausages. Ma Hongjun calmly accepted the sausage and ate it, which thrilled Oscar. His sausages were quite effective, but due to the strange spell, even the academy teachers generally preferred not to eat them during their spare time. Unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun didn't mind Oscar's sausage, which made the initially shy little Oscar extremely excited. He declared that Ma Hongjun could eat his sausages anytime and that he would provide them for free as long as he could make them. However, how could Ma Hongjun agree? Oscar's background was even poorer than his. At least he had his grandfather's savings from marrying a wife, which had all been given to him when he followed Flander out, totaling 10 gold soul coins. As an ordinary villager, even if his grandfather was the village head, saving 10 gold soul coins over the years for his future wife was no easy task. This highlighted the gap between ordinary people and soul masters in this world, as if they were in two different worlds. Ma Hongjun couldn't possibly take Oscar's sausage for free. After all, it was the manifestation of his martial soul's soul power. Didn't he need to spend time and energy training? So, he directly gave Oscar a gold soul coin as payment for the recovery sausages he would need over the month. Oscar's sausages were currently sold for 2 copper soul coins each, and he thought Ma Hongjun was giving too much, so he resolutely refused. However, Ma Hongjun insisted that Oscar's sausages were priced too low and suggested he adjust the price. 2 copper soul coins for ordinary people, and 10 silver soul coins for soul masters. Soul masters needed Oscar's sausages even more, and they generally weren't short on money. Selling them for 10 silver soul coins each would still be considered cheap. Ma Hongjun also proposed that Flander take some time each day to help Oscar sell sausages outside the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Oscar would then give Flander a 30 cut of the profits as a protection fee since he was still young and too weak. By setting aside some time each day, Oscar would have time to train and make sausages, thus not delaying his training schedule. He also advised Oscar not to focus too much on his soul spell. The effectiveness of the sausages was the selling point. If someone asked, he should emphasize the sausage's effects instead of the soul spell description, which would attract more buyers. Once this idea was proposed, Flander's eyes lit up. After discussing with Oscar's teacher, Xiao Xian, he began taking Oscar outside the Soto Great Soul Arena to sell sausages every evening. The reason Flander took him was that he had a small shop in Soto City, which he had previously shown to Ma Hongjun. If they returned late, they could rest at the shop and return the next day. Moreover, Flander was the strongest and an agility attack type soul master, ensuring the highest safety for Oscar. Indeed, on the first day, Flander took Oscar to sell sausages. They sold out all 100 sausages that Oscar had prepared over the day, thanks to Ma Hongjun's ideas. Most of the people coming and going to the soul arena were soul masters, and as long as the selling point of the sausages, restoring soul power, was highlighted, there were still many willing to buy. In just one day, Oscar earned 70 gold soul coins, and Flander earned 30 gold soul coins as a protection fee. To thank Ma Hongjun for his good idea, Oscar decided to give him 20 of the profits from each sausage sale as gratitude for his sales strategies and suggestions. After thinking it over, Ma Hongjun did not refuse, as this could be considered an investment in knowledge, and made him one of the partners in Oscar's sausage business. He also suggested that Oscar should limit his sales to 100 sausages each day, which would ensure he had time to train and do his own things. And it would create a sense of scarcity, making people think highly of the product. Ma Hongjun told Oscar that once he had sold for a while and established a brand effect, he and Flander wouldn't need to go personally anymore. They could simply hire someone to sell sausages every day. This suggestion made Oscar's eyes sparkle, and he exclaimed that his decision to give Ma Hongjun 20 of the profits was absolutely correct. In this way, Ma Hongjun didn't have to do anything but use his mouth, and he generated an income of 20 gold soul coins daily, while Oscar earned 50 and Flander 30, making all three very satisfied. Flander looked at his clever apprentice and initially just wanted to see if Ma Hongjun had other ways to make money. To his surprise, there really were ideas. For years, Ma Hongjun had been using the handmade soap he created for bathing, and upon arriving at Shrek Academy, he found that everyone else was using something similar to soap pods. Of course, he was unaware that wealthy people used more upscale floral waters. But the fact remained that soap was indeed absent. So when Flander asked for ways to make money, Ma Hongjun shared the method of making soap using vegetable oils and animal fats, suggesting he hire someone to produce and sell it. Although a bar of soap sold for 5 copper soul coins didn't seem like much profit at first, it was a volume business. As more and more people began purchasing soap, the profits would inevitably increase. Thus, Ma Hongjun proposed to take 10 of Flander's annual soap business profits, to which Flander happily agreed, thinking it was a small amount and not giving it much thought. He had no idea that when he later learned about the soap's significant profits, he might regret not taking it more seriously. When Ma Hongjun saw that Flander wanted to ask if there were other ways to make money, he decisively stated that there were none, and that he would let him know if he thought of any good ideas in the future, with just the soap business already being quite profitable. If he proposed more ways to make money, Flander would definitely become suspicious. Flander looked at Ma Hongjun with suspicion, not dismissing his words, but also unsure if he believed that he truly had no other money-making methods, or if he suspected there were more he and T mentioned. A month of hard training quickly passed, and Ma Hongjun successfully restored his physique to what it was before awakening his martial soul. Flander saw that his condition was stable. The evil fire had not erupted, and his training plans were still functioning as usual. So he felt relieved and could prepare to head to Nodding City to obtain soul rings. Looking at it this way, his martial soul's flaws turn out to have quite a significant effect on his training. After a month of intense training, Ma Hongjun not only persevered, but also did not resort to any medicinal baths, and his body was fine. However, after the manifestation of his martial soul, he found that his heart was constantly disturbed by desires. He couldn't understand why the noble king of birds would carry such a peculiar attribute. Logically, such a flaw should appear in a dragon's body instead. The interference of desires had actually ceased to pose a threat to Ma Hongjun. Not to mention the suppression of desires by the sun and moon Tai Chi diagram. Just the initial cultivation of his Tai Chi mindset through hard training allowed him to tread carefully like walking on thin ice, making the interference of desires merely a drizzle to him. What he was most worried about was the impact of evil fire energy. He couldn't just train wildly without practicing, as he still needed to increase his soul power level. So, the problem arose. As his strength increased, his evil fire energy would also rise. And the next eruption of evil fire would surely be even more powerful than the one during his martial soul awakening. During this month, Oscar also knew that his little partner was going to borrow studies far away and that he wouldn't be able to see him for a long time. Oscar felt very reluctant. He had finally made a friend, but unexpectedly, after just a month, he had to leave. However, he had no choice. Ma Hongjun had to go to Nodding City for a reason, and Flinder and Xiao Xian disagreed with him going along. During this month, Ma Hongjun taught Tai Chi to Oscar, which would help Oscar's cultivation and improve his physique. Most importantly, mastering Tai Chi would grant Oscar impressive combat power, changing the stereotype that support-type, food-type soul masters were weaklings. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to teach others, such as Oscar's teacher. So this task would have to be slowly completed by Oscar in the future. However, Tai Chi was not something everyone could learn. For example, Zhao Wujin, who followed along and asked for guidance while Ma Hongjun was training, found himself unable to master Tai Chi. The moves were easy to grasp, but he could never understand the essence and core of Tai Chi. Ma Hongjun's reasoning was that Tai Chi follows a path of combining hardness and softness, which was not suitable for a purely fierce soul master like Zhao Wujin. Perhaps one day, when Zhao Wujin reached the peak of fierceness and achieved the balance of hardness and softness, he would understand the philosophy of Tai Chi. Chapter 8. The pride of the phoenix having a flying companion made it convenient for Ma Hongjun to go anywhere, which further solidified his idea of popularizing transportation tools in this world. However, he couldn't present this idea to Flinder just yet and would have to wait until later. After departing from Shrek Academy, it took them only a few days to arrive in Nodding City. However, Flinder did not immediately take Ma Hongjun to report to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Instead, they rested for a night in Nodding City and headed straight to the nearby soul hunting forest the next day. The following morning, after Ma Hongjun finished his training and about an hour or two had passed, Flinder led him into the soul hunting forest. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun had a strong physique, and his soul power had transformed into a fire attribute after awakening his martial soul. Otherwise, the continuous high-altitude flights would have surely given him a cold. Ma Hongjun had innate full soul power and could have already obtained Soul Ring. For Flinder, this had already been delayed for over a month, which is why he was so eager to take Ma Hongjun to acquire his first Soul Ring. Only after obtaining a Soul Ring could Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial soul possess powerful attack capabilities and the potential to fly. Otherwise, in his current state, he could only rely on enveloping his fists in flames and engaging in direct confrontations. While this wasn't necessarily bad, the strength he demonstrated in those confrontations was a result of his own rigorous training, not the abilities granted by his martial soul. Therefore, only by obtaining a soul ring could the true potential of his martial soul be unlocked. As for which soul beast's soul ring to attach to Ma Hongjun's martial soul, both master and disciple had similar and differing opinions. They agreed on attributes like thunder, fire, light, wood, and wind, as thunder, fire, and light could grant the evil fire phoenix powerful attack capabilities. Moreover, thunder and light could restrain and purify the evil charm, potentially improving Ma Hongjun's martial soul flaws. Wind could provide the evil fire phoenix with flight or speed abilities and even enhance the attack power of its fiery wings. According to the principle of attribute compatibility, we could augment the fire offensive of the evil fire phoenix, providing comprehensive attribute boosts to Ma Hongjun's troublesome purple flames. Additionally, wind and thunder were ultimately variations of the wood attribute, which was a shared viewpoint between the two. Their differing opinions emerged when Flinder believed that as long as the attributes and years were suitable, any soul beast could serve as a soul ring for Ma Hongjun. In contrast, Ma Hongjun maintained that the phoenix, known as the king of birds, would not rest on anything but the phoenix tree and would not eat anything but bamboo seeds. Therefore, any soul beast he chose for his soul ring must possess a phoenix bloodline. If that was not possible, the next best option would be avian soul beasts or those with dragon blood, including some peculiar soul beasts. As for wood attribute soul beasts, the only one he could consider among those he currently knew was the blue silvergrass. He believed that since the phoenix could undergo rebirth through fire, the tenacious vitality of the blue silvergrass would help him unlock the ability for the phoenix to bathe in fire and be reborn, providing significant assistance. Choosing a dragon attribute soul beast was due to the belief that dragons and phoenixes complement each other. Besides the previously mentioned types of soul beasts, dragon attribute soul beasts were the only ones he was willing to choose. Additionally, some uniquely capable soul beasts would also be acceptable. He would not consider any other types that did not provide a soul ring. Unfortunately, what Ma Hongjun did not know was that his martial soul, influenced by him, had the characteristic of being dominated by fire and could attach any attribute's soul ring. Of course, that was a later discussion. For now, Flinder was so angry that he wanted to slap Ma Hongjun with the sole of his shoe. Was he choosing a soul ring or choosing a wife? How picky could he be? Ma Hongjun replied that he could only choose up to 9 soul rings, and Flinder jokingly said that choosing a wife was indeed not wrong. Flinder thought about how he had finally encountered such an outstanding heir. It would be a shame to slap him to death, so he refrained. Moreover, Ma Hongjun was not wrong. He could not use force. He could not compete with Ma Hongjun's stubborn personality, so he could only reluctantly accept it. The sun shone brightly, and the trees were tall, creating a tranquil soul beast forest with a primitive appearance, occasionally interrupted by the roars of unknown soul beasts. The soul beasts raised in the soul hunting forest were mostly rare specimens aged 10 to hundreds of years, with those over 5,000 years being even rarer, and those over 10,000 years being almost non-existent. However, for Flinder, who possessed the strength of a 75th level agility attack-type soul sage, these beasts posed no threat at all. Therefore, upon entering the soul beast forest, Flinder immediately summoned his martial soul and led Ma Hongjun through the towering trees, heading straight for the area where 100-year-old soul beasts resided. With Ma Hongjun's physical condition, absorbing a soul ring of around 600 years would not be a problem at all, and he might even exceed that. Thus, after some discussion, the master and disciple decided to look for a soul beast around 600 years old. This age was not too far beyond the limit, and given Ma Hongjun's martial soul, the powerful life force of the evil fire phoenix, it was worth a try. This was a well-considered decision by the master and disciple, and they were also taking a gamble. If they won, Ma Hongjun's future would be bright. If they lost, Flinder would have to leave in disappointment and find another heir. However, based on the test results for the evil fire phoenix martial soul conducted by Flinder and Ma Hongjun, the higher the age of the absorbed soul ring, the safer and more beneficial it was for Ma Hongjun. While an exceeding limit soul ring was powerful, it also came with severe risks of bodily harm. Ordinary soul masters could not withstand this, so absorbing a soul ring that exceeded their limits could lead to explosive death. But Ma Hongjun was different. He believed that destruction is the foundation of creation. After breaking through, he would need a tremendous amount of life energy to repair his damaged body, which was where the powerful life force of the evil fire would come into play. If his vitality was too strong and his energy too vigorous, Ma Hongjun's small frame might not be able to contain it. In that case, they would need to find a larger vessel. Whether that vessel could hold was up to the powerful life energy of the evil fire and whether it could restore his body. That was why Ma Hongjun and his master were taking a gamble this time. But they were also cautious not to choose a soul ring that was too high in age, thus setting their target at around 600 years. Even if the evil fire failed to help Ma Hongjun repair his body damaged by the soul ring's power, with his physical quality and unwavering will, he might still be able to endure. This was also why Flinder agreed to Ma Hongjun's choice of a soul ring around 600 years old. Even if he advocated for gambling, he would never joke with the life of his heir. It was this hopeful gamble that led to their choice. As long as the types of soul beasts matched their plans and the years were appropriate, any soul beast would do. As they flew and weaved through the dense forest, Ma Hongjun seemed to have good luck. Just about an hour after arriving in the 100-year soul beast area, Flinder exclaimed excitedly, "You lucky brat. There's a purple lightning-swallowing cloud sparrow over there, also known as the thunderfire sparrow. It fits our plan. Now we just need to see if its age is suitable. Let's go check it out." It was indeed good luck. Soul masters typically prepared for days, even months, to obtain a soul ring, planning to linger in the soul beast forest. For Ma Hongjun to encounter a suitable soul beast right away was extraordinary luck. As they flew closer, Ma Hongjun finally saw what kind of soul beast it was. It was enveloped in a layer of purple mist, with sparks of electricity flashing all over its body, resembling a celestial swallow. It measured 3 meters in length and had a wingspan of 6 meters, looking quite imposing. In Ma Hongjun's memory, celestial swallows had blue feathers, but this thunderfire sparrow was covered in blue-purple plumage, and its size was many times larger than that of a celestial swallow. After identifying it, Flinder explained to Ma Hongjun, "Look, this purple lightning-swallowing cloud sparrow is 3 meters long and has a wingspan of 6 meters. Its body, shrouded in thundercloud mist, is faintly glowing with yellow light, indicating that it is close to a 600-year-old soul beast. This soul beast is strong in all aspects and should provide you with a comprehensive enhancement. Its explosive ability to spit lightning will likely grant you a similar soul skill that allows you to breathe fire, while also endowing you with explosive firepower. Furthermore, the purple lightning-swallowing cloud sparrow isn't slow in terms of speed, and, as a flying-type soul beast, it might even enable your phoenix wings to have the potential for flight. Given that this soul beast has a thin trace of phoenix bloodline, it is extremely suitable for you in every regard." Ma Hongjun listened seriously to Flinder and excitedly rubbed his hands together, saying, "Teacher, I choose this soul beast as my first spirit ring. Please be careful." "You little rascal, are you looking down on your teacher or something?" Flinder joked, but he knew that it was Ma Hongjun's way of showing concern for him. After surveying the area, Flinder chose a relatively safe spot, set Ma Hongjun down, and then spread his wings to charge at the purple lightning-swallowing cloud sparrow, also known as the thunderfire sparrow. Despite the impressive description of the purple lightning-swallowing cloud sparrow during Flinder's explanation, it was only formidable compared to soul beasts and soul masters of the same level. For Flinder, who was at the soul sage level and specialized in speed, it was simply not enough. Ma Hongjun was expecting to see an intense battle, but the ferocious purple lightning-swallowing cloud sparrow only launched a single attack, opening its beak to spit out a pillar of electric light, which didn't even hit Flinder. Instead of the fierce battle scene he had imagined, it was a one-sided slaughter. In just a few moves, Flinder decisively brought the almost defeated soul beast to Ma Hongjun's side. Seeing Ma Hongjun staring in disbelief, Flinder dropped the purple lightning-swallowing cloud sparrow and tossed him a dagger, urging him to finish it off. The soul beast can only be killed by the soul master themselves to absorb the spirit ring. This soul beast is almost done for, and its weakness is in its eyes. You won't be able to pierce anywhere else with your current strength. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously, took the dagger, and quickly ran to the purple lightning swallowing cloud sparrow lying on the ground. Without hesitation, he stabbed it in the eye. Poof! Liquid splashed out, and Ma Hongjun found the sound quite pleasing, reminiscent of when he used to kill chickens and rabbits. He couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling a bit tempted, wondering if the meat of the purple lightning swallowing cloud sparrow was edible and how it would taste. At that moment, a bright yellow soul ring with hints of purple electric sparks floated up from the corpse of the purple lightning swallowing cloud sparrow. Flander, with an unprecedentedly serious expression, asked, Hongjun, it's not too late to give up now. Are you really planning to try? Teacher, I'm serious. Ma Hongjun nodded earnestly. I have to do this. It's either success or failure. I, Ma Hongjun, would rather die than live a life of mediocrity. Flander was taken aback for a moment and then earnestly reminded him, All right, go for it. I believe in you. No matter how the spirit ring's power impacts you, you must hold on. Remember, you must not give up. He had long understood from Ma Hongjun's demeanor and attitude since they met that his disciple possessed the pride of a phoenix, unwilling to take the path of survival through compromise. Flander did not misjudge. The woman Ma Hongjun chose would undoubtedly be the one he truly wanted, not someone controlled by evil desires, nor someone who could be easily obtained by wealth. Chapter 9. The Gate of Life and Death. It has been over an hour since Ma Hongjun began to absorb the soul ring, and this hour of waiting has filled Flander with torment. Especially at the beginning, Ma Hongjun's blood vessels were bursting under the power of the soul ring. His body was drenched in blood and quickly turned to ashes under the burning of the purple fire. Watching Ma Hongjun tremble, frowning deeply and clenching his teeth, Flander was so nervous that his palms were sweaty, fearing that Ma Hongjun might explode at any moment. Deep within Ma Hongjun's sea of consciousness, a 2-meter-long, 1-meter wingspan purple-red fire phoenix was entangled with a blue-purple lightning-bathed celestial sparrow. They were clawing, pecking, and striking at each other in a fierce battle, creating a scene that looked exceptionally bloody, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. The feathers torn apart by their pecking and clawing turned into streams of light, dissipating in the depths of the sea of consciousness. As he began to absorb the soul ring, Ma Hongjun entered an introspective state, and for the first time discovered that his martial soul was actually deep within the sea of consciousness. Previously, every time he had his martial soul manifest, he had considered where the martial soul was in his body, but he couldn't introspect, so he naturally didn't know. In the depths of the sea of consciousness, the two fierce birds were locked in battle. Although the blue-purple lightning-bathed celestial sparrow was much more powerful than the fire phoenix, it was merely a remnant soul's resentment carried by the soul ring. After a few exchanges, it was torn to pieces by the fire phoenix's godly claws, transforming into starlight that drifted away in the sea of consciousness. After all, it was just the remnant soul's resentment of a century-old soul beast. If it were an ordinary soul beast, the residual resentment would have dissipated at the sound of the phoenix's call. However, this is quite normal. Even ordinary plants and animals leave behind residual resentments after death, let alone soul beasts. In fact, he could understand this. The Taoists refer to it as the will of living beings, while science calls it bioelectricity, biological toxins, or brainwaves. The stronger and more spiritual an animal is, the more of this brainwave remains after death. This is why many ascetics in his past life refrained from eating meat, in order to maintain the purity of their vital energy. However, here he didn't need to worry. He had soul power to refine his body and the phoenix flames within him, so he was not afraid of that bit of bioelectricity left behind after a soul beast's death. Correspondingly, in this world, the stronger the soul beast, or the more top tier the soul beast, the stronger the residual resentment in the soul ring after death. A century, a millennium, though this residual resentment is not strong, it can still interfere with the mind of the soul master during the absorption of the soul ring. Therefore, soul masters need to maintain focus and guard their martial souls during the absorption process, which is also the reason behind it. For soul beasts over 10,000 years old, The residual resentment is comparatively strong and can directly impact the soul master's mind and martial soul. Perhaps the celestial sparrow he was absorbing was a top-tier phoenix-type soul beast. Hence, its residual resentment after death was stronger than that of ordinary soul beasts, causing a significant interference with his mind and martial soul. However, although it was stronger, it was still just residual resentment interference rather than an impact, and was quickly dispersed and absorbed by his martial soul. This also indicated that it was not a cause for concern. As long as the martial soul remained stable and the mind was guarded, he should be able to withstand it. The phoenix's majesty, however, would not tolerate provocation, which might cause it to automatically retaliate. The latter goes without saying. While the former he could still understand. It was like comparing the soul impact and shock of a 10,000-year-old beast rabbit to that of a 10,000-year-old beast tiger. After their deaths, Ma Hongjun believed that the tiger's spiritual shock and impact would certainly be much stronger. This also reflects the tiered differences among soul beast species. Flander had already mentioned these to him at the academy, which resonated with the scientific research from his past life. However, for soul beasts under 10,000 years old, their residual resentment after death was mostly negligible, so as long as one guarded their mind and focused on their martial soul, they would be fine. Clang! The fire phoenix let out a high-pitched, crisp cry, opening its beak to generate a suction force, drawing in all the drifting starlight into its body. At this moment, Ma Hongjun felt an invisible energy being injected into his soul, which instantly invigorated him. With the martial soul overcoming the residual resentment and eliminating the interference, Ma Hongjun was forced to exit the sea of consciousness. When he introspected his body, he discovered how dire the situation truly was. The domineering lightning attribute soul power within the soul ring was still continuously washing over his body, causing his meridians and blood vessels to burst, only to be repaired again by the life force of the evil fire, leading to a cycle of destruction and repair. Now that the residual resentment in the soul ring had been resolved, Ma Hongjun knew it was time to absorb the soul ring, or else he would either be blown apart or bleed to death. Absorbing the soul ring required focusing on the martial soul. This had been introduced in the meditation and training materials provided by Flander. However, he practiced the Yuling Xiaoyao Ju and thus did not follow the methods in that book. The meditation methods described in that book involve concentration, visualization, mind focus, and breath regulation, along with some routes for soul power operation. But they were not systematic and were clearly still in an exploratory stage, although this was a rare treasure for the vast majority of soul masters. He found that the soul power cultivated by soul masters in this world was actually stored in the meridians, while his was stored in the dantian. Therefore, that meditation book could only provide inspiration for his future training, but he would not use it. Moreover, with the carefree technique passed down from his ancestor, why would he want to change his training method? Thus, Ma Hongjun had no intention of altering his approach. As he absorbed the soul ring and focused on his martial soul, Ma Hongjun followed the instructions of the Xiaoyao Ju, concentrating on the energy points, introspecting his center of spirit and the soul power within the dantian, merging them into one, entering a state of mutual reliance between mind and breath, and embracing spirit and energy. As the soul power from the soul ring began to flow into his dantian, the soul power in Ma Hongjun's dantian began to slowly rotate. The incoming soul power increased, and the rotation of the soul power grew faster. After an unknown amount of time, a purple-red flame nebula vortex formed, slowly condensing within Ma Hongjun's dantian. At that moment, Ma Hongjun felt as if something within him had shattered. The rotating vortex in his dantian separated a portion of soul power, which surged into the place where it had broken, entering a specific energy point. In his introspection, Ma Hongjun saw that the energy point looked like a sea of blood. He knew that it was the Yin Xiao point, also known as the life and death point. As the soul power flowed into the life and death point, Ma Hongjun's little brother instantly transformed into an anchor of stability. He understood that he could not lose focus at this moment. He had to stabilize his mind. No matter how much desire surged, it seemed irrelevant to him. Soon, the soul power gushing from the dantian connected with the huyin, and then another energy point was opened up. Ma Hongjun knew this was the tailbone. The soul power continued to surge forward, and yet another energy point was opened. This energy point was very large, comparable to the Dantian, and it surged with purple-red flames. Ma Hongjun realized that this must be the gate of life and death, and the flames contained within the gate of life and death were likely the energy of the evil fire. He truly did not expect that the energy point of his gate of life and death would be as vast as the Dantian. No wonder the evil fire was so strong. It must be hiding an immense amount of evil fire. The space of the gate of life and death was filled with surging purple-red flames. Once the soul power reached here, it was very difficult to push through. What should he do? Was this absorption of the soul ring going to fail, leading to his demise? No, there must be a way. Introspecting the space of the gate of life and death, looking at the soul power that was almost the same color as the sea of fire, Ma Hongjun suddenly had an idea. His soul power, influenced by the awakening of his martial soul, was actually quite similar in nature to the surging purple-red sea of fire within the gate of life and death. So why not directly absorb the purple fire here to merge into his soul power? That's it, Ma Hongjun thought, merging his soul power with his mind, and began to rapidly absorb the purple fire drifting in the sea of flames. He then charged into the sea of fire without any sense of repulsion. The subsequent influx of soul power followed the pattern, quickly penetrating the Mingmen and opening a passage through the sea of fire. As the soul power flowed through this passage, strands of flames also merged into it. Continuing forward, it passed through the Jiaji, Zhongshu, Lingtai, Shindao, Fengfu, all the way to the Baihui. At Baihui, the soul power paused again, as the continuous flow of soul power from the soul ring was absorbed and refined by the cyclone in the Dantian. The soul power that had stopped in Baihui began to move again, this time not rushing upward. Ma Hongjun knew he had reached the peak, and the soul power started to flow downward, passing over the Xingxing, Shunting, and Yintang, continuing down to merge into the Tianxin ancestral aperture at the center of his brow. Here, the soul power paused again, not because the subsequent soul power was exhausted, but because it all surged into the Tianxin space, rotating within the sun and moon Taijitu's yang eye. As the Taijitu rotated, the purple yang eye turned a purplish red, becoming much more solid. Then, the yang fish also began to turn purplish red, similarly becoming more solid. As the yang fish completely transformed into purplish red, the faint blue moon within the yang fish also began to gradually solidify, and then the yin fish also solidified as it rotated in the Taijitu. The Taijitu spun rapidly, and a stream of faint blue soul power flowed out of the yin fish, cool yet carrying a hint of heart-stirring warmth, breaking out of Tianxin and continuing down through the water channel into the Yinjiao. At this moment, as if the waterway had been smoothly created, Ma Hongjun naturally pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, crossing the Magpie Bridge. The soul power surged across the 12-story tower, all the way to the Shanzhong. Upon reaching this point, Ma Hongjun discovered, after Mingmen, Baihui, and Tianxin, another acupoint comparable to the Dantian. Within his inner vision, there was a soil yellow color. He understood that this acupoint was the Zongdanshan, also known as the Huangting. As more and more faint blue soul power surged into the Huangting, a green lotus began to take shape, floating above the small pool of soul power, gently swaying. The green lotus was born from the 3rd grade, and as the cool soul power flowed down the Ren channel, through transformation, a cluster of colorless, transparent little flames emerged from the lotus heart. The moment Ma Hongjun saw this flame, he completely understood. This was the true nature of the evil fire, while the purplish-red flames in the Mingmen were merely the flames of the phoenix. Previously, the two had mixed together, leading him to believe that the purple fire was the evil fire. The vast vitality should originate from the phoenix's purple fire, while the ability to stir human desires should stem from this evil fire. As long as there were emotions and desires in the human heart, this fire would persist. As for the previous explosive flames threatening life, it should have been because this flame hadn't been refined and controlled. Now, with his true qi, which is also soul power, connecting the Run and Du meridians, he had gained some refinement and control over these two types of flames, allowing them to differentiate. This was also a way to resolve his crisis. Ma Hongjun felt a sense of clarity, and with the change in his mindset, the soul power became more vibrant. Bursting out of the Huangting and continuing downward, passing through the Zhongting, Jiwei Juk, the three risks of upper, middle, and lower, to Jianli entering the Shinkei, and then merging into the lower Dantian's gas point. As this completely different yet co-originated soul power surged in, the purplish-red hot soul power in the Dantian showed no signs of repelling this faint blue cool soul power, and the cyclone abruptly accelerated its rotation. In Ma Hongjun's inner vision, a taijutsu, identical to the one in the Tianxin, slowly formed at the center of the cyclone. The cool soul power, surging from the Run meridian, merged into the yin eye of the taijutsu. As the taijutsu operated, it transformed through the yang eye into purplish-red hot soul power, which flowed out from the yang fish, merging into the cyclone that operated with the taijutsu. After exiting the Dantian through the hidey hole, it traveled upward along the Du meridian, and after emerging from the Mingmen, the hot purplish soul power was again dyed purplish-red. The soul power continued up the Du meridian, reaching Baihui, then began to flow downward, entering Tianxin, where it was transformed into faint blue soul power by the sun and moon taijutsu. The faint blue soul power continued downward along the Ren meridian, separating the colorless evil fire in the Huangting, while the pure faint blue soul power flowed downward, merging into the yin eye of the Dantian taijutsu through the Shinkei. The Du meridian rose while the Run meridian descended, repeating in a perfect cycle. Chapter 10. First soul skill with his soul power having broken through. Ma Hongjun withdrew his mind from the operation of true energy, allowing it to naturally and slowly circulate along the Run and Du meridians. He began to carefully sense the changes in other aspects after this breakthrough. The first thing that caught his attention was that he had not gained weight, and the surging desires within him were not as intense. This indicated that although the problems of the evil fire and purple fire had not been resolved, he had found a way. As long as he continued to practice diligently, he would eventually solve them. This was why the evil fire and purple fire did not erupt this time, which made him the happiest. He no longer had to worry about his life or about becoming a brothel phoenix. Secondly, his physical qualities had nearly doubled under the baptism of the soul ring's energy, and because his method of absorbing the soul ring was different from others, he received an overall enhancement, meaning that aspects such as strength, defense, and speed had all increased by a factor of 2. Furthermore, this soul ring finally allowed him to fly. His fire phoenix purple wings were no longer just a glider. This realization came to him as soon as he successfully absorbed the ring. Lastly, there was the soul skill he obtained this time. Flender said that this soul ring was extremely close to 600 years old. After absorbing the soul ring, Ma Hongjun realized that it was exactly 600 years. The soul skill granted to him was very similar to the first soul skill from his original timeline, so he didn't bother to think of a new name. He would just call it Phoenix Fire Line. The method of use was also the same. When he activated the soul skill, he could spit out a flame from his mouth. Its power depended on his soul power, and there was no limit on the number of uses, meaning that as long as he had sufficient soul power and could withstand it, he could transform into a machine gun and perpetual motion machine, continuously spewing fire. Indeed, its power was tremendous, but it was also different. His Phoenix Fire Line was a trail of sparks and lightning, possessing not only the stickiness, heat, and extreme difficulty to extinguish of the purple fire, but also the strong destructive and paralyzing properties of lightning, capable of explosive and slowing effects. These two abilities were characteristics endowed by the Thunder Fire Sparrow. This was Ma Hongjun's favorite. Just think about it. As long as he had enough soul power and didn't mind his throat smoking, he could spray continuously like a machine gun, all while leaving a trail of sparks and lightning, and finally finish with an explosion. Just thinking about it made enemies very happy. If in the future, with refining and control, he mastered the evil fire and fused it into the Phoenix Fire Line, it would no longer just be a trail of sparks and lightning, but would lead to explosions. Just thinking about it left him at a loss for words. Fire arises from the heart, a trail of sparks and lightning. If explosions are not feasible, then self-ignition? TSK, too terrifying. Ma Hongjun stopped his wandering thoughts, reflecting whether he had found a solution to the burdens on his heart and was starting to act mischievous. He slowly collected his energy and stood up, his eyes flashing with purple and blue light, smiling at Flinder, who was guarding him. Little brat, how do you feel? Has the flaw in your martial soul been alleviated? What kind of soul skill did you obtain? How is the amplification from the soul ring? What level have you reached? Flinder asked, his eyes red, voice hoarse, an expression somewhat tense. He thought to himself how exhausting it was. How could absorbing a soul ring take so long? It had been a full 12 hours, with the sun setting and the moon rising. And it was the first time in all these years that he had seen someone take so long to absorb a first soul ring. Had it not been for the initial sight of Ma Hongjun covered in blood and trembling, and later seeing him calm and peaceful, he would have thought something had gone wrong with the absorption. However, as time passed, his heart grew increasingly weary. The anxiety, the hardship of waiting, and the worry were overwhelming. Flinder was filled with mixed feelings, to the point where he did nothing but stare at Ma Hongjun absorbing the soul ring, which had left his throat hoarse from sheer tension. Hearing Flinder's hoarse voice and the rapid-fire questions filled with tension, Ma Hongjun felt very moved. A teacher is like a father. Seeing him like this made him feel unworthy of such a paternal responsibility. With a bear hug, Ma Hongjun jumped onto Flinder, showcasing just how fast he was at that moment. His delicate and handsome little face suddenly pressed a kiss on Flinder's weathered face, excitedly saying, "Teacher, I found a solution to the flaws in my martial soul." However, he decided to first tell Flinder the most concerning issue. Flinder stiffened, thinking, damn it, this little brat took advantage of me. But he felt more moved. He had only seen such scenes in men with sons. He never expected to enjoy such a fatherly treatment himself, and he silently rejoiced that he had not chosen the wrong disciple. Yet, he still grabbed the collar of Ma Hongjun's clothes and pulled them off, disdainfully saying, "Little brat, do you know you took advantage of me?" Laughing and scolding. Flinder suddenly realized, astonished. "What did you say? There's a solution to your martial soul? Tell me quickly." Ma Hongjun slowly explained. This time he did not hide the Yuling Xiaoyao Ju, nor his self-created Tai Chi visualization method. However, he continued to stick to the story he had made up about the origin of the Xiaoyao Ju. After hearing his explanation, Flinder exclaimed, "I see. So, the soul power in a person can also be stored in what you call the dantian, and there are quite a few such acupoints in the human body. It's truly miraculous. No wonder it took you so long to absorb a first soul ring. Your martial soul is indeed exceptionally blessed, having two kinds of unusual flames. No wonder it wanted to overwhelm you. I think instead of calling it evil fire, let us just call it strange fire." Strange fire? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, and in an instant, many thoughts crossed his mind. This evil fire indeed looked more and more like a certain flame from his memories. Perhaps in the future, it could really transform into that kind of strange fire. Lotus-born heart fire, arousing human desires. Fire arises from the heart, refining energy and bones. Hiss! Ma Hongjun gasped, wondering if he had crossed into the wrong place, especially with Flinder's words, which made him suspect whether he might also have come from another world. Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun silentit muteur de secret phrase. If Flinder could respond, then it would be conclusive. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Huh? What Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger? Flinder was taken aback and naturally scolded. What are you dazed for? Tell me about the soul skill the soul ring brought you and other changes. A hint of disappointment flashed in Ma Hongjun's heart. It seemed his teacher was not from another world. He then proceeded to tell Flinder about his other gains. Flinder smiled and stroked his stubble, jokingly saying, "Not bad, a very strong soul skill, and the overall attribute enhancement from the soul ring is also good. You're finally a qualified flying fire phoenix, martial soul master." Ma Hongjun awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. After all, who had ever seen a phoenix that couldn't fly? What about your soul power? What level have you reached? Flinder suddenly realized that it had been so long and that it was completely dark outside, and Ma Hongjun seemed to have never told him how much his soul power level had increased. Ma Hongjun smiled sheepishly, feeling embarrassed as he said, "Level 10. What? How could it only be level 10? That is a 600-year soul ring. You absorbed so much soul power. Flender was shocked, incredulous, and his expression darkened. Ma Hongjun calmly explained, Teacher, I just explained to you that connecting the Ren and Du meridians consumes a lot of soul power. That's why it was exactly 600 years. It was just enough for me to break through. Otherwise, if I had chosen a soul ring with a maximum age limit, I might have failed to absorb the ring and ended up stuck in limbo. But it's okay. Your disciple is a natural genius. Even without the soul power from the soul ring, my soul power will soon increase. And now there's no need to worry about the defect of my martial soul. I can cultivate normally. It won't be long before my soul power reaches the normal level of 11, instead of currently having the level of 11, but actually being at level 10. Flander reacted and nodded seriously. That's right. You have a top-tier Fire Phoenix martial soul and are born with full soul power. In that case, let's head directly to the soul-hunting forest. I'll fly above to scout the way for you, and you can fly below. With flames illuminating everywhere, you don't have to worry about not being able to see. Although it might attract soul beasts, with me around, there's nothing to fear from any soul beasts that are merely 10 or 100 years old. Indeed, they are like master and apprentice. This shamelessness is truly inherited, one daring to say it, the other daring to believe it. Flander's martial soul had already manifested, and he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Wait, teacher, can we eat the meat of the purple lightning swallowing lark? If we can, I want to take some to eat later. He ultimately didn't forget about wanting to eat the purple lightning swallowing lark. Sure, let's dissect it quickly. I'm exhausted here, and I don't want to stay even a moment longer, Flander urged, calling for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and donations. Chapter 11: The Path to Death in the Dark Soul Beast Forest. Amidst the dense thickets and leaves, flashes of green, blue, and red lights occasionally darted by, accompanied by distant beast roars. A figure enveloped in purple-red flames, with a pair of purple-red fire wings extending over a meter, soared through the dense forest. Supported by 5 dazzling purple-red flame feathers, it flew clumsily like a bird just learning to fly, bobbing up and down, swaying left and right, resembling a drunken strongman flapping his purple-red wings, awkwardly trailing behind a massive figure that flew towards the edge of the forest. Above this clumsily flying figure was the massive silhouette of Flanders, who was possessed by the four-eyed cat Eagle Spirit. Below, the awkwardly flying figure was Ma Hongjun, who had just learned to fly. After taking off with Flanders, Ma Hongjun quickly realized he had been tricked. Although he had indeed gained the ability to fly after absorbing the soul ring, he had never practiced before, especially not in the dark, dense forest. Occasionally, flashes of green, blue, red, and yellow lights would dart by in the distance, and Ma Hongjun didn't need to guess. He knew those were the eyes of some soul beasts. Despite claiming that the flames covering his body could illuminate his surroundings, he could only see about 20 meters around him at most. At such a close distance, it was just a matter of a few wing beats, and he feared that if he wasn't careful, he would crash into a tree. Ma Hongjun had no doubt about this possibility. During his university days in his previous life, there were times when he was so engrossed in discussions with friends that he bumped into a telephone pole while holding his phone. So now, he was flying very cautiously, and since it was his first time, he didn't have a grasp on the techniques or strength needed. He was afraid he might just fall out of the sky. He had seen scenes of newly flying birds falling mid-flight, so he had no doubts about whether he could fly perfectly. Just as he and Flanders were taking off, Flanders, flying above him at the treetops, flashed a cunning glint in his eyes. He was well aware of Ma Hongjun's situation, but with him around, he was confident there was no danger. As for crashing into trees or falling from the sky, that was normal. It was just a matter of experiencing a bit of hardship and feeling the exhaustion that came from nerves. He, Flanders, that rascal who tricks his disciple, was indeed heartless. An honest Ma Hongjun had been successfully tricked by his teacher. Just as he feared the worst, it happened. Ma Hongjun was about to crash into a large tree ahead. He hurriedly tried to control his wings to turn, but he had poor control and didn't know how to maintain his balance, leading to a spectacular fall towards the ground. Oh no! Oh no! Teacher, save me, I'm going to fall. Ma Hongjun shouted nervously. The further he fell, the more anxious he became. The more anxious he got, the less his wings obeyed him, and he fell faster. In a vicious cycle, Boom! With a thunderous sound, Ma Hongjun successfully crashed from low altitude, feeling as if he had landed on a tea tree. However, it was a bit strange. The tree was surprisingly soft. Just after landing on the tree, he caught a whiff of a fragrant tea aroma and thought he might have landed on a tea tree. Unbeknownst to him, his low-altitude fall startled a 7- or 8-year-old child who was fighting for his life against a 400-year-old mandala snake in the woods. Thinking that another soul beast was attacking, the child nearly shot a hidden arrow, but fortunately he had the purple extreme magic eyes, which allowed him to see clearly even in the dark, so he realized it was a person. It turned out to be a child about his size, bathed in purple-red flames, with a pair of purple-red fire wings, and fiery red hair styled in a mohawk, with 5 purple-red flame feathers trailing from his back. Therefore, he stopped himself from shooting, or else it would have been a fatal mistake. He found it strange that at this late hour, the child was flying alone in the Soul Beast Forest, and there was no attack. How could he fall from the sky? Ma Hongjun fortuitously crashed directly onto the head of the mandala snake, stunning it. The snake thought to itself, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Although Ma Hongjun was calling for Flanders to save him, the fierce battle between the child and the snake kept them focused on each other, and they didn't hear or notice him. By the time they did, Ma Hongjun had already completed his dramatic low-altitude fall. Hiss! The mandala snake let out a painful hiss. The thing that had landed on its head emitted a terrifying aura that made it tremble, and the intense purple-red flames enveloping it had already begun to burn. With a loud bang, the mandala snake violently shook its head, flinging Ma Hongjun towards the child it was battling, watching the two with caution. It had considered directly attacking the child on its head, but the pressure emanating from him made it hesitate, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, especially with the searing flames causing it pain. The most infuriating part was that the flames were so difficult to extinguish. Even after throwing the boy off, they continued to burn on its head. If it didn't take care of it, once the purple flames spread across its body, its life would be in danger. The mandala snake dared not think too much. The more it thought, the more painful it became, so it quickly rubbed its head against the ground, trying to extinguish the purple fire. However, how could the phoenix purple fire be so easily extinguished? The tea aroma and toxic gas from the mandala snake made the best fuel for the purple fire. As a result, before the mandala snake could extinguish the flames on its head, the purple fire had already spread over its entire body. Boom! The flames spread rapidly, and the mandala snake panicked, letting out a pained hiss, thrashing in place like a fiery serpent, scattering broken branches and leaves, and kicking up dust as it desperately tried to put out the purple fire engulfing its body. Meanwhile, as Ma Hongjun was flung away, he realized he hadn't landed on a tea tree, but rather on some kind of soul beast. The child fighting the mandala snake was Tang San, who had come with Master to obtain a soul ring. Master had fainted from poisoning, leaving him to fight alone. Ma Hongjun's dramatic fall caused both the mandala snake and Tang San to momentarily pause their battle. As they looked at Ma Hongjun being flung by the mandala snake, Tang San hesitated about whether to catch him. If he didn't catch him, this child would definitely crash to the ground. The force with which the mandala snake had flung him was considerable, and he might end up breaking bones or even dying upon impact. But if he did catch him, the child was enveloped in flames that looked dangerous. Couldn't he see how the mandala snake was suffering? This dilemma put Tang San in a tough spot. But not catching him would go against his sense of chivalry, so he chose to catch him after all. However, he wasn't foolish enough to use his hands. Instead, he activated his blue silver grass, which had not yet attached a soul ring, and executed the Tang Sek's ultimate technique, Control Crane Catch Dragon, quickly wrapping around Ma Hongjun as he fell. However, he still underestimated the phoenix flames surrounding Ma Hongjun. The blue-silver grass ignited upon contact, but it wasn't without effect. Under Tang San's relentless activation, the speed at which Ma Hongjun was flung downwards decreased. As he was being thrown, Ma Hongjun quickly adjusted his posture, and with the cooperation of Tang San's blue-silver grass, he finally landed steadily in front of Tang San just before hitting the ground. "Are you all right, brother?" Tang San asked, his gaze cautious. Quickly severing the connection with the extending blue-silver grass, and retracting his martial spirit in a defensive stance. Ma Hongjun recognized the scene before him and also withdrew his martial spirit, having identified the child. With the blue silver grass, the mandala snake, and the motionless figure of the middle-aged man in black lying on the ground not far away. The distinguishing features were so clear that it would be strange if he didn't recognize them. "Thank you for saving me. I'm fine." Ma Hongjun found Tang San's words amusing and responded in kind. Tang San nodded lightly and glanced at the distant mandala snake. If this continued, it would soon be burned to a critical state. However, Ma Hongjun was right beside him. He had some means, but was unable to deliver a quick strike to the mandala snake. Of course, Ma Hongjun may not have realized all of this. Or perhaps he did, but pretended not to care. He was not worried about Tang San losing the mandala snake's soul ring. Ma Hongjun spoke to himself. "Hello, brother. My name is Ma Hongjun. My grandfather is the village chief of Holy Soul Village, Old Jack. Are you called Tang San?" "Huh? How do you know my name is Tang San?" "Grandpa Jack doesn't have a grandson," Tang San said, cautiously staring at Ma Hongjun and secretly raising his left arm. If he sensed something was wrong, he would not hesitate to take action, especially since he had never heard Old Jack mention having a grandson. Ma Hongjun, unaware of his impending doom, explained, "My parents died when I was very young, and I was raised by my elderly grandfather, which is why I have never been to Holy Soul Village. A month ago, the deacon of the Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao, came to our village to perform the spirit awakening ceremony. He said he awakened a child with a blue-silver grass martial spirit who had innate full spirit power in Holy Soul Village. I saw you use the blue-silver grass when you saved me, and since you look about my age, I guess you might be the Tang San from my grandfather's village." Tang San calmly retracted the sleeve arrow from his left arm and lightly nodded in response. "I see. Yes, I am indeed the Tang San that Su Yuntao mentioned, and also the Tang San from Grandpa Jack's village. But, alas, it seems there's no hope for this one. Let's look for another." Ma Hongjun spoke reasonably, and he did not believe a child could fabricate such a perfect lie. However, during their brief conversation, the mandala snake was already visibly suffering from the strange purple flames. Although the master did not say whether this soul beast was suitable for him, Tang San was not really a 6-year-old child. Through the master's explanations during their time at the academy and on the road, he could still discern some things. Now, this soul ring that was extremely suitable for blue silver grass could be said to be hopeless. The fact that he had not killed Ma Hongjun was already showing respect for Old Jack. After saying this, Tang San walked indifferently towards the master, thinking it was better to check on his useless teacher and hoping he wouldn't get into trouble again. It should be known that when he chose to be a disciple, he was attracted by the master's understanding of martial spirits, not his strength. After becoming a disciple, although he knew the master's strength was poor, he did not care much. But after this trip to the Soul Beast Forest, he truly believed in the master's strength, just as the people at the academy mocked. Indeed, his teacher's strength was a bit too lacking. Chapter 12. Looking back, Flender heard Ma Hongjun's call for help, but didn't pay it any mind. He had glanced over earlier and saw that Ma Hongjun was not in danger, so he continued flying forward slowly. However, after flying for a while and not seeing Ma Hongjun catch up, he circled back and shouted down from the treetops, "Come up quickly. What are you dawdling around down there for?" Flender's voice carried a hint of impatience, and he had no intention of coming down to check. Otherwise, he would have already noticed the master. Ma Hongjun shouted at Flender, who was circling above and couldn't be bothered to look down. "Teacher, I'm still young and can't dawdle like this. Hurry down. You won't believe who I ran into." Flender was taken aback, but had no intention of wasting time with Ma Hongjun. "Who else could you meet in this soul-hunting forest? Do you know anyone? Don't tell me you've met that genius Tang San mentioned by Su Yuntao. Let us go. Stop wasting time." Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned. Flender's crow's mouth had indeed guessed correctly. "Yes, teacher, I did meet that genius you've been thinking about, Tang San. Hurry down. His elder seems to be in danger and is waiting for you to save him." Hearing this, Flender immediately flew down. He believed that Ma Hongjun wouldn't dare to joke with him. Before he even landed, he saw the master lying on the ground, unconscious. With a loud thud, Flender accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, he was already by the master's side. Ignoring Tang San's protective gaze, he scooped the master into his arms. Flinder's voice trembled as he anxiously shouted, "Shao Gang! Shao Gang, what happened? Wake up! Shao Gang, it's me, Flinder." Tang San was slightly taken aback. Seeing Flinder's heartfelt expression, it didn't seem to be fake. He discreetly put away the hidden darts from his left arm and looked at Ma Hongjun with curiosity. "Ma Hongjun, does your teacher know my teacher?" Tang San thought to himself how coincidental it was that not only had he unexpectedly met Jack's grandson, but even their teachers seemed to know each other. Moreover, given the situation, their relationship might be quite significant. He discreetly hid his left arm behind him, dismissing the thought of taking action. Ma Hongjun was silent. He certainly couldn't say he knew the master. He could only make up a serious story based on the current situation. "I'm not sure about that, but I heard my teacher call Yu Shao Gang, so he might be the famous master Yu Shao Gang, known as the Wisdom Corner, one of the Golden Triangle in the Soul Master world." Tang San asked in confusion, "Golden Triangle? What is that?" "But my teacher is indeed called Master." Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "That's right. The Golden Triangle refers to your teacher, my teacher, and another person. They were given that title by other Soul Masters when they roamed the Soul Master world together. My teacher, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flinder, is a rank 75 agile attack system Soul Sage, known as the Flying Corner, and is the older brother of your teacher and the other person. Your teacher is the second, the Wisdom Corner, and the other person is the Killing Corner. I don't know much about the specifics because my teacher hasn't told me. Tang San, we're really brothers now. According to our seniority, I should call you Shu, teacher's younger brother, and you should call me Shitty, teacher's younger brother." "Huh? How do you know you are the older brother and not the younger brother?" Tang San didn't comment on Ma Hongjun's earlier words, but the last sentence left him somewhat annoyed. Suddenly, there was a kid who was unsure if he was the older brother or the younger brother, and he had even killed his soul beast. Wasn't that surprising? Unexpected? Flinder, overhearing the conversation between the two boys, realized that the short black-haired boy in blue was indeed the genius Tang San mentioned by Su Yuntao. "So you are Shao Gang's disciple? Then I'll call you Shao San. Now stop chatting and tell me what happened to Shao Gang." Tang San immediately realized they shouldn't be wasting time talking. His teacher was still in danger. "Flinder, my teacher might have been bitten by the mantis snake, so please let me examine him. I know a bit about this." Ma Hongjun interjected, "Tang San, my teacher is your teacher's older brother, so you should call him Shirwa, teacher's elder brother. Don't be so formal." "Fine, you're right. Shirwa, what do you think?" Tang San felt somewhat helpless. Ma Hongjun reminded him of Xiao Wu. However, this did help him get closer to them, as being overly polite would make it hard to communicate. Although he felt helpless, he didn't refuse. "Okay, then hurry up and take a look," Flinder replied, and carefully laid the master back on the ground. "Ma Hongjun, I heard from Shao San that Shao Gang was injured by the mantis snake. Where's that damned snake? You arrived before me. Did you see it?" Flinder's voice was cold, and his tone indicated that if that mantis snake was still alive, it wouldn't escape his claws. Ma Hongjun nonchalantly pointed to the distance. At that moment, a yellow glow had begun to rise, revealing a dark, 4-meter-long serpent. "Look, that dark thing is the mantis snake. When I fell earlier, I just happened to land on its head. As a result, it got contaminated by my purple fire. It was already poisonous, and purple fire is one of the best fuels for it, so it has been burned to death. It really deserved it. Otherwise, I would have dismembered it." Flinder snorted coldly. "It's already dead. What else can we do?" He could only snort in frustration. "Shirwa, my teacher is indeed poisoned, but I don't have the conditions to prepare the antidote for him right now. I plan to draw blood to expel the poison. What do you think?" Tang San looked at Flinder, as if implying that if he had the antidote, he wouldn't need to draw blood, since the master would surely be weak after losing blood. Flinder pushed up his glasses and said, "If you're sure you can handle it, then go ahead. The priority is to detoxify. I don't have any antidote for the mantis snake poison on me." Tang San nodded slightly, cut his hand, drew blood, and began to circulate his energy to force out the poison. The entire process was smooth and efficient, completed in a matter of moments. As the toxic blood flowed from the wound on his wrist, a faint aroma of tea began to waft around. Ma Hongjun was envious of Tang San's skills. Seeing the tea fragrance spreading, he walked over to the master and used his soul power to summon a purple-red flame from his hand. throwing it onto the toxic blood that was flowing from the master. This ability to release flames was something he had gained after connecting his run and do meridians and refining and controlling some phoenix purple fire. Sizzle. The toxic blood was quickly burned and evaporated. This was also to prevent the mantis snake poison from spreading. After all, the aroma of tea in the air was the mantis snake poison, although it was quite rare if the toxic blood was not dealt with. Inhaling too much could lead to poisoning. Even though that would result in milder symptoms, it would still affect a person's nerve response. Seeing Ma Hongjun's actions, Flinder nodded in appreciation. Sometimes his disciple was quite attentive, and Tang San's fluid detoxification process had caught his attention. He thought to himself that Xiao Gang's disciple seemed to be quite remarkable. Given the Master-S situation, Flinder decided not to hunt in the soul hunting forest tonight. Meanwhile, Tang San called out to Ma Hongjun, come here and help me. We need to make a stretcher for my teacher. After he loses blood, he'll be too weak to walk tomorrow, so we need to carry him. Flinder glanced sideways and nodded discreetly, saying, Xiao San, no need for that. I can carry Xiao Gang tomorrow. All right. Tang San nodded. Shitty, why do you seem so low-spirited? Are you still worried about Shirshu? Ma Hongjun knowingly asked, how about this? My blood has strong life force. If I give some of my blood to your teacher, he should be fine by tomorrow. You don't have to worry about me losing too much blood. It's actually a relief for me. My constitution is quite special, and I have an abundance of vitality and energy. No, the teacher is fine now. With my master carrying me, I'm not worried. A few days of rest should be enough for recovery. It's just, sigh. Tang San shook his head and sighed lightly. With the current situation, it was clear that he wouldn't be able to ask his master for help in finding a spirit ring tomorrow. Although he was currently friendly with Flinder and Ma Hongjun, they had only just met. He really couldn't bring himself to trouble Flinder to help him find a spirit ring. Ma Hongjun knowingly asked, but what's wrong? If there's any difficulty, just let us know. Both my teacher and I can help. He felt it was necessary to build a good relationship with Tang San for now, especially since he was counting on Tang San's unique skills. He thought it would be beneficial to gradually owe them something. Ma Hongjun insisted that this was definitely not to curry favor with Tang San. After all, if his plan could really be realized, they would be brothers and friends in the future. Establishing a good relationship in advance was not a bad thing. If it didn't work out, he could always find a chance to eliminate him later. Although Tang San's character had significant flaws and was highly criticized, he was still not deeply influenced by this world at the moment, and they could still manage to get along. It should be noted that although this person had serious character defects, he was indeed reliable towards his own people. As long as one did not become an enemy, it was safe to trust him. Moreover, they were both transmigrators. Ma Hongjun was just an ordinary person, despite practicing Tai Chi, the Yuling Xiaoyao technique, and the Tai Chi visualization method. It was merely something he had pieced together based on his past life memories. Every step of his future was like crossing a river by feeling the stones. But Tang San, on the other hand, carried the entire legacy of the Tang sect. However, that was something he had stolen, so Ma Hongjun couldn't be blamed for coveting his unique skills. Furthermore, in his original timeline, Ma Hongjun was actually the deputy leader of the Tang sect. Given this, why wouldn't he seek an opportunity to obtain the Tang sect's unique skills earlier? If he could learn the Tang sect's unique skills, it wouldn't be too late to abandon the Yuling Xiaoyao technique and start practicing the Xintian skill from scratch. If he waited a few more years until his realm was higher, it would be hard to give up even if he wanted to. However, Ma Hongjun did not know that the Yuling Xiaoyao technique and cultivation methods he found from his past life memories were actually not inferior to Tang San's Xintian skill. In fact, the Tai Chi visualization method for cultivating mental strength could now be said to be unique. He was the only one who knew it. Tang San looked at the blackened corpse of the mandala snake with the floating yellow spirit ring and was a bit lost in thought. But he quickly collected himself and said, "It's fine, don't worry. I'm okay." He couldn't trouble others, so he could only comfort himself, thinking that it would be fine. They could wait a few days until his teacher was better and then come back to obtain the spirit ring. Surely they could still find other suitable spirit rings. Chapter 13, further testing. Ma Hongjun followed Tang San's gaze and saw the floating yellow soul ring, knowingly asking, "Little San, you don't want to absorb that mandala snake's soul ring, do you?" At the same time, Ma Hongjun thought to himself that the opportunity had come. All the information about soul beasts he had seen during his month at Shrek Academy flashed through his mind, just waiting for Tang San to ask them for help. Since he had been seen through, Tang San didn't hide it and nodded lightly, admitting it. "You rascal, look at the good thing you've done. How could you make your junior brother's soul ring disappear?" Flinder angrily scolded Ma Hongjun, half genuinely angry and half putting on a show for Tang San. After all, he was the master's disciple and one of the students he wanted to recruit into Shrek Academy. Knowing that he was the master's disciple, Tang San couldn't escape Flinder's grasp. But he didn't expect that Ma Hongjun would make someone's soul ring disappear upon first meeting. Flinder began to doubt whether this was what he meant by wanting to recruit someone over. This seemed to be a problem. "Teacher, Ma Hongjun looked flustered. Although making Tang San's soul ring disappear was indeed an accident, he wasn't worried. As long as he wasn't killed by Tang San upon their first meeting, with Flinder around, he had nothing to fear from Tang San. "Uncle, don't blame Hongjun. He accidentally fell from the sky and happened to land on the mandala snake's head. I don't blame him. When the teacher's body recovers in a few days, I'll come back for the soul ring." Tang San felt a bit moved and quickly waved his hand to explain, indicating that he didn't mind, just felt a bit regretful. After all, at this point, Tang San was still not very savvy about human affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped off a cliff for the Tang sect of his past life. Now, how could he outsmart the cunning merchant Flinder, who easily bought him with just a few words? If the master were awake, he would probably give Tang San a life lesson upon returning. He was just that straightforward. You've read a lot about soul beasts during your time at Shrek, and your previous ideas about blue silvergrass were quite insightful. Tell me, what kind of soul ring do you think would be suitable for your junior brother? Flinder's expression was not pleasant. On one hand, he was testing Ma Hongjun's learning during this time, and on the other, he genuinely wanted to find a suitable soul ring for his nephew. To put it bluntly, in this mere soul-hunting forest, Flinder could walk through it with ease. Ma Hongjun said, "I see that little San wants to absorb the mandala snake's soul ring, which should be aimed at developing control abilities. The mandala snake can provide blue silvergrass with toxins, toughness, and hardness, which is indeed a good soul ring. Also, he probably wants to verify Uncle's theory, right?" Seeing Tang San nod, Ma Hongjun continued, "However, I believe that with the characteristics of blue silvergrass, it shouldn't reject any soul ring. Just right? I think there are several soul beasts that are extremely suitable for these aspects." "Well, your idea is good. So what soul beast do you have in mind?" Flinder nodded appreciatively, somewhat satisfied with his performance. Ma Hongjun saw that Tang San was listening seriously and slowly said, "The soul beasts I can think of include the mandala snake we just mentioned, the purple scale devouring python, the netherworld soul devouring python, the blood-sucking diamond vine, the demon iron birch, and the demon thorn vine, among others." Tang San looked puzzled. These soul beasts sounded quite powerful. "The few soul beasts you picked are all good. It seems that you haven't wasted your time reading." Flinder nodded in affirmation of Ma Hongjun's suggestions, believing that these soul beasts would indeed pair very well with blue silvergrass. However, whether these powerful soul beasts actually existed in the soul beast forest was another matter. "All right, stop keeping a secret. Explain to your junior brother the characteristics of these soul beasts." Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "These soul beasts, like the mandala snake, are top-tier powerful soul beasts, and they all have a common trait. They can provide blue silvergrass with strong toughness and hardness, as well as very strong control abilities. I won't repeat that. I'll just talk about their different characteristics." As Ma Hongjun spoke, he began to introduce each soul beast to Tang San. Although it was unlikely that this soul beast forest had them, he might as well mention them to pique Tang San's interest. The demon thorn vine has a parasitic ability similar to the ghost vine, but it's even more terrifying. It also possesses toxicity, and its poison is even more potent. The demon iron birch can inflict additional soul damage on blue silvergrass and provides a certain immunity to physical elements. Blades and swords can't harm it. Water and fire can't invade it, and lightning can't damage it. The blood-sucking diamond vine has a super strong blood-sucking ability and also possesses a certain immunity to physical elements. The netherworld soul-devouring python is similar to the demon iron birch, also having a certain immunity to physical elements. The purple scale devouring python has a fragrant body. Its power reaches the sky, and it possesses a terrifying, devouring power, also having strong immunity to physical elements. Is that so? Hongjun, why have I never heard the teacher mention these soul beasts? Tang San was quite surprised, but didn't fully believe Ma Hongjun's words. Flinder explained from his side, your teacher should have told you about his strength and martial spirit. Due to some special reasons in the past, he has been avoiding me, and I couldn't find him. So even if he knows these soul beasts are very suitable for you, he couldn't help you obtain them. The soul beasts Hongjun mentioned are either extremely powerful or very rare and scarce top-tier soul beasts, which should not have been considered in the soul rings Xiao Gang gave you. Just like that mandala snake, although it is also a top-tier soul beast, it likely wasn't in Xiao Gang's consideration. If I'm guessing correctly, you must have accidentally run into a mandala snake, right? He once said he would find someone to prove his theory, to tell the world that his theory was correct. It seems that this person should be you. But you don't need to worry. He may not come looking for us, but since you've encountered it this time, it's your fate. Rest assured, as long as this forest has these soul beasts, your uncle will catch them for you to absorb. Although these soul beasts are all extremely powerful existences, 100-year soul ring is still not enough in front of me. Little San, rest assured, when he wakes up tomorrow, I'll tell Xiao Gang. Tang San nodded seriously. The master indeed hadn't considered the mandala snake as a soul ring. His first reaction at the time was to rush him to escape. In the end, not only did they fail to escape, but he almost lost his life as well. However, Tang San still felt very moved. How could he not understand the master's difficulties? He just wasn't good at expressing his emotions and didn't know how to show his gratitude. So he just nodded earnestly. Teacher, since we will look for a soul ring for little San tomorrow, let's feed Uncle some of my blood. This way, it will be more convenient tomorrow. Ma Hongjun thought that letting blood could also lighten his burden and was a way to vent his excess energy. Flinder nodded, that works. After feeding Xiao Gang, you two can go rest. I'll keep watch tonight, and tomorrow we will set out to find a suitable soul ring for little San. The two boys nodded earnestly. Tang San helped the master up, and Ma Hongjun took out the dagger Flinder had given him earlier and a cup he brought, gripping the dagger tightly, and made a deep cut on his hand. Soon, bright red blood, as vibrant as rubies, flowed into the cup, even carrying a faint fragrance. Upon closer inspection, there were even specks of purple light in the blood, making it look quite beautiful. Hongjun, Tang San was surprised to see Ma Hongjun being so ruthless and wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. It's okay, my recovery ability is super strong, so don't worry. You should quickly let Master drink it while it's warm. If it cools down, the energy will dissipate and the effect won't be good. I'll roast some meat for us. You probably haven't eaten yet, said Ma Hongjun, gritting his teeth. A flicker of purple-red flames flashed in his left hand, and after a moment, his wounds began to scab over. Tang San was slightly taken aback. He truly didn't expect Ma Hongjun's recovery ability to be that strong. However, they didn't know that Ma Hongjun's precious blood not only contained the strange energy of evil fire, but also had a trace of divinity, making its energy extremely high. Ma Hongjun ignored Tang San, who was feeding Master his precious blood, and took out the dissected celestial bird meat and clean water stored in his flame ring. After washing it, he took out an iron skewer and a plate, along with some seasonings. He rinsed the dagger with clean water, cut the celestial bird meat, and skewered it on the iron skewer. With a flick of his left hand, a purple-red flame shot out, and he started roasting the 3 meat skewers directly. Tang San watched in amazement. This setup was really incredible. What a peculiar person, and he had no idea when he had prepared all this. He might not know that these were things Ma Hongjun had prepared in the years before his martial soul awakening. In his words, only food and cultivation should not be neglected, and as for beautiful women, sorry, he was only 6 years old, so that was not within consideration. The purple fire had an extremely high temperature, and after a short while, the celestial bird meat began to release oil. Ma Hongjun then withdrew the purple fire, quickly sprinkled on the seasonings, and with a snap of his fingers, the purple fire flared up again, continuing to roast. In the past, he had not found barbecuing this convenient. It seemed his martial soul was not too bad after all. Before long, the meat skewers were roasted to a golden, tender state, and a rich aroma began to waft through the air. Flinder and Tang San couldn't help but twitch their noses their stomachs rumbling. After drinking Ma Hongjun's blood, Master S' complexion gradually became rosy, especially a certain organ in his body, filled with vitality, and he looked to be recovering quite well. This was due to the flaw in Ma Hongjun's martial soul. Although he now had a solution, the time was too short, so while his blood possessed strong vitality, the evil nature of the evil fire also permeated it. Although there was a slight issue with his blood, it wasn't a big problem. At most, it would just give Master a nice dream or a nightmare. If it got more serious, it would just mean wetting his pants, but that wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a problem at all. Moreover, Flander and Tang San were both captivated by the roasted meat, so no one noticed Master's special changes. Chapter 14, The Defect of Martial Soul. A night passed quickly, and the next morning, in the dense soul beast forest, the sounds of beast roars and bird calls echoed back and forth. The early morning is crucial for the day's plan. At this time, Ma Hongjun and Tang San had already finished their training. Flinder was sitting on a nearby tree, keeping watch in all directions, while Tang San began to pack up the tents where they had rested, and Ma Hongjun started preparing to roast meat. Before long, as the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, the master finally opened his eyes, which had been closed for a long time. He soon realized that his pants were wet, and his face darkened. Fortunately, he was wearing black, so it wasn't noticeable. Remembering the dream he had last night, the master couldn't help but sigh. He dreamt of them. At this moment, he realized that he had actually slept in a tent last night, while his disciple was packing another tent, and they were still in the soul-hunting forest. The master couldn't help but take a deep breath. After all, they were just kids. How could they be so carefree? Just the two of them in this perilous soul beast forest, and he had an incident, yet his disciple still dared to set up a tent to sleep. After a moment of wild thoughts, he suddenly trembled all over, his face filled with disbelief and excitement. He had actually reached level 30. What on earth happened? What happened last night? Could it be related to the dream he had? What was that fragrance in the air? As the master pondered, he turned his head and saw a little boy he didn't recognize, one hand enveloped in purple-red flames, the other hand holding several skewers of meat smeared with seasoning, roasting them. The enticing aroma was emanating from those glossy meat skewers. This made him even more puzzled, his brows furrowing. Where did this strange little boy come from, especially with his smooth long hair that was truly peculiar? At first glance, it appeared black, but when he blinked and caught the light's reflection, it surprisingly turned into a wine-red color. Moreover, he wasn't wearing the Notting Academy uniform, but a bright red round-collared robe, embroidered with a purple-red fire phoenix that seemed ready to fly. This outfit looked extremely luxurious, but it also indicated that he was not a student of Notting Academy. So who was he? Who brought such a child to the soul-hunting forest? And what was he doing spending the night with Tang San? The master thought to himself. It seemed the other party was not bad at all. After all, he had fainted and left Tang San alone in this perilous soul beast forest, which was not safe at all. In fact, he was not wrong in his thinking. After he fainted, there was indeed a tall figure of a man nearby, silently guarding Tang San, until Ma Hongjun fell from a low altitude and accidentally killed the mandala snake, disrupting Tang San's soul ring. That scruffy-looking man had been watching over them. It was only after Tang San and Ma Hongjun fell into a deep sleep under Flinder's protection that the figure quietly left. If the master were to ask Tang San what Ma Hongjun was wearing, Tang San would tell him that it was a round-collared robe. He often wore such clothes in his previous life. However, in this life, he had never left Holy Soul Village, thinking that Ma Hongjun's attire existed in this world too, so he didn't find it strange. At the same time, Ma Hongjun's familiar outfit made him feel a sense of closeness, which was why he had reduced his guard when he first met Ma Hongjun. However, Tang San did not know that Ma Hongjun's attire was not only his personal preference, but also a deliberate choice, including the gradual probing of Tang San. As Tang San packed the tent and saw the master come out, he subtly glanced at a certain part of him and quickly shifted his gaze away. "Master, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere else you feel uncomfortable?" While speaking, Tang San felt a chill in his heart. Ma Hongjun's blood was too strange. The master replied lightly, "Xiao San, I'm fine now. What happened last night? Who is this little friend?" What he was most curious about was what exactly happened last night. Why he not only dreamed of them, but also inexplicably broke through. "Uncle, you're awake. Are you feeling better?" Ma Hongjun greeted the master with a smile, and like Tang San, he also subtly glanced at a certain part of the master before quickly shifting his gaze. "Really big wet," Ma Hongjun thought. "I'm fine, no need to worry." "Wait, what did you just call me?" The master replied naturally, and then realized how Ma Hongjun addressed him. He suddenly had a very bad premonition and quickly scanned his surroundings. At this moment, a tall, sturdy figure wearing a black trench coat and sporting dark rectangular glasses appeared in front of him. "Xiao Gang, how is your body? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" One of the figures he didn't want to see had indeed appeared. The master's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, helplessly and dejectedly saying, "Flinder, why are you here?" Flinder gazed at the master, whose face had aged considerably, and calmly explained, "I brought my disciple to Nodding Academy to study and to obtain his first soul ring." Flinder's gaze was deep, and he looked at Yu Xiaojiang with profound emotion. The feelings that had erupted when he saw the master last night had calmed down by now. "Flinder, are you kidding me?" The master twitched the corner of his mouth, glaring sharply at Flinder. "You are the dean of an academy. How can you say you brought your disciple to Nodding Academy to study, although you still found me? Can't you come up with a better excuse?" While Ma Hongjun and Tang San were eating roasted meat and drinking beverages, they quietly observed their teacher's emotional exchange, occasionally exchanging glances at their earlier discoveries. "Don't get too sentimental, Xiao Gang. This time, I didn't come out looking for you. You've been hiding from us for so many years. Let us see how you escape my grasp this time," Flinder said with a strange laugh, recounting the story of why he had come out this time. "All right, it seems I was indeed being overly sentimental." The master let out a bitter laugh and said seriously, "But don't think I'll be polite. Since you're here, I'll leave the matter of Xiao San's soul ring to you. I've also thought about those soul beasts that Hongjun chose, but you know my situation, so let us not discuss that. We'll look for it as Hongjun suggested, if there are any in this soul beast forest." "Flinder, I have another question. You tell me honestly, according to reason, after Xiao San drained my blood and detoxified me, I should be so weak today that I can't walk, right? But I just took a nap and now feel unprecedentedly good, and moreover I've broken through. Do you know what's going on? Think again. Is there something you forgot to tell me?" Flinder was stunned, his face filled with shock as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Xiao Gang, you've broken through? Good, that is really great." Flinder was shocked yet excited, seemingly even more thrilled than the master himself. "I think I know what happened. I actually forgot to tell you one thing. After you drained your blood and detoxified last night, Xiao San gave you a big cup of Hongjun's blood. His blood, due to the defects and hidden dangers of his martial soul, possesses extremely strong vitality, but it also endangers his own life. I didn't expect that by accident it would allow you to fulfill your wish after so many years. However, this is perfect. Let us look for soul rings together with you and Xiao San this time." At the same time, Flinder was also wondering if he should try a bit of Ma Hongjun's blood. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the reason the master was able to break through was that he had already accumulated for over 20 years, and now it was just a matter of breaking through the surface. Originally, his physique was too poor, combined with his weak and slender meridians, which couldn't accommodate any extra soul power, which was why he had been unable to break through all this time. Now, the vitality and strange characteristics contained in Ma Hongjun's blood are equivalent to a medicinal guide, which just happens to improve his constitution, help him unblock his meridians, enhance the resilience of his energy channels, and allow him to accommodate more soul power. Thus he has broken through. Hongjun's blood? What is his martial soul? What is its ability? What is the defect of the martial soul you mentioned? Please explain in detail." The master frowned in deep thought, wearing a scholarly expression of inquiry. "Blah, blah, blah." As Flinder explained, the master's and Tang San's gaze toward Ma Hongjun gradually became somewhat strange. Is there really such a peculiar martial soul in this world? After a moment, after Flinder finished explaining, the master pondered for a while and said, "So the first soul ring you found for Hongjun is 600 years? This provides a solution to the defect of his martial soul. At this time, you discovered that the evil fire of his martial soul is not actually a type of flame. but a phoenix purple fire with powerful vitality and a colorless transparent that can stir human desires, right? Although he asked this, seeing Flinder and Ma Hongjun nodding, the master did not wait for them to speak and continued. It seems your speculation is correct. The reason why the purple fire and previously endangered Hongjun's life, in my view, is that this flame was not controlled and refined. And the need to solve this matter is also the result of the combined action of these two flames. Thus, although I cannot guarantee to help Hongjun resolve the hidden dangers of his martial soul, I can provide him with a line of thinking. In Hongjun's future cultivation, he should add a training component to become more familiar with his martial soul. The martial soul is like our brother. The deeper the mastery of the martial soul, the deeper the control and refinement of the purple fire and, moreover, becoming familiar with and mastering the martial soul is a must. And he even needs to achieve complete communication with the martial soul. Brother? Communication? Ma Hongjun pondered, while Flinder and Tang San looked puzzled but did not disturb the master. The solution you have discovered is, in my opinion, only a temporary measure. The purple fire and actually originate from Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial soul itself. No, calling it the evil fire phoenix is no longer accurate. I suggest that Hongjun's martial soul can be called phoenix in the future. The term evil fire can only represent that transparent which can stir human desires, but does not represent the vigorous vitality of the phoenix purple fire. The nature of these two flames is very peculiar and special, so calling it phoenix is actually more appropriate. Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned, thinking, do you think I'm an anti-inflammatory medicine? Tang San and Flinder nodded in agreement. If what the master said is true, calling it phoenix is indeed more accurate. The master slightly nodded and continued, because the source of these two flames lies within your martial soul. It seems to me that to completely resolve your martial soul's defects, you need to control and refine these two flames from the martial soul itself. Indeed, if the martial soul is resolved, then my hidden dangers will also be completely resolved. Ma Hongjun thought. Looking at Ma Hongjun's look of sudden realization, the master forced a rather unsightly smile on his stiff face and said to the three, as for my situation, it is because the purple fire energy in Hongjun's blood improved my constitution, allowing me to accommodate more soul power, which is why I broke through to level 30. However, while Hongjun's blood is rich in purple fire energy, it is also rich in the strange energy of colorless. So I suggest that some people should not set their sights on Hongjun's blood, otherwise it will definitely be very awkward later. Flinder's face darkened. He had been considering whether to get some of Ma Hongjun's blood to try, but after hearing the master's words, he decisively chose to give up. So did Tang San. And he also understood why his teacher would say that, feeling a chill in his heart. Ma Hongjun instantly felt another weight pressing down his heart, as did Flinder. They had originally thought they had found a solution, but unexpectedly it was only a temporary measure, and the root cause still lay within the martial soul. If the problem with the martial soul is not resolved, this issue will continue to exist. However, it is fortunate that they have temporarily found a solution, alleviating his urgent need, so he wouldn't suddenly explode one day. Chapter 15, the unique summoning system. Although the master's words were not very useful, they did give Ma Hongjun a rough idea of how he should proceed in the future. He quickly asked, Master Uncle, how do you think I should communicate with my martial soul? The master pondered for a moment and explained, how to communicate with your martial soul is also a part of my research on martial soul theory. I will discuss it with you slowly when we get back. However, don't get your hopes up too high, since I only have some research in this area, and whether it could be effective still depends on your own verification. Master Uncle, could you give me a rough introduction first? Ma Hongjun understood this, as the master, despite being a theoretical person, was indeed somewhat useless, and some of his theories were uncertain even to him. Only through verification could their authenticity be confirmed. The master nodded, saying it wouldn't hurt to give a brief introduction. In my view, our relationship with our martial souls is like that of twins. To communicate with your martial soul, you need to truly gain its recognition, or you must have strong spiritual power. If the martial soul does not recognize you, you cannot find your martial soul within your body. You must treat it as your brother and use your heart or spiritual power to communicate with it, allowing it to open its heart to you and truly recognize you. Generally speaking, in the early stages of cultivating one's martial soul, almost no one can find their martial soul within their body without summoning it. Because we have not yet gained the martial soul's recognition, and our spiritual power is insufficient. Even if one can occasionally sense the martial soul, they may still fail to establish a deeper connection due to an inability to perceive the martial soul's spirit and insufficient spiritual power, thus making success unlikely. The third step, which is also the most critical part of my theory, is that once you successfully communicate with your martial soul, you must let it operate within your body like soul power. This will deepen the connection between your martial soul and soul power, making it easier to use them together. Therefore, in my research, you must master a method to train and enhance your spiritual power. Only when your spiritual power is strong can you find your martial soul, gain its recognition, and fully master it. Otherwise, you will only be able to meet and communicate with your martial soul during the 2 hours after absorbing a soul ring, which is clearly not enough for you. Although Flander didn't believe that the master truly had a solution, he did find that the master had said some seemingly feasible ideas, which made him feel amused. After all, his old buddy was knowledgeable, even if this method still needed verification. Ha ha ha, Flander chuckled. Isn't that just perfect? Xiao Gang. You don't know, but Hongjun accidentally created a visualization training method, which just happens to be a method for training spiritual power. Oh, that's impressive. What kind of method is it? The master was taken aback, looking extremely surprised. He knew that even the method for cultivating soul power was merely a summary of a set of meditation techniques, which was the meditation training book Flander had given to Ma Hongjun. However, he had never heard of anyone mastering a method for training spiritual power, as even the mind control of that sect was just multitasking. Flander smugly boasted to the master the Taiji visualization method for training spiritual power in the upper dantian. Of course, that's not all. I've also explored another method for cultivating soul power, the Yuling Xiaoyao Ju, which focuses on the lower dantian. Here it comes. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, feeling a sudden chill, discreetly observing Tang San's change in expression out of the corner of his eye. We'll talk specifics when we get back. After we finish this kid's barbecue, we should head out to find soul rings for you and Xiao San. But I really didn't expect that Hongjun actually has such impressive barbecue skills. Now, even more so, due to his martial soul, he doesn't even need to start a fire for barbecuing. If he goes out adventuring in the future, I reckon no one will live as well as he does. Flander's face wore an unsightly smile, as if all of this were his own achievement. Indeed, it's quite remarkable, truly rare. The master nodded in agreement, walking alongside Flander towards the barbecue that Ma Hongjun had placed on the plate. The barbecue indeed smelled delicious. It was this aroma that had attracted him and woken him up. The Taiji visualization method, the Yuling Xiaoyao Ju. Tang San's pupils suddenly constricted, and his gaze towards Ma Hongjun became increasingly astonished. He thought of a terrifying possibility. This transfer student might, like him, not be from this world, at least not in terms of soul. The Taiji visualization method, the Yuling Xiaoyao Ju, such locally characteristic names, along with Ma Hongjun's bright red round-collared robe embroidered with a purple-red fire phoenix, further convinced him that Ma Hongjun, like him, came from another world. Tang San trembled with excitement. One of life's 4 great joys had just appeared before him, a fellow countryman in a foreign land. Although not exactly a familiar friend, it was still a foreign land. Thinking that Ma Hongjun was likely from the same world as him made it impossible for him not to be excited. However, Tang San glanced at the master and Flander, who were eating barbecue nearby, and suppressed the surge of emotions in his heart, telling himself to find an opportunity to ask slowly after they returned. Phew, I'm one step closer to the plan. It seems I don't need to think about ways to get rid of him for now. Ma Hongjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The change in Tang San's expression temporarily confirmed for him that this visitor from the Tang sect, despite having serious character flaws, was still different from those modern compatriots who would want to eliminate him upon seeing a fellow countryman. If you dare to ask about your Tang sect's unique skills, our friendship will bring us closer. If you don't dare, then we can only end this special fate through life and death. Ma Hongjun thought, not breaking the ice and still pretending to be clueless while throwing Tang San a look that seemed to say, Am I not impressive? Tang San returned a meaningful smile, but said nothing. With his teacher and Flander present, it was clearly not the place for him and Ma Hongjun to engage in deep conversation. Before they knew it, more than half an hour had passed. After enjoying the delicious barbecue skewers and drinks prepared by Ma Hongjun, the four began to wander in this century-old area. They first sought the types of soul beasts that Ma Hongjun had mentioned to tempt Tang San, then continued deeper into the Millennium area for the master to find suitable ones. In the dense soul beast forest, sunlight flickered through the leaves onto the ground. Fortunately, the weather was favorable today, and the sun was still bright. Flander did not follow closely behind Ma Hongjun and the others, but instead flew through the forest, hovering in the air while keeping a lookout in all directions. Ma Hongjun also flew in his martial soul form, but at a low altitude, not far from the master and Tang San. However, he still flew somewhat unsteadily, resembling a drunken giant. At that moment, Tang San finally understood why he had fallen from the sky last night. It was evident that he was just like a fledgling bird learning to fly. How could he not fall? Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but sigh. His cheap master uncle was indeed bold, daring to let Ma Hongjun, who was just beginning to learn flying, navigate through the perilous and dense soul forest at night. Truly worthy of being a powerful battle soul sage. At the same time, Tang San felt a bit envious. He was confident that he could later master skills like walking on rooftops, treading snow without a trace, or crossing rivers on a reed. But ultimately, he still couldn't fly. In midair, Flander asked, "Xiao Gang, what kind of soul beast are you looking for?" The master replied, "Since Luo Sanpeio's attack is just a fart, I'm mainly considering elements and toxins. Any of the 1,000-year soul beasts with attributes like ice, fire, wind, thunder, metal, poison, light, or darkness will be fine. Ideally, the age of the soul beast should not exceed 2,000 years, as that is the maximum I can absorb right now. Ice, fire, wind, thunder, metal, poison, light, darkness, TSK, Luo Sanpao really does have a remarkable fart." Flander couldn't help but laugh, imagining that chubby Luo Sanpao farting. And regardless of its power, just the image is quite humorous. Ma Hongjun and Tang San couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Flander's teasing, while the master shot a fierce glare at Flander. "Stop talking nonsense and be serious." The chubby purple-gray figure in front of the master and Tang San, hearing Flander's teasing, called out twice in dissatisfaction. Who else could it be but Luo Sanpao? Why act so serious? You should understand how to enjoy life. Seeing that the master was very concerned, Flander found it even more amusing, but the master couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. "Huh, uncle, I think I just understood Luo Sanpeio's expression of dissatisfaction towards my teacher." Ma Hongjun, flying above Luo Sanpao, was startled, his expression uncertain, and he conveyed Luo Sanpeio's meaning. "It's obviously different reactions. That's roughly what it means." Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, wondering what was going on. How could he understand Luo Sanpeio's words? "What? You actually understood Sanpeio's words?" The master was taken aback. Could this be related to Ma Hongjun's bloodline? "You're right. Sanpao is dissatisfied with Flander. And the general meaning is what you said, but it shouldn't be possible. How could you understand Luo Sanpeio's babble? Although Sanpeio's current IQ is like that of a 3 or 4-year-old child, it is still my martial soul, so apart from being able to communicate with me, it can only communicate with soul beasts." "Hongjun, are you really human?" "Haha, if I'm not human, what else could I be? A soul beast? You can ask my teacher. Didn't you just say Luo Sanpao is a dragon? If it really is a dragon, then it makes sense. I remember reading in a book that dragons and phoenixes are a perfect match and can promote each other. Perhaps it is because my martial soul is a phoenix that I have an inexplicable connection with Luo Sanpao. So after you broke through using my blood as a catalyst, I could understand what it was saying." Ma Hongjun's light laugh carried a hint of sarcasm. He didn't dare let the master misunderstand that he was turning into a soul beast. Otherwise, he couldn't be sure if Fu Yu and these two good buddies would be unable to resist their inner greed. In fact, this was just Ma Hongjun's assumption. He could understand Luo Sanpeio's words because Luo Sanpao was influenced by the faint divinity contained in his blood, which had nothing to do with the so-called perfect match between dragon and phoenix. In midair, Flinder scolded. What are you talking about, Xiaojang? Hongjun is someone I brought out from their village, and he is my heir. How could I not know his background? All right, I was just asking casually. Why are you so worked up? You think I can't tell Hongjun is human? The master, knowing he was in the wrong, quickly changed the topic, saying Hongjun is right. Luo Sanpao is indeed a dragon, but because its martial soul mutated in an unfavorable direction back then, it turned into its current form that is neither pig nor dog. Flinder said coldly, Hongjun is human. That's a fact. Don't say such things again in the future, or I won't let it go. A soul beast can turn into a human? Tang San thought to himself. Although he didn't interject, he silently noted this sensitive topic in his mind. Ma Hongjun smiled slightly, feeling more aligned with Flinder's perspective, and similarly changed the unpleasant topic, saying, So Luo Sanpao really is a dragon. That makes sense. My blood contains the energy of Phoenix Fire, which might have caused Luo Sanpao's evolution after you absorbed it, uncle. Because it was my blood that was absorbed, it also gave me some ability to communicate with it. You might be right. Perhaps that's the reason. The master thought to himself. Other than the fact that you are not human, he couldn't come up with any other reason, so he could only agree with Ma Hongjun's reasoning. Ma Hongjun was taken aback and said, Uncle, how about this? I can feed Luo Sanpao some of my blood in the future. Maybe it will speed up its evolution, and it would also help me release some energy. Also, I think you shouldn't choose a strong attack system, but should opt for a summoning system. For a special martial soul like Luo Sanpao, I believe the summoning system would suit it best. Ma Hongjun felt a bit strange. His blood could actually help a dragon-type martial soul evolve, which could only indicate that his Phoenix Purple Fire was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder Flinder and the master referred to it as a strange fire. It truly lived up to its name. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful that Luo Sanpao, such a pet-like martial soul, ended up being the martial soul of that useless Yu Xiaojang. How great it would be if it were his martial soul instead. Forget it. Your blood contains not only the energy of purple fire, but also the energy of colorless strange fire. I can't let Luo Sanpao use your precious blood. But what you just mentioned about the summoning system, what is that? I've never heard of it before. The master was a bit puzzled, and Tang San and Flinder in midair also looked at Ma Hongjun with curiosity. Luo Sanpao also perked up its ears slightly. It could understand human language, and sensed that Ma Hongjun's words seemed to be beneficial to it. Ma Hongjun pondered and tried to explain with words that the master and the others could understand, saying, The summoning system is similar to training hunting dogs. You should train Luo Sanpao to let it fight on its own and use its soul skills. For example, by adding some soul rings that enhance physical attributes. Treat it like a strong attack system soul master to cultivate, while you coordinate and command from the back, acting as a control or support system. Moreover, martial souls are usually kept within the body. When released, you summon Luo Sanpao to let it attack on its own, giving it great autonomy while still being under your control. That's the summoning system. Also, with Luo Sanpao's high intelligence, you can let it learn to absorb soul power and cultivate by itself. This way, not only will it not consume much of your soul power, but it will also free up more of your time to study martial soul theory without needing to worry about it. After all, if Luo Sanpao can cultivate by itself, you don't have to spend time training anymore, allowing you to have even more time to study martial soul theory. TSK, 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 TSK. Luo Sanpao wiggled its little tail excitedly, urgently calling out to the master. The master trembled all over, his eyes shining brightly. Ma Hongjun's few words, combined with his recent breakthrough, made him see a bright path ahead. Summoning system, martial soul Luo Sanpao, the only summoning system soul master, Yu Xiaojang. Hongjun, thank you so much. Your brilliant idea seems to have opened a new window for me. The summoning system is indeed the best fit for me and Sanpao. Look, Sanpao is already a bit eager to try the summoning system. Ma Hongjun said, Uncle, you're too kind. How could I have such high wisdom? This is just something I read in some storybooks before. The villagers of our Phoenix village are all ordinary people, and there are most ordinary people in this world, so they might compile some absurd stories to entertain themselves. Summoning system, summoner, pet spirit. These are just children's storybooks written by ordinary people who cannot cultivate. Your martial soul is very similar to the pet spirits in the stories, which is why I made this suggestion. You're right, there are most ordinary people in the world. Although they cannot cultivate, their wisdom should not be underestimated. The master sighed, never expecting that such a brilliant idea would actually come from stories made up by ordinary people to amuse children, but completely matched Luo Sanpao and himself. Summoning system. Summoner Yu Xiaojiang, pet spirit Luo Sanpao. Flander and the master share the same thoughts, and Tang San has experienced this firsthand. His previous life was in the world of ordinary people, where he created martial arts that allowed ordinary people to cultivate, as well as Tao techniques that enabled ordinary people to become immortals. Therefore, the wisdom of ordinary people should not be underestimated. Chapter 16. The Starvine Flander expressed that in this soul beast forest he could easily walk through as long as he didn't encounter a soul beast riot. And that's exactly what he did, leading Ma Hongjun and the others straight into the area where the soul beasts were located. After more than half a day's travel, they traversed through dense woods, with ancient trees and vines intertwined. The sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled patches of light, and a valley appeared before them. Flander said, "Xiao Gang, there's a valley about 800 meters ahead. Should we go take a look?" The master nodded and replied, "Since we're moving forward anyway, it wouldn't hurt to check it out." Flander nodded, flapping his wings and leading the way. Ma Hongjun quickly followed, flapping his phoenix fire wings, while the master and Tang San hurriedly advanced to keep up. After half a day's continuous flight, Ma Hongjun's flying skills had improved significantly, and Flander was not as tough on him as he had been the previous night. When he noticed potential issues during Ma Hongjun's flight, he would inform him and teach him how to improve his flying techniques. Ma Hongjun was also unafraid of soul power consumption. Whenever he ran low, he would eat Oscar's large sausages to recover. These recovery sausages could now be stored for 7 days, and when they left this time, Oscar had prepared a whopping 300 for Ma Hongjun. However, this was only because Oscar was still a soul master. As his level increased, the storage time would decrease. The higher the level, the higher the quality of the soul power, and naturally, the better the recovery sausages would be. But they would also require more soul power. Conversely, the higher the level, the less soul power was consumed when making recovery sausages suitable for soul masters. Not only would they be able to produce more, but their shelf life would also be longer, and their recovery effects would be superior to those made by lower-level soul masters. Oscar's sausages were a prime example of this. If Oscar were a titled Douluo and tasked with making recovery sausages for soul masters, he could probably produce hundreds in one go without any issue, and the storage time would likely be extended even further. However, if he were to make recovery sausages for titled Douluo level, he would probably be limited to producing only a dozen at most, with a similarly short shelf life, possibly needing to be consumed on the spot. These were insights that Oscar had shared with Ma Hongjun, who learned that recovery food of titled Douluo level had never been seen before, and details about it were merely assumptions from his teacher, Xiao Exine. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun understood the reasoning behind it. Regardless, the food produced by food-type soul masters would always be limited by their soul ring ages. If their soul rings were to become 10,000-year rings, or even 100,000-year or million-year rings, no one could predict what would happen. Flander did not take Oscar's sausages, primarily because his strength was high, and the effects of the sausages were minimal for him, or one could say they were merely a drop in the bucket. Additionally, he was one of the teachers who did not particularly like Oscar's sausages. The master initially thought that Ma Hongjun was only eating ordinary sausages. Based on his calculations, Ma Hongjun's soul power should have been nearly exhausted. To his surprise, after eating the sausage, he appeared to be just as energized as when he was fully powered, and even his stamina seemed restored. Knowing that Ma Hongjun's sausages were extraordinary, the master directly asked him about it. Upon this inquiry, Flander began to boast about how talented Oscar was at their Shrek Academy. However, under Ma Hongjun's hints, Flander refrained from revealing Oscar's soul abilities. This revelation left the master even more astonished. A food-type soul master with innate full soul power was rarer than Tang San's dual martial souls. From what he understood, Oscar was likely the only one in this world with such abilities. At this moment, Tang San also grasped the situation and grew increasingly curious about his uncle's Shrek Academy. In their conversation, both the master and Flander recognized that Ma Hongjun had become a disciple earlier than Tang San and was a student of Flander, Tang San's uncle. Therefore, both Tang San and the master acknowledged Ma Hongjun as Tang San's senior brother, and Flander also appreciated Tang San for being clever, sensible, and well-behaved. However, Tang San's curiosity was not an issue until he voiced it, which perfectly played into the hands of Flander and Ma Hongjun. Seizing the opportunity, Flander began to promote Shrek Academy to Tang San and extended an invitation, with Ma Hongjun chiming in. Tang San was tempted, and the master did not oppose it. Thus, a decision was made for Tang San to apply for early graduation and accompany his senior brother to Shrek Academy when Ma Hongjun returned. However, Flander could never have anticipated that when Ma Hongjun returned, he would not be bringing only Tang San back. But that was a matter for later. Since Ma Hongjun had shown Tang San Oscar's sausages, how could he not invite him to try them? It should be noted that Oscar had initially expressed his welcome to his friends by inviting them to eat his large sausages. Therefore, Ma Hongjun also stated that he wanted to invite Tang San to eat his sausages as a gesture of friendship. Tang San gladly accepted and shared one with the master, praising Oscar's sausages after finishing. Hey! After a moment, Flander was taken aback and frowned, saying, "Xiao Gang, why is it so strange along this path? In an area of over 800 meters, why isn't there even a single, slightly stronger soul beast? Something abnormal must be amiss. Flander, be more cautious," the master said, having also detected the issue. It was eerily quiet here. There wasn't a single moving creature, not even a slightly stronger soul beast. Only some soul beasts around 10 years old were present, which was clearly abnormal in this area known for 100-year soul beasts. Ma Hongjun descended from the air and exchanged a bewildered glance with Tang San, obediently following along. In no time, the four arrived at the location, revealing a small valley with a radius of about 500 meters. The valley was surrounded by lush greenery, but as they ventured further inside, it inexplicably grew increasingly desolate and lifeless. Both the master and Flander sensed something was off and became more cautious. Flander chose to fly at a lower altitude, so if there were any issues, he could respond quickly. Gradually moving forward, in the center of this small valley, within a 100-meter radius, for some unknown reason, all life forms had perished, leaving behind a barren and desolate land. The vegetation within 100 meters seemed drained of vitality, and the remains of some animal soul beasts were similarly present, with massive skeletal structures and dried-up plants scattered everywhere. However, the most bizarre aspect was that these creatures, while appearing to have died a long time ago, somehow felt like it wasn't very long ago at all. The master and Flander frowned. Having never encountered such a strange terrain before, Flander furrowed his brow and pointed to the center of the valley. "Xiao Gang, what do you see there? Why have all the surrounding creatures perished, yet there is still a vine there?" Looking ahead, in the center of the valley, 100 meters away, among a cluster of dead trees, stood a tall, withered greenwood tree, which appeared to be around 1,000 years old. It was rare to see a 1,000-year greenwood tree in a 100-year spirit beast area. The greenwood tree is a spirit beast known for its incredible resilience, yet it had died like all the other creatures here. However, what was even stranger was that a purple-black vine was entwined around the dead greenwood tree. The purple-black leaves resembled enlarged blue-silver grass, and it was the only living organism in the vicinity. This abrupt scene made everything here feel so strange and abnormal, filled with a sense of eeriness. "Xiao Gang, do you think that vine is wisteria? Is it suitable for Xiao San?" Flander said in surprise, wondering why all the other creatures around had died while that vine was still alive. Upon closer inspection, the vine resembled blue-silver grass and appeared purple-black, looking somewhat like wisteria, but he wasn't entirely sure. The master scrutinized it carefully, frowning deeply, and after a moment of silence said, "That vine is not wisteria. I've never seen this type of spirit beast before, and judging by the surroundings, it definitely can't be wisteria. Wisteria isn't that domineering." Ma Hongjun and Tang San exchanged glances, completely unsure of what to say. Flander frowned and said, "Never mind, let's go find a suitable spirit beast for Xiao San." The master stared intently at the purple-black vine, quickly thinking, and suddenly said, "Flander, Be careful and take a look at those exposed rocks beneath the vine. Are they meteorites? Flinder asked in confusion. What's the matter? Is there something special about that? The master replied, I'm not sure. We need to verify it first. Flinder nodded, suppressing his aura, and cautiously approached. The atmosphere was so strange that he couldn't afford to be careless, lest he encounter an accident. Fearing to disturb the eerie purple-black vine, he took a long time to observe before quietly returning and nodding at the master. For some reason, the master's expression suddenly became a bit excited, as if some information about a spirit beast had surfaced in his mind. He then suppressed his aura and carefully moved forward 50 meters, keeping his eyes fixed on the purple-black vine, not daring to breathe too loudly. Beyond that point was a dead zone. He couldn't move any further. Flinder noticed this and instructed Tang San and Ma Hongjun to be cautious as they carefully approached. After observing for a long time, the master cautiously whispered, Flinder, I think I know what kind of spirit beast this is. From this point on, they could no longer communicate freely as before and had to be extremely careful, or they might disturb the strange purple-black vine. However, the master's expression was somewhat peculiar, excited yet regretful. As if he had come across a treasure but found it out of reach. It was a very conflicted feeling. What is it? Flinder asked quietly. Ma Hongjun and Tang San looked at the master eagerly. They had no idea what it was. The master, with a conflicted expression and a grim face, slowly said, If the records in the book are correct, this should be the legendary Tianqing vine, which comes from the heavens accompanied by falling meteorites. What? Tianxing vine? Flinder was taken aback, his expression fluctuating as he realized that such a spirit beast actually existed. Ma Hongjun and Tang San exchanged glances, confused about what the Tianqing vine was. Just then, Flinder's excitement caused his aura to leak out, which made the master's expression change drastically. Not good, retreat quickly. Flinder dared not delay, grabbing Tang San with one hand and Ma Hongjun with the other, quickly backing away, with the master and Luo San Pao following closely behind. Then, Luo San Pao dashed ahead, with the master bringing up the rear. In the center of the valley, the purple-black vine moved as if alive, thrashing wildly like a series of purple-black poisonous pythons, lunging toward the four of them. Flinder and the master managed to retreat 100 meters with the two children before the strange vine seemed unwilling to give up, writhing furiously in the valley center, as if frustrated for failing to catch its prey. At this moment, the master finally breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Flinder set down Tang San and Ma Hongjun, he turned to closely observe the purple-black vine in the valley center, saying, That should be the Tianqing vine. Other plant spirit beasts couldn't possibly grow to 100 meters in length at this age. 100-year-old Tianqing vine? Flinder asked in confusion, surprised that such a thing actually existed. It should be perfect for Xiao San, right? Why do you look so grim? This was the first time he had heard of such a spirit beast. Previously, he wasn't even sure it existed, let alone how to recognize it. The master seemed to understand something, his expression slightly improving, and he sighed, saying, This should be a Tianqing vine of around 500 years, which exceeds what Xiao San can absorb. It's a pity. Teacher, what is Tianqing vine? Tang San asked, while Ma Hongjun looked at the master with similar curiosity. The master organized his thoughts and explained to the three, The Tianqing vine is a rare spirit beast that only exists in legends. I only saw records of it in a fragmented ancient book I came across. This spirit beast is generally non-existent on the continent. It has a chance of arriving in our world only when meteorites fall from the sky, which is why it can appear anywhere. I wanted to see if those exposed rocks were meteorites for this reason. Flinder, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San looked enlightened. No wonder the spirit beast was so rare. Teacher, what are the characteristics of this spirit beast? Tang San asked. The master, with a mysterious expression, stared at the eerie purple-black vine in the distance and said, This spirit beast is the most resilient among plant-type spirit beasts that I know of. The ancient book recorded that the Tianqing vine has very strong physical immunity and can absorb any energy, possessing the same infinite growth characteristics as the Tianqing vine, allowing it to evolve infinitely. It does not grow and evolve like normal plant spirit beasts. Instead, it primarily relies on plundering and devouring. If left to grow unchecked, it would undoubtedly bring terrifying disasters to this world. Ma Hongjun and Tang San were horrified. Such a terrifying spirit beast actually existed? The master nodded and continued. You don't need to worry too much. Although there are such records, I estimate it wouldn't reach that level without millions, or even tens of millions of years of growth. Moreover, since there are records of it, it means that although it has appeared before, it was ultimately eliminated. Ma Hongjun and the others nodded, feeling inexplicably relieved. The master continued, Look, it has a total of 5 vines, each about 10 meters long. The Tianqing vine grows 1 vine every 100 years before 1,000 years. It grows 1 meter every 10 years, indicating that this one is exactly around 500 years old. The stem and leaves of the Tianqing vine are purple-black, which is why it resembles wisteria. If it were shrunk and turned blue, it would especially look like blue silvergrass. And only after 1,000 years would it show golden, mysterious patterns on its stem and leaves. Look at the surrounding creatures. They're all dead, confirming that this is indeed the Tianqing vine without a doubt. What a pity this spirit beast exceeds the limit for the first spirit ring, making it unsuitable for Shao San. Flender, kill it. We'll find a suitable spirit beast for Shao San. Wait, master. Flender was about to rush forward when Tang San quickly stopped him, then asked the master, Teacher, do we really have to kill it? The Sky Star Vine is very special. As you have seen, it is extremely domineering. Generally, if a plant-type martial soul absorbs it, there is an 80 chance of perfectly inheriting all of its abilities. However, due to these characteristics of a Sky Star Vine, if left to grow unchecked, it would lead to disaster. This old beast is essentially an invader and plunderer from beyond the heavens. I wonder how this particular Sky Star Vine went unnoticed. Could have only grown in recent years? The master sighed with a wry smile, thinking to himself that even if it had been discovered, how many soul masters would recognize such a soul beast, let alone the soul beasts themselves? Ma Hongjun and Tang San realized that this soul beast was indeed terrifying. If it were allowed to grow indefinitely, it would be a serious issue. Master, does the Sky Star Vine grow quickly? Ma Hongjun asked. The master nodded and then shook his head, saying, The Sky Star Vine arrives with falling meteors, but it doesn't necessarily land in one place. It could be anywhere. This type of soul beast may be very cunning, or it may just be instinctual. When it first falls, it can have a dormant period of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps adapting to our world, but no one can say for certain. I estimate that even if this soul beast has appeared before, it would have been extremely rare. Some may have been directly destroyed by heavenly flames upon their arrival. Like this one, which might just be a lucky survivor. The best way to identify a Sky Star Vine is to check if there are meteors nearby, and whether it grows on top of one, and then confirm based on its characteristics. After the dormant period, the seeds of the Sky Star Vine will begin to take root and sprout rapidly. Due to its domineering nature and its ability to absorb any energy, its early growth is very rapid. However, once it reaches the 10,000-year level, its growth speed slows down significantly, becoming as slow as ordinary blue silvergrass. Perhaps that is why the Sky Star Vine that occasionally appeared in the past was ultimately eliminated by people. After finishing, the master looked at the dead creatures 100 meters away, shook his head, and said, This Sky Star Vine has drained the soul power and vitality from that 1,000-year-old greenwood tree, causing it to die. It probably only emerged in recent years. Hiss! The 3 of them gasped in shock. 1 year is equivalent to 100 years for other soul beasts. This Sky Star Vine is terrifying. Fortunately, it slows down after reaching the 10,000-year level, almost as slow as a snail. Otherwise, it would be too horrifying. However, this raised a new question for Ma Hongjun. So he asked the master, Master, you said the Sky Star Vine grows very quickly, but why does its growth rate slow down once it reaches the 10,000-year level? The master furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before saying, I'm not too sure about that either, but according to ancient texts describing the Sky Star Vine, I speculate that at the 10,000-year level, it begins to undergo a transformation into something truly terrifying, which requires much greater energy. Perhaps that is why its growth slows down after reaching that level. Ma Hongjun and the others understood, feeling that the master's analysis made a lot of sense. The truth might indeed be like this. But that is a good thing. Otherwise, the Sky Star Vine would be too terrifying. Master, I want to choose it as my first spirit ring. I feel that I should be able to absorb this soul beast spirit ring. Tang San said with hope in his eyes. Such a powerful soul beast, he felt it would be a pity to destroy it. If he could absorb it, it would be a way to eliminate a threat to the people and perhaps also compensate for the shortcomings of his blue silvergrass, which was considered a useless martial soul. Moreover, with the balanced and harmonious nature of Xiantian Gong, along with his long-term training, he felt he had a good chance of absorbing this spirit ring. The master frowned deeply. Internally, he was actually against it. He didn't want to give up such a precious spirit ring, but he also didn't want Tang San to be in danger. However, seeing Tang San's serious demeanor made him hesitate. It didn't seem like he was without confidence, so he directly asked about the success rate. Xiao San, what is your confidence level? 80%. Tang San replied solemnly. Good. The master nodded seriously and said to Flender, cut off all the vines of the Sky Star Vine and also cut off the 5 roots underground. As long as you don't damage the golden sphere at the center of the roots and vines, that is its heart. Just watch. This domineering plunderer is just right to be Tang San's spirit ring to eliminate threats to the people. I can't wait to see the changes in his blue silvergrass after he absorbs this spirit ring. Flender smiled slightly, knowing that since it was the Sky Star Vine, he felt more reassured. Moreover, giving up such a precious spirit ring would indeed be a pity. It was only 500 years old, just 77 years beyond the limit for a first spirit ring. He felt it was still worth a shot. The master countered. The Sky Star Vine has the characteristic of infinite growth. Although this one is only 500 years old and can only extend 100 meters. If we start a fight, who will protect Xiao, San, and Hongjun? Okay, you are the master, you are right. Flender smiled helplessly, shrugged, and walked towards the Sky Star Vine. The scruffy man who had been secretly observing was also startled by the Sky Star Vine. He hoped this soul beast could become Tang San's spirit ring, but unfortunately, the age was not suitable. He silently decided that if Tang San were in danger later, he would definitely step in and protect him at all costs. Within 50 meters of the Sky Star Vine, there was not a single living creature, showcasing its dominance. Almost all the energy was monopolized by it, leaving no room for other soul beasts to survive. The eagle claw strike aimed to tear everything apart, with cold light flashing. Fierce and unmatched. The cat eagle feather wings soared through the air. Flender seemed to carry 2 heavenly blades, their edges sharp and cold, possessing an overwhelming momentum. The purple-black vines danced, cracking the heavens and splitting the earth like a giant python turning over, a dragon going wild. Watching Flender already engaged in battle with the Sky Star Vine, the master began to explain the attack methods and weaknesses of the Sky Star Vine to Ma Hongjun and Tang San. The power of the Sky Star Vine is immense, comparable to the Titan giant ape and the purple scale devouring python at the same level. In the early stages, its main attacks are whipping and strangling. If it grows to the 100,000-year level, it will possess terrifying devouring attack capabilities. I stumbled upon that incomplete ancient text during an adventure. Later, I included it in the Soul Beast books. You can take a look when you go back. Although the Sky Star Vine's initial attack methods are just these 2, its defensive power and vitality are also very formidable, making it very troublesome. Additionally, the Sky Star Vine can absorb any energy, so it can generally resist or become immune to physical elemental attacks of similar level and grade. Of course, if one possesses extreme physical or elemental attacks, not only can they harm the Sky Star Vine, but they can also counter it effectively. The Sky Star Vine only develops intelligence after reaching the 100,000-year level. Those below that only have instinctual attacks and defenses. To deal with the Sky Star Vine, one must either possess extremely powerful attack and destruction capabilities, or suppress it by level, or utilize extreme attacking power. Otherwise, for those of similar level and grade, the Sky Star Vine is virtually without weaknesses and very difficult to deal with, often requiring an extremely high price to kill it. Tang San picked up on the key point in the master's words and asked, Master, you said the Sky Star Vine has almost no weaknesses when facing soul beasts and soul masters of the same level. So it does have weaknesses. What are they? There is a weakness, which is to find its main root. The ancient book records that there is a golden node on its main root that resembles a tumor. That is its vital point equivalent to the human heart, which is what I just referred to as the golden sphere. As long as that golden pearl is pierced or shattered, the heavenly star vine will die. The master paused slightly as he spoke, then continued, but for many soul masters, this weakness is practically non-existent because they cannot get close to it. Even if they do get close, they do not know which is the main root. Or if they find the main root, ordinary attacks cannot break through its defenses. Therefore, the best way to deal with the heavenly star vine is still to use extreme attribute attack power and to kill it across levels. Indeed, if it weren't for killing it across levels, given its toughness for ordinary soul masters, it would be quite difficult to break through with regular attacks without repeatedly attacking the same spot. While the master was explaining, Flanders also dealt with the heavenly star vine and walked over holding a wooden stake that was only connected by a small remnant of the stem. Xiao San quickly, finish it off. Otherwise, once this thing recovers, with its ability to grow infinitely as long as it has sufficient energy, it will take a lot of effort again. Tang San nodded seriously, took out the dagger given by the master, and stabbed it into the golden sphere in the middle of the wooden stake, which was about 5 or 6 centimeters in diameter. The heavenly star vine is dead. The master looked at the yellow light beginning to condense above the wooden stake and seriously reminded Tang San, Xiao San, you must remember, no matter how the soul ring's power impacts you, you must hold on. No matter what, you cannot give up. Only then will you have a chance to absorb it successfully. Teacher, I will. Tang San nodded in agreement. Feel free to absorb it. With me here, no one can disturb you. Flanders said as he handed the wooden stake in his hand to Tang San. Thank you, Master Uncle. Tang San sincerely thanked him. Xiao San, good luck. Ma Hongjun cheered for Tang San. Tang San nodded seriously and went to the side to absorb the soul ring. Chapter 17. Blue Silver Star Grass watching Tang San, whose body was violently trembling as he began to absorb the spirit ring. Ma Hongjun and the others couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. For nearly an hour, Tang San's body continued to shake, causing Ma Hongjun, the master, and Flender to worry for that long. Eventually, his body gradually calmed down, and the three let out a long sigh of relief. Ma Hongjun finally understood why his teacher's voice had turned hoarse at that time. It was purely from exhaustion and worry. The master sighed and said to Flender and Ma Hongjun, all right, it seems that Xiao San has passed the dangerous period. Next, we just need to wait quietly. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up as he asked Flender and the master, Teacher, Uncle, can I collect the bodies of these star vines? Along the way, he had noticed something strange. Although spirit beasts were treasures all over, after spirit masters hunted them, they only cared about the spirit rings or any spirit bones that might drop, ignoring everything else. Previously, there were some foolish spirit beasts that mistook the three of them for prey, and after Flender casually dealt with them, he just tossed their bodies aside. At that time, Ma Hongjun found it odd that they didn't even glance at the bodies of the star vines, which prompted him to ask this question. The star vines were such miraculous spirit beasts. It was pure luck that they encountered them. Since they had the chance, they should collect them and study them, right? You can't eat this. What do you want it for? Flender asked in confusion. Well, spirit beasts are treasures all over. So I thought these vines and roots might be useful, and I could sell them for some money. At the very least, since the star vines are so tough, I could make them into sticks, wood carvings, barbecue skewers, chopsticks, and so on. And this starwood stake could easily be carved into a cup or bowl. And this golden bead, although all the spirit power of the star vines has condensed into a spirit ring, this bead, as the heart, must also be the essence of its entire being. The liquid inside should be quite helpful for cultivation. As Ma Hongjun spoke, his eyes sparkled as he looked at the items from the star vines. The master's mouth twitched. Ma Hongjun truly exhibited his teacher's demeanor. However, he didn't say anything, as the star vines had been hunted by Flender, and naturally, the ownership belonged to him. Flender's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. You're right. I like this meticulous planning. Go ahead and collect them. All right, teacher. Ma Hongjun agreed and quickly ran to gather the bodies of the star vines, especially that golden bead. He believed that consuming the liquid inside would surely accelerate his cultivation speed. Teacher, these roots are too long. My flame ring can't fit them, and they are too tough for me to break. Could you help me cut each one into 5 2-meter sections? Ma Hongjun happily collected the star with stake and the golden bead. As for the leaves, although they were relatively fragile, a few had a hard and tough texture with mysterious patterns, so he collected those as well, planning to study them later when he had time. Similarly, he had collected several feathers with mysterious patterns during the dissection of the purple lightning swallowing cloud sparrow, also known as the thunderfire sparrow, last time, intending to research them later. After tidying everything up, Ma Hongjun hopelessly discovered that he couldn't break those roots at all, and his flame ring only had a space of 2 meters in diameter, so he had to seek help from his teacher Flinder. You're really useless. You can't even handle this little task. Flinder teased with a smile, and with a flick of his eagle claws, he quickly cut them into sections. Ma Hongjun smiled awkwardly, not bothering to argue. Flinder clearly knew he couldn't break them, so he must have said that just to tease him. Ma Hongjun knew his teacher very well. He wasn't mistaken about Flinder's intentions. Seeing that Ma Hongjun had finished collecting his treasures, Flinder asked with a smile, "Are you curious why we didn't pay attention to those spirit beast bodies earlier?" Ma Hongjun nodded, and Flinder explained, "If the spirit beast body isn't of the same level as the spirit master or doesn't have a higher age, it generally holds little value for those spirit masters, which is why they couldn't be bothered. However, the roots and the golden bead from the star vines are indeed good treasures for you and Xiao San. The way you handled the body of the purple lightning swallowing cloud sparrow was also very good. 4 spirit masters at your and Xiao San's level. Consuming its flesh would actually accelerate your cultivation speed. When we return, you should share some of your treasures with your junior brother Xiao San." Ma Hongjun understood and nodded seriously, not caring at all about sharing his treasures with others. The master also had no objections to Flinder's decision, merely nodding lightly. Given their relationship, there was no need for politeness. Just like in the past, when he had emptied Flinder's assets for teaching purposes, nearly driving him to bankruptcy. With all the treasures collected, Ma Hongjun sat down to cultivate his spirit power. The more spirit power he cultivated, the deeper his control and refinement of the purple fire and evil fire would become. Moreover, even though he had obtained a spirit ring, he was still at the 10th level, and a spirit ring of 600 years only gave him 10th level spirit power. Who would believe that? Now that he could cultivate in peace, he naturally had to work hard. Ma Hongjun conscientiously moved to his side to cultivate, which made Flinder feel quite pleased. And the master admired him as well. Time passed as they waited, and it wasn't until evening that they felt the spirit power within Tang San retract. Ma Hongjun felt it too, and similarly ceased his cultivation. After a month of intense training and the enhancement from the first spirit ring, he was no longer afraid of sitting cross-legged for half a day, worrying about adverse effects on the development of his lower body. Xiao San, how do you feel? What kind of spirit ability did you gain? Does your blue-silver grass inherit the abilities of the star vines? The master asked excitedly. Flinder and Ma Hongjun also looked at Tang San eagerly, waiting for his response. They couldn't help but be excited. Even the master had only seen the star vines in ancient books and wasn't sure if they truly existed. This time, encountering them was purely due to Tang San's incredible luck. "Teacher, I succeeded. 500 years spirit ring, first spirit ability, blue-silver stargrass. Its characteristics are whipping, entangling, and strangling. However, the blue-silver grass has only inherited part of the star vine's abilities, but fortunately, this characteristic can enhance as my strength increases. The toughness, hardness, and immunity to physical elements are slightly inferior to the star vines of the same level. This spirit ring mainly grants the blue-silver grass the ability to absorb any energy during combat, as long as it doesn't exceed its own limits. Physically, it provides me with enhancements in strength and defense, and it consumes very little spirit power, which means if my spirit power recovery and physical stamina can keep up, I can continuously activate the first spirit ability." Tang San's expression was invigorated. Although he didn't understand why he didn't perfectly inherit the abilities of the star vines, he was quite satisfied with this first spirit ring. He even felt grateful for Ma Hongjun's unfortunate fall the previous night. If it hadn't been for that unexpected turn of events, he wouldn't have had the chance to obtain such a good spirit ring. Moreover, most importantly, his Xiantian skill had successfully broken through to the second level, which finally gave him peace of mind. Good. Although you didn't fully inherit the abilities of the star vines, the fact that this characteristic can enhance with your strength is still very good, the master said, his expression excited, although there was some regret. Having this harvest was already quite remarkable. Indeed. Xiao San's luck is also incredible. This spirit ring is excellent, Flinder agreed, saying that just this one enhancing characteristic made it worth it. All right, with Xiao San having the soul ring, I can rest assured. Ma Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief. It was he who caused Tang San's mandala snake to be destroyed. Now that he unexpectedly obtained a soul ring that is even better than the mandala snakes, he felt at ease. Tang San said seriously, Hongjun, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get such a good soul ring. I didn't blame you for what happened last night. You shouldn't feel guilty. Instead, I should thank you because you inadvertently ruined the soul ring I was supposed to obtain last night. He truly didn't blame Ma Hongjun and was rather grateful to him. If it weren't for the destruction of that soul ring, he wouldn't have encountered such a good one. And his teacher also broke through because of Ma Hongjun. What Xiao San said was true. Last night was indeed not your fault. On the contrary, we should thank you, Hongjun. If you hadn't fallen, the mandala snake wouldn't have been accidentally destroyed, and Xiao San wouldn't have met his master uncle. If it weren't for meeting Flander with my cultivation, even if I was lucky enough to come across this heavenly star vine, I wouldn't have been able to help Xiao San hunt it down. Moreover, if you hadn't fallen, I wouldn't have broken through with your unintentional help. So whether it's Xiao San or me, we really need to thank you. If we need to blame someone, blame your teacher for being too harsh on his disciples. He didn't care about the first flight and even took you flying in the perilous Soul Forest at night. Fortunately, you fell in the fire-averse mandala snake. If it had been a soul beast that wasn't afraid of fire, you might have been in danger. Flander is really unreliable. The master spoke with gratitude, just like Tang San, and also criticized Flander. Flander's face darkened, and he awkwardly smiled, casting a somewhat dangerous glance at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun scratched his nose and thought, is the master unhappy with me for making him wet his pants last night? So he's openly putting me down in front of Flander? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility, thinking that he didn't expect the master to be this kind of person. However, what the master said wasn't wrong. He indeed had limited ability. He never intended to help Tang San hunt the mandala snake, but chose to escape with him at the first opportunity. If it weren't for his teacher being there, he wouldn't have told Tang San about those powerful soul beasts. But who could have predicted that Tang San would be so lucky to encounter the heavenly star vine? And more importantly, that its age would be within his range of tolerance? Ma Hongjun could only sigh, saying that Tang San truly deserves to be the child of this world's plane, an avatar of a certain creator god. His luck is simply unparalleled. However, he didn't know that there is a saying, the phoenix does not alight in a land without treasures. If Tang San hadn't encountered him, even if his soul ring had been destroyed, he might not have encountered this heavenly star vine. And perhaps this is the butterfly effect in the dark. Chapter 18. The strange soul beast. After Tang San found the soul ring, it seemed that the luck of Ma Hongjun and his group had run out, as they had not encountered any suitable soul beast for the master for 2 consecutive days. The weather was clear and sunny, and Ma Hongjun and the 4 of them wandered through the soul-hunting forest filled with towering trees and blooming flowers, but fraught with danger. At that moment, Flinder suddenly swooped down from the treetops, his voice tinged with excitement. Xiao Gang, I found a sub-dragon-type soul beast up ahead. Do you want to go take a look? Once they entered the area of 1,000-year soul beasts, Ma Hongjun stopped flying and obediently followed the master. The chubby and cute Luo San Pao led the way, while Ma Hongjun and Tang San followed behind, one on each side, with the master trailing at the back. For the past few days, the master had not recalled Luo San Pao, and when their soul power was low, they would eat Oscar's sausages to recover. If they took a break, the master would meditate and recover his soul power while also trying to let Luo San Pao absorb soul power to cultivate on its own. Although the process was intermittent, it was quite effective and could be considered a success. Hurry, let's go have a look, the master said, his mood somewhat uplifted, and the 3 hurried towards the location Flinder had mentioned. Moments later, their vision suddenly opened up ahead. It was as if a part of the forest was missing, revealing a clearing of over 200 meters in diameter. The ground was no longer moist soil, but covered in gravel and sand, and the surrounding temperature seemed to have risen significantly. In the center of the gravel-covered area, a small dinosaur with a body that looked as if it were made of gold, covered in hard scales, suddenly climbed up. It was 3 meters long, with eyes shining with a fierce red light, and its entire body shimmered with golden brilliance. It turned out to be a fire-poison dragon beast, 3 meters long, exactly 1,500 years old. The master's gaze was intensely focused. "Xiao Gang, let me injure it first," Flinder said with a smile. The master nodded and said, "The fire-poison dragon beast has fire poison, making it a soul beast with both fire and poison attributes. Its power is significant, and its golden scales are exceptionally tough. Its weaknesses are its eyes, lower abdomen, and anus. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, great power really does allow one to act with impunity." For the past few days, Flinder had been leading them recklessly, and upon hearing the master's words, he immediately charged forward. In an instant, dragon roars shook the heavens, poisonous flames erupted, and the eagle struck fiercely. The iron wings of the cat-eagle swung like 2 heavenly blades, unstoppable, tearing apart the poison dragon. Watching Flinder take action, the master continued to explain information about the fire-poison dragon beast to Ma Hongjun and Tang San from a distance. However, as he spoke, he noticed something was off, and Ma Hongjun and Tang San were also stunned. Flinder was originally fighting the fire-poison dragon beast, but as it seemed to be on the verge of defeat, the soul beast suddenly transformed into another intact soul beast, a ground-spike lava boar, around 2,000 years old. "Xiao Gang, what's going on? Why did this soul beast suddenly turn into a ground-spike lava boar?" Flinder was bewildered and quickly sought the master's advice. He had encountered a soul beast he didn't recognize again, and it seemed even more bizarre than the sky star vine they had encountered a few days ago. The master furrowed his brow in thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "Flinder, I haven't seen this kind of soul beast either. However, to be cautious, let's kill it first and end this quickly." "Okay," Flinder agreed. After a while, he exclaimed, "Damn it, today I must take you down and see what you really are." Why was Flinder so angry? Because just as he was about to finish off the ground spike lava boar, it transformed into a 3,000-year-old purple lightning golden python. Fourth soul skill, Cat Eagle Featherblade. Flinder was furious, feeling that his dignity as a soul sage had been severely provoked. Is this never-ending? With anger rising, Flinder activated his soul skill, knowing that he hadn't used any soul ring abilities until now, relying solely on speed, sharp eagle claws, and iron wings in battle. The master's frown deepened, and Ma Hongjun and Tang San were equally bewildered. What on earth was this that could keep transforming? With his soul skill activated, the purple lightning golden python couldn't withstand even 2 moves before transforming into a 5,000-year-old roaring beast. Under Flinder's furious attacks, this roaring beast also didn't last through 5 moves and transformed into a 5,000-year-old windstorm beast. Again, after 5 moves, it transformed into a 5,000-year-old flame lion. Different transformations, but the same outcome. Following this strange soul beast transformed into 6 different 5,000-year-old soul beasts, all meeting a dismal end. Subsequently, this bizarre creature turned into a blob of shallow, blue, jelly-like substance, about 20 centimeters in diameter, resembling a bowl of mush, and sat quietly on the ground, unmoving. Flinder was so angry he wanted to tear this soft thing apart. What the hell was this? At that moment, Ma Hongjun suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "Teacher, please be gentle. I recognize this thing." "Huh? You recognize it? Quickly tell me what it is," Flinder said with an unhappy expression, nearly driven mad by this thing. "I'll explain later. Let the master kill this thing first. If the age is appropriate, I think this kind of soul beast would be perfect for Luo San Pao. Does anyone have a blunt weapon or something like a hammer?" Ma Hongjun's mindraket, as this thing reminded him of something he had seen in a storybook his grandfather had given him. It looked far too similar, and he was astonished. Wasn't this just something made up by ordinary people to entertain children? In his previous life, he had seen such things online, made up by others to amuse children. So, when he saw this in the storybook at home, He never expected that, even after changing time and space, people's imaginations would be so similar. But now, he was seeing it with his own eyes, and recalling the introduction he had read at home. Ma Hongjun realized that this thing might not just be a children's toy. His mind raced, but his feet kept moving. While speaking, he quickly ran over and grabbed the soft blob. Only then did Ma Hongjun confirm that this was indeed the thing from the storybook meant to amuse children, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I caught up. This soft, shallow, blue jelly-like form is the true body of this thing. However, its true body has no attack power but can split and escape. Thankfully, by grabbing it like this, we don't have to worry about it splitting and running away. However, none of them noticed that a drop of white mud, the size of a water droplet, had already merged into the ground. Speaking of which, I also saw this kind of soul beast in a storybook. I originally thought it was just something made up by adults to make children happy, but I never expected it to actually exist. Look, Ma Hongjun pulled, kneaded, and shaped the jelly-like object in his hand into various forms, making it look like particularly fun modeling clay. And when he let go, it returned to its original shape. At this moment, Tang San and the master also rushed over. Hongjun, I have a hammer. Good, Uncle Master, you come and kill this thing. Because its body is very soft, has elasticity, and can split, it is not afraid of sharp weapons, and can only be killed with a blunt weapon or by roasting it. You have seen its abilities. Transforming is just one of them. This can give Luo San Pao a very good soul skill. Let's not talk anymore. Let's kill it first, or else it will recover and transform again. Ma Hongjun quickly said, taking out a 1 square meter iron plate from the flame ring, which was originally for barbecuing, but unexpectedly came in handy now. The iron plate was placed on the ground, and the blue jelly-like substance was put on the iron plate. Ma Hongjun handed the hammer to the master. Master, hit it hard. Smash it until its juice splatters. Keep going as long as the soul ring doesn't come out. The master nodded deeply. Regardless of whether he could absorb it or not, the priority was to kill this soul beast first. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The sound of the blunt object striking the soft material echoed as the soul power flowed into the forging hammer that Tang San had given him. This made the master feel very uncomfortable. It was like throwing a heavy punch, but hitting cotton, a sense of powerlessness, and part of his strength would bounce back. This was how he felt now, very uncomfortable. After a long time, under the intense gaze of Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Flender, the substance finally seemed to be pierced through by the master, and juice started to splatter. A light blue liquid splashed all over the master, as if he had been splashed by seawater, and the substance was finally hammered into a pancake. At that moment, a light purple halo began to gradually condense above the blue pancake. Phew, finally killed it. That was really not easy. Master, how many years do you think this soul ring is? Ma Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly appearing more exhausted than the master. It's probably around 2,000 years. Hongjun, what kind of soul beast is this? The master said, observing the soul ring. Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and began to explain. He never expected such a thing would actually exist. Actually, this thing is somewhat similar to the name of our academy. It's called a slime. I didn't think such a thing would actually exist. Slime? Flender and the others looked surprised. Ma Hongjun nodded and said, yes, slimes themselves have no combat power, but they can split. The specific number of splits isn't detailed in the storybooks, so I'm not quite sure. Slimes can also replicate the abilities of any other soul beast and soul master. Like the transformation we just saw, that's it disguising itself as other soul beasts. For replication, as long as it has a drop of the opponent's blood, it can replicate. It is said that slimes below the golden slime find it increasingly difficult to replicate the abilities of stronger opponents or top-tier martial souls. And even if the replication is successful, there will be flaws or limitations. Replication? Does that mean copying? Tang San interrupted Ma Hongjun's explanation, sounding confused. Ma Hongjun nodded at Tang San and continued, slimes are jelly-like, soft, and elastic, feeling very fun and cute as soul beasts. When I saw it in the storybook at home, I fantasized about having one as a pet if they really existed. Slimes have a certain stickiness and strong elasticity. Their bodies are extremely soft, able to replicate, morph, and split. They can stretch and knead into any shape, just like I demonstrated earlier. The true form of a slime is very rare. They usually disguise themselves as other soul beasts to survive. Fortunately, this is the soul-hunting forest, where there aren't many powerful soul beasts, and slimes rarely leave their territory. Otherwise, if they were to copy the abilities of thousands of soul beasts, or accidentally obtain the blood of a very powerful soul beast, that would be a bit troublesome. The most terrifying thing is encountering a slime that has your blood. Just think about fighting yourself. What you can do, it can do too. I can't even describe that feeling. When I first saw these, I just thought it was particularly fun. And I was thinking that if I had a slime, I could let it transform into me for class while I went out to play. Ma Hongjun smiled SAKYLY. Seeing that Flinder, Tang San, and the master were listening seriously, he continued, slimes under 100 years are translucent white jelly-like. Under 1,000 years they are light yellow jelly-like. Under 10,000 years they are light blue, and over 10,000 years they are blue-golden. Those over 100,000 years, I haven't seen the storybooks, so I'm not sure. However, it says that a million-year-old slime is transparent, like air. You wouldn't even notice it standing right in front of you. When I read the storybook, the slimes I wanted to raise the most were the golden slime and the transparent slime, because I thought they would be particularly fun. Furthermore, it is said that when a person kills a slime, in addition to gaining its abilities, there is also a chance to inherit one of the other abilities it copied, which it deems the most powerful or useful. This means that the soul ring of the slime, in addition to the skills it provides, may also carry an additional skill from the soul beasts it absorbed. Although it sounds a bit far-fetched, Ma Hongjun thought it was understandable. After all, slimes have no combat ability at all. Perhaps it is precisely because of the instinct for survival that they have evolved this ability to solidify the skills of other soul beasts. Otherwise, how could it be said to be a soul beast even more bizarre than Shrek? Master, since this slime's age is appropriate, hurry and absorb this soul ring. I really want to see what kind of transformation Luo Sanpao will undergo after obtaining the slime's abilities. Ma Hongjun's face was full of excitement. He genuinely wanted to see if Luo Sanpao would become as fun as a slime after absorbing the slime soul ring. It really is a strange soul beast. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed such a bizarre existence could exist in this world besides Shrek. Flinder, and the master sighed, and Tang San felt the same. The slime soul beast was indeed too bizarre. Hongjun, is that storybook still at your house? The master asked. Clearly, encountering a soul beast he didn't know sparked his keen interest. It's not at my house, it's with me. Ma Hongjun was stunned, seemingly recalling the storybook he had brought out when he left. With a thought, he infused soul power into the flame ring on his right hand. With a flash of red light, a children's storybook appeared in his hand, which was given to him by his grandfather. When he left with Flinder, the things he packed included this book, and later, after Flinder gifted him the flame ring, it was stored in his own storage soul guide, and it had been at the bottom of the box since. After all, he wasn't really a small child when his grandfather gave him the storybook. It was because he was too young and didn't play with other children, which is why he was given the storybook to read. Ma Hongjun saw the slime in the storybook and sighed that even with the change of time and space, people's imagination was similar, which is why he liked this storybook. Often read it, and thought about how great it would be if slimes really existed and he could have one. The master was taken aback and excitedly took the storybook that Ma Hongjun handed over. He didn't expect Ma Hongjun to carry this book with him. This was great, and he couldn't wait to flip through it. The title of Ma Hongjun's storybook was I Have a Slime, and it told the story of a boy and his slime pet, complete with colorful illustrations. The slime in the book looked quite similar to the one the master had just hammered to death, but the one in the book was drawn to be rounder and cuter, more appealing to children. I Have Slime only had 4 or 5 thin pages, centered around the story of a boy and his pet slime, roughly introducing the situation of the slime, which was similar to what Ma Hongjun had just said. Within a few minutes, the master finished flipping through it. Flinder saw that he was done, snatched it away to read, and after a few minutes, he handed it to the eager Tang San. Once Tang San finished reading and passed the book back to Ma Hongjun, the master sighed, "What a magical soul beast! The world is indeed vast, full of wonders and countless secrets." Flinder sighed and said, "Yes, we thought we knew a lot about this world, but when we look closely, we realize there are still many unknowns and mysteries that we don't understand. Just like Hongjun's storybook, which is passed down among the people. where all adults and children treat it as a fictional tale to entertain children. But who would have thought that slimes actually exist? Little Tang San blinked and nodded in agreement, as did Ma Hongjun and the master. However, they also understood that this world has developed for at least millions of years. And even the master, who is reputed to be invincible in theory and possesses vast knowledge, wouldn't dare to say how many types of soul beasts exist in this world. He doesn't know how many strange and unusual soul beasts there are, many of which, like slimes, he might not have heard of. Moreover, after such a long time, who knows how many 10,000-year-old transformed soul beasts have mingled in the human world? Perhaps those bizarre stories from the folk are passed down this way. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that both the slime with copying abilities and the Shrek with simulation abilities are actually related to the creation power mastered by the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. In ancient times, the phoenix died at the hands of the dragon god, and the creation power that could simulate everything was seized by the dragon god, with 70% taken away and the remaining 30% lost to history. Of course, this is just a side note, but Ma Hongjun couldn't know the master's thoughts. If he did, he would definitely agree. For a world with a very long history, there are countless secrets that people do not know. No one can claim to know everything about this world, right? Even the stories Ma Hongjun read about this world in his past life were just a small glimpse from the perspective of Tang San, the son of the plain. In a world, everyone is the protagonist of their own story, and no one can clearly articulate all the secrets of that world. Ma Hongjun understands this very well. Even the gods of this world cannot know all the secrets. Or perhaps someone has long discovered the truth of this world, but this truth is unknown to others, buried in the river of history, or passed down in folk tales, yet no one pays attention or is willing to believe it. Just like in his past life, where the Taoist and Buddha had already revealed the truth of the entire world, but how many people were willing to believe it? Chapter 19. Transformation skills as the master absorbed the soul ring of the slime. Flandre was guarding him while also keeping an eye on the surroundings. Tang San was nervously watching the master. As for Ma Hongjun, Flandre looked at him with a black line on his forehead, but he didn't stop him. It was rare to see him showing such a childish side. What was Ma Hongjun doing? He was playing with the corpse of slime, which had already been smashed by the master into a splattered goo, turning it into a little pancake. However, when he picked it up, it turned back into a pile of soft blue jelly. The key was that while Ma Hongjun was playing, he was also giggling foolishly, which is why Flandre said it was rare for him to show such a childish side. 3 hours passed, and a light and relaxed laugh reached the ears of the three. Ha ha ha! The master successfully absorbed the soul ring of the slime. The slime's abilities were indeed powerful, and he was extremely satisfied with the soul skill and accompanying abilities he had obtained. Master, uncle, Tang San and Ma Hongjun said. Flandre said expectantly, Xiao Gang, from the looks of you, I can tell without saying that this soul ring is very suitable for you. That's really great. Tell us, what kind of soul skill did you obtain? My soul ring is... Wait a minute, uncle, let me guess. Although I know this soul ring comes from slime. After all, that's just a storybook, Ma Hongjun said excitedly as he rubbed his hands together. Well, your request has been approved by uncle. The master said with a slight smile. All right, watch carefully. Sanpao, come here. Roar, roar. At Ma Hongjun's shout, Tang San and Flandre looked towards Luo Sanpao and immediately showed surprised expressions. At some point, Luo Sanpao, originally purple-gray in color, had now turned purple-red, although it was still the same chubby little dog. The small red bump in the middle of its forehead had turned purple-red and seemed to have grown taller, as if it was about to burst out of its forehead, resembling a burning flame. Its gaze appeared brighter and more lively, and beneath its purple-red fur, a layer of golden scales had appeared, and its claws seemed sharper and more pointed. The change in Luo Sanpao was indeed significant, seemingly evolving toward a dragon. Sanpao, come, transform and show us. Ma Hongjun said, using a dagger to cut his finger and flicking a drop of blood towards Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao pounced, swallowing his blood in one bite. And a purple soul ring lit up on its own without the master needing to instruct it. The rich purple-red light flickered on Luo Sanpao, and then, to the astonished gazes of the four, Two identical figures dressed in fiery red round-collared robes embroidered with purple-red fire phoenixes appeared in front of Tang San, the master, and Flandra. The two identical Ma Hongjun exchanged glances and smiled widely. This feeling was indeed rare. Hongjun? Sanpao. Roar roar. The Ma Hongjun on the left. Hearing their words called out twice, it turned out this was Luo Sanpao. The master was surprised that Luo Sanpao could actually use its soul skill by itself, while Tang San and Flandra were astonished that Luo Sanpao could really transform into a person, to the extent that it didn't even notice it was using its own soul skill. Sanpao, unleash the Phoenix Fire line over there, Ma Hongjun instructed. Roar roar. At this moment, Ma Hongjun instantly summoned his martial spirit, his whole body bathed in purple-red flames, and his black-red long hair almost instantly turned into fiery red and stood up, gathering in the center into an extremely bizarre Mohican style. Behind him, a pair of purple-red fire wings with a 2-meter wingspan appeared, with 5 purple-red feathers hanging down his back like a cloak. His hands were covered in purple-red dragon scale-like scales, and beneath his clothes, he wore dragon scale armor covering his body below the neck, with fingers like hooks, resembling a pair of indestructible claws. At this moment, a yellow soul ring appeared on Ma Hongjun's body, glowing slightly, and his handsome face opened his mouth as a flame laced with lightning erupted, directly igniting the large tree pointed to by the other Ma Hongjun, which then exploded. Ma Hongjun walked over to feel it, smiling at Flandra and the others. Not bad. It has about 80% of my Phoenix Fire line's power. Okay, Sanpao, turn back. Let us see if you can split again. A purple-red glow appeared on Ma Hongjun, and he turned back into the chubby Luo Sanpao. Then, they saw the purple-red light flickering on it, and a series of popping sounds echoed. 1, 2, 6. The 4 counted the Luo Sanpao appearing one after another in front of them, a total of 6. What was going on? Sanpao, can you still use your original soul skill like this? Ma Hongjun asked. Roar roar. Heavenly roaring, Luo Sanpao. Sleeping hypnosis, Luo Sanpao. Burning rivers and boiling seas, Luo Sanpao. One of the Luo Sanpao called out, and 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings directly surrounded it. The glossy yellow light and brilliant purple light flickering, with all 3 soul rings shining brightly at the same time. The 6 Luo Sanpao turned around in unison, their bellies suddenly inflating like balloons, quickly swelling up, and then they lifted their necks, opened their mouths, with 2 of them spitting out a sphere of lightning, another 2 exhaling a purple-red mist, and the last 2 each spitting out a purple-red flame. Watching the surroundings being bombarded and burned to a state of chaos, combined with the purple-red mist spreading, it truly looked like they were about to shatter the heavens and split the earth, burning rivers and boiling seas. Wow, amazing! Sanpao, quickly stop the technique. Ma Hongjun was dumbfounded. This slime was indeed strange. In the future, who at the same level could still be a match for Luo Sanpao? If one couldn't do it, he could simply bring out a whole bunch. In reality, he was overthinking it. If it were that easy, the slime wouldn't have become an extremely rare and bizarre soul beast. Hearing Ma Hongjun's command to stop the technique, 5 Luo Sanpao transformed into beams of purple-red light, converging onto one of them, and in an instant, only 1 Luo Sanpao remained. This is not just amazing, it's simply legendary. Shout gang, this soul skill of Luo Sanpao is too powerful. Flandra exclaimed repeatedly, while a bewildered Tang San nodded quickly. Just now, Luo Sanpao's transformation attack and splitting attack drained all the soul power from the master, making him extremely pale, and Luo Sanpao returned to his body. However, even so, it couldn't hide his trembling excitement. Let us not mention anything else. Hongjun, Uncle wants to thank you for allowing me to absorb this soul ring, letting me gain this incredible ability. The master deeply bowed to Ma Hongjun. Although he knew the soul skill and other properties after absorbing the soul ring, nothing could compare to witnessing it firsthand. Ma Hongjun was startled and quickly jumped back. Uncle, please don't. You're making me feel embarrassed. This is also your opportunity. Regarding the slime's ability, I think it suits Luo Sanpao the best, but for others, even with limitations, it would still be a very powerful soul skill. We can't even be envious of it. Isn't that right, little San? Tang San supported the pale-faced master, saying with envy, Teacher, we all already have soul rings. And even if we didn't we couldn't absorb this soul ring. This just happens to fit your absorption. According to Brother Hongjun, it's also the most suitable for you. This is indeed your opportunity. Even if we envy it, it's useless. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun took out 3 recovery sausages and handed them to the master, who was exhausted by Luo Sanpao. Flandra's envy showed no signs of diminishing as he said to the master, Xiao Gang, this soul skill of yours makes me very envious. But none of us can absorb it, so this is your opportunity. You don't have to thank this brat so much. No, just based on this soul ring, Hongjun is worthy of my bow. But since you all say so, I will remember this kindness in my heart. In the future, don't be polite with my uncle if anything happens. The master ate 3 recovery sausages in a row, and his complexion improved a lot. He no longer felt as empty inside as he did earlier. Although Luo Sanpao's ability is impressive, it consumes too much soul power. After just 2 attacks, he had drained all the soul power in his body. The limit of splitting into 9 Luo Sanpaos is the maximum he can achieve while ensuring that they have a certain level of attack power. However, after previously transforming and launching an attack, he could only split into 6. Although he could split into more, the more there are, the weaker their attack power becomes. 9 is just the right amount, with each having 10% of his strength. This is also because the soul power in his body is extremely pure. Otherwise, he might not even be able to ensure that each Luo Sanpao has 10% of his power. After all, the master's soul power has been stuck at level 29 for decades, and he has never stopped cultivating, so it would be strange if it weren't pure. Probably at the soul master level, no one's soul power can compare to the master's purity. However, even though this soul skill consumes a lot of soul power, it cannot hide its strength. All right, uncle. Seeing the master's serious expression, Ma Hongjun could only agree with a helpless look, nodding in response to Flander and Tang San. Xiao Gang, what about me? I worked hard to hunt soul beasts for you. Flander pretended to be very sad as he spoke. You? Do I still need to be polite with you? Flander, if it weren't for Hongjun stopping you in time, your claw would have probably helped that slime complete its split and escape. The master said seriously, implying that he shouldn't be acting in front of him, as they have a certain relationship, and he should know better. But they didn't know that the slime had actually already split and escaped. Otherwise, the master might not be able to absorb this soul ring. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's discuss the soul skills. Luo Sanpao's transformation is so significant that not only can he use soul skills himself, but even the way he releases them has changed. In the future, our golden sacred dragon will be even more powerful, and there will be no need to wear masks. Flander chuckled. The stronger the master becomes, the stronger their Trinity martial soul fusion skill, the golden sacred dragon, will be. Therefore, based on their relationship, the master's increasing strength makes him very happy. The master forced a smile on his stiff face and said, All right, the slime soul ring has exactly a 2,000-year lifespan, allowing me to obtain 2 soul skills. One is the slime's soul skill, and the other is the soul skill associated with the fire poison dragon beast. He really didn't expect that what was mentioned in that little booklet was all true. There really are soul beasts that can solidify the abilities of other soul beasts beyond their own capabilities. However, considering that the slime has no attack power, he felt relieved. Moreover, from another perspective, Luo Sanpao's luck in inheriting the fire poison dragon beast skill may be related to the fact that it is itself a dragon-type martial soul. Of course, this further proves that the slime is indeed, as Ma Hongjun said, a soul beast even more bizarre and rare than those in Shrek. Seeing that the 3 were listening intently, the master continued, After absorbing the soul ring, my soul power has reached level 31, and Luo Sanpao's skills have also changed. Now it can not only release soul skills on its own, but the way it releases them has also changed. One method is to fart, and the other is to spray. Therefore, this 3rd soul skill has a soul chant. Fart like breathing fire, burn rivers and boil seas, Luo Sanpao. Fart like copying. The changes in the soul chants of the first 2 soul skills are the same, so I won't elaborate on that. Now, the limitation that Sanpao can only release soul skills 3 times has also been removed. In the future, as long as there is sufficient soul power and San Pao's body doesn't collapse, it can release soul skills at will. The attributes of this soul ring mainly enhance Luo San Pao, while the enhancement to myself remains limited as before. So I can't transform and split like San Pao, but I did gain some abilities. Look, the master said as he began to circulate his soul power, then pulled one of his arms around his waist, and then raised both hands above his head, stretching his neck long. Ignoring Flander, Ma Hongjun and Tang San looked astonished, as if their jaws were about to drop. The master continued, the attribute enhancements I gained are these. My body can become as soft and elastic as the slime, and that's about it. However, San Pao has fully inherited the slime's abilities, and it is a growth capability that can improve as my strength increases. As for the soul skill from the Fire Poison Dragon Beast, I won't mention it. Hongjun has already had San Pao demonstrate it. Let's talk about the slime's soul skill. Although it seems to have no combat power, it can copy and replicate any other martial soul and soul beast. As long as it gets a drop of the opponent's blood and lets San Pao swallow it, it can be used permanently, whether it's a weapon martial soul, beast martial soul, or other martial souls. This means its ability to transform is actually the ability to transform into others. Of course, it also has its drawbacks. The stronger the martial soul and the stronger the soul master, the harder it is to replicate, and top-tier soul beasts are the same. Moreover, even if it is replicated, there are certain flaws, and the consumption is enormous. But for some common martial souls and soul beasts, San Pao still has a chance to replicate others' martial souls and abilities perfectly. It's just a bit of a pity that perhaps due to San Pao being a mutated, detached entity martial soul, whether it replicates beast martial souls, weapon martial souls, or other martial souls, it is always San Pao itself transforming into the other. Just like the slime, San Pao's enhancement to me is limited. Therefore, I lack the physical attributes that a corresponding martial soul should have. So even if it transforms into another martial soul, beast martial souls cannot possess me, and I also cannot use weapon martial souls. As the master introduced, he suddenly felt that such a powerful skill had little relation to him. Aside from inheriting a bit of rubber-like ability, he felt this skill was custom-tailored for Luo San Pao, and he, being weak, could not use it. Or rather, Luo San Pao is the soul master, and he just provides the soul power. As for splitting, at my current level, splitting into 9 Luo San Paos is just right. Any more would have little attack power. With 9, each can have 10% of my strength, and they can only use my and San Pao's own soul skills. The copied ones cannot be used. However, this is very consuming of soul power. With my current soul power, I can at most split into 3 Luo San Paos, each having half of my strength. And after using them, my soul power will be nearly exhausted. Similarly, the more splits, the greater the soul power consumption, and the weaker Luo San Pao's attacks become. 9 Luo San Paos only have 10% of their strength, which is also due to my soul power being extremely pure. Otherwise, I couldn't even guarantee 10%. After the 9 Luo San Paos release their attacks, I will be directly drained, just like before, when 1 transformation, 1 split, and 2 attacks completely exhausted all the soul power in my body. There is also a limitation. Luo San Pao cannot split while transforming and cannot transform while splitting. Additionally, there are flaws and limitations when copying powerful martial souls and soul beasts. For example, Hongjun's is a top-tier powerful beast martial soul. So there are flaws and limitations after Luo San Pao copies it. My strength is higher than Hongjun's, so after copying, it retains 80 of its original strength. If Hongjun were at the same level as me, I estimate that after copying, it would be lucky to retain 70 of its original strength. But regardless, this soul skill is still very powerful, and Hongjun is indeed worthy of my bow. Only by personally experiencing this soul skill does he understand how unique and powerful it is. Think about it. If he were to reach the rank of title de law, not even becoming a peerless one, but just having become a title de law, how strong would he be at that time? It's just a bit of a pity that every time he uses this skill, he can only provide soul power support to Luo San Pao from the back and offer guidance as an observer, as if he were completely an outsider. Sigh. The master deeply sighed within, feeling that he was still too useless. Chapter 20. Missing family. After listening to the Master's introduction to the soul ring's performance and soul skills, Ma Hongjun and the others fell silent. They had already understood how powerful this soul ring was, not to mention whether the master could cultivate to the title Douluo level. Just consider the present. If he were given a drop of title Douluo's blood and provided with sufficient energy for Luo Sanpao to replicate it. As long as it was replicated, even with flaws and limitations, Luo Sanpao would truly possess the strength of a title Douluo. Even if it was only a temporary possession due to those limitations and flaws, it would still be a title Douluo. Hiss! Flinder gasped, shocked, and said, Xiao Gang, are you trying to become invincible? Just one person could suppress the world. Just imagine, with 9 Luo Sanpaos out, who could compete at the Soul Master level? Forget Soul Masters. Even those at the higher Soul Sec level would have to kneel. If they kept crushing their way through, wouldn't they sweep everything away? Invincible? The master looked at him disdainfully, without hesitation. I think you're just dreaming. Let us say Xiao San's blue silvergrass. If both I and Xiao San were at the Soul Master level, do you think Sanpao could defeat Xiao San with just numbers? Flinder chuckled awkwardly while adjusting his glasses. Ma Hongjun and Tang San looked at the two and didn't know what to say. In fact, the master was right. If Ma Hongjun were also a Soul Master, with 9 Luo Sanpaos surrounding him, it would probably just be a matter of slapping them down one by one. Even so, this skill was still very powerful. For instance, if the master became a title Douluo, he and a beast could create a magnificent scene of 1,000 cannons charging forth. Although this wouldn't work against title Douluo of the same level, if they faced weaker opponents, it would truly be a Luo Sanpao army. At this moment, Ma Hongjun seemed to think of something and said, Sure Shu, not long ago, the teacher told me that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. But I think this could also be reversed. There are no invincible martial souls, only invincible soul masters. Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San were all taken aback, showing thoughtful expressions. That is a good statement. I hope you all can work hard in the future and become invincible soul masters. The master nodded, encouraging Ma and Tang. Yes. Ma Hongjun and Tang San responded earnestly. The thought of becoming invincible soul masters made their blood boil. Seeing this, the master and Flinder felt a bit relieved. Not long ago, they too had such fighting spirit. Unfortunately, ideals are full while reality is lean. Now they had both become middle-aged, greasy uncles. Tang San recalled his previous confusion and asked, Brother Hongjun, you said that the slime soul ring is most suitable for Luo Sanpao, and others would face limitations. Why is that? The master and Flinder were taken aback. They seemed to have forgotten this question. However, with their knowledge, they quickly understood, so they wanted to see how he would answer. Ma Hongjun explained, this is determined by the characteristics of the slime. Whether it's your weapon, martial soul, blue silver grass, or my beast martial soul, obtaining the soul ring would probably only allow us to replicate our martial souls. The slime's abilities, such as transformation, splitting, and rubberization, might not be inherited. Even if you obtain the slime soul ring, you might only be able to replicate weapon martial souls, while I might only replicate beast martial souls. We wouldn't be able to inherit and transform completely like Luo Sanpao. Once the slime becomes a soul ring, its abilities will be inherited by the soul master in the form of the soul ring. Luo Sanpao is a physical martial soul that can exist independently, so its compatibility is the best match for the slime soul ring. Now that Luo Sanpao has fully inherited the slime's abilities, it proves this point. Oh, I see. Tang San nodded in understanding. Indeed, Hongjun's analysis makes a lot of sense. Flinder and I also believe that if an ordinary soul master were to obtain the slime soul ring, they would probably only gain the ability to replicate weapon martial souls. Weapon martial souls can only replicate weapon martial souls. Beast martial souls can only replicate beast martial souls, the master stated their speculation. All right, since all three of you have obtained your soul rings, and since it's still early, let's leave the soul beast forest directly. I haven't been out for long, and after I handle Hongjun's transfer student matters, I should return. With Xiaojiang at Nodding Academy, I feel very assured. Saying this, Flinder looked at Ma Hongjun and Tang San, saying, Hongjun, You must work hard in your cultivation while following Xiaojing. And the same goes for you, San. When you both reach level 20, we will come back for the second soul ring. If you have any matters, just write to me. The three nodded, continuing to have Flinder lead the way as they flew, maintaining the same formation as in the past few days. After leaving the valley where the slime was located, the master, once he calmed down, suddenly realized that although his third soul ring was 2,000 years old, the absorption process seemed a bit too easy. It was unlike Ma Hongjun and Tang San, who looked like they would be backlashed at any moment when absorbing a soul ring beyond their limits. The master shared this strange discovery with Flinder and the others, but unfortunately, the four didn't know much about slimes as soul beasts. Moreover, the storybook that Ma Hongjun had did not mention this situation either. Although they did not lack suspicion about whether that slime had split and escaped, after they retraced their steps in the valley and found nothing, they could only leave it unresolved. After all, even if they wanted to understand and study, they needed the slime soul beast for that. Just one slime soul beast was clearly insufficient, not to mention that the one they encountered was already dead. Thus, carrying their confusion and helplessness, Ma Hongjun and the others left the valley of the slime soul beast once more. It wasn't until they exited the area of the 1,000-year soul beast that Ma Hongjun began to soar high again. He needed to continuously train his flying abilities and quickly finish Oscar's sausage, or it would soon expire. On another note, the master had mentioned that he needed to continuously practice and master his martial soul, and flying was a form of training. At this point, he was already able to fly steadily in the air, so Ma Hongjun began to practice other flying abilities, accelerating, sharp turns, high dives, spiraling upward, and how to fly faster while minimizing the consumption of soul power and physical strength, as well as how to fight in the air. These were all skills he needed to train and contemplate. Whenever his soul power ran low, Ma Hongjun would immediately eat Oscar's sausages to recover, but he still had many sausages left. So, Ma Hongjun came up with an idea. He asked Tang San not to walk but to use blue silver grass to carry him. This way, it would consume his soul power, help him become more proficient in using blue silver grass, deepen his control over it, and also help him consume Oscar sausages. Not having to walk himself meant that every step Tang San took was not on the ground, but was instead supported by blue silver grass, as if he were walking on lotus flowers in a myth. In Ma Hongjun's imagination, since the extended blue silver grass was formed by soul power through martial soul condensation, it could naturally appear in the air. So if this ability were well trained and mastered, Tang San would gain the ability to walk in the air, stepping on blue silver grass with every step. Once this proposal was made, Tang San was excited, eager to try it out, as he had long coveted the ability to fly. The master also found it feasible. And even if they couldn't achieve the ability to walk in the air or step on blue silver grass, it would still deepen his control over his martial soul. So the master agreed directly. With that, as there were now two bottlenecks needing to develop and practice their skills, their speed naturally slowed down. So by the time they exited the soul-hunting forest, it was already completely dark. This made Flander look at Master with a resentful expression. "See, Ogong, you can sleep well every night because I keep watch, but I haven't slept for several days. I have to keep watch for you and help you hunt spirit beasts. I'm the one who is working the hardest. Can't you go back and practice a bit more, so I can get out of the forest a little earlier and have a good rest?" Master replied seriously, "That expression of yours can only fool Hongjun and Xiao San. Don't think I don't know that your martial soul allows you to fly for 7 days and nights without sleeping. What do you think you are now?" Master shot back at Flander and continued, "We will stay in Soul Hunting Town for the night and set off back to the academy tomorrow." Flander, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San nodded in agreement and casually found an inn to stay in, with Flander and Yu Xiaojing sharing one room and Ma Hongjun and Tang San sharing another. Ma Hongjun ordered 4 exquisite spirit beast meat dinners from the innkeeper. After all, he now had a total of 610 gold soul coins, so money was not an issue. Moreover, the accommodation was very cheap. 2 rooms for 4 people only cost 1 gold soul coin, and the spirit beast meat was a bit more expensive, costing 4 gold soul coins. However, he didn't mind spending it because making money was too easy for him. He only needed to talk, and his teacher and his friend Oscar would help him run errands to earn money, so he didn't feel bad about spending it. However, no matter how he spent, he would always keep 10 special gold soul coins on him, which were saved by his grandfather as his dowry. Just like in the game The Legend of Sword and Fairy, where the demon Lord Zhong Lu gave the magic sword to Jing Tian. And Jing Tian had to give Zhong Lu a copper coin. Those 10 gold soul coins, although not much for him now, held significant sentimental value. When Ma Hongjun received his share from Oscar, he exchanged back the gold soul coin he had previously given to Oscar, marking those 10 gold soul coins with special marks so that he wouldn't forget them. When he came of age, if he could find a beautiful lady he liked, he would give those 10 gold soul coins to her, symbolizing that he recognized her as his lifelong partner. Ma Hongjun estimated that he would never return to Phoenix Village again. He had promised his grandfather not to go back unless one day he was tired and wanted to settle down as the village chief of Phoenix Village. Therefore, the 10 gold soul coins saved by his grandfather were of extraordinary significance, not merely as coins, but as a manifestation of his grandfather's love for him. He suddenly found himself missing his grandfather a bit and thought back to the first time he followed his grandfather to Qingyang Town, where he met a little girl. She was a very clever little girl, looking to be a year or two older than him, very cute, but her complexion was a bit pale. Her lips seemed to lack color, and her body was a bit thin. She kept pestering him to play with her. However, he found it a bit hard to say that she called him little brother because he was handsome and cute, with long black hair, just like hers. Ma Hongjun decisively refused to play with her and hit her with a beautiful multicolored stone, then ran away. That was a stone he had picked up when he first awakened his memories. It was crystal clear and looked like a beautiful multicolored gem, appearing extremely pretty and somewhat special. But unfortunately, he had picked the wrong stone at that time. Ma Hongjun thought that playing with girls was not as interesting as cultivating. And as for her calling him little brother, she could go play by herself. That was his true feeling at the time. If that little girl knew, she would probably be angry enough to hit him, but unfortunately, he forgot to ask her name. Speaking of which, she was Ma Hongjun's first friend in this world. But he didn't want to play with her. He just wanted to cultivate and ended up hitting her. That little girl was also blind in a way. She had those beautiful big blue eyes, but had no sense at all. How could such a cute little brother be called little brother by her? Silly girl. Don't think just because you have a pair of beautiful big blue eyes that I won't hit you. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, not knowing if she had awakened her martial soul, or what kind it was, or if she had soul power. However, he thought her eyes were so beautiful. Still a watery blue color. It was possible she had a martial soul or a water attribute martial soul. She seemed to be in poor health. He wondered how she was doing now. As he thought about this, he suddenly felt a bit regretful. He felt he shouldn't have treated a little girl that way. Ma Hongjun silently apologized to the little girl with the water blue big eyes, saying he was sorry, and his thoughts drifted to his second friend. That was another little girl he met when his grandfather took him to Qingyang Town for the third time, who also pestered him to play with her. However, that little girl was a bit silly and not at all as clever as his first friend, but she was also very cute with beautiful golden long hair. The most important thing was that she wasn't blind. She kept calling him Big Brother all the way, showing she had sense. He happily played with her for 2 minutes and then got up and left, also not asking her name, as he found little kids too boring and didn't want to stay even a second longer. However, that little girl was too thin and a bit tsundere, which made him dislike her a bit. So, she was also a silly girl, but not one deserving a beating. No, it seemed neither of them deserved to be hit. The world was so beautiful. How could he be so irritable? Ma Hongjun thought, not knowing if she would be blown away by the wind, whether she had awakened her martial soul, and what kind it was, or if she had soul power. His third friend was Oscar. Speaking of which, he was the first to eat Oscar's sausage, which moved Oscar for quite a while. He was in a worse situation than himself. At least he had a grandfather, but Oscar was just an orphan adopted by his teacher, only having a surname and no first name. So during that month at Shrek, he helped Oscar come up with a name, which also contained his deep expectations for him. At this moment, he should still be outside the Soto Great Soul arena selling sausages, right? His teacher Flander wasn't there, so it should be Vice Dean Zhao Wujia accompanying him. He wondered if he had hired workers. A month should be enough for him to establish a brand effect. His fourth friend was Tang San. Speaking of which, he was the most dissatisfied with his encounter with Tang San. Imagine the great little Ma Hongjun, first falling during flight and landing right in front of Tang San. This was his dark history and would definitely be remembered by the scheming Tang San. As he thought about it, Ma Hongjun secretly glanced at Tang San, who was already meditating and cultivating on the other bed. It was true. He should cultivate too. Tang San was already at level 12, while he was still at level 10. This wouldn't do. Sitting cross-legged, Ma Hongjun still adopted the most natural and comfortable Lao Jun position, embracing the source and guarding the one. His heart and breath intertwined. Ma Hongjun gradually entered a deep fetal breathing state, with all 48,000 pores on his body opened. The external soul power was absorbed into his body, and as the soul power flowed through the Ren and Du meridians, it was absorbed and refined. After descending the 12 layers, passing through the Huang Ting, the evil fire absorbed by the soul power was filtered by the green lotus within the Huang Ting, merging into the colorless and transparent evil fire on the lotus platform. The cool Yin attribute soul power thus became more pure, flowing into the Dantian through the Shinkei point. And after circulating once around the body, the soul power within the Dantian grew a bit stronger. Moreover, as the soul power passed through the Tianxin ancestral aperture, it would split a bit to nourish his soul and enhance his mental strength due to the operation of the Sun and Moon Taiji diagram. This was a wonderful cycle. Although he couldn't enter the introspective state because of insufficient mental strength, he knew that every time the soul power circulated once and flowed into the Dantian, it would become a bit purer. Then, emerging from the seabed and ascending through the Du meridian, after passing through the Mingmen space, the two flames of Phoenix purple flame and colorless evil fire would merge into the soul power, and correspondingly, the flames here would decrease by one. When the purplish-red flames of the Mingmen space are completely refined, and the Sun and Moon Taiji diagram in the Tianxin ancestral aperture transforms entirely into purple, that is the moment when the Phoenix purple fire is fully refined by him, and simultaneously, the transparent evil fire is also completely refined by him. The supervisor rises and the subordinate descends. The Zhou Tian operation continues, and Ma Hongjun, who has entered a deep fetal breath state, is completely unaware. He does not know when he has changed from a seated position to lying sideways on the bed, one arm curved under his head, the other hand lightly covering his Shinkei point, one leg bent and the other extended, resembling a sleeping dragon coiled up, as if a dormant dragon is resting. It truly resembles an immortal sleeping, breath returning to the mysterious orifice, respiration following nature. Who says he is a hazy man? He sleeps, yet does not sleep. The profound mystery of Taoist cultivation is indeed beyond words. Chapter 21, the simplest path in the vast universe. While sleeping, the sun and moon linger in the pot. Ma Hongjun, who had entered a state of deep breathing, was completely unaware of the passage of time. He had slept for a full 3 days. When he finally woke up, he felt refreshed all over, rolled out of bed, and stretched comfortably, producing a series of popping sounds like frying beans. An indescribable sense of comfort. Brother Hongjun, you finally woke up. Tang San greeted Ma Hongjun, who was stretching, his voice filled with envy. What's going on? Did Xiao San not sleep? This seemed impossible. So what was the envy in his voice about? Ma Hongjun was puzzled, but naturally responded. When he looked up, he was stunned. He looked again, still stunned. What was going on? Master and Flander were actually in his and Tang San's room. Hongjun, I heard from Xiao San that you entered a cultivation state that many people dream of but cannot achieve, so we didn't dare disturb you for these 3 days. How do you feel now? What level is your soul power? Flander asked nervously as he watched Ma Hongjun wake from his daze. Beside him, Master also looked at him nervously. Ma Hongjun's condition felt somewhat familiar to him, but he just couldn't remember. 3 days ago, when they were about to leave, they found that Ma Hongjun and Tang San had not come out. After entering their room, they discovered Ma Hongjun was sleeping soundly while Tang San sat beside him, staring at him with an envious expression. Both of them were stunned. What was going on with Tang San? Had he not slept at night? When Flander and Master were about to wake Ma Hongjun, Tang San hurriedly stopped them, saying that his brother Hongjun had entered a profound cultivation state, and that he would wake up when he broke through. After that, he continued to stare at his brother with envy. The two carefully observed Ma Hongjun's state and found that he indeed seemed to be cultivating, so Flander and Master could only wait. For Soul Masters, cultivation was extremely important. Since nothing had gone wrong, or he wasn't just being lazy, they decided to wait. After all, he was in the middle of cultivation. However, as time passed, the longer they waited, the more anxious they became. Several times they wanted to wake Ma Hongjun, but they were stopped by Tang San. Tang San claimed that he found a book when he was young, and the cultivation methods were somewhat similar to Ma Hongjun's. He explained that this state was what the book described as the dream state of a cultivator, where one's breath merges with the universe, which is very beneficial for the cultivation of soul power. After explaining, Tang San encouraged Flander and Master to observe this state carefully. If they gained any insights, it would surely help with their future cultivation. After saying that, he continued to gaze enviously at Ma Hongjun, while also carefully experiencing that profound state. Seeing Tang San so certain, Flander and Master believed him and set aside their anxiety, patiently observing Ma Hongjun's state while also guarding him to prevent others from disturbing. As they observed, Flander and Master discovered the profundity of it. Indeed, as Tang San had said, Ma Hongjun was merging with the universe. Especially for Yu Xiaojiang. He felt a sense of familiarity with Ma Hongjun's state, but he just couldn't remember why. He decided that when he returned, he must thoroughly search through his books, as he felt he had seen a record of this state before. In fact, such a state did exist in this world, but Ma Hongjun's deep breathing state was evidently more profound. Looking at Flander, who had gone from confusion to careful observation, it was clear that even though he had long reached the soul sage level, he had never entered such a state. Otherwise, he would have recognized it immediately. And so they waited for a full 3 days. When Ma Hongjun finally woke up, although they knew he had entered a profound cultivation state, they still felt nervous. What? Teacher, you said I slept for 3 days? I only felt like a little while had passed. Ma Hongjun was stunned, and when he realized, he said joyfully, I feel indescribably comfortable and refreshed all over. Teacher, wait a moment. Let me check what level I am now. Flander, and you nodded. My soul power level is 12. How could it be so fast? Ma Hongjun exclaimed in shock. He had just taken a nap and had jumped 2 levels, which was unbelievable. What? You're at level 12? That's way too fast. Just 3 days ago, you were at level 10. Flander and you were astonished, feeling some disbelief. At this moment, Flander hurriedly said, you need to carefully feel if your soul power feels unstable. The foundation of early cultivation must be solid. Ma Hongjun nodded seriously, closing his eyes to carefully experience his soul power state. At this time, Tang San's eyes flashed with envy, and he said, Teacher, Uncle, you don't need to worry. Brother Hongjun's soul power cultivated in this state goes directly to level 20, and it won't be unstable at all. The foundation won't have any issues. In fact, it will be better than if he had slowly cultivated it. Flander frowned and asked, is there really such a good thing? Seeing Tang San nod, Master said, Xiao San, since you understand, please explain it to us clearly. Tang San thought for a moment and said, I've never entered this coveted deep breathing state myself, so I can only explain what I know and cannot portray that profound realm. All right, go ahead, Flander, and he nodded. In the deep breathing state, one merges with the universe, which is equivalent to the universe helping Brother Hongjun cultivate. The soul power he gains during this time is very similar to the innate soul power obtained during martial soul awakening. So there's no need to worry about foundational issues. To put it simply, it's as if the universe is helping Brother Hongjun cultivate. Tang San explained, his voice filled with envy. At this moment, Ma Hongjun opened his eyes and joyfully said, Teacher, my soul power is very pure and condensed. I feel it's much better than my previous state, with no sense of instability at all. Flander and you let out a long sigh of relief. This meant they could rest easy. At this point, Tang San asked enviously, Brother Hongjun, how did you enter the deep breathing state? Can you tell me about that state? Deep breathing? Xiao San you? Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San in disbelief. He had not expected that he had entered the coveted deep breathing state of cultivation. And he was even more surprised that Tang San had mentioned it, which meant Tang San was revealing something similar about himself. With envy on his face, Tang San nodded seriously, indicating that it was exactly as he thought. Ma Hongjun nodded, automatically avoiding the topic of their backgrounds, and said in a daze, "So I entered the deep breathing state. My Yuling Xiaoyao Ju is actually very simple to cultivate. It starts from holding onto the original state, focusing on the lower dantian, concentrating on the energy points, and just needs to focus and regulate the breath. After that, it's all about going with the flow, maintaining tranquility, and allowing things to naturally proceed." Seeing Tang San look surprised and flounder and you deep in thought, Ma Hongjun continued, "As for the subsequent cultivation, I don't really know how to proceed. It all goes with the flow, letting it operate naturally. At that moment, I entered a state where my mind and breath were intertwined, meaning my spirit and soul power merged, and then my soul power circulated naturally. After that, I felt as if I was in a daze, as if my whole body had become one, becoming a point, maintaining a mysterious specific frequency with each breath, feeling like only a little time had passed, and then I woke up. After listening to Ma Hongjun, Tang San suddenly realized and said, "I understand now. However, your cultivation method is actually not simple. The way of the Tao is the simplest, which means true teachings can be summed up in one sentence, while false teachings require countless volumes. The state you just described is exactly the same as the fetal breath state recorded in books. It seems you have indeed entered the fetal breath." Fu Yu and the others had no exposure to Taoism, so they listened to the two talk, feeling it was impressive. But in reality, they were completely confused. Flender directly asked, "Xiao San, so you're saying that Hongjun is actually sleeping?" He was sure he hadn't heard wrong. According to Ma Hongjun's description, he hadn't done anything, nor was he cultivating, just sleeping. Seeing Flender's puzzled expression, Tang San didn't plan to explain further and simply said, "Master, it's not sleeping, but a state of cultivation that is like sleeping yet not." "Yes, teacher, I really am cultivating. I've already reached level 12, Ma Hongjun quickly explained, worried that if it was confirmed he was sleeping, it would be a disaster. "Have you ever seen an ordinary person sleep for 3 days without any problems?" The master retorted, though he didn't fully understand it either. He at least grasped some of it. "It seems not everyone is like me," Flender awkwardly smiled. The master shot him a glance and said, "What Hongjun and Xiao San have obtained seems to be inherited from the same source, so they can understand each other. However, Xiao San's statement is correct. The way of the Tao is the simplest. Because it is natural and ordinary, it seems simple, but it is difficult for ordinary people to grasp its true meaning. You should marvel at having a disciple with exceptional talent and understanding, rather than get tangled up in whether he is sleeping. Besides, have you ever seen someone directly break through 2 levels of soul power in one sleep? If you're foolish, don't say it out loud, and you want others to be foolish with you. That's quite something." Don't call me foolish. You didn't understand either," Flender said with a face full of grievances. The master smiled lightly and said, "Do you think everyone is like you? I actually understood some of it. Hongjun's cultivation is essentially about learning from and imitating nature, integrating into nature so it appears ordinary. It is precisely what Xiao San said about the way of the Tao being the simplest, a crude person driven by profit like you cannot comprehend it." Flender's face darkened, but the master was right, so he could only remain speechless and decisively change the topic. After all, Ma Hongjun was his precious disciple. The more talented the disciple, the more glory for the teacher, so being retorted was fine, as he hadn't understood it anyway. "All right, since Hongjun has woken up, let's hurry back. This cultivation has delayed 3 days again, and I'm worried if we return late, Zhao Wujia's reckless bear will tear down my academy." Ma Yu and Tang San nodded in agreement, and the 4 of them left the room. Fu Yu and the others had suspected that there was something wrong with the source of the two's cultivation methods, but these two had previously been strangers from different places. Now that they had come together and become brothers, and their cultivation methods were inherited from the same source, it could only be said that this was truly fate, so they had no doubts at all. However, how could they possibly know that there is a situation called transmigration? Chapter 22, 7 Dormitory. Tang San and Master returned to Nodding Academy after nearly half a month. Originally, Master thought they would be back in 3 to 5 days at most, but as it turned out, they spent a total of 5 days in the soul-hunting forest and then waited 3 days in Seoul Hunting Town for Ma Hongjun to wake up from his training. Therefore, when they returned, they realized that almost half a month had passed. Upon returning to the academy, he directly took Flandra, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San to see the principal of Nodding Academy, Su Fei. After explaining their purpose, Su Fei readily agreed to Ma Hongjun's enrollment, but changed the borrowing status directly to formal admission. He also agreed that if Ma Hongjun and Tang San reached level 21 in 3 years, they could apply for early graduation. Tang San didn't want to leave his friend behind and brought up Xiao Wu. There's actually another one? Su Fei was taken aback, a thought flashing through his mind. This delighted him. He hadn't expected that 3 innate, full soul power geniuses would arrive at the academy this year. However, out of respect for his old friend master, he agreed to Tang San's request, allowing Xiao Wu to apply for graduation alongside them in 3 years. Su Fei stated that while Ma Hongjun could attend Nodding Academy, you would need to pay a tuition fee of 100 gold soul coins each year. Flandra couldn't agree to this and immediately brought out a powerful card, the work-study student quota from Phoenix Village. This was given to Ma Hongjun by his grandfather to exempt him from tuition fees when he attended Shrek Academy. However, since Ma Hongjun was Flandra's disciple, he didn't need to pay tuition, so this powerful card finally had its use. Master's face darkened. Flandra was indeed stingy, even preparing a work-study student quota from his disciple's village. Su Fei couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His old friend's brother was truly unique. Yet, considering Master S' reputation and the work-study student quota, he could only accept it. Ma Hongjun completely realized his teacher's business-minded nature. He was truly unwilling to suffer any loss. A typical miser. Thus, he became a work-study student at Nodding Academy, and in 3 years, once he reached level 21, he and Tang San could apply for graduation from Nodding Academy. Tang San took Ma Hongjun to their work-study dormitory. Master returned to his room, and Flandra also had to leave, reminding Ma Hongjun not to forget to write to him every month. Ma Hongjun also reminded Flandra not to forget to have Oscar send him 100 sausages every week, and as for his share, Oscar could send it once every 3 months. When they arrived at the work-study student dormitory, there was no one around, so it was empty. Ma Hongjun chose a bed next to Tang San's super large bed by the window, unpacked his things, and then they went to the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City to register their soul master information, and each received a gold soul coin before returning. Just as they reached the dormitory door, they heard loud noises coming from inside. A group of boys aged between 8 and 11, along with a 7 or 8-year-old girl with a scorpion braid in a pink dress, were surrounding his bed, discussing curiously how suddenly there was another person in the dormitory. The sharp-eyed little girl in pink was the first to notice when Tang San walked in with a pretty girl in a long red robe embroidered with a purple-red phoenix, her beautiful wine-red hair shining in the sunlight. The little girl's expression immediately turned unfriendly as she asked in a crisp voice, "Xiao San, did you leave all the dirty work to me for so long just to bring back your girlfriend?" In the dormitory, a group of unruly kids gathered around, and the leader among them was Xiao Wu, the boss of the 7 dormitory and currently the leader of Nodding Academy. Wang Sheng crossed his arms, looking strange, and interjected, "Third brother, why did you bring a little girl to the academy?" "This is my senior brother Ma Hongjun, a new student who just enrolled today. We ran into his teacher in the soul hunting forest, and due to some issues, we only just returned today," Tang San explained, looking awkward. Ma Hongjun's face darkened instantly, feeling like he had eaten something unpleasant. How did he encounter such blind and jealous people again? However, he remained silent, standing quietly beside Tang San like a gentle girl. Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the other kids looked at him in surprise. "A boy." The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before Xiao Wu said with a strange expression, "So you're a boy, and a new student at that. I was wondering why a boy would wear such a girly outfit. It really misleads people. Clearly, you guys are the blind ones." Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. Xiao Wu stepped forward, snorted, and said unkindly, "Since you're new, you have to fight me. I'm the boss of the 7 dormitory and the boss of Nodding Academy. We have a rule in the 7 dormitory that all newcomers must fight the boss. Whoever wins is the boss." Tang San was speechless. How did he forget about this? He didn't know how capable his senior brother Hongjun was. But it would be good to see. He didn't say they shouldn't fight. After all, kids don't listen, and a good beating is better. He had said not to fight before, but it didn't work. All right, let us do it. Everyone, step aside, Ma Hongjun said, somewhat helplessly. He had completely forgotten about this. As he spoke, he was already engulfed in flames, but did not activate his martial soul. Tang San was taken aback. Wasn't this a bit unfair? With the heat and attachment of his phoenix purple fire, wouldn't Xiao Wu get burned? Xiao Wu, be careful. The flames on Hongjun's body are particularly strong. Don't get too close. Tang San hurriedly warned Xiao Wu. Otherwise, she would definitely suffer. Ma Hongjun wasn't good at fighting since he hadn't fought before. And of course, this was also because his memories hadn't fully awakened yet. But he didn't know this. Now he could only stand still, remembering the principle of Tai Chi, to use stillness to control movement, to respond to change with non-change. The flames rose, forcing Xiao Wu's attack back. Seeing Tang San remind her, Ma Hongjun felt a bit speechless and teased. Junior brother San, you haven't even married yet. Why are you already favoring others? Tang San's face turned awkward. How was his senior brother speaking? Boom! The flames surged again, pushing Xiao Wu back, while Ma Hongjun maintained a defensive stance with his palms raised, showing no intention of taking the initiative to attack. As for using soul skills, he decided against it. His soul skills weren't suitable for use in the dormitory, and he wasn't trying to develop anything or demolish buildings. Damn it! Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration and gritted her teeth. Why are you so unreasonable? Are you afraid to put away your flames so we can have a fair fight? Afraid? The flames are one of my abilities. Besides, I've never fought before. Looking at your stance, I can tell you can beat everyone in the academy, so I know I can't win against you. If you can break through my flames, I'll admit defeat. Ma Hongjun thought to himself that he had only thrown stones at a clown girl and had once dropped from the sky to crush a snake. He decisively admitted defeat. With his fighting experience, bullying little kids was fine, but fighting Xiao Wu was out of the question. How could someone who could fly over rooftops and walk on cliffs have little fighting experience? Just look at that ghostly figure, and you would know. One was a rogue rabbit with 10,000 years of cultivation, so how could their battle experience be lacking? Moreover, did you hear what Xiao Wu just said? She was not only the boss of the 7th dormitory, but also the boss of Notting Academy, undefeated in the dormitory and academy. How much did she love to fight? She was basically a violent, lowly rabbit, while his 2 clown girls were smart, gentle, and lovely. At this moment, he finally remembered the good things about the 2 little friends he had once disliked, but unfortunately, he hadn't even asked their names. Ma Hongjun thought to himself. He didn't know where they were now, or if they would meet again in the future. If they did meet, would he still recognize them? And if he did, would they still remember him? Xiao Wu was taken aback. Was he being so sincere? To so straightforwardly express his weaknesses? To admit he hadn't fought before and couldn't win against her. That was his ability. Not knowing how to fight, unable to win, yet still daring to step up to fight. Such courage was commendable. Xiao Wu thought to herself that heroes think alike. Tang San felt the same way. However, she found it a bit strange. Logically speaking, given Ma Hongjun's cultivation method, he should have been a core disciple of a major sect in his past life. So he shouldn't lack combat training. How could he have never fought? She thought she could find an opportunity to ask him about it later. Xiao Wu appreciated Ma Hongjun's attitude and didn't mind that he used flames to protect himself. That was the right approach. Let's not fight anymore, Xiao Wu said cheerfully. Since you're so understanding, call me Sister Xiao Wu and follow me from now on. Sister Xiao Wu will teach you how to fight. Otherwise, I'll just have to risk getting hurt and break through your flames to give you a beating. At worst, I'll just lie down for a few days. Ma Hongjun was speechless. Great, now it was confirmed she really was a violent little lowly rabbit. Sister Xiao Wu, he said with a slight smile, his expression very natural and unresistant. After all, respect for strength was the way of the world. He thought about how he and Tang San, if it weren't for his earlier apprenticeship, he might have already been calling Tang San third brother or third senior brother instead of little third junior brother. Xiao Wu nodded excitedly, having gained a good little brother. She believed that after her training, Ma Hongjun would definitely become an excellent little brother. Third brother, I didn't expect you to be such a weakling, Wang Sheng muttered with some disdain. Weakling? Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun, who had put away his flames, and smiled lightly. He didn't think so at all. Even without combat experience, with Ma Hongjun's spirit and abilities, how could he be a weakling? If someone was spitting fire at you from the sky while you were jumping around on the ground, could you beat him? If you weren't careful, you'd just be waiting to get burned. Weakling? It was just that the dormitory wasn't suitable for spirit battles. Otherwise, he could see if he was really a weakling. He believed that with Ma Hongjun's agility that night, it might be true that he hadn't fought. And although he couldn't beat Xiao Wu, he definitely wasn't someone Wang Sheng could bully. Moreover, Ma Hongjun practiced Tai Chi, which was originally a martial art that used stillness to counter movement and responded to changes with an action. So it seemed quite normal for him to stand still. Ma Hongjun didn't care about Wang Sheng calling him a weakling. He knew his own situation. He was here to learn and reconnect, and he had never wanted to bicker with children in the past, and naturally still felt the same way now. Tang San smiled slightly and ignored Wang Sheng. He also didn't like to bicker with children. Little 3, why did you take so long to come back? How was your spirit ring acquisition? Xiao Wu asked. Tang San began to recount their experiences in the spirit beast forest, not hiding anything he could tell and saying nothing about what he couldn't. After he finished, the others looked at Ma Hongjun strangely, not expecting that the way their senior brothers met would be so fantastical. An unexpected turn of events had ruined Tang San's first spirit ring, but in the end, he found an even better one. Life was indeed full of surprises. Wang Sheng and the others were even more astonished, realizing that this time out, their master had actually broken through, but thinking that they couldn't fabricate stories about the master in front of Tang San. Wang Sheng deeply held back his excitement and began to plan it in his heart, while congratulating his teacher on the breakthrough verbally. Thus, on the first day Ma Hongjun arrived at Nuoding Academy, he spent his time chatting with everyone and getting acquainted with the academy through Xiao Wu and Tang San. Chapter 23. The Great Deception. Ma Hongjun's life of studying and practicing at Nuoding Academy began. In the early morning, he and Tang San jumped onto the rooftop at the same time. He practiced the Tai Chi visualization method while Tang San trained his purple extreme magic eyes. At the same time, on the second day of Ma Hongjun's arrival at Nuoding Academy, after a day's classes, Tang San took him deep into a secluded forest behind the academy to test whether he was also a visitor from another world. Ma Hongjun did not take the initiative. Instead, he responded to Tang San's moves while being on guard, ready to escape from Tang San's grasp if things turned sour, preparing for a future reckoning. As time passed slowly, after a series of mutual probing, Tang San confirmed that Ma Hongjun should be from the same world as him. At that moment, Tang San, as a senior otaku from the Tang sect, felt excited. Unlike modern-day travelers, when fellow villagers meet, one might get shot in the back. For example, Ma Hongjun seemed to get along well with Tang San over the past few days, but he was always wary of him, ready to turn against him at any moment. And he was also subtly hinting to Tang San to confess to him. Finally, seeing that things were not developing in the worst direction, Ma Hongjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that, fortunately, he did not have to tear their relationship apart for the time being. The 4 great joys in life are no more than the arrival of sweet rain after a long drought and meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Tang San was excited and no longer continued to probe. He began to actively reveal his past life to Ma Hongjun. Although Ma Hongjun already knew, he pretended to be surprised and listened quietly until Tang San finished speaking. Then he said, "Junior brother San, I really didn't expect you to be the genius recorded in the martial arts secret history, a once-in-a-century talent of the Tang sect. But you can rest assured, when I read the martial arts secret history, I remember that the sect master of your generation has already proven your innocence, so you don't have to worry anymore. You can confidently promote the Tang sect in this world, because you're the only designated heir of the sect master from your generation." What? The heir of the sect master? Brother Hongjun, is this true? Tang San trembled upon hearing this, his voice quivering with excitement and tears in his eyes. Ma Hongjun nodded. That story was very touching and memorable, so he had watched it several times back and forth, and had thoroughly remembered it. Brother Hongjun, is what you said true? Can you tell me the details? Tang San's voice was choked with emotion. Let me think. After all, I only saw it in books. And it was hundreds of years ago, Ma Hongjun replied casually. Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun nervously and said, "Brother Hongjun, you speak. I'm listening." Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "I remember the martial arts secret history recorded that after you jumped off the cliff, the sect master of the Tang sect was filled with regret. The elders in the sect said there was no need to be sad for a traitor. Your sect master sternly rebuked those elders. Who do you say is a traitor? Have you ever seen a traitor who, after obtaining the highest secret manual of our sect, did not escape? Have you ever seen a traitor who would die for his convictions? Have you ever seen a traitor who possesses a world-destroying hidden weapon capable of annihilating any master of the Tang sect, yet gives it as a final gift to the Tang sect? Tang San is not a traitor. He is the most outstanding genius of our sect in 200 years. At this point, another elder mentioned that you had secretly learned the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record, but your sect master did not let him continue. Instead, sorrowfully saying, "If you can also perform the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, I can overlook your theft." You were wrong, and I was wrong. Just a moment ago, we actually watched the opportunity for the Tang sect to shine again slip away from us. Saying this, your sect master changed his tone, his expression serious and dignified, and said, "No need to say anything. Pass my order. Command all disciples of our sect to mobilize and search for Tang San. Alive, we want to see him. Dead, we want to see his corpse." From this moment on, Tang San is promoted to an inner disciple of our sect. If he is still alive, he will be the only heir to my position as sect master. This is the sad story recorded in the martial arts secret history about your Tang sect. They lost a once-in-a-lifetime genius who could revitalize the Tang sect because they did not seize the opportunity. At this point, Tang San was already trembling all over, unable to speak through his tears, his bright eyes completely blurred by tears. He choked out, "Rest assured, sect master. Tang San swears he will not disappoint your expectations and will definitely rebuild the Tang sect in this world and carry it forward." Ma Hongjun was a bit at a loss due to Tang San's emotional outburst. However, the words spoken by the Tang sect master at that time were indeed very moving. So he had watched it several times and had thus remembered it. But this was also very similar to the ancient world of his previous life, and the background and legends of the martial arts were like this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed Tang San's words to deceive him. However, Ma Hongjun knew that even if the world they came from was quite similar, he and Tang San were definitely not from the same world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to watch the Douluo continent anime. "All right, junior brother San, you are still alive. I believe the spirit of your Tang sect master in heaven will be very comforted." Tang San wiped away his tears and knelt in the direction of the rising sun, bowing 3 heavy times. That place symbolized his original world. "Brother Hongjun, thank you for telling me what happened after I jumped off the cliff. The knot in my heart has finally been untied." Ma Hongjun waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's nothing. I just like those ancient legends of martial arts and Taoism, which is why I searched for some books on this topic. I happened to see this intriguing story, so I just remembered it. I believe that even without me telling you these, you would eventually figure out on your own." Tang San, with tearful eyes, nodded heavily and said, "Brother Hongjun, you keep saying ancient times, ancient times. Aren't you and I from the same era? Tell me about the situation in your era." Ma Hongjun began to recount his era. Zhang Sanfeng, the internet, skyscrapers, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW, wellness centers, airplanes, and warships. Tang San murmured, "So in the future, the once glorious martial arts sects have basically disappeared from the annals of history. They're no longer martial artists who can shatter the void or immortals who have attained enlightenment. Moreover, Zhang Zhenren was actually the last person to cultivate both martial and Taoist arts, breaking through the void and leaving as a master of the Tao." As he spoke, Tang San seemed to think of something and stared intently at Ma Hongjun, saying, "Brother Hongjun, I want to rebuild the Tang sect in this world in the future. Since you have no sect and are interested in martial arts and Taoism, I would like to invite you to join the Tang sect as the vice sect master. I can also teach you the Tang sect's unique skills, which are the martial arts you're interested in. What do you think?" Ma Hongjun was very excited at this moment, smiling slightly while appearing somewhat troubled, and said, "Aren't the Tang sect's unique skills strictly forbidden for being passed on outside? Aren't outsiders prohibited from cultivating them?" He indeed wanted to learn. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled such a long way to find Tang San. But the Tang sect's unique skills were not to be passed on, and the Tang San from his original time and space didn't even teach his father. Would he teach him? Tang San smiled indifferently, his eyes filled with strong confidence, and said, "As vice sect master, you are part of the Tang sect, right? As for outsiders in this world, I have the final say in the Tang sect. I do not have the discriminatory view that only members of the Tang family can cultivate. As long as you join the Tang sect, I will treat everyone equally." Ma Hongjun smiled broadly. This reassured him. He clasped his fists and said, "Junior brother San, then I respectfully accept your invitation." Tang San also clasped his fists in return, and the two brothers exchanged smiles, everything unspoken. "By the way, brother Hongjun, have the disciples of the Tang sect finally found my corpse?" Tang San suddenly asked. "No. The place where the ghosts see sorrow is an endless abyss. They searched for a year and found nothing, so they gave up. Thus, your jumping off the cliff later became a mystery in the martial world. Some say you died, some say you went to the fairy realm after falling, and others say you were rescued and taken away by a hidden master, etc. There are many versions." Tang San was taken aback and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He helplessly said, "This is really a matter of much speculation. However, the idea of going to the fairy realm is quite interesting. Although it's not the fairy realm, at least we came to this world. Brother Hongjun, how did you come to this world back then?" Ma Hongjun showed a confused expression and said with a bitter smile, "I don't know. I just remember that I was practicing a kind of powerful cultivation technique I found online. I entered a very mysterious state, which the book called divine embryo or something. I thought I'd fallen asleep, but when I woke up, I found myself transformed into a baby. At first, I subconsciously thought I had achieved the divine embryo, but it wasn't until I was more than 2 years old that I completely understood. So, I also don't know how I came to this world." "Then tell me about the technique you practiced back then," Tang San asked. His keen intuition told him that there was something wrong with that technique. Ma Hongjun nodded and began to describe that seemingly miraculous cultivation technique. After listening to him, Tang San pondered for a moment and said, "Is it the Heavenly Tao Sutra? This technique sounds extravagant, but unfortunately, it's completely fake. You probably mistakenly achieved the divine embryo according to what the technique said, but that technique is false, and the divine embryo is actually the primordial spirit. So you might have entered a state of sitting in enlightenment." Ma Hongjun was shocked. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed, "So I essentially played myself to death." Tang San couldn't help but smile wryly and continued, "In our Taoist cultivation, we require the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, which means life and cultivation should be practiced together. You achieve the divine embryo, but couldn't provide an energy source for it. So all your essence was absorbed by the divine embryo, leading you to sit in enlightenment. As for what happened after you sat in enlightenment and how you came to this world, I'm not sure either. I also jumped down, and when I woke up, I became a baby. So I was deceived by the Heavenly Tao Sutra and really played myself to death." Ma Hongjun murmured. Tang San sighed and said seriously, "If you ever want to practice any powerful techniques in the future, you must discuss it with me first. I can help you check the authenticity of those techniques. Fortunately, you chose to practice the orthodox Taoist techniques of the Jade Purity Free and Easy technique and the Taiji visualization method in this life. If you had chosen some other powerful techniques back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see you again." Ma Hongjun hurriedly nodded and said, "I chose these two because they seemed the simplest and most reliable. I thought that even if I didn't succeed, it shouldn't be dangerous. Thankfully, because of this, I ended up saving my life. You understand that well. The Tao is simple. Your technique seems very simple, but in reality, starting to cultivate, it puts you in a state that others dream of, natural Tao." Tang San said with a look of admiration. "Really? Why do I feel it's very simple and ordinary?" "The technique is only 22 characters long," Ma Hongjun said, puzzled. "Yes, this technique is quite good. You probably haven't truly comprehended its essence. I see you keep mentioning mind and breath are interdependent, but they're actually another level. Mind and breath are forgotten. This technique is recorded in the Orthodox Taoist sections. Focusing the mind and adjusting the breath and focusing the mind. The Jade Purity leaves the free and easy technique. Only teaching how to focus the mind into the energy point, right? Ma Hongjun was shocked, and Tang San smiled and continued, when you start cultivating this technique. If you comprehend mind and breath are forgotten and directly enter that state, the inner strength you cultivate will be innate true energy. After mind and breath are forgotten, the innate energy comes from the void, so what you cultivate later will not be martial arts but Tao techniques. The subsequent processes of gathering herbs, circulating the microcosmic orbit, performing the pill path, and then switching cauldrons, I don't understand much. So I want to elaborate. Mind and breath are forgotten? Ma Hongjun showed a look of surprise. He had certainly heard of mind and breath are forgotten, but he had never entered that state before and always thought it was merely talk. Tang San nodded and continued. If you haven't comprehended mind and breath are forgotten and instead enter the state of mind and breath are interdependent, then what you cultivate will only be acquired true energy, which is inner strength, and you will be practicing martial arts. The subsequent cultivation will always involve holding the original and guarding the one, with true energy flowing naturally, opening the small and large circulations. When you achieve the completion of the large circulation, you will reach the peak of acquired stage. At that point, you will need to open the crown point, which is what the martial world refers to as breaking through to the innate stage, and then return to guard the mysterious aperture, gather herbs, circulate the microcosmic orbit, perform the pill path, and then switch cauldrons. These are similar to what I just mentioned, and I don't understand them much either. Ma Hongjun looked dazed, while also feeling fortunate in his heart. Thankfully, he came to find Tang San. Otherwise, even if he knew those things, he would have never truly grasped them. I heard people mention these in my previous life, but I didn't expect them to be true. This technique is indeed interesting. Just one word difference, one step innate, one step acquired. Little San, then you? Ma Hongjun was puzzled. Since Tang San knew these things, why did he choose to practice martial arts instead of Tao techniques? Like you, I also haven't comprehended mind and breath are forgotten, so I can only practice martial arts. The technique I practice is called Xiantian Gong, which is also a top-level orthodox Taoist technique. Its core is the same as the free and easy technique. You could say that authentic Taoist techniques have this characteristic. If you can comprehend innate energy, you can step into the realm of Tao techniques, and if you can't, just practice martial arts well. After all, you will eventually return to it, just taking a few more detours. Tang San explained with a wry smile. Ma Hongjun nodded, pondering deeply in his heart. But he had different doubts now. If that is the case, how could a martial arts technique allow someone to cultivate into a god? According to what Tang San just said, reaching the peak of Xiantian Gong would also be the peak of the acquired stage, which is the highest achievement after the free and easy technique. Then the rest breaking through to the innate stage, and so on. How powerful could an innate expert be? He estimated that innate experts might only be comparable to masters at most, and he didn't know what Tang San thought of this. Little San, my free and easy technique couldn't break through after the energy in the Dantian was full. After awakening my martial soul, the true energy underwent a tremendous transformation. But I still couldn't break through until I acquired the first soul ring, which allowed me to connect the run and do meridians. Following your reasoning, the Xiantian Gong and free and easy technique we are cultivating now would reach the peak of the acquired stage. Even if we break through to the innate stage, we would only be innate experts. But innate experts are at most equivalent to soul masters, right? Do you know why we are in this situation? Tang San paused slightly and said, my situation is the same as yours. At first, I couldn't break through either. After awakening my martial soul, the inner strength of Xiantian Gong changed. Although the nature of the Taoist techniques didn't change, it was different from the inner strength I had before. It became the soul power of this world. So I speculate that the quality of soul power should be higher than inner strength, but lower than innate true energy. After our inner strength was influenced by the martial soul and transformed into soul power, Xiantian Gong and free and easy technique were no longer just a simple martial arts technique, but a soul power cultivation technique. Thus, each breakthrough brings about different mysteries. I see. I understand. Ma Hongjun completely understood. For example, if soul power is treated as fighting spirit or spiritual energy, Then, after the true energy of Xiantian Gong and free and easy technique is transformed into soul power by the martial soul, it is equivalent to fighting spirit or spiritual energy. And looking at it this way, Xiantian Gong and free and easy technique are equivalent to a technique for cultivating fighting spirit or refining energy. So, if cultivating soul power can reach the title Daoist, then if one cultivates fighting spirit, shouldn't it be able to reach Dosheng? Because through martial soul awakening, cultivating soul power directly skips the soul power, starting directly from the soul master, which is equivalent to a fighter. As for chi refinement and cultivation, Ma Hongjun feels that it's really hard to compare, but he has completely understood it. No wonder Tang San was able to become a god relying on the Xiantian skill, because after his martial soul awakened, his internal energy was influenced by the martial soul and transformed into soul power. The cultivation of Xiantian skill is no longer just internal energy, but the soul power of Xiantian skill. Chapter 24 Student Council. As the days passed at Notting Academy, Ma Hongjun filled his time outside of classes with a variety of activities because he had a lot to practice. He needed to cultivate his soul power, enhance his mental strength, train his flying ability, practice Tai Chi, and work on his soul skills. Don't think that just letting it go is enough. He also had to learn many of Tang Sek's unique skills from Tang San, and so on. Only the Xiantian skill and the Purple Extreme Demon I did not require cultivation, as they were just references. Knowing the Xiantian skill gave him a general direction for his future cultivation of the carefree formula. In fact, he didn't need to worry about it. Just let nature take its course. The Purple Extreme Demon I conflicted somewhat with the Tai Chi visualization he needed to practice, but it also had its benefits. He could directly use the yin-yang energy from the sun and moon Tai Chi diagram in his heart to cultivate according to the method of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The method remained unchanged. Only the required energy had changed, so Ma Hongjun simply referred to it as the yin-yang eye. Tang San thought this name was too simple and suggested names like Sun and Moon Divine Eye or Sun and Moon Demon Eye, or at least Yin-Yang Demon Eye or Yin-Yang Divine Eye, all of which sounded better than Yin-Yang Eye. However, Ma Hongjun felt that this was straightforward and understandable. As long as he liked it, that was enough. As for a cooler name, he thought it was better to wait until he reached that level of cultivation. For now, he still felt that yin-yang I was more fitting. For Ma Hongjun, cultivating the yin-yang I required the energy of the yin-yang fish from the sun and moon Tai Chi diagram, without the restrictions that Tang San faced while cultivating the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Of course, if he didn't practice the Tai Chi visualization, he could also use the morning sun's purple chi and moonlight to cultivate the yin-yang eye, which would yield better results than just using the energy of the yin-yang fish. Therefore, he adjusted his training schedule, alternating between the odd and even eyes, changing every day. While learning Tang Sek's unique skills, Tang San strongly suggested that Ma Hongjun learn to forge hidden weapons, that is, blacksmithing, since it would be a shame not to use such excellent flames. However, Ma Hongjun was very reluctant. His training schedule was already full, and he also had a practice combat experience with San Wu. How could he find time a blacksmith? Helping Tang San stoke the fire would be more feasible. But unable to resist Tang San's persistent persuasion, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to follow along. Since he was learning, he asked Tang San to teach him swordsmanship. Just think about it. Flying in the air while wielding a long sword in close combat would definitely be better than fighting barehanded. Moreover, since he would be able to forge, wouldn't he be able to forge a sword for himself? Tang San helplessly taught him a set of wind and thunder sword techniques, which were as gentle as a breeze and as swift as thunder, exhibiting the characteristics of combining hardness and softness, very similar to the Tai Chi he practiced, and had the unique features of Taoist martial arts. Upon inquiry, he found out that the wind and thunder sword techniques were actually from Wudong, which explained why many of the sword moves resembled those he had seen in his previous life from Wudong's Tai, Xianmin sword, and Tai Chi sword. It turned out that the wind and thunder sword techniques were taught by an old friend of a Tang sect elder from Wudong, which was why Tang San had Wudong skills. However, during this time spent with San Wu, Ma Hongjun found himself starting to dislike Xiao Wu a bit. You're a soul beast that has transformed into a humanoid rabbit, It's one thing not to practice hard in the human world, but you spend all day jumping around, causing trouble, and not taking things seriously. How carefree can you be? Truly a rabbit, jumping the highest and getting into trouble the quickest. If it weren't for the fact that she later latched onto a strong ally, in another decade or so, the grass on her grave would be several feet high. But since she was his companion and also the one teaching him combat experience, he couldn't just ignore her. So that day, he made a suggestion to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, since you are the big sister of Nodding Academy, I happen to have an idea. Do you want to hear it? What? Go ahead if it's fun. I'll listen. Ma Hongjun's mouth twitched. Sure enough, she was the one jumping the most, but he continued, Xiao Wu, you see? Since you are the big sister of the academy, how about this? We simply establish a nodding student council, and you can be the chairperson. I, along with San Wu, will be your right and left arms, and there's also Xiao Qinyu, Ling Feng, Wang Sheng, and Lu Long to be your four great generals, all working together for the bright future of Nodding Academy. What do you think? Student council? What is that? But it sounds like forming a gang, which should be quite fun. Xiao Hong, tell me how to do it. Xiao Wu made a funny face at Ma Hongjun, sticking out her tongue. Ma Hongjun trembled all over. He really wanted to unleash a phoenix fire line to roast her, letting this violent little rabbit experience a fiery spark, ensuring she'd turn into charcoal. However, a true gentleman can endure, so Ma Hongjun decided to let it go. If he really exploded and hit Xiao Wu, his junior brother would definitely be unable to bear it. His blue silvergrass was no longer afraid of his phoenix purple fire, aside from flying. He couldn't do anything to Tang San at all. How about waiting until the holiday to invite them to eat phoenix blood hot pot? I'll just add more of my blood in it. No way, that would definitely get him killed, plus they were all under 7 years old now. That would be too uncouth. Forget it, he'd better endure it. Various strange thoughts flashed through Ma Hongjun's mind as he said, Of course not. Let me explain. The student council is not about forming a gang, but rather uniting all the students together to promote mutual growth and learning. We can also organize the student council members, under the supervision of the academy teachers, to hold a major competition every month. The top 3 performers would receive rewards from the academy. We could also organize cultural knowledge learning, soul skill development, physical training, combat experience exchange, discussions on soul power cultivation, etc. Anyone with similar interests can find each other to promote each other. Xiao Wu looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he had such an idea. Ma Hongjun glanced at her and smiled. The key point is the monthly competition. You not only get money, but you can also fight in a fair way. If the academy teachers see you win, they won't blame you. Instead, they praise you. What do you think? That sounds quite fun. Hey, San, what do you think about what Xiao Hong said? Xiao Wu jumped up excitedly. She didn't understand the rest, but she heard that this way, she could fight every month and also earn money. Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun in surprise. Thinking that his senior brother really lived up to being from the modern information explosion era, his thinking was so active. After some thought, he felt that this proposal seemed quite good. Yeah, I think my senior brother's proposal is great. I have no objections, but will the academy agree? Just wait and see. The academy will definitely agree. Remembering the student council from his previous life, Ma Hongjun smiled confidently, feeling that it was almost certain, stating that there was absolutely no problem. Xiao Hong's proposal was agreed to by Xiao Wu, but would Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu, and the others agree? Xiao was a bit puzzled, still not knowing what her position as the big sister of the academy could do. Ma Hongjun was speechless. It seemed Xiao Wu really had nothing but rabbit meat in her head. He helplessly said, You are the boss of all the academy students. Would they not listen to you? Moreover, this matter only benefits them. Only a fool would disagree. Tang San completely agreed with his viewpoint. Not to mention that Xiao Wu was the boss of the academy. Just the fact that the student council would allow Wang Sheng and the others to seek guidance from the 3 of them openly was enough for those kids to break their heads trying to get in. Seeing that she understood, Ma Hongjun continued, All right, then I hereby announce that our Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy's first student council is officially established. Xiao Wu is the first chairperson, Junior Brother San is the blue right envoy, and I'm the Phoenix left envoy. Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu, and the others will be the 4 major committee members, while the other students will be reserve members of the student council. We will complete the detailed planning gradually, and the negotiations with the academy will be handled by me and San. As for notifying Wang Sheng and the others, that will be up to you, Xiao Wu. This way, we can split into 2 groups and get it done quickly. Xiao Wu nodded excitedly, like a gust of wind, and directly ran to find Wang Sheng and the others. Ma Hongjun and Tang San exchanged wry smiles. Xiao Wu's personality was really too unpredictable. They then went to the dean's office. With their ghostly speed, they quickly arrived at the dean's office. After stating their intention, Su Fei confirmed. You want to establish a student council? Tell me the specific process. If it benefits the academy and the students, I will agree. Ma Hongjun began to explain the details of the student council to Su Fei. Although he had never operated one specifically, he was quite familiar with it from his previous life experiences in school. Well, that's a pretty good idea. I agree. I will call a meeting with the teachers later to announce this. As for the rewards for the monthly competitions, I can only reward the top 5 students. The first place winner will receive 5 gold soul coins, the second 4, and so on. You all prepare for it. The opening ceremony for the first student council will be held in 3 days, and all faculty and students will attend. After hearing Ma Hongjun's explanation, Su Fei agreed. This was a great plan that could greatly motivate the students, and he had no reason to disagree. The academy could easily afford the rewards for the competition. If he reported this plan to the kingdom and the empire and compared it with other mid-level soul master academies, the rewards from the kingdom and empire alone would be more than enough to cover the students' prizes. In the following 2 days, apart from attending classes and practicing, Ma Hongjun took Xiao Wu, Xiao Qinyu, Wang Sheng, and others around the city to buy supplies and set up for the opening ceremony. Xiao Wu excitedly shared the student council plan with Xiao Qinyu and the others, and they all agreed immediately. By that evening, all the students at the academy were aware of the news. Soon, the 3rd day arrived. The opening ceremony was set up very grandly, with Ma Hongjun referring to some styles from his previous life. The location was chosen to be the academy's playground, since one of the opening programs was this month's competition, and it was naturally better to have the battle there. In this world, the prices of goods, except for those required by soul masters, were quite similar to those in reality. The total cost of all the items needed to purchase, as well as the fruits prepared for the academy teachers and invited guests, amounted to only 4 or 5 gold soul coins, which was still considering that most attendees were soul masters and the items were of high quality. Xiao Wu, who was financially challenged, couldn't afford this, but Tang San could. However, Su Fei generously reimbursed them. This was quite normal. The purchasing power of a copper soul coin was equivalent to 1 yuan, and a gold soul coin was equivalent to 1,000 yuan. So it wasn't a small amount at all. The opening ceremony began. The first item was a speech by Su Fei, the dean of Nodding Academy, who spoke at length and ultimately encouraged the students to work hard. Upon learning that joining the student council would allow students to spar with others and that the top 5 would receive at least 1 gold soul coin as a reward, all the students were motivated. The second item was the opening speech by the student council president, Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun had already prepared a draft for her, and Xiao Wu was not shy at all. Instead, her excited little face turned red. The guests at the event were initially taken aback to see that the student council president was a cute little girl over 6 years old. When they learned she had defeated all other students at the academy and was the leader of Nodding Academy, they were even more astonished. Although they did not know what they were thinking, they all praised Xiao Wu, calling her a brilliant and beautiful genius. And the compliments made her ears perk up with excitement. The third item involved speeches from the student council members and the 4 committee members, which detailed the roles of the student council and what each member would be responsible for in the future. The fourth item was the first student council soul master exchange competition, which was a highlight. In the world of soul masters, regardless of what one did, strength was still the most important factor. As expected, after a round of battles, Xiao Wu naturally took first place. This was also intentionally allowed by Tang San. While he could bully Xiao Wu in private sparring, in public, Xiao Wu was the leader and the first president of the student council, so he had to give her face. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would definitely not let him sleep in bed that night. Ma Hongjun had nothing to say about this. Even though they had the money to buy betting, they tacitly avoided discussing it, so Xiao Wu always slept on one bed and shared one blanket. This was also why Ma Hongjun often teased Tang San, and he had no way to refute it. The second place in the competition went to Tang San, and Ma Hongjun came in third. Both of them had concealed their true abilities and only used their martial souls and soul skills. Ma Hongjun didn't even fly, and Tang San did not use the blue-silver stargrass to whip or strangle. He only used entanglement. The third place went to Ling Feng, fourth to Xiao Qinyu, and fifth to Lu Long. Wang Sheng still needed to work harder. Among the 4 committee members, he was the only commoner, but Wang Sheng firmly maintained his 6th position, unfortunately without a reward. The 5th and final item was the award ceremony held by Dean Su Fei, along with a closing speech thanking the attending guests. The opening ceremony of the first student council at Notting Academy concluded refreshingly. The master was also a guest at the event. From the preparation to the opening, he had always known about it, but he did not oppose it. Instead, he encouraged Ma Hongjun and Tang San to do well. Chapter 25. Breakthrough in Mental Power. After the establishment of the Student Council, Xiao Wu indeed no longer idled around to disturb Ma Hongjun, allowing him more time to attend to his own matters. Watching Xiao Wu gradually change and become more serious, Ma Hongjun let go of his previous grievances towards her. She was still very cute in this manner. One morning, after completing his practice of the Tai Chi visualization method, Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a surge of joy upon seeing the Tai Chi diagram and vortex circulating in his dantian, as well as the soul power flowing through his run and du meridians. He understood that his mental power had finally reached a level where he could introspect. This indicated that his soul had become stronger through the nourishment of the sun and moon Tai Chi diagram. He had always thought that the success of the Tai Chi visualization was coincidental. He had tried to teach it to Tang San, the master, and Xiao Wu, but none of them succeeded. As a compromise, they chose to visualize their own martial spirits, and that method was successful for all of them. Ma Hongjun couldn't understand why this was the case. When he consulted Tang San, he merely speculated that it might be related to Ma Hongjun's past life, where he accidentally cultivated a primordial spirit, but he wasn't certain about the specifics, and the matter was left unresolved. Perhaps this question would be clarified once their memories awakened further, but for now, they wouldn't understand. When they were in the Soul Beast Forest, the master had learned from Ma Hongjun and Tang San that their soul power was stored in the dantian and circulated through the meridians. Upon returning, he carefully consulted the two about this matter. Subsequently, the master modified his meditation practice, successfully opening up the dantian and no longer allowing the soul power to be stored in the meridians. As a result, he discovered that his cultivation speed actually increased, exclaiming that the method of the dantian was profound. The dantian was merely a basic concept and foundational knowledge, nothing that couldn't be discussed. Xiao Wu's current soul power was also stored in her dantian, practicing the modified meditation method of the master. With the enhancement of the soul and the breakthrough of mental power, Ma Hongjun's consciousness once again delved deep into the sea of consciousness, which remained as silent, deep, and lifeless as ever. Only a 3-meter-long, 2-meter wingspan purple-red fire phoenix quietly lay deep in the sea of consciousness, its head turned and buried in the feathers of its wings, resembling a sleeping little bird. Suddenly, he understood that this was the usual state of a beast martial spirit. When not in use, it fell into a deep slumber. He felt that this state resembled an incarnation, and he already had a special connection with his martial spirit. Upon arriving here again, he felt that the martial spirit was like another version of himself. It was just that it was neither a physical entity nor did it possess a soul or consciousness. Moreover, he discovered that whatever he wanted the martial spirit to do could be achieved with just a thought. Thus, at this moment, deep in his sea of consciousness, a fire phoenix with a wingspan of 2 meters soared through the sea of consciousness, twisting in the air and even doing somersaults. Little Ma's thought process was indeed quite peculiar, but that was all. In any case, he didn't feel the sensation the master had described regarding the purple fire and evil fire residing in the martial spirit. After playing for a while and getting bored, Ma Hongjun had a sudden idea. Since the fire phoenix had no soul, could his own consciousness inhabit its body? He thought it was worth a try. With a thought, He directed his consciousness toward the phoenix's head. Bang! It was as if he had collided with a rubber ball, and he was bounced back. At this point, Ma Hongjun finally discovered the problem. It wasn't that the fire phoenix was ordinary, but rather that his soul hadn't communicated with the fire phoenix at all. Since that was the case, he decided to break through this barrier. Ma Hongjun thought this and began to constantly wash the martial spirit with his mental power, while repeatedly trying to penetrate into its body, only to be bounced back again and again. The master had said that once he could make his consciousness enter the fire phoenix's body, he would have achieved communication with the martial spirit. With each attempt, Ma Hongjun felt that this communication had a sense of control and refinement. Previously, he could issue various commands and could possess it for battle due to a natural connection. But with the martial spirit, he actually only knew its existence without understanding the underlying principles. However, refinement was not something that could be successfully achieved in a short time. So after a while, he stopped. Then, he directed the martial spirit to leave the depths of the sea of consciousness. Under his mental guidance, the fire phoenix left its slumbering place and flew towards the Tianxin, which was a portal in the sea of consciousness. This time, there were no mishaps. After flying for a while, the fire phoenix arrived at the Tianxin acupoint. However, he was troubled about what to do next to integrate the martial spirit with the flow of soul power. He could only think to give it a try. Ma Hongjun thought this and issued the command. The fire phoenix transformed into a streak of light and, under his tense gaze, dove into the yang eye of the Tai Chi diagram. Watching the fire phoenix successfully merge into the yang eye, like a chick waiting to hatch, Ma Hongjun let out a sigh of relief, glad that nothing went wrong. However, he was soon dumbfounded again. He discovered that although the fire phoenix would leave the yang eye following the movement of the Tai Chi diagram, merging into the other half, the yang fish, it absolutely refused to dive into the yin eye. After all, it was a fire phoenix, and its energy and attributes were completely opposite to those of the yin eye. How could it possibly enter? Ma Hongjun was at a loss in this situation, feeling somewhat helpless. He had no choice but to let the fire phoenix dive back into the yang eye. As the soul power flowed through the run and du meridians, it would first enter the yang eye after entering Tianxin, then into the yang fish. The yang would generate yin, thus entering the yin eye, and then into the yin fish. Afterward, a portion would emerge from the yin fish, continuing to circulate along the run and du meridians, while another portion would transition from yin to yang, re-entering the yang eye, following the operation of the sun and moon Tai Chi diagram. Looking inward at his body, it seemed that the fire phoenix, staying in the yang, I was actually also indirectly following the flow of soul power. In the yang, I was derived from the yin fish generating yang. Although there was soul power flowing in from the du meridian, the soul power in the yang, I was very gentle, with infinite nurturing properties, making it very suitable for nourishing and strengthening the fire phoenix martial spirit. At the same time, with the washing and nourishment of the soul power, it was equivalent to him refining the martial spirit. Seeing that there were no issues, Ma Hongjun decided to leave it be, directing his consciousness along with the flow of soul power into the Huangting space, where he discovered that the light blue small pond had already transformed into a large pond. However, the water in the entire pond was more like vapor than liquid. His soul power had not yet reached the level where it could condense into liquid. On the illusory surface of the blue sea of soul power, a third-grade blue lotus quietly floated. Similarly, this blue lotus was also formed from soul power, thus it was also illusory. Looking again at the evil fire on the blue lotus, he noticed that it had already grown substantially, nearly filling the entire lotus platform. He knew how to handle this situation. He just needed to compress and refine it, which was not difficult for him now that he had broken through his mental power. Thinking to do it, Ma Hongjun wrapped his consciousness around the evil fire. Since it had already been refined, it didn't affect his emotions. Compressing further, gradually, the colorless and transparent evil fire began to change. It was no longer transparent and started to transform into a faint white color with a higher temperature. He didn't know how long had passed, but only a small, milky white flame remained on the lotus platform, quietly burning and emitting intense heat. Apart from that, nothing else was left. Ma Hongjun looked at this small flame. After a moment of thought, He controlled a strand of soul power to merge into this milky white flame and found that there was no repulsion between them. Instead, it absorbed the soul power to strengthen itself. At the same time, the soul power seemed to become more refined under the scorching of this milky white flame. It really worked. Ma Hongjun exclaimed inwardly. The more he looked at this thing, the more familiar it seemed, making him feel even more that he had somehow ended up in the wrong place. As for whether that was true, he would find out by trying again. He directed his consciousness to control the milky white flame to his right hand, and under his manipulation, the small flame enveloped one segment of his left pinky finger. The flames began to scorch this finger bone. Perhaps this was his flame, completely refined by him, so he did not feel the pain of being burned by the fire. Instead, he felt a tingling sensation and an incredible itch. Carefully sensing the changes in the finger bone, he gradually discovered that it seemed even whiter than before. This change left him quite speechless. Wasn't this just bone refining? Coupled with the recent tempering of his soul power, the characteristics of the flame had become very apparent. The fire is born from the heart, tempering chi and refining bones. Forget it. Let us just call this evil fire fallen heart flame from now on. After all, the name of the martial soul evil fire phoenix has already been changed to strange fire phoenix by his master uncle. Since the evil fire has similar effects to the fallen heart flame, it can be called this name as well. Thinking this, Ma Hongjun willed the cluster of fallen heart flame back into his haunting space. It was at this moment that he realized that as this fallen heart flame was refined by him, the blue lotus and the soul power pond had also dissipated. Was your mission just to help me extract the fallen heart flame from the soul power? Ma Hongjun mused to himself. From the looks of it, that seemed to be the case, but why it was so left him puzzled. What about the phoenix purple fire? The phoenix purple fire was still fused with the soul power at the moment, but that didn't seem right either. Ma Hongjun soon made a new discovery. His soul power converting into flames was actually the phoenix purple fire, so the phoenix purple fire would not burn separately within him. In other words, his soul power continuously refining and sublimating was actually the phoenix purple fire. So that purple-red sea of fire in the life gate space was actually the innate soul power brought by the strange fire phoenix martial soul during its awakening? Was it just that since I had already cultivated soul power before, that energy was stored in the life gate? Ma Hongjun was taken aback. If that was the case, just how powerful was that energy that posed a life-threatening risk to him? He wasn't sure if his thoughts were correct. They might be wrong, or they might be right. However, he was certain that once he completely refined the purple-red sea of fire in the life gate, he estimated that the soul power in his dantian would probably turn into a sea of fire like magma. The fire attribute purple soul power in the dantian was just the initial transformation. With this in mind, Ma Hongjun placed the fallen heart flame in the yang eye of the Taiji diagram of the sun and moon, allowing it to absorb soul power to grow while continuously burning and refining his martial soul and soul power. At the same time, as the soul power circulated throughout his body, it would also achieve the effect of tempering chi and refining bones. A portion of the soul power in the yang eye of the Taiji diagram came from the life gate, mixed with evil fire, which was just right to be absorbed by the fallen heart flame, as this was the precursor of the fallen heart flame. Moreover, when the fallen heart flame burned, it would also temper his soul power. Looking inward, he wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but he felt that as he continued to cultivate, the cyclone in his dantian was actually getting smaller, while the Taiji diagram seemed to be getting larger, as if it were absorbing the cyclone. However, he didn't mind this at all. The Taiji diagram itself was formed from two types of soul power, and if it completely absorbed the cyclone, it meant that the energy properties in the dantian would become even more stable, ending his cultivation and rising. Ma Hongjun looked at the sky and found that it had already darkened. After returning to the dormitory and asking Tang San, he realized that unknowingly, a whole day had passed. Seeing him in deep cultivation, Tang San asked the teacher from the morning class for leave for him. At the same time, the master instructed him to come to the office if he woke up from his cultivation. Chapter 26. Martial Souls and Soul Rings. When Tang San went to the master's room, how could he not follow? And the person who shared a blanket with him, Xiao Wu, naturally wanted to follow as well. The result was that what was originally a one-person matter turned into three people going together. Upon arriving at the master's dormitory and seeing the 3 children present, the master said lightly, "Since you're all here, let's sit over there." Although he was somewhat surprised that Xiao Wu had come along, it was still within reason and expectation. He was aware that Xiao Wu shared a blanket with Tang San. There was once when Ma Hongjun accidentally let slip about the matter of San Wu sharing a bed. However, even so, the two did not choose to sleep separately. People in the Douluo world generally develop quickly due to the improvements brought by martial souls and soul power, and thus mature earlier. The master looked at the teenagers, who had grown to about 1.34 meters in just half a year, and couldn't help but sigh. It's good to be young. Ma Hongjun, tell me about your training today. With Flender not around, the master naturally had to take responsibility for Ma Hongjun, treating him as his own. As for Xiao Wu, who obviously resembled a child bride to Tang San, he treated her no differently. At this rate, there was a high possibility that Xiao Wu would become his disciple's daughter-in-law. The master felt that he had seen through everything, while only San Wu remained oblivious. Ma Hongjun began to describe his training situation. The master was a good friend and brother of his teacher, so with his teacher absent, the master was essentially no different from a teacher to him. In fact, although the master was not very powerful, he was more reliable and better at teaching than Flender. However, in terms of training experience and knowledge of Flying Soul Masters, the master was unable to impart that, which was why Ma Hongjun was Flender's successor. His teacher had passed down a lifetime of training experience and lessons that could not be replaced by anyone who had not reached the Soul Sage level or was not a Flying Soul Master themselves. After listening to him, the master nodded in understanding and said seriously, "Do you think communicating with martial souls is that easy? However, you used the term refining quite well. Your method of trying is not wrong. I was originally waiting for you to break through your mental power before telling you. After you refine with your mental power, it will be equivalent to having a body of a phoenix. At that time, when you combine it with soul power to refine the phoenix's body, the fallen heart flame and phoenix purple fire you mentioned will no longer be a threat to you." Seeing that Ma Hongjun and the others understood his meaning, the master continued, "The most important point is that when you refine your martial soul with soul power, you are also using soul power to enhance and improve the quality of the martial soul, which will undoubtedly take a long time. However, my research will surely succeed with you, and you will see results in a year or two." Ma Hongjun nodded quickly, and the master slightly nodded in return, continuing, "Now I'll tell you what you should do next, to avoid you messing around again and making us worry." "Okay, Uncle Master," Ma Hongjun said with a silly smile as he rubbed his nose. The master said with a serious expression, "I want the 3 of you to promise me that what I say next cannot be shared with anyone without my permission." Ma Hongjun and the others nodded seriously, though they were quite surprised about what martial soul theory he had developed. The master's face wore a mad expression, like a pilgrim, and he spoke as if in a trance. When Hongjun refines his martial soul and takes complete control of it, the next step is to use mental power to capture the connection between the soul ring and the martial soul, and then use mental power and soul power to refine the soul ring, transforming the soul ring into the soul ring of his martial soul. "Master, isn't the soul ring originally part of the martial soul?" Tang San asked, with Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu equally puzzled. The master shook his head and said, "Let me explain. When a soul master absorbs a soul ring, it is to allow the soul ring to attach to the martial soul, achieving the purpose of breaking through bottlenecks and releasing soul skills. However, the function of the soul ring is not just that. It is also a device to maintain the existence of soul skills. This is why higher year soul rings have more powerful soul skills." Ma Hongjun and the others suddenly understood. They had always thought that attaching a soul ring to the martial soul meant that the soul ring became part of the martial soul. But it turned out it was not the case. The master continued, "In fact, the soul power contained within the soul ring is not much, because the excess soul power is already absorbed by the soul master when they absorb the soul ring. The remaining soul power stored in the soul ring is actually only to maintain the operation of the soul skills within the soul ring, much like the cultivation methods we practice now, which have specific operating routes. Unlike cultivation methods, the operation routes of the soul skills in the soul ring are already installed within the soul ring. So as long as you input soul power, you can release them directly. Is that so?" Ma Hongjun murmured, while Tang San and Xiao Wu also showed expressions of sudden realization. The master nodded and said, of course. If a soul master has strong enough mental power to perceive the operating trajectory of the soul power within the soul ring, then their grasp of soul skills will be even more adept. This is far beyond what can be achieved through mere practice. Ma Hongjun and Tang San exchanged glances. According to the master's explanation, soul skills somewhat resembled the spells and charms they were familiar with. However, they could only temporarily set aside this question and continue listening to the master's important teachings. This step is very difficult for soul masters because many soul masters cannot even perceive their martial soul with their mental power, let alone talk about comprehending the soul ring attached to the martial soul, the master said. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded. They indeed could not find their martial souls within their bodies. And before Ma Hongjun's mental power breakthrough, he had the same situation as the three of them. The master pointed to the cup on his table and said, "This is like the water cup in front of me. You can clearly see it and use it, but when I ask you to touch it with your consciousness, you can't feel it." Ma Hongjun and the others were taken aback. The master's explanation was too vivid. He continued, "Therefore, the only way to enhance mental power is to deepen communication with the martial soul, which is to refine the martial soul. My research came from this. Once this step is successful, the next is to perceive the soul ring with mental power and then use mental power and soul power to wash the soul ring, which is to refine the soul ring. The purpose of doing this is to turn the soul ring into the soul ring of one's own martial soul, making the soul skills the skills of the martial soul itself, rather than merely being attached to the martial soul and only usable as soul skills. So when a soul master refines the soul ring will enhance along with the soul master's strength, transforming into the soul ring that best fits their own limits, which is a growth-type soul ring. Hiss! Ma Hongjun and the others gasped. The master's theory of martial souls was truly terrifying. No wonder some said that his theories were too shocking. The master nodded and said, for example, when you cultivate to the soul venerable level, your first 2 soul rings will automatically upgrade to 1,000-year soul rings. Moreover, the age of the soul rings will also change accordingly, all fitting your current limits. Master, Uncle Master, is this really possible? Ma Hongjun and the others swallowed hard, somewhat unable to believe it. This theory was indeed too shocking. The master smiled confidently and said, in the past, I only proposed these theories, but many soul masters lacked sufficient mental power and could not provide me with theoretical basis, so all of this remained in my own conjecture. However, now it is different. Hongjun has already embarked on the path of researching the theory of martial soul evolution, and the results are quite good. In the future, when the 3 of us break through our mental powers, we will also embark on the path of researching the theory of martial soul evolution. We will be the most reliable basis for the theory of martial soul evolution. Moreover, even if we do not succeed, it will not be a waste of time, because this is inherently a part of cultivation. The master pointed to himself and the 2 girls, San Wu and Er Wu. Ma Hongjun and the others nodded with difficulty. Indeed, they had already begun to walk this path. Otherwise, why would they work so hard to cultivate their mental powers? Isn't it just to enhance their strength? Besides, trying doesn't cost anything. Master, what is the essence of how the soul rings form? Well, how exactly do soul rings form? Ma Hongjun touched the tip of his nose, smiled and asked, Why are you asking this? The master asked in surprise. Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and said, haven't you already developed the theory of the growth potential of soul rings? This is about to become a reality, so I was wondering, if we understand the essence of how soul rings form, can we create our own soul rings? Without having to hunt soul beasts, soul masters can add soul rings to themselves. After all, soul beasts grow slowly, while soul masters only need a few decades. This is essentially overexploitation. You still want to create your own soul rings? The master was startled by Ma Hongjun's idea. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's gaze towards Ma Hongjun changed slightly, and Tang San was taken aback, realizing that he actually had such thoughts. Yes, Ma Hongjun nodded and said, soul beasts are also living beings, and high-level soul beasts have intelligence that is not inferior to humans. They're all sentient beings, and I believe that all beings should be treated equally. I think the current approach is too unfair and cruel to soul beasts." The master was taken aback and joked, teasing Ma Hongjun. "You see a soul beast, and just want to ask if you can eat it. Are you really able to say that?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's gaze towards Ma Hongjun changed completely, her crimson eyes shining with amazing brilliance. However, after hearing the master say that he enjoyed eating soul beasts, her expression quickly turned to one of gritted teeth. Tang San was also surprised, although he sympathized with the soul beasts. He had never considered that humans could create their own soul rings. Perhaps this is the difference between modern and ancient thinking. Modern people are more innovative compared to ancient people. After all, having grown up under the red flag, they believe in science to understand the world, unlike ancient people who preferred to adhere to traditions. Tang San smiled slightly and also teased Ma Hongjun. "Yes, you sympathize with soul beasts. But aren't you afraid that if soul beasts are all killed, you won't have anything to eat?" Ma Hongjun touched the tip of his nose and retorted, "Is that the same? The law of nature is survival of the fittest. Soul beasts hunt each other. So I don't think there's anything wrong with me liking to eat soul beasts. If in the future we can really create our own soul rings. The relationship between humans and soul beasts will only be a predator-prey relationship, where all beings are equal. If I eat a soul beast today, one day I might be eaten by a soul beast because I can't defeat it, and I wouldn't mind." Xiao Wu pouted and muttered, "If you've been eaten, what opinions can you have? Should the soul beast hurry and pull you out?" Tang San's eyes lit up, and he quietly gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up, thinking she had hit the nail on the head, expressing what he had in mind. "I'll eat you and then pull you out." Ma Hongjun's mouth twitched as he retorted to Xiao Wu, saying, "I only sympathize with the injustice of this world towards soul beasts. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as grass dogs. All beings should be equal. However, for the soul beasts I like, I won't eat them. For the soul beasts I enjoy eating, unless they can turn into humans, I still think I prefer to eat them. What if the soul beast you love to eat turns into a human?" Xiao Wu asked from the side. Ma Hongjun's thoughts made her feel both love and hate, and he spoke so reasonably that she was left speechless. However, she was more curious about his views on transforming soul beasts, as it was closely related to her own situation. Ma Hongjun said without hesitation, "If it's someone who has enmity with me, they should either let go of their hatred or seek revenge. If there is no enmity, if it's a male and we know each other, then we can be friends. If not, they're just passers-by. If it's a female, if she is beautiful, then I could consider a different way to eat, like marrying her as a wife or taking her as a mistress. If she is ugly, then she is either a passerby or just a passerby." Tang San was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What does marrying a soul beast as a wife have to do with me?" Chapter 27: The Essence of Soul Rings. Tang San felt like he was caught in the crossfire, even while lying down, but it sounded a bit strange. That was a slip of the tongue, just a momentary mistake. Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Brother Hongjun, your taste is truly unique. Marrying a mother soul beast is one thing. But why bring me into this?" Tang San asked, confused about how he got involved. "You're the male one. I've heard that when a soul beast becomes human, there is no difference from person. How can you distinguish between male and female?" Xiao Wu retorted mercilessly at Ma Hongjun. She suddenly felt very dangerous, not knowing if he liked to eat rabbits, and if he did, what kind of preparation he preferred. In short, she felt very threatened now and absolutely could not let him discover her identity. "Sorry, little San, I didn't mean you. Let me rephrase that. Marrying a concubine." Ma Hongjun scratched his nose in explanation, but his clarification only implied that Tang San had a concubine, which was even more problematic. The master found his nephew's thought process amusing and suddenly realized that the term little San seemed quite fitting to describe a concubine. He twitched the corner of his mouth, and Xiao Wu couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. "Little San, ha ha. So that's what it means, ha ha. Xiao Wu, you're not allowed to laugh." Tang San's expression darkened immediately, staring dangerously at Ma Hongjun while giving Xiao Wu a helpless warning. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Wu was unfazed by Tang San's threatening gaze and couldn't help but laugh. All right, you all stop this. It was my slip of the tongue." Ma Hongjun quickly intervened, realizing that if this continued, the fire would eventually burn him. He decided to change the topic decisively, saying, Don't think my taste is unique. Do you remember the stories I told you? There are quite a few predecessors like that. What stories? The master asked, puzzled. Ma Hongjun grinned and said, for example, by Nyangzi and Su Xian. Wasn't Su Xian a soul master who saved a 100,000-year-old white snake? Later, the white snake transformed into Bai Nyangzi to repay the kindness, and they lived happily together. Then there's Nie Shaoqian and Ning Kaichen. Wasn't Ning Kaichen a soul master who saved a 100,000-year-old ghost beast from an evil soul beast? Later, the ghost beast transformed into Nie Shaoqian to repay the kindness. And there's also the sword soul master Luo Shi, who had a caterpillar named Tang Bao that accidentally ate some rare materials and turned into a human. In the end, they all live happily together. There's also Lu Yi who rode dragons, Xiaoyan who played with snakes, and the rabbit who tossed embroidered balls, etc. These stories are not few in the books. The master countered, stories from books can't be taken seriously. Ma Hongjun retorted, Uncle, your slime soul ring is recorded in storybooks. Have you forgotten? Besides, don't think my taste is unique. I believe that being able to turn into a human makes no difference from person. These predecessors are proof that they can also fall in love. Brother Hongjun, but those are just stories. The slime might just be a coincidence, right? Tang San said helplessly, deciding to challenge his senior brother's worldview. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in his heart, thinking, your mother is blue silvergrass, and your future wife is an old rabbit. You have the least right to criticize me. Xiao Wu felt a sense of DJVU, as if the rabbit was talking about her. But she was sure she hadn't revealed her identity in front of Ma Hongjun. In fact, she was overthinking. Ma Hongjun was referring to the jade rabbit and Tang San, who tossed embroidered balls to recruit a husband. The master decisively changed the subject, feeling that he must keep a close watch on this nephew. Otherwise, if he really brought home a soul beast wife, he would know how to explain it to Flander. Luckily, he was still young and could be educated. Since you want to know the essence of how soul rings are formed, let me tell you. Soul rings are formed from the soul power of soul beasts and part of their soul, with the most critical aspects being these 2 points. And the soul is the spiritual power. All right, do you three have any questions? If not, go back and cultivate. Tang San pondered for a moment and asked, Master, is there anything that can replace the soul power and soul of a soul beast to form a soul ring? There is. The master nodded and explained, according to records, when ancient exotic beasts died, they would condense inner cores, and soul masters could obtain soul rings by refining them, such as the Snow Lady, the Chongming bird, the Kuei Nyo, the Tao Tai, the dark demon evil god tiger, and so on. Inercoris. Tang San was bewildered. Wasn't this a world of martial souls and soul rings? Why was the inner core mentioned? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have obtained the 7th soul ring through some inner core in the time-space continuum, which allowed his martial soul to evolve into several heads. But he couldn't quite remember the specifics for now. But it didn't matter. He noted that those heads were hideous. And he certainly didn't want his martial soul to become like that. Have you heard of inner cores? The master was surprised, noticing that Tang San and Ma Hongjun looked like they knew about inner cores. Tang San glanced at Ma Hongjun, and they exchanged glances, starting to weave another story. I've heard of it. The cultivation inheritance I received mentioned it. I thought it was fake, but it turns out to be true. Oh, what did it say? Tell me. The master became interested, not expecting them to actually know, quickly taking out a notebook to jot it down, having already witnessed how extraordinary the cultivation inheritance they received was. Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and tried to explain using the cultivation terminology from this world so that the master could understand better. It seems to say that inner cores are formed from life, which is the essence of energy. The essence is the basic energy that forms the physical body, often manifested as vitality or blood energy. For example, the energy of my phoenix fire, that strong vitality, is a manifestation of essence. Qi is what I and Little San previously talked about, similar to true energy and soul power. Shun is the soul, which is also spiritual power. Now that you mention it, Uncle, it seems there are quite a few similarities between inner cores and soul rings. The master quickly scribbled in his notebook, not raising his head, saying, I've noted it down. You continue. Ma Hongjun nodded and continued. As we all know, whether it is soul master or a soul beast, the soul power within them varies. The ultimate fundamental reason is that their own soul power is influenced by their martial soul, which transforms the energy within them into soul power, and then absorbs external soul power, which involves essence and qi. Soul power is derived from meditation and cultivation, and it's related to the martial soul. So it must be influenced by one's will and soul, which involves shan. It just so happens that the martial soul is related to one's essence, qi, and shan. The stronger the essence, qi, and shan, the higher the innate soul power generated during the awakening of the martial soul. Looking at it this way, it seems that soul rings are like an alternative inner core, and inner cores are also like alternative soul rings. Ma Hongjun realized this as he spoke. The master quickly recorded what he said and nodded, saying, "This explanation is very insightful. The inheritance you obtained is indeed extraordinary. Although it seems out of place with the present, it is related to the exotic beasts of ancient times. It appears that the cultivation methods you acquired should have been accidentally passed down from ancient times. Moreover, based on this cultivation method, the soul master world of ancient times must have been exceptionally prosperous, which is truly enviable. But unfortunately, it was a time of misfortune." The master looked contemplative, having automatically filled in the source of the cultivation methods of Tang San and Ma Hongjun in his mind. Ma Hongjun and Tang San exchanged a glance, both looking bewildered as they realized it was actually a cultivation method passed down from the ancient era. The master nodded seriously and continued, "Hongjun, what you just understood is correct. The essence, energy, and spirit of the cultivation world during the ancient era can perfectly explain the source of innate soul power. Essence, soul power, spirit. These three are interconnected. One can only imagine how prosperous the cultivation of the ancient era must have been to produce such profound cultivation theories." "Yes, indeed." Ma Hongjun agreed wholeheartedly. "I also feel it's amazing," Xiao Wu chimed in. Tang San nodded along and said, "Teacher, if there's nothing else, we will go back to rest." "Go ahead." The master didn't lift his head, continuing to write something in his notebook, although everything was made up by Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Based on what the master said, the cultivation methods from the ancient era might indeed resemble various techniques, or even be those techniques. Furthermore, soul beasts might not even be called soul beasts, but rather exotic beasts or demon beasts. As Ma Hongjun and the others were about to leave the master's dormitory, the master called out to them again. "Wait a moment." The three stopped and turned back in confusion. Tang San asked, "Teacher, is there anything else?" The master raised his head, his gaze landing on Ma Hongjun. "Hongjun, I heard from Xiao San that your soul power has already reached level 18? "Yes, master uncle," Ma Hongjun replied. The master pondered for a moment and said, "Your cultivation speed is too fast, which is not beneficial for you to grasp your own strength. Your teacher and I both agree that you should slow down your soul power increase, aiming for a breakthrough of 1 level every 2 to 3 months. This will help you better master your own strength. What do you think?" When Tang San obtained his soul ring, he reached level 12, mainly due to the soul power from the star anise mantis soul ring, most of which was used to transform his blue silver grass. Otherwise, his soul power level would definitely be higher than 12. Now, half a year has passed, and his soul power has only just reached nearly level 15. But look at Ma Hongjun. After obtaining his soul ring, he was only at level 10, and now he has reached level 18, which is equivalent to an increase of 1 level per month. This speed is too fast. Although the cultivation method prevents his foundation from being unstable, it is still not beneficial for him to grasp his own strength. The master and Flender felt somewhat helpless. While other soul masters were finding ways to enhance their own strength, they needed to suppress their own disciples' growth. Perhaps this was the difference. "All right, master uncle, I will follow your and the teacher's advice and slow down my cultivation speed." Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and realized this was indeed the case. He felt that he didn't have enough time every day, and the reason was the rapid increase in soul power, which forced him to devote more energy to mastering the newly acquired soul power. Seeing that he understood, the master nodded and said, "My and your teacher's thought is that before your martial soul's defects are completely resolved, you should focus your main energy on cultivating your mental strength, refining your body, familiarizing yourself with soul skills, mastering your abilities, and gaining combat experience. After all, the stronger your mental strength and physique, the safer you will be. Moreover, in situations where cultivation levels are similar, technique is still very useful. Ma Hongjun responded. All right, you all go back and rest. It's getting late, the master said. Goodbye. Teacher, master, uncle, master, the three replied as they took their leave. Chapter 28. 1,000-year blue silver grass. After leaving the master's dormitory and heading towards the 7th dormitory, Xiao Wu approached Ma Hongjun and asked, Xiao Hong, are you really planning to create your own soul ring in the future? Ma Hongjun shivered all over, suppressing the urge to swat Xiao Wu away, gritting his teeth and saying, Xiao Wu, please don't call me Xiao Hong anymore. If you keep calling me that, I'll only eat soft-boned rabbits from now on. It is said that soft-boned rabbits are extremely delicious, and since rabbits are so cute, spicy rabbit heads must be very tasty. After saying this, Ma Hongjun even licked his lips deliberately. Tang San was speechless. He had a feeling these two were about to start bickering again. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger, wanting to pounce on him directly, but was grabbed by Tang San by her braid. Xiao Wu, forget it. Your senior brother is at least a boy. What do you think it looks like when you call him Xiao Hong every day? He exploded in anger even once, and he treats you so well. Can't you see that? Under your wise training, he is already stronger than you. If he really goes all out, I'll have to carry you to class every day. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration. Tang San was right. With her and Tang San's training, Ma Hongjun had indeed become stronger than her. Moreover, she and Tang San were only at level 15, while Ma Hongjun had already reached level 18. Rabbits are so cute. How can you eat rabbits? I just think calling you Xiao Hong is friendly. If I don't call you Xiao Hong, what should I call you? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes and said, do you think you can trick me? There's indeed a sense of friendliness, but more than that, you just think it's fun. I'd rather you call me Xiao Jun, or even Ma Gu, or Jun Gu, but you cannot call me Xiao Hong. If you keep calling me Xiao Hong, I'll only eat rabbits. Rabbits are so cute. Spicy rabbit heads must be delicious. Xiao Wu shivered and thought to herself that this guy really likes to eat little rabbits. It seems she must hide herself well. If you want to eat rabbits, that's just too cruel. No matter how he wants to eat, she let him. Okay, see you Yun Gu. It was all Xiao Wu's fault before. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Wu's voice turned soft, sweet, and a bit coy, as if she had suddenly transformed into a different person. EW. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San shivered at the same time and quickly ran towards the dormitory, leaving Xiao Wu alone in a mess in the wind. From afar, Ma Hongjun's voice came. Okay, I was just joking. Rabbits are so cute. I don't want to eat rabbits. As long as you don't call me Xiao Hong, you can call me anything you want. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in frustration and quickly chased after Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Time passed day by day amidst everyone's busyness, and the training plan had changed again. Ma Hongjun finally found more time, and he finally had time for other exercises and studies. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and Ma Hongjun's soul power had reached level 20. However, this time Flinder did not come again. Luo Sanpao, with the strength of a soul zone and the capabilities of Su Fei, the principal of Nodding Academy, along with the abilities of Soul Saint Flinder, felt confident that with the cooperation of Tang San and Ma Hongjun, he could help Ma Hongjun find a suitable soul ring. He already knew about the planning for the soul ring. After testing Ma Hongjun's body, he found that his current physical strength could bear a soul ring of over 900 years. Therefore, the master ultimately decided that for the sake of Ma Hongjun's life, he would prepare to find him a soul ring of over 1,000 years blue silvergrass. He knew exactly where that 1,000-year blue silvergrass was, and this type of soul beast was generally looked down upon by most soul masters. Only Ma Hongjun regarded it as a treasure. However, this was also after careful consideration by him and Flinder. Ma Hongjun's reasoning was quite valid. Although he could not obtain an offensive soul skill, the tenacious vitality characteristic of blue silvergrass should be able to provide him with a decent enhancement type soul skill. Moreover, perhaps with future training, his martial soul could develop the ability of the phoenix to undergo nirvana and be reborn from the flames. Of course, they also knew that even if they obtained this soul ring, it would not be able to undergo rebirth from the flames, but perhaps it could in the future. The soul power of blue silvergrass is mild in nature, and the danger of absorption is extremely low, making it a perfect opportunity to verify the master's other theory about martial souls, whether beast martial souls can absorb the soul rings of plant soul beasts. Tang San had accidentally obtained the celestial star vine soul ring last time, and to test it again, he would need to find another opportunity. This was also proposed by Ma Hongjun himself. He knew that the master's theories were correct, and coupled with his keen interest in the study of martial souls, he ultimately gained the consent of the master and Flender. The three of them, along with Luo Sanpao, traveled for several days and arrived once again at the Soul Beast Forest. And blue silvergrass proved its strength, demonstrating that it truly deserved to be recognized as a waste martial soul in the Soul Master community. Even though this blue silvergrass soul beast was already a 1,000-year level soul beast, its attack power was still very poor. The master initially thought that he would need Tang San's assistance, or at the very least, Luo Sanpao to take action. However, Ma Hongjun flew up alone, continuously releasing several lines of phoenix fire, creating sparks and explosions one after another. And eventually, this 1,000-year blue silvergrass soul beast was taken down by Ma Hongjun alone. According to the master's compiled and collected data on soul beasts, blue silvergrass soul beasts start at half a foot tall at 10 years, growing 1 centimeter every 100 years and producing 3 leaves. Therefore, for a blue silvergrass that was only about 30 centimeters tall, with 45 leaves, facing Ma Hongjun's attacks, it had no power to fight back. If it weren't for its tenacious vitality, a single line of phoenix fire could have dealt with it. However, after several explosive sparks, the surrounding lawn was flattened, as if washed by lava. A 1,000-year blue silvergrass, no matter how resilient, would still perish. However, at that moment, Tang San, standing beside the master, suddenly felt a pain in his heart, and his face turned pale instantly. "Xiao San, what is wrong? Why did your face suddenly turn so white?" The master noticed Tang San's condition, and at that moment, Ma Hongjun, who was flying over, also noticed. Tang San felt a bit of sorrow in his heart, and with a puzzled look, he frowned and said, "I don't know why, but at the moment this blue silver grass died, I suddenly felt a pain in my heart, as if a family member had died. Just now, I even felt that it seemed to be calling for help from me." Then morning. This. The master was taken aback and frowned, saying, "Logically speaking, even if your martial soul is blue silvergrass, it shouldn't be of the same kind as the blue silvergrass soul beast, and there shouldn't be any special connection. Based on the data I have collected in the past, there hasn't been any martial soul that has shown such a strange phenomenon." "Uncle Master, I think I might have guessed the reason," Ma Hongjun interjected. "Anyway, the soul ring takes an hour to dissipate, so it's not a problem to delay for a bit." "Oh." The master looked at him in surprise and quickly said, "Go on." Tang San raised his eyebrows, his gaze falling on Ma Hongjun, eager to know why this was happening. Ma Hongjun organized his thoughts and said, "Xiao San's blue silvergrass should not be an ordinary blue silvergrass. Although it was very ordinary when it first awakened, Xiao San has innate full soul power, which means he should have a powerful martial soul. And a blue silvergrass that can coexist with a powerful martial soul must not be ordinary, so..." The master was taken aback and quickly interrupted Ma Hongjun, saying, "Are you saying that Xiao San has a twin martial soul? How do you know this?" The master stared at Ma Hongjun, but did not refute that Tang San was not a twin martial soul. Tang San felt the same. If it weren't for Ma Hongjun being his trustworthy senior brother and friend, his expression would not be one of confusion, but rather cold and dangerous at this moment. Ma Hongjun explained that he and the teacher had guessed that Tang San was a twin martial soul back when they were at Shrek Academy. "What did you say?" "Brother Hongjun, you and the teacher guessed that I was a twin martial soul when you were at Shrek Academy?" Tang San was shocked. His father had told him not to tell anyone, which left him somewhat at a loss. "Did you know Tang San back then?" The master shot Ma Hongjun a sideways glance, and suddenly a person popped into Tang San's mind. Ma Hongjun explained, "It's like this, master. The person who awakened my martial soul and the one who awakened Tang San's martial soul are the same person. At that time, he lamented the innate full soul power of a blue silver grass boy in Holy Soul Village, feeling it was a great pity. At that time, my teacher happened to pass through our village and stayed at my house, so he was there when I awakened my martial soul. 3 days after the awakening, I followed him as Shrek. The teacher is Su Yuntao, the steward of the Wuhuan Temple in Notting City. Both my and Brother Hongjun's martial souls were awakened by him. Tang San said. The master nodded and said, no wonder. So how did you guess that Tang San was a twin martial soul? Ma Hongjun continued. During my time at Shrek Academy, I learned that the blue-silver grass martial soul rarely awakens soul power, and even if it does, it's usually very low. So my teacher and I boldly speculated that Tang San might have another powerful martial soul. The master nodded, indeed. It was through such speculation that I realized Tang San possessed a twin martial soul. Tang San nodded. He had been deeply impressed by the master back then. Ma Hongjun continued. Master also know that my teacher loved geniuses, so he was very concerned about this matter. On the other hand, due to the admission conditions of Shrek, I wasn't qualified to be a formal student at that time. My grandfather is from Tang San's Holy Soul Village, so I plan to borrow a few years at Notting Academy and also check on Tang San's situation. If he didn't go to school because of Su Yuntao, my teacher would take him to Shrek Academy to study. Others think that the blue silver grass is a useless martial soul. But my teacher and I do not think so. The last time my teacher asked me to choose suitable spirit rings for Tang San, it was because he had already considered in the academy that if Tang San didn't go to school because of Su Yuntao, then when my teacher took him as Shrek, he should develop his blue silver grass in a certain direction. The master nodded. He certainly knew that although Flander loved money, he loved talent even more. Hearing this, Tang San felt warm inside. This feeling of being cared for was something he couldn't experience in his previous life. Ma Hongjun also understood this. Otherwise, how would he and Oscar have been brought back by Flander? And Dai Mubai too. Every year around the time, for martial soul awakenings, Flander would go hunting, and his targets were talented soul masters. His character was just like his name, Adio Flander, an idealistic flyer, which was his greatest shining point. Please continue, the master said. Ma Hongjun nodded, saying that if Tang San went to school, he would likely go to Notting Academy as well, and he was also supposed to borrow there. So my teacher's task for me was to supervise Tang San while I was studying at Notting Academy, ensuring that the teachers there wouldn't ruin this innate full soul power genius, and secondly, when I returned to school, to take Tang San to study at Shrek. The master nodded. This is very much like Flander. He is still as shrewd as ever, calculating everything perfectly. Ma Hongjun chuckled, touching his nose. I just didn't expect that we would meet Tang San here last time. And he is also your disciple, master. With your guidance, my teacher is completely at ease. So we didn't mention his twin martial soul or anything about teaching him. If I were a twin martial soul, I would also keep it from others. So we didn't ask. When the time is right, he will naturally know. I see. The master looked at Ma Hongjun with exceptionally gentle eyes, feeling very gratified, and nodded in understanding. Brother Hongjun, thank you, and thank you to the teacher for your concern for me, Tang San said, his eyes showing deep emotion. Ma Hongjun felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. The teacher's wish is to teach geniuses to succeed, naturally not wanting your talent to be wasted. As his disciple, I should help him. Moreover, as the only plant that can grow all over the world, I also really like blue silvergrass. It's not easy to encounter a blue silvergrass genius, and I don't want your talent to be wasted. The master nodded in agreement. Please continue. How do you think Tang San's blue silvergrass is not ordinary? Ma Hongjun nodded. Because ordinary blue silvergrass cannot coexist with a powerful martial soul. So since they can coexist, it must not be ordinary blue silvergrass. However, although Tang San's blue silvergrass is not ordinary, from Su Yuntao's description at that time, it should be similar to ordinary blue silvergrass, just of a different nature. Therefore, if Tang San only had blue silvergrass as a martial soul, it should be similar to ordinary blue silvergrass, either having no soul power or very low soul power, incapable of providing Tang San with innate full soul power. Thus, he must have another powerful martial soul. And looking back, Tang San's blue silvergrass is not ordinary blue silvergrass. The master frowned. Are you so sure that Tang San's blue silvergrass is not ordinary? Ma Hongjun nodded. Everything in the universe follows the principle of yin and yang harmony, balance of yin and yang. Otherwise, problems will arise. So when discussing blue silvergrass with my teacher back then, I felt that Tang San's blue silvergrass was not ordinary. Twin martial souls should either both be powerful or both ordinary for balance and harmony to be achieved, otherwise there will be problems. He knew that Tang San's blue silvergrass later became the blue silver emperor, but before it became the blue silver emperor, even if its essence was extraordinary, it was still not much different from ordinary blue silvergrass and could not provide Tang San with much soul power. Thus, looking back, inferring from the twin martial soul, it became clear that his blue silvergrass was not ordinary. Of course, if Tang San had directly awakened the blue silver emperor, perhaps no one would have known he had a twin martial soul. But blue silvergrass doesn't work. Even if its essence is not ordinary, it still looks just like ordinary blue silvergrass. Of course, there's another possibility, like Oscar, which could allow an ordinary martial soul to awaken innate full soul power. But once such a person's martial soul awakens, it is no longer ordinary. Like Oscar's sausage, although it looks ordinary, just a big meat sausage. Looking at the effect of his soul skill, one can know that his sausage is actually no longer ordinary. The master nodded thoughtfully, recalling the situation of that woman with two martial souls buried deep in his heart. What you said is indeed correct. Yin and yang balance and harmony is like a balance scale. If it is unbalanced and disharmonious, it will tilt and cause problems. In this way, it does seem that, as you said, Tang San's blue silvergrass is not ordinary. However, it hasn't fully awakened, so although its nature is not ordinary, it still has no significant difference in awakening soul power compared to ordinary blue silvergrass. It seems that I need to study this yin-yang theory further. Listening to you has deepened my understanding of Tai Chi. Moreover, it also confirmed a part of my soul theory. Twin martial souls are either both powerful or both ordinary. Tang San suddenly realized, but the doubts in his heart remained unresolved. He said, "Brother Hongjun, if what you said is true, my blue silver grass should still be an ordinary blue silver grass martial soul. So why?" Ma Hongjun replied, "I think it must be because of the heavenly star vine soul ring from last time. The heavenly star vine, as a top-tier plant soul beast, you absorbed it, which may have activated part of the blue silver grass's abilities. I remember the master said that the heavenly star vine doesn't have golden patterns for 100 years. But after you absorb the soul ring, your blue silver grass has golden patterns. This should mean that part of the blue silver grass's performance has been activated." Hearing this, the master was not only surprised but also delighted. He said, "Hongjun, are you saying that Xiao San's blue silver grass has undergone a second awakening?" Ma Hongjun smiled slightly and said, "I don't quite understand this, but since you said martial souls can continue to evolve, that's why I thought this way. If Xiao San hadn't just mentioned that the blue silver grass was wailing to him, I wouldn't have remembered about the golden patterns on his blue silver grass. I had forgotten." The master's expression suddenly became a little excited, and with surprise on his face, he hurriedly said to Tang San, "Xiao San, quickly, let me see your blue silver grass. I can't believe I've overlooked this that Hongjun mentioned. It's really infuriating." The master urged, feeling very self-reproachful. After all, he was Tang San's teacher, and he hadn't noticed such important information. Tang San summoned his blue silver grass and casually said, "Teacher, this isn't your fault. If it weren't for Brother Hongjun's reminder just now, I would have thought those golden patterns were quite normal." He understood everything Ma Hongjun was saying, but he had previously focused all his thoughts on the Tang sect's unique skills and had not paid much attention to martial souls, nor had he thought deeply about them. Unlike his brother, who had a strong interest and desire to explore martial souls, it seemed that this brother was more suitable to be his teacher's heir. The master looked at the golden patterns on Tang San's right palm, where the purple-black blue silver grass was, and excitedly said, "It really is different now. The aura seems to be more noble than before, and there is a hint of life energy flowing. This is definitely not the golden patterns of the heavenly star vine. Those are mysterious and domineering. All right, put it away. Let's go back and study it slowly." After staring at it for a while, the master gradually calmed down. "Hongjun, let me ask you again, are you really willing to help me verify that my theory is correct?" The master said solemnly. Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "I believe that the master's theory is absolutely correct." Tang San felt a sense of regret and envy on his face. Helping his teacher verify the correctness of a theory should have been most suitable for him, but he had missed the chance by a twist of fate. The master was moved in his heart, his voice carrying a hint of excitement as he said, "Good, then you should quickly go absorb it. Based on my research, absorbing the blue silver grass soul ring should be 100% safe." Although Tang San and Ma Hongjun's trust and willingness to help him verify moved him, he was no longer as eager as before. Since breaking through level 30 and being able to cultivate again, he was not as excited as before. Even if no one was willing to believe him, he could still cultivate to level 40 to verify the correctness of his theory. Moreover, the higher his strength, the broader and deeper the fields he could study. However, having such good disciples and nephews still touched him, just not as intensely as before. The blue silver grass's soul power was gentle, filled with life energy, peaceful and tranquil, and its consciousness waves were very weak. Almost no soul master would look favorably upon the blue silver grass soul ring unless it was over 100,000 years old. But does the blue silver grass even have one that's 100,000 years old? The master truly did not know. Based on his speculation, given the blue silver grass's slow growth characteristics and weak combat power, he thought it probably didn't exist. However, with so many secrets in the world, no one could be sure, so the master also didn't dare to guarantee, only saying that maybe there isn't one, or maybe there is. However, based on the characteristics exhibited by the blue silver grass's soul power, a mere soul ring of over 1,000 years of blue silver grass, even if it were increased by 500 years, he would still dare to let Ma Hongjun absorb it. There's no danger. It's almost akin to a sacrifice. What danger could there be? So he didn't remind Ma Hongjun to be cautious about anything. Unfortunately, this forest only had this 1,000-year blue silver grass. It is rare for a blue silver grass soul beast to be over 100 years old. So encountering a 1,000-year blue silver grass is actually still a stroke of luck, but unfortunately, almost no one would look favorably upon it. But while others might overlook it, Ma Hongjun wouldn't. Can a creature that can spread across the world be ordinary? The strength of blue silver grass is reflected in its tenacious vitality and super adaptability, as it can adapt to all environments. This super adaptability wouldn't survive without a strong vitality. As the saying goes, wildfires can't burn it all. Spring winds bring it back to life. Even if the blue silver grass's vitality is weak and can be burned away in a fire, it simultaneously possesses a strong vitality. Just like wild grass, if you burn away the top, you might not know it still has roots or seeds that survive. Afterward, it can quickly adapt to the changed environment and grow again. He focused on the tenacious life characteristics and super adaptability of the blue silver grass. Moreover, once he completely refines the martial soul and then refines the soul ring, the blue silver grass soul ring will transform into a growth-type soul ring. At that time, it could grow to 100,000 years, several 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years, 10 million years. Could it still be ordinary? By then, even if he were beaten down to just a spark or a bit of ash, he could probably rely on the blue-silver grass's tenacious vitality to resurrect from extinction, to be reborn again. Furthermore, even if the blue-silver grass at 100,000 years could only produce one blue-silver emperor with its super adaptability, couldn't it evolve in other directions? For example, it could evolve in the direction of the 9-leaf sword grass from his past life memories, which could slash the sunset and stars. Or it could evolve towards celestial herbs, or like bamboo, though it is a grass, it could evolve to be similar to a tree. In short, he doesn't believe that blue-silver grass would be ordinary. Rather, it possesses infinite possibilities for development. Moreover, even if it is a blue-silver grass soul beast, as long as it is cultivated, it also possesses this infinite potential for development, especially in someone like him who has techniques, even if he lacks soul power. It doesn't matter, because with techniques, there will definitely be soul power. Cultivation inherently means turning the impossible into the possible, and being able to cultivate naturally means possessing infinite possibilities. Chapter 29. The emergence of true fire. The soul ring of blue-silver grass is indeed filled with a breath of life, peaceful and serene, with a very gentle soul power. Even though this soul ring is 1,500 years old, far exceeding the limit of Ma Hongjun's second soul ring. It did not exert any pressure on his body. The consciousness wave of the blue silver grass was very faint and dissipated immediately after death. So his mind was not disturbed by the remnant soul as resentment. He only felt the gentle cleansing of the blue silver grass's soul power on his body, which was very comfortable. In this situation, the soul power passed through the 12 layers tower and split into 2 streams at his throat, flowing along his hand tying lung meridian. Under the impact of the exceptionally abundant soul power, it charged through the Zhongfu and Yunmen points, advancing like a hot knife through butter all the way to the Shoshang point at his thumb. On the return journey, a stream of soul power broke through the Shangyang, Erjian, and Sanjian points connecting the hand tying lung meridian and hand Yangming large intestine meridian. The soul power surged forward, traveling up the hand Yangming large intestine meridian to reach the Yingxiang points on both sides of his nostrils. As the hand tying and Yangming meridians were connected by the soul power began to nourish and refine his lungs and large intestine, until all the soul power of the blue silver grass soul ring was completely refined. Ma Hongjun looked inward into his dantian and found that, indeed, there was only a Tai Chi diagram of soul power rotating within, and the previous cyclone had completely disappeared. Although the cyclone was gone, the Tai Chi diagram had enlarged and become much more solid. The Yang fish and Yang I had completely transformed into a purple color, while the Yin fish and Yin I remained light blue, but had also become much more solid. The Tai Chi diagram, being one of Yin and Yang, meant that if one half changed, the other half would naturally follow suit. Of course, this was all normal. What Ma Hongjun cared about more was the change in soul power. Upon careful feeling, he sensed that the soul power had become more vibrant than before, containing a strong life force, indicating that the attachment and vitality of the phoenix purple fire had also strengthened. Fire borrows the power of wood. When it burns, the temperature must be higher, and since he had refined it, the stronger it was, the happier he felt. Further sensing the enhancement from the soul ring on his body, he discovered that there was only one enhancement, a tenacious life force. The vitality of his entire body had become much more resilient. This was completely different from the previously vigorous life force. It was as tough as grass. What did this signify? Toughness, resilience, thick skin. This was the rhythm of an indestructible cockroach, Ma Hongjun thought to himself. He suddenly had a feeling that if someone were to chop off his hands and feet, as long as they were returned in time, he might recover as before. The most crucial part was that this soul ring was actually a growth-type soul ring. What did this indicate? It meant that when absorbing this soul ring, it was almost equivalent to blue-silver grass sacrificing itself for him. Moreover, due to the low exclusivity of blue-silver grass, which perfectly matched his martial soul, it was directly assimilated. Just like the heavenly star vine assimilated blue-silver grass into blue-silver heavenly star grass, this soul ring was also assimilated by the martial soul, becoming the innate soul ring of the fire phoenix. It was just that Tang San's blue-silver grass was essentially blue-silver emperor, so it was not completely assimilated. Additionally, the characteristic of a tenacious life force would also improve as his strength increased. This was a characteristic bestowed by a growth-type soul ring. Perhaps one day, it could truly become a phoenix reborn from the flames. As for the soul skill, Ma Hongjun sensed it, and everything was already within his expectations. The soul skill was called Phoenix Rebirth in Fire. This enhancement was a bit powerful, increasing the power of his flames by 100%. He didn't know if this enhancement would grow with the soul ring over the years. For now, it was one time, and later it might be 2 times, and so on. Although this was just his speculation, he didn't know if it would actually turn out that way. But being able to enhance the power of the flames by 1 time already felt quite good. He knew that the power of his flames would also increase with his strength, with this enhancement. He could guarantee that no matter how strong Tang San's blue-silver grass was, it would still be burned through. Ma Hongjun thought this was right. Wood gives birth to fire, so it should burn even more fiercely. However, the more terrifying the enhancement, the greater his soul power consumption would be. After careful feeling, he realized that with his current soul power, he could use this enhancement at most 3 times. In the future, as his strength increased, it might improve, or it might remain the same, only allowing him to unleash 3 full-powered attacks. But that was already quite good. He didn't mind. After feeling these changes in his body and looking inward at his dantian, he felt a bit strange. Upon closer observation, he found that the eyes of the yin and yang fish seemed to have come alive, shining brightly in the center. Ma Hongjun was somewhat puzzled. Did it really think it was an eye? Controlling the 2 bright lights with his mind, he wanted to see what they were. Ma Hongjun was speechless as he looked inward at the 2 flames burning in front of him. He didn't know what to say. The flames emerging from the yin fish and yang eye were a fiery red, resembling lava, giving a feeling of being up close to both lava and the sun. He remembered that the flames of lava and the sun seemed to be this color, brighter and more dazzling than orange red, and even hotter. It was just that his version was relatively dimmer. This flame emitted a terrifying high temperature and a vigorous life force like the rising sun, giving a feeling of blazing sun and molten gold. Moreover, the flame's adhesion and stickiness had also strengthened. He suddenly realized that this should be the true form of the phoenix purple fire. It was likely under the enhancement of the blue-silver grass soul ring that this flame was birthed from the soul power formed by the yin and yang eyes. If that were the case, Ma Hongjun felt this flame should be called Phoenix True Fire. In fact, he wanted to call it Southern Bright Fire, but he thought better of it. It would not be too late to call it that when his martial soul evolved to the level of the vermilion bird. For now, calling it Phoenix True Fire was more fitting. He also understood that cultivating the Phoenix True Fire in the future meant absorbing and replacing all the Phoenix Purple Fire within him. By then, his purple-red soul power should also transform into fiery red. The other flame, emerging from the yang fish and yin eye, was somewhat peculiar. The outer flame was a deep blue like blue-silver grass, while the inner flame was a light blue like the blue moon, forming a blue flame. It was cool and gentle, without a hint of heat. Was this really called a flame? Ma Hongjun was surprised, but he quickly discovered that this was just one aspect of the flame's characteristics. Just like the Phoenix True Fire, if it highlighted its gentle side, it would not be a terrifying heat and high temperature, but rather like warm sunlight, making a handsome guy feel tipsy. This blue flame had, besides its cool and gentle side, another aspect that was bone-chillingly cold and terrifyingly hot, a fusion of ice and fire, cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Looking at the cold and chilling appearance, in reality, it was a blend of terrifying cold and heat, marvelously intertwined. At the same time, in its gentle aspect, he also sensed a vigorous and flourishing life force within the flame. He suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. Could it be that this was the life force of Phoenix Purple Fire and Blue Silvergrass, combined with the power of moonlight, giving birth to a pirated version of a life flame and bone spirit cold fire? Ma Hongjun thought to himself. They even changed the colors of the life flame and bone spirit cold fire. But just based on the vibrant life force of the Phoenix True Fire and this blue flame, it was too similar to the life flame he remembered. He just didn't know if it had the characteristic of nurturing medicinal herbs. Perhaps he could try it out after it grew stronger. Ma Hongjun thought. So should this fire be called Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Or Life Flame? Or Flame of Life? Or Blue Silver Cold Fire? Or True Fire of Blue Moon? He was in a dilemma again. In fact, he hoped that the blue moon of the Een eye would give birth to a true Een fire. Forget it. Since it was born from blue silvergrass, let us call it Blue Silver True Fire. Ma Hongjun made a decision in his heart. As he completed his cultivation and stood up, he found that the bottleneck of his soul power had disappeared, but his level was still at level 20. Sure enough, a soul ring that could be absorbed in 2 hours was unreliable. It was just as awkward as last time, still level 20. Seeing him finish his cultivation, the master was stunned. So fast? The blue silver grass is still good. After all, it's a millennium soul ring that has surpassed its limits for many years. Could there be a problem? Thinking of this, the master suddenly became anxious, hoping nothing would go wrong. If something did go wrong, such a good child could be ruined, and how would he explain it to Flander then? If Ma Hongjun were ruined, he would probably feel guilty for a lifetime and never forgive himself. Hongjun, how are you? Is there any problem? The master asked nervously, his voice trembling slightly. Seeing Ma Hongjun wake up, Tang San was overjoyed. It seemed that his senior brother absorbed this soul ring very easily, finishing in just 1 hour. However, just as he was about to speak, hearing the master's tone made Tang San's heart skip a beat. Could it be that his senior brother had an issue with the soul ring absorption? Senior brother Hongjun, are you okay? Tang San asked nervously, his expression somewhat flustered. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. What was going on with the master and Tang San? Did they think he had a problem with the soul ring absorption? That's impossible. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, smiling as he said, Uncle, Xiao San, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. I'm very satisfied with this Millennium Blue Silvergrass soul ring. Look, as he spoke, 2 soul rings appeared beneath him, one yellow and one fire red, causing the master and Tang San's eyes to bulge in surprise. Such colors for a soul ring? Then, in their astonished gaze, the fire red soul ring transformed into blue, then purple, yellow, white, and finally settled on yellow. Only then did Ma Hongjun retract it, smiling at the two who were bewildered. Tang San was dumbfounded, staring blankly. The master's understanding was overturned. He swallowed hard and said with difficulty, Hongjun, what is going on with that soul ring? How can it have so many colors? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Xiao San and I are worried to death. Ma Hongjun smiled and gave him a reassuring look, saying, First, you can rest assured there is not a single problem. In fact, it's very good. Now that you are calm, let me explain. This Millennium Soul Ring is originally fire red, and the reason for the color change is that it is a refined and growth-type soul ring. I can adjust the color of the soul ring for camouflage, with the limit being the current year of the soul ring, which is 1,500 years. That's why I just switched between fire red, blue, white, yellow, and purple. The master and Tang San were stunned. Then their expressions turned to wild joy. A growth-type soul ring meant that when Ma Hongjun became a titled Douluo, this soul ring will be at least 100,000 years old. 100,000 years? That was incredibly enviable. However, after the initial joy, the two had new questions. Hongjun, then why is the original color of this soul ring fire red? And it can also turn blue? Is it because of the refining you mentioned? The master asked thoughtfully. Ma Hongjun nodded and explained, Yes, uncle. The blue silvergrass soul ring is indeed, as you said, tranquil and harmonious, with a strong life force and extremely gentle soul power. There are almost no remnants of soul resentment in the soul ring, and the key is that the exclusivity of blue silvergrass is too low, making it very suitable for my martial soul. Therefore, when I absorbed the soul ring, not only did I completely absorb it, but it was also fully integrated with my martial soul, which is why the original color of the soul ring is fire red. Fire red is the true form of my martial soul, the fire phoenix, and currently, the purple red has not yet successfully transformed. The blue is the color of blue silvergrass, so this soul ring can also turn blue. Because I completely integrated and absorbed the soul ring, I can adjust its color for camouflage, but there is a limit, which is the current year of the soul ring. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the refined soul ring to be so unique. The master nodded thoughtfully. Although he still felt it was incredible, he was able to calm down now. Senior brother Hongjun, what about the soul skills you obtained and the enhancements brought by the soul ring? Also, what is your cultivation level? Tang San thought to himself that he had gained a lot of knowledge and was also happy that he had such a good soul ring. Ma Hongjun nodded and then told the two about his soul skills and enhancements, along with other changes. After finishing, Ma Hongjun said with a smile, Xiao San, my flames are no longer restrained by your blue silvergrass. He didn't care about still being at level 20, as he was progressing quickly in his cultivation. Tang San helplessly touched the tip of his nose. The surprise brought by Ma Hongjun's powerful soul skills was instantly diluted by this one sentence. The master nodded affirmatively, smiling slightly as he said, That's great. This soul skill is very good. It becomes more powerful in the later stages. It truly is extremely suitable for the soul skill brought by the exotic fire phoenix martial soul. Who would have thought that such a powerful soul skill would come from a 1,500-year-old blue silvergrass? Moreover, not only did it allow your phoenix flames to begin transforming into their true form, the phoenix true fire, it also uniquely birthed another characteristic, the blue-silver true fire. The fusion of ice and fire, the alternation of cold and heat, opposing yet dependent on each other. I didn't expect there would be such flames. This blue-silver true fire also allowed me to understand some of the characteristics of Tai Chi better. Tang San nodded in agreement. The two forgot to ask Ma Hongjun why he was still at level 20, which meant he merely had the soul power level of 21. The master is right. This soul skill is excellent, and blue-silver true fire is almost perfectly illustrating the principles of Tai Chi. However, senior brother, you may truly become the real three cannons in the future. As Tang San said this, he thought of his second soul skill and started laughing. Ma Hongjun's mouth twitched, and the master couldn't help but chuckle, as if it really was like that. All right, since Hongjun has already obtained a soul ring, we should head back. You should be about to have a break. The master, seeing that the situation was not right, immediately changed the topic to stop the two from bickering. Okay, master, uncle. Ma Hongjun and Tang San said. Please recommend, vote monthly, give rewards, and collect. The editor looks at the data to give recommendations. Huing Wai here asks all readers for support. Chapter 30. Playful Brawl. A few days after Ma Hongjun and the others returned to the academy, they welcomed the annual holiday. The academy had already started the break the day before, and except for him, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, everyone from Dormitory 7 had left. Ma Hongjun was packing his things, and Tang San was also organizing his belongings as they prepared to return to Holy Soul Village. At this moment, Tang San asked Xiao Wu, the holiday starts tomorrow. Aren't you going home? Xiao Wu, squatting on the bed, showed a hint of loneliness in her eyes, quite different from her usual lively and cheerful self. I'm not going home. Maybe I'll just stay at the academy. Tang San was taken aback. It's been a year. Aren't you going back to take a look? Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly brightened. Xiao San, isn't your home near the academy? How about I go back with you to play? She continued. Anyway, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qingyu have gone to take the Intermediate Soul Master Academy exam, and the student council members have also gone home for the holidays. There's no one to play with me. At this time, Ma Hongjun chimed in. I think it's a good idea. I heard that my grandpa's martial soul is the same as my mom's. It's the carrot that you like the most. Xiao Wu jumped up excitedly. Really, Xiao San? Is Grandpa Xiao Jun's martial soul really a carrot? Tang San nodded. Yes, Grandpa Jack's martial soul is indeed a carrot, but my family is quite poor, so I won't be able to treat you well. Xiao Wu's excited face turned red, hands on her hips, and her big eyes stared at Tang San and Ma Hongjun. You save money every month and are reluctant to spend it, yet you're worried about treating me? Besides, Xiao Jun is rich, so why worry? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes and jokingly scolded. Just because I'm rich doesn't mean you are. What does it have to do with you? He then rubbed his chin with a mischievous smile. But if you call me Jun, go and be my little sister, you can spend my money freely in the future. Xiao Wu was delighted, jumped off the bed, and pounced on Ma Hongjun, catching him off guard and pinning him down on the bed. Jun, go from now on. I'm your little sister. Later, when we pass through Nodding City on the way to Holy Soul Village, I want to buy this, buy that, buy. Tang San felt his scalp go numb and decisively swallowed back the words he was about to say about Xiao Wu owing him money. Ahem, Xiao Wu, pay attention to your image. Tang San coughed and teased with a smirk. Xiao Wu's face turned awkward, and she quickly jumped off Ma Hongjun. Looking at Ma Hongjun, his handsome face turned pale with a hint of red, and he stammered, Why you little rascal, just because you want to be my little sister and spend my money. You don't need to covet my good looks. You, don't even think about making me carry your things when we go shopping later. Tang San watched the two with a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, Ma Hongjun only had physical contact with Xiao Wu when they sparred. Usually, he kept a certain distance from her, and he always avoided other female classmates in the academy. In his own words, he was practicing restraint, concentration, and wisdom. Xiao Wu and the master were both confused by this. However, the more Ma Hongjun tried to avoid contact, the more excited Xiao Wu became. One night, while he was asleep, she even secretly crawled into Ma Hongjun's bed. After all, they were all kids, still dressed, so sleeping together wasn't a big deal. As expected, Ma Hongjun, who was startled awake, kicked her out without hesitation. Xiao Wu flew away from the shock and returned in anger. Her strong physique left her unscathed, and she declared she wanted to duel him. In fact, Ma Hongjun had used a gentle force, intending to kick her away, not to hurt her. Ma Xiaojun, I curse you to never find a wife in the future. Xiao Wu shouted angrily, then kicked toward Ma Hongjun's lower body. Ma Hongjun snorted coldly, refusing to back down. Even if I can't find one, I definitely won't find you. This situation was also somewhat Tang San's fault. If he had told Ma Hongjun that the free and unfettered technique was also a way of cultivation, he wouldn't have been thinking about that innate unity leading to nothingness, and he wouldn't have been practicing restraint, concentration, and wisdom. The master and Xiao Wu didn't understand what Ma Hongjun was doing, but Tang San did. Restraint, concentration, and wisdom, a very simple and convenient method. But achieving results was quite difficult. Some people uphold the precepts their whole lives and still might not be able to enter the door of cultivation. Watching the two start to fight, Tang San felt a headache coming on. He stepped in to explain to Xiao Wu that his senior brother was indeed cultivating. Her act of crawling into the bed and hugging Ma Hongjun was a deliberate provocation that left Tang San speechless. He had always believed in the principle of not being close between men and women. Xiao Wu was too mischievous, truly living up to her rabbit nature. He had heard in his previous life that it was better to stir up 1,000 rivers than to disturb a Taoist's heart. Blocking someone from achieving their path was like killing their parents. After half a year of practicing restraint, concentration, and wisdom, Xiao Wu's antics had essentially wasted all of that effort. Thus, he could understand Ma Hongjun's feelings. Moreover, his senior brother had only kicked Xiao Wu away out of a moment of anger. Even when they fought, it was just playful exchanges, not intending to hurt her, which was based on their good relationship. Xiao Wu was stunned by Tang San's sternness. She felt wronged, having been kicked, but still needing to thank Ma Hongjun for not killing her and not holding a grudge. However, seeing Tang San's earnest demeanor, she actually believed him. In the end, she just stomped her foot in anger, saying, "I don't care. You have to buy me stuff later, or else I won't be good." At the same time, she declared that if he dared to kick her away again, she would make him pay. All right, what else mine is yours. Is that okay? Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun shrugged through the helpless. This rabbit was nothing but a little rascal and a rogue. If he had any interest in her, he might have welcomed it. But the key was that he was completely uninterested. Rabbits are so cute. Isn't spicy rabbit had delicious? However, it was true that Xiao Wu said he was wealthy. Thinking of his little buddy Oscar, who could give him 20 gold soul coins in dividends a day, that would add up to quite a sum in a year. Not to mention the monthly allowances and rewards from the student council competitions. Little by little, he had indeed become quite wealthy. Now that the holiday had arrived, the outfits Xiao Wu and Tang San were wearing were the hanfu that Ma Hongjun had gifted them for their birthdays. However, it must be said that these clothes were indeed beautiful. Tang San looked a bit handsome in them, and Xiao Wu looked like a completely different person. The three of them wore round-collared robes, which are the most suitable style for battle. Ma Hongjun's was bright red, embroidered with a phoenix spreading its wings. Looking flamboyant and majestic, yet also elegant and noble. Tang San's was deep blue, with a purple-black gold-patterned blue-silver grass embroidered on it, appearing fresh and neat, with a hint of mysterious depth. Xiao Wu's was pink, adorned with a big white rabbit holding a carrot, looking graceful and dignified, while also exuding a cute and charming vibe. Since his spiritual power breakthrough half a year ago, Ma Hongjun had become increasingly adept at controlling his martial soul. When his martial soul manifested, his hair no longer stood on end, and he no longer wore phoenix feathers on his back. Although that looked cooler, he didn't like it, now that he could control his hair from standing up when his martial soul manifested. Ma Hongjun styled his long black-red hair into a mixed bun, adorned with a phoenix hairpin made from star vine, and tied with a black free and unfettered scarf. This attire made him look even more dashing and graceful, with an even more attractive aura. Joking and laughing, the three quickly packed up their things. In the end, Tang San still didn't wait for Ma Hongjun's grandpa to come pick him up, but he gained a bouncy, cute, lively, and mischievous little violent loli by his side, as well as his fiery, flamboyant senior brother Ma Hongjun. The three of them then went shopping in Nottingham. Tang San bought his father a brand new forging hammer, and after asking what his grandpa liked, Ma Hongjun bought a bunch of things that Tang San mentioned for old Jack. Xiao Wu was even more chaotic, buying everything she liked. Since her handsome brother was paying, all she needed to do was retrieve her storage soul guide. She truly put her vow of not being able to appease him without buying things into practice. Ma Hongjun didn't mind. Although he pretended to criticize Xiao Wu for this and that, he actually liked this mischievous little rabbit and was willing to spend money on her. Moreover, don't think that just because Xiao Wu is the poorest among the three, it means she doesn't have a storage soul guide. In fact, the little rabbit bag she always carries at her waist is her storage soul guide, which she said was given to her by her family. However, Ma Hongjun guessed it must have belonged to some unfortunate soul master who perished in the Stardew forest, as many soul masters die there throughout the year. Over thousands of years, it is not surprising that Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year soul beast, could obtain a favored storage soul guide. This is why she previously didn't know what money was. Otherwise, she would definitely be the richest among the three. Why the richest? Because killing and arson could lead to wealth, and looting corpses is a quick way to get rich. Are there not many soul masters who have died in the Stardew forest? Would they not have money on them? Just by casually rummaging through 100 or so, she could become the wealthiest among the three. Unfortunately, she was completely unaware of where her path to wealth lay and didn't dare to tell others that she was a transformed soul beast. And Ma Hongjun didn't feel it was appropriate to bring it up. Perhaps in the future, when her identity is revealed, he could tell her, even if she didn't care. Both he and his teacher would cherish it, as it represents countless riches. He is destined to inherit his teacher Flinder's legacy, and he will be the next principal of Shrek Academy, so the more money he has, the better. Even if he doesn't become the principal later, the money can be given to the next principal. It's always good to be prepared. Once everything was bought, Tang San directly hired a carriage to take Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu on their way to Holy Soul Village. Chapter 31. Holy Spirit Village. The three of them set off in the morning, and by the afternoon, they had already caught sight of Holy Spirit Village from afar. Tang San said his home was right at the village entrance. That rundown blacksmith shop was his house. He also mentioned that Ma Hongjun's grandfather, Old Jack, lived in the center of the village, and he would take him to visit when they returned. From a distance, the moment Tang San saw that blacksmith shop, a wave of nostalgia surged in his heart, and his expression changed completely from the usual, which surprised Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu beside him. Such a Tang San was rare to see. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain makes the horse run faster. When Ma Hongjun and the others arrived at the Holy Spirit Village that Tang San spoke of, it was already close to dusk. Xiao Wu began to complain that Tang San's house was too far away, but that didn't dampen Tang San's excitement. Soon, the three of them had entered Holy Spirit Village. Tang San raised his hand and pointed to the blacksmith shop with a hammer pattern hanging on the door, smiling at Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu, saying, "Look, that's my home." Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a bit of reverence. He didn't quite understand why. After a moment of being stunned, he realized it was similar to the mindset of tourists visiting a long-desired Taoist holy land for pilgrimage. With home in sight, Tang San's emotions unconsciously became excited. His steps quickened, and he rushed to the door in a few strides. With a pilgrimage mindset, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu quietly followed behind Tang San. The door was open, and it seemed they would soon see Tang San's father. That man, the most useless among the three generations of the Haotian Douluo, who severely disgraced the name Haotian. He was strong but useless because he was so cowardly. He claimed he wanted revenge, but without Tang San, what could he do? He said he wanted to reclaim what belonged to him, yet he had been hiding in the shadows, watching his son grow up. He claimed he wanted the Wuhuan Hall to pay the price, but all he did was destroy a Pope Hall, and then quickly fled with Tang San and Xiao Wu. He was said to be the youngest titled Douluo in history, yet since the death of the Blue-Silver Emperor, he had been drinking and waiting to die, relying on a child not yet 6 years old to support him. Fortunately, Tang San had come from another world. If he were just a normal child, it was uncertain whether he would survive. He was labeled as the youngest titled Douluo, the unparalleled genius of the Haotian sect, yet for over a decade, his strength had not progressed at all, and even his injuries had not healed. Over the years, if he had focused on cultivation with his talent, he wouldn't have needed to rely on the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul ring. As various pieces of information about Tang Hao flashed through his mind, Ma Hongjun suddenly found himself disliking this powerful man. From the information that surfaced, although this man was strong, he was just a powerful second-generation spirit master. He was even inferior to Yu Xiaojing, who was also a second-generation spirit master but had terrible talent. He didn't understand why he had idolized this person. Ultimately, Tang Hao was merely a second-generation spirit master with great talent, but who had never faced significant setbacks, like a flower in a greenhouse. Unable to rise after being struck by a major blow, he was far less resilient than Tang San, who had also been a second-generation spirit master, but had faced adversity from a young age and grown stronger through it. However, this might not be entirely true. In his past life, he was just an observer. Perhaps he had misunderstood Tang Hao's character, or maybe he had his own unavoidable difficulties. While he didn't like the way the master handled emotions, he admired him in other aspects, especially that adorable Luo Sanpao. He liked him very much, but unfortunately, he was neither his spirit nor his pet. However, he couldn't appreciate Tang Hao right now. Perhaps over time, as he learned more about this person, his perspective might change. Hao Yin, how respectful those two characters are. This is the name that the sons and daughters of Huaxia have called the heavens since ancient times. It was used on Tang Hao. He wondered how the Blue Silver Emperor had ever taken a liking to him. If he could travel back in time by 10 years, he felt that with his current thoughts, he might not let the Blue Silver Emperor meet this man again. But now that he was about to meet this man, he suddenly felt a bit nervous. After all, this person possessed a strength that he currently found difficult to reach. Powerful, terrifying, this was the source of his anxiety. But Ma Hongjun forgot that at this moment. Tang Hao had already left to carry out his so-called plan to reclaim what belonged to him. However, this was normal. After so many years, how could he possibly remember all the details about this world? He could only recall a general idea now. "Dad, I'm back," Tang San excitedly shouted as he entered the door. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu had never seen him so excited before. "Oh, Xiao San, you're back." A gentle voice sounded as a person walked out from inside. Ma Hongjun tensed up all over. Was this the voice of Tang Hao? Wasn't he supposed to be cold? Why did it sound so kind? It was like a friendly old grandpa. Seeing old Jack walk out from Tang Hao's room, Tang San couldn't help but be stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa Jack, you're here too. Where's my dad?" It turned out that the person who had walked out was old Jack, the village chief of Holy Spirit Village, who was also Ma Hongjun's grandfather. Old Jack had a bittersweet smile on his face as he handed a piece of paper to Tang San, saying with a wry smile, "Xiao San, take a look. This is what your dad left behind. I came to find him this morning, intending to have him come with me to pick you up, but I didn't expect you to have already returned." Hearing their conversation, Ma Hongjun relaxed, looking at the kind-hearted, gentle old man with a strange expression. This was his mother's father, his grandfather? He didn't expect that upon arriving in Holy Spirit Village, the first person he would see was him. His mother was a very gentle and beautiful rural girl, simple and kind, gentle and beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to such a handsome son. Although phoenixes have never been ugly, as long as he didn't follow the old path, he would surely grow more and more handsome. Because his spirit was a phoenix that embodied beauty, nobility, and strength. Looking at the paper old Jack handed over, Tang San took it, but his hand trembled slightly, and tears glimmered in his eyes. He was momentarily frozen, and all his joy turned into helpless disappointment in an instant. "Dad is gone. Dad, why did you leave?" Tang San murmured to himself. Old Jack looked at his dazed expression and sighed. This guy Tang Hao left without any warning. Just the day before yesterday. I came to ask him to make farming tools, and now that he has gone, we'll have to find another blacksmith in the future. This guy is really irresponsible. Ma Hongjun subtly nodded in agreement with his grandfather's words. That person was indeed so irresponsible. Otherwise, how could there be such heartless parents who could make a child, not yet 6 years old, take care of them? Tang San slowly came back to his senses and said, "Grandpa Jack, are you saying my dad just left in the past 2 days?" Old Jack looked at Tang San and nodded, saying, "He should have just left in the past 2 days. Xiao San, don't be sad. A father like that isn't worth it. Come with Grandpa. Let us go to my house. Grandpa Jack, how about you take him home first? Once Xiao San settles down, we can visit you later," Ma Hongjun said, suppressing the urge to acknowledge his kinship. Tang San's situation was very serious. He had seen many orphans in his past life and provided psychological counseling to many. He understood very well the loneliness and helplessness Tang San felt at this moment. What he needed most now was companionship and someone to talk to. Tang San held back his tears, gratefully nodded at Ma Hongjun and also at Ma Hongjun's grandfather. Old Jack was slightly taken aback, then sighed, turning to leave the blacksmith shop. Ma Hongjun watched as his figure walked far away, reluctantly retracting his gaze. Tang San held a letter, his body trembling, revealing his emotions. Xiao San, don't be sad. This farewell is for a better reunion next time. Your father may have left for unavoidable reasons. Besides, you still have me as your senior brother and Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun comforted, patting Tang San's shoulder. Xiao San. Xiao Wu also realized how Tang San felt at this moment, just like when she lost her mother. Tang San nodded heavily, carefully folding the letter and putting it away. Xiao San, Uncle will come back, right? Besides, you still have the lovely Xiao Wu and Junge. Xiao Wu tried to cheer Tang San up, showcasing her cuteness to the fullest. I still have you guys. Xiao Wu, can you be my sister? Tang San's eyes suddenly sparkled with incredible brilliance. I can be your sister, Xiao Wu said, blinking her big eyes, her cheeks flushed. Right, Xiao San. You can't favor one over the other. I can be your brother too, Ma Hongjun added with a wink. No way. I was born in January, and you're 3 months younger than me, and Xiao Wu is even younger than you by 2 months. How can you be my brother and sister? Tang San shook his head. That's not fair. I'm Xiao Wu Jia, and suddenly having another brother. How would others see it? Xiao Wu protested, shaking her head. Xiao San, I'm still your senior brother. What is a senior brother? It's just a brother, and if you drop the senior, it's just brother, Ma Hongjun explained patiently. But you're younger than me, Tang San said, suddenly unsure how to respond. It seemed reasonable, but something fell off. Ma Hongjun pressed on, saying that a senior brother is still a brother. Besides, if you and Xiao Wu become siblings, will you just leave me, your senior brother, aside? Is that fair to me? Tang San showed a troubled expression, feeling Ma Hongjun's words made sense. Seeing him a bit swayed, Ma Hongjun confidently said, as long as you both consider me a brother in your hearts. What you call me doesn't matter. You can still call me senior brother or Junge. Ugh, annoying, Xiao Wu playfully complained, feeling a bit embarrassed. She thought, do I consider you a brother? More like an ATM, okay? Hee. Ma Hongjun chuckled, rubbing his nose. The sadness from Tang Hao's departure was somewhat alleviated by their banter. Tang San sighed and turned to start tidying up the messy room. Ma Hongjun followed him, helping to organize everything in the room. He thought, since I'm the senior brother, regardless of age, I will definitely be their Junge. Not only that, all the future 7 monsters will have to call me Junge. Of course, to achieve all this, he needed the strength to dominate the 7 monsters. But with pressure comes challenge, doesn't it? He found this very interesting. Surprisingly, the usually lively little rabbit was silent at this moment, walking over to Tang San and Ma Hongjun, starting to help Tang San organize things as well. She fetched clean water from the outside tank and helped them wipe the dust in the room. Before long, it was sunset. In front of the blacksmith shop, 3 small figures sat side by side. The figure on the left wore a bright red round-neck robe. The one in the middle wore a pink round-neck robe, and the one on the right wore a deep blue round-neck robe. The 3 small figures sat quietly. The sun's afterglow, with a faint red glow, fell upon them, as if draping them in golden red robes. The girl in the pink dress turned her head to look at the boy on the right, resting her chin on her hands, wanting to say something but ultimately held back. It was the boy on the right who spoke first, holding a brand new forging hammer in his hand. Senior brother, Xiao Wu, thank you. Thank you for what? The girl in pink asked curiously. The boy in the red robe didn't say anything. Not being an orphan, he couldn't understand that feeling. It just so happened that he was one of them. Thank you for always being with me, the boy in blue said, looking down at the ground, his eyes somewhat hazy and blurry. But he ultimately didn't let the tears fall. The pink-clad girl chuckled, giving him a playful shove on the shoulder, nearly pushing him over. Don't be gloomy. Your dad just left temporarily. You will see him again someday. Perhaps his departure is just to help you grow better and become stronger. If you keep moping, wouldn't that be wasting his efforts? A bitter smile appeared on the boy's face as he said, maybe, but why didn't he let me see him one last time? Xiao Wu, senior brother, do you know? Dad is my only family. Without him, home is no longer a home. But Xiao San, you know you will at least have a day to see your dad again. But I will never see my grandpa again, the boy in red said, his expression downcast. The boy in blue glanced at his dejected senior brother Ma Hongjun, opened his mouth but said nothing. The pink-clad girl also looked at Ma Hongjun blankly, shook her head, and tossed her long braid in front of her, saying, "Without your dad and grandpa, you still have me as a friend. If you need a family member, I don't mind being your sister. Come on, call me Xiao Wu Jie to hear it. Everyone calls me that. You can't be an exception." Thinking that this was quite something, originally comforting one person, it suddenly turned into two. Ma Hongjun's situation was already known to them. His parents had died early, raised by his grandpa. But when he went out, he promised his grandpa that if he didn't get exhausted outside, he couldn't go back. A man's word is his bond. This was the right thing to do. How could they persuade him otherwise? Perhaps this was the reason he always wanted to come to Shenghun village to find his grandpa. One was his father's father, and the other was his mother's father, both equally dear grandpas to him. Moreover, old Jack was only in his 60s, much younger than Ma Daochu, and could easily be his son. Looking at Xiao Wu's charming appearance and her rosy cheeks illuminated by the sunset, Ma Hongjun and Tang San couldn't help but smile. When a person feels most vulnerable, having someone by their side is always a beautiful thing. If you want to be my sister, I don't mind. If you want to be my younger siblings, I also don't mind. Not a chance. I will only be an older sister, not a younger sister. Hearing their words, Xiao Wu said angrily, raising both hands to hit Ma Hongjun and Tang San on the head. However, the two reacted quickly, dodging and leaping out, standing 3 meters away from Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, come with me up the mountain. I want to show you something. Senior brother, you come too." After Tang San finished speaking, he already ran towards a small hill where he often practiced. Xiao Wu stood there, dazed, watching Tang San run off, feeling a bit at a loss. Silly. He wants to show you his treasure. Hurry up and follow him. Ma Hongjun quickly followed after finishing his thought. Xiao Wu blinked, stomped her foot, and quickly chased after the two. Wait for me. Chapter 32. Planting a seed on the mountaintop behind the Holy Spirit village. Ma Hongjun lay on the blue-silver grass lawn, gazing at the starry sky. He listened as Tang San made a lifelong promise to Xiao Wu, smiled, and said nothing. Being able to witness this moment in person, he felt content. In the end, Xiao Wu acknowledged him as her brother, Junge, but Tang San still called him senior brother, while Xiao Wu continued to call him Junge. Tang San told Xiao Wu that if anyone tried to kill her, they would have to step over his corpse first. Xiao Wu asked about Ma Hongjun. He told her and Tang San that since they acknowledged him as their brother, he would strive to gain the strength to protect his younger siblings. Junge, what if you can't protect us? Xiao Wu asked again, and Tang San looked at him as well. In this world, there are often more disappointments than satisfaction. No matter how crazily Ma Hongjun enhanced his strength, there would still be enemies he couldn't handle. Therefore, he answered without hesitation, "Then I will quickly escape, knowing that it's impossible, and wait until I have the strength to avenge you and revive you." Since cultivation was possible, everything meant that anything could happen. Even if you died, as long as he had the strength, he could bring you back to life. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Why did his thought process seem so unique? Shouldn't he be saying something more emotional at this moment? Tang San asked, "What if you can't revive us?" Ma Hongjun still replied without hesitation, "Then it means my strength is not enough." All right, while your answer seems heartless, it is the most rational choice. It is not heartless, even if you pass this test. Xiao Wu said helplessly, tacitly agreeing. Then a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes as she asked, "Junge, can people really be revived after death?" Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure about that, but I believe it can be done. Even if one soul is dispersed and leaves no trace in this world, I still believe it can be done. Because if cultivation is possible, it means anything can happen. If it can't be done, it means the strength is not enough." Xiao Wu and Tang San pondered this. Xiao Wu thought to herself that she should work hard to cultivate. Perhaps there was a real possibility of reviving her mother. Tang San had the same thought. Although he didn't know who his mother was, given his father's demeanor, he couldn't help but guess that his mother must be dead. Seeing their contemplative expressions, Ma Hongjun continued, "Everything in the world is born from existence. Existence arises from non-existence. Existence and non-existence give rise to reality and illusion. So I believe that if cultivation is possible, everything is possible. Tang San and Xiao Wu listened intently as Ma Hongjun continued. For example, if a person dies and there are no traces of them left in the world, but you still remember them, as long as you have the strength, you can break the boundaries of reality and illusion, bringing that person from your memory into reality. Or you can go back to when they were still alive and bring them to the present. That counts as revival. Is that really possible? Xiao Wu and Tang San were stunned. Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "That's why I say that as long as cultivation is possible, as long as you dare to think, nothing is impossible. The premise is to have the strength to do these things." It sounds like a tale from a faraway land. Yet I find no reason to refute it, and it seems very reasonable. Tang San thought for a while before speaking. Xiao Wu nodded along, although she didn't fully understand. She remembered one thing. Her mother could be revived, and if it couldn't be done, it meant the strength was not enough. Ma Hongjun smiled and said nothing more. The three of them lay together on the blue silver grass lawn, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky. And this is where he and they differed. They didn't dare to think, couldn't think. Their minds were confined, but he wouldn't be. He came from the modern world and knew many things they didn't. This was his greatest asset. Moreover, this wealth seemed to continue surfacing in his mind, perhaps related to what Tang San said about him being a soul that crossed over. The Tao scriptures record that a heavenly being can observe all beings with a single thought, can give birth to a world with a thought, and can also close a world. Furthermore, there are countless parallel worlds. The worlds imagined by people exist, including those in novels and films. However, ordinary people generally lack the ability to reach those worlds. Ma Hongjun didn't know how he arrived in this world. It might have been his soul that brought him here, but he didn't know the specifics. In the countless parallel worlds, there might be countless little Ma Hongjuns or Ma Gu, Ma Yi, or Ma Jia, living their own diverse lives. Similarly, in these countless parallel worlds, there might be countless Ma Hongjuns, Ma Juanhao, Ma Hongling, Ma Honglian, and others, all living their own various lives. These little Ma Jie, Ma Ye, Ma Jie, Ma Hongjun, Ma Yunao, Ma Ongling, Ma Onlian, etc., Deng, Arim. Yet they are not him. In short, it's very complex to explain. However, recalling the memories that surfaced in his mind, he remembered that his master from his previous life had mentioned some of this, so he knew a little bit. This involved existence and non-existence, reality and illusion, time and space, fate, and the prenatal and postnatal aspects, all of which are very troublesome to explain. Some of it Ma Hongjun himself doesn't fully understand. However, he didn't care, not to mention the parallel worlds and the worlds of fantasy. The future had countless possibilities. Therefore, one should focus on the present, strive for self-improvement, and work hard to cultivate. As long as one's strength continues to rise, one day all doubts will be resolved. As for why he told Xiao Wu and Tang San these things, naturally, it was to plant a seed of becoming stronger in their hearts. After all, since the day he left Phoenix Village with Flender, his identity had already been determined. His future camp would be on the side of Shrek Academy. So, it was better to work hard in advance and prepare a bit. In the future, when facing enemies, it would be a little easier. While thinking about various things, he chatted with Xiao Wu and Tang San until late at night, before they returned to Tang San's home. Not seeing Tang, how made Ma Hongjun feel a bit relaxed, but also a bit regretful. Meanwhile, not long after they left the academy, far away in the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, the master stared blankly at a pot of blue silver grass on his desk. His disciples and nephew had gone home, leaving him feeling empty. Despite not saying it aloud, his feelings for his disciples and nephew had deepened over the year, along with that mischievous daughter-in-law, Xiao Wu, until this morning when Ma Hongjun and the others left. He hesitated about whether to go see them in Holy Spirit Village. In the end, the master dismissed this thought for many reasons even he couldn't articulate. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The master frowned. Usually, aside from Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, and occasionally the principal of Nodding Academy, Su Fei, no one came to visit him. Come in, the master said, retracting his gaze from the blue silver grass. The door opened, and a tall figure walked in. He wore a simple gray robe, with messy black hair falling over his shoulders, and his aged face was etched with the marks of time. His murky eyes seemed to have reached the end of their lifespan, which was quite inconsistent with his appearance of only around 50 years old. "Hello, Master." The newcomer saw the blue-silver grass on the Master's desk, and his pupils contracted, shifting his gaze away. His voice was low and hoarse. As soon as this person entered, the Master instinctively tensed up. Even the soul power within him unconsciously spread throughout his body. "Who are you?" The Master slowly stood up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The gray-clad man couldn't help but glance at the blue-silver grass on the desk again and said, "We haven't seen each other for about 20 years, right? It's no wonder you don't recognize me in this state. My name is Tang Hao." "Tang Hao." The Master's expression suddenly changed dramatically. His pupils almost instantly focused, staring intently at the person in front of him, his hands gripping the table, fingers already turning pale. You are Hao." Tang Hao waved his hand to stop the Master from continuing, coldly saying, "There's no need to mention past titles. We had some acquaintance back then. Others may think you're just a madman, but I know you're a persistent person." The Master's emotions gradually calmed down, and he said in surprise, "It seems I guessed correctly. You are indeed the father of Xiao San. He has already returned home. Why are you here?" Tang Hao nodded slightly and replied calmly, "It's precisely because he has returned home that I am here. Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun is not here. Otherwise, he would definitely be complaining right now. Damn, so heartless after raising you for 3 or 4 years. You leave without even seeing me." Tang Hao's voice was a bit hoarse as he said, "I know you accepted him as your disciple. As a father, I should have come to see you long ago. I am leaving now. The only thing I care about is him. So I hope to entrust Xiao San to you. By the way, please thank your nephew for me. He is a good senior brother. I am very happy and relieved that Xiao San has a partner like him in his life." The Master stared fiercely at Tang Hao, his gaze somewhat sharp, questioning, "You want to leave? Where are you going? He is your son. He is also your disciple." Tang Hao still maintained a cold demeanor and said, "I must leave. There are many things I need to do. Being with me will not bring him happiness. I have no other requests. His life is for him to choose. It has been 10 years. I have been away from this world for 10 years. Now that he has grown up, there are some things I must do." The Master took a deep breath and said, "I don't know what has happened to you, but I can see that Xiao San is very attached to you. Don't you think that leaving like this is too cruel for him?" Tang Hao replied indifferently, "He has decided to take an extraordinary path. Being with me is what would be cruel to him. All right, I will take this blue-silver grass with me. I have said all I needed to say. No matter when, please remember, he is my Tang Hao son." After speaking, Tang Hao raised his hand and waved, a black token clattering onto the table in front of the Master. It was exactly the same as the one the Master had shown when he took Ma Hongjun and Tang San into the soul hunting forest last time, except this token had a pattern of 6 on it. At this moment, the blue-silver grass on the Master's desk suddenly flew up into his hand. The Master looked at the token left by Tang Hao and the blue-silver grass taken by him, stopping him. "No, that blue-silver grass was given to me by Xiao San. You cannot take it." Tang Hao coldly said, "I know this blue-silver grass belongs to Xiao San. You can ask him for another pot later. Remember what I said? I'm leaving." "Wait," the Master said urgently. "What is it? Hurry up and say it." Tang Hao's expression was somewhat impatient. "You know, my strength is too weak. Although I can continue to cultivate now, it is still not enough to protect Xiao San in the future. Therefore, I need a drop of your blood. Since you have been keeping an eye on him, you should know about my third soul skill." The Master quickly finished speaking, his eyes filled with hope, staring tightly at Tang Hao, his body trembling slightly. Just think about it. This is his idol, the second young master of the Haotian sect, the youngest title Douluo on the continent. If Luo Sanpao can replicate his abilities, that would at least be a weaker version of a title Douluo. Even if the fighting power lasts only 3 or 4 seconds each time, that would be enough. After all, it would still have the strength of a title Douluo, provided it can be successfully replicated. You sure have a good plan. But I advise you to wait for your nephew to arrive before letting your martial soul absorb my blood. Otherwise, if something happens to you, my son will have no one to take care of him." Bang! The door was slammed shut, and a drop of crimson blood hovered in front of the Master, as Tang Hao's tall figure had already disappeared. Looking at the door and the blood droplet in front of him, The master stood there for a long time without moving. After a while, he slowly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the token, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that his idol had already become like this. Then, he took out a jade bottle from somewhere and carefully collected the drop of blood. Without Tang Hao saying it, he knew he couldn't replicate his abilities. According to his current research, based solely on his own strength, Luo Sanpao could at most replicate the abilities of a soul sage like Flanders. If he were any stronger, he wouldn't be able to replicate it. Moreover, replicating the abilities of a title Doa like Tang Hao required a massive amount of soul power, which he simply couldn't provide, so this had to rely on Ma Hongjun. Although his blood had some issues, the energy was still sufficient. He could tolerate it for a while longer. Then the master thought about how Tang Hao took away the blue silver grass that Tang San gave him, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unfortunately, you don't realize that the blue silver grass was cultivated through Xiao San's first soul skill, and there is also a trace of Xiao San's consciousness attached to it. As long as you carry it with you, whenever you are near Xiao San, no matter how deeply you hide, he will definitely sense it. Chapter 33. Acknowledgement of Kin. The next morning, after practicing his Yin-Yang Ai, Ma Hongjun, along with Xiao Wu, followed Tang San to Old Jack's house. As they got closer to Old Jack's home, his mood became increasingly difficult to calm. Bang, bang, bang. The exquisite redwood lacquer door was knocked on, and a kind old man's voice came from inside. Who is it? The door is not locked. Come in. This was a very clean and exquisitely decorated farmhouse courtyard. On the right side, after entering, there was a brick and tile hall with one room and one hall, facing south, and a row of side rooms on the right. In front of the house was a spacious courtyard, and in front of the courtyard was a half-acre garden, which was planted with peonies, crab apples, bamboo, and some fruit trees, plums, apples, cherries, peaches, and pear trees, making it very tranquil and elegant. On the right side of the entrance courtyard was a small room half the size of the hall. It looked like a kitchen. On the other side of the garden, there were also some livestock with the sounds of chickens and dogs. Ma Hongjun saw a sturdy yellow-gray big dog, which looked a bit like a wolf and also a bit like a Shiba Inu. At that moment, seeing them come in, the dog quickly ran over, circling around him and whining, while wagging its tail continuously. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. This dog seemed very intelligent, not barking but whining to welcome them. However, what was the situation with it circling around and wagging its tail? It's Xiao San. Come, sit inside. Old Jack stood under the eaves, and upon seeing Tang San and his classmates, he smiled warmly and waved at the three. Thank you, Grandpa Jack, Tang San respectfully called out. Xiao Wu sweetly smiled and nodded, not saying anything, appearing very obedient. Ma Hongjun excitedly nodded, opened his mouth, and found he couldn't say anything, so he just kept quiet. Entering the hall, Old Jack gestured for them to sit casually, and he sat down to the side. Tang San was very familiar with the place. He found some tea leaves from the hall, washed the cups, and poured water for the four of them. Old Jack smiled as he watched him busy himself and did not stop him. He had always regarded Tang San as his own grandson, and Tang San had often visited his home before, so he was quite familiar with it. As Tang San poured the water, Old Jack gently asked, Xiao San, are you feeling better now? Tang San smiled slightly, nodded, and said, Grandpa Jack, you can rest assured, I'm fine now. I'm here mainly to see you, and there's something I need to tell you. The living room of Old Jack's house was decorated very exquisitely. Directly opposite the entrance was a redwood 8 immortals table, with several calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls. Although he did not know their origins, or if they were masterpieces, they looked very artistic. On the right side of the entrance, next to the transparent and bright window, was a soft large bed, and opposite the bed, there was a row of sliding wardrobes. On the left side of the entrance were a coffee table, a sofa, and several pots of unnamed green plants, all arranged nicely, giving a refreshing feeling at first glance. On the left wall was a beautiful but unnamed painting of fish playing, facing the coffee table and sofa below. The floor was covered with yellow wooden flooring, and the entire room was arranged with an ancient charm, reminiscent of the style of ancient China. Ma Hongjun carefully observed the place where his mother used to live. At this moment, hearing Tang San's words, he took out a large pile of items from the flame ring and placed them on the coffee table. These were all gifts he bought for Old Jack. As the gifts were taken out, Ma Hongjun also took over Tang San's words, signaling him to speak. Grandpa, may I ask what your daughter's name is? Old Jack was taken aback. His daughter had died many years ago. Why was this child asking about that? Carefully looking at Ma Hongjun's face, Old Jack suddenly became a bit excited and said, trembling, my poor daughter is named Jack Honghong. Upon hearing this, tears instantly blurred Ma Hongjun's eyes. He quickly got up from the sofa, took 3 steps in 2 strides, and knelt down in front of Old Jack with a thud. His voice trembling with tears, Grandpa, my name is Ma Hongjun. Boom! When Old Jack heard this, it was as if a thunderclap rang in his mind. He looked at him in disbelief, quickly got up, pulled Ma Hongjun into his arms, and cried out, Child, my good child, I just guessed you were the child of my poor granddaughter Hong Hong and Jun Sheng. You finally come to see Grandpa. Grandpa, Ma Hongjun, with tears in his eyes, nodded and tightly hugged Old Jack, continuously calling out Grandpa. Xiao Wu and Tang San quietly watched the two, feeling happy for him. Besides them, their Junge had finally found his grandfather. After crying for a long while, the emotions of the grandfather and grandson finally calmed down. Old Jack pulled Ma Hongjun to sit beside him and slowly began to recount. Back then, after not hearing from Hong Hong and your father Jun Sheng for a long time, I asked someone to inquire about them. I almost couldn't catch my breath trying to find your parents. In the end, thinking of you, my poor grandson, who was left alone with my son-in-law, I thought about bringing you over. Unfortunately, you were too young. This world is too dangerous for ordinary people like us. So I had to suppress my longing for you. Your parents didn't have soul power, and I thought I would never wait for you to come find Grandpa. I didn't expect you to come so soon. As he spoke, Old Jack became excited and asked, Hongjun, you and Xiao San have come together. It seems you should also have soul power and become a soul master, right? Quickly tell Grandpa, what is your martial soul, and what level of soul power do you have? Grandpa, my martial soul is the Fire Phoenix, and I am now a level 20 Great Soul Master. Look. Ma Hongjun nodded, and what Old Jack said was just like what his grandfather Ma Daochu had said. With the martial soul manifested, purple-red flames enveloped Ma Hongjun's entire body, and a pair of broad fire wings appeared on his back. At the same time, his long black-red hair, twisted into a bun, instantly turned fiery red, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath him, slowly pulsating. Clang! At the moment his martial soul manifested, a phantom of a fire phoenix flashed behind him, and a clear, high-pitched cry of the phoenix echoed in the living room. This is the Fire Phoenix, and you're a level 20 Great Soul Master. My goodness, a 7-year-old top-tier Fire Phoenix, martial soul, Great Soul Master. Ancestors in heaven bless. I didn't expect my grandson to have such great talent. Wonderful. My Jack family finally has a soul master. Old Jack was so excited he was almost incoherent. Ma Hongjun's displayed strength and martial soul shocked him immensely. After a long while, Old Jack finally calmed down from his excitement and turned to Tang San, asking, Xiao San, what about you? What level are you at now? Grandpa knows you have innate full soul power, so you should have become a soul master, right? Grandpa Jack, I have become a soul master, and I'm now level 18. Look, as Tang San spoke, a half-foot-high purple-black blue-silver grass emerged from his hand, with mysterious golden patterns on the stems and leaves, while a yellow soul ring pulsated around him. This is blue-silver grass? What amazing change. It seems, Xiao San, you have encountered a good teacher and have not wasted your innate full soul power talent. Old Jack was very excited. He insisted on sending Tang San to school, and it turned out to be the right decision. Who said blue-silver grass couldn't be cultivated? Wonderful. Our Holy Soul Village finally has another soul master. And counting Hongjun, haha, we have 2 genius soul masters. This is truly fantastic. Looking at it this way, this classmate of yours, this girl, should also have a decent level, right? Old Jack felt that anyone who could be with his 2 genius grandsons must have a good talent and level. Seeing Old Jack mention her, Xiao Wu appeared very obedient and sweetly said, Hello, Grandpa Jack. I am Junge and San Ji's younger sister. My name is Xiao Wu, as in dancing, and my martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit. I am currently at level 17. Xiao Wu spoke as the same martial spirit manifested. A slightly pink large white rabbit shadow appeared behind her, and a yellow soul ring slowly moved around her. Haha, Grandpa guessed right. Xiao Wu is indeed a little genius. Since you're the sister of Hongjun and Xiao San, then you're my granddaughter. From now on, treat this place as your home. Don't be polite or stand on ceremony. Old Jack laughed heartily, his face filled with a gentle smile. Hongjun, your soul power level is so high now. Your innate soul power must also be considerable, right? Are you and Xiao San the same, both having full innate soul power? As old Jack spoke, he wanted to reach out and pat Ma Hongjun's head, but upon seeing his mixed hairstyle, he awkwardly realized there was no place to do so and retracted his hand with an embarrassed chuckle. Xiao Wu was secretly laughing on the side, and Tang San realized that the mixed hairstyle had this benefit, secretly deciding that he would also grow his hair and tie it up into a mixed bun in the future so that old Jack and the others wouldn't be able to pat his head. Although he knew that the elders patting his head was a sign of love and closeness, he had the soul of an adult. Grandpa, all three of us have full innate soul power. Ma Hongjun chuckled inwardly. He chose to grow his hair into a mixed bun partly because he liked it, and partly to prevent others from patting his head. After all, he had the soul of an adult. He didn't keep a mixed bun before because his hairstyle would be ruined once the martial spirit manifested, but with his deepening control over the martial spirit, it wasn't a problem anymore. Naturally, he would keep the mixed bun, and such a hairstyle matched better with the hanfu he wore, right? Hiss. Old Jack was so shocked he couldn't speak. A once-in-a-century innate full soul power genius, and he encountered three at once, all of them his grandchildren. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. This, all have full innate soul power, a once-in-a-century genius. And I actually had the luck to meet three at once, and they're all my grandchildren. Jack lied, have no regrets in this life. Grandpa, don't say such nonsense. You will definitely live a long life. Ma Hongjun said unhappily. Tang San nodded, thinking to himself that old Jack's name was lied. What a good name. He truly is a virtuous and respected village chief. Unfortunately, he didn't know the saying, the heart of an old person is not old, and besides, old Jack was only in his 60s, still capable of doing many things. If old Jack had a woman, Ma Hongjun might even have uncles younger than him. At first, Tang San thought Jack was just old Jack's name. However, after living in the village for a while, he learned that Jack was the surname. Similar to how in his previous life, other old men were called Grandpa Mao, Grandpa Jiang, Grandpa Hu, and so on. It was then that he discovered how strange surnames could be in this world. Ma Hongjun didn't have such questions. Firstly, he knew this world was a mix of Eastern and Western elements. And secondly, his mother and his teacher were named Jack Hong Hong and Adieo Falanda, respectively. Adieo Falanda means aspiring flyer. Even his little friend Oscar only had the name Oscar, with no surname. After all, he was just an orphan. The name was given by Ma Hongjun, calling him Yuan Huang Oscar. As for why he was named this way, perhaps Tang San would figure out in the future, or perhaps he wouldn't. Chapter 34. Development Direction of Martial Souls. The holiday quickly came to an end, and Ma Hongjun and the others resumed their classes and training routines. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Ma Hongjun's soul power level had increased by 2 ranks. Tang San and Xiao Wu both reached level 20, and it was time for them to obtain their soul rings. Xiao Wu mentioned that a relative would take her to get her soul ring, so there was no need for Master or the teachers at Nodding Academy to worry. However, the Master still suggested that Xiao Wu evolve her martial soul towards the Jade Rabbit, and it would be best to obtain a speed-type skill for her second soul ring. This way, as a close combat soul master, her safety would be greatly enhanced, and her control over the battle would also be more advantageous. As a result, after Xiao Wu left the academy for a few days, she returned with a teleportation soul skill, just as the Master had hoped. The Master was very pleased to see that her second soul ring was obtained from a lightning rabbit of about 800 years, as per his suggestion. Although Xiao Wu's teleportation skill had some limitations, requiring a 3-second cooldown before it could be used again, it allowed her to instantly relocate within 5 meters, making a very good skill, since Xiao Wu's martial soul was just an ordinary soft bone rabbit. The Master's advice was to help her evolve her martial soul towards the top-tier royal beast among rabbit-type soul beasts, the Jade Rabbit. After the Master's research, as long as Xiao Wu planned her future soul rings well, there was a very good chance of her soft-bone rabbit evolving into a jade rabbit. Regarding the master's viewpoint, Ma Hongjun said nothing, but Tang San was very supportive. The master and Tang San did not know that Xiao Wu's true form was a 100,000-year level soft-bone rabbit. However, apart from the difference in cultivation level, there was also a gap in bloodlines. Despite Xiao Wu being a 100,000-year level soul beast, if she were to confront a titan giant ape of the same level, it would be the 100,000-year level soft-bone rabbit that would be defeated, highlighting the bloodline disparity. Therefore, if Xiao Wu's martial soul could truly evolve into a jade rabbit, she would be experiencing a significant transformation, going from an ordinary soft-bone rabbit to a top-tier exquisite beast martial soul, the jade rabbit. Thus, Ma Hongjun said nothing, and Tang San also agreed with this direction of martial soul evolution. The jade rabbit was also a divine beast, and in terms of rank, it was on par with top-tier exquisite beast martial souls like the true dragon and phoenix. Both of them were aware of this. It was said that the jade rabbit was the spirit of the moon, known for various legends like the jade rabbit holding the moon, making medicine, rising in the east, gazing at the moon, and running to the moon, among many others. Only the golden toad, the golden crow, and other divine beasts like the dragon, phoenix, Qilin, Xuanwu, thunder marsh, candle dragon, and Kuanpeng were comparable to it. After obtaining the third soul ring for Luo Sanpao, it felt as if he had truly turned over a new leaf. This time, when helping Tang San obtain his soul ring, he still did not call on Flinder or the principal of Nodding Academy, Su Fei, but instead took the three youngsters with him alone. Initially, he only intended to bring Ma Hongjun and Tang San, but Xiao Wu, like a cat that caught a whiff of fish, insisted on joining. After some thought, the master agreed since he was only looking for a soul ring around 900 years for Tang San. With Luo Sanpao's current abilities and their cooperation, it was quite safe in the area with 100-year soul beasts. The Heavenly Star Vine Soul Ring greatly enhanced Tang San's physique, and since he often practiced Tai Chi with Ma Hongjun to refine his body, he had become quite strong, which was why the master dared to find him a soul ring around 900 years. Xiao Wu's physique was not as strong as Tang San's, so she only obtained an 800-year soul ring, which was the limit of what her body could endure. Even so, this exceeded the normal limit for a soul master's second soul ring. The master led the three youngsters around the soul hunting forest for 3 days before finding a suitable soul beast for Tang San, a poison fire thorn vine with a cultivation level of 918 years. The poison fire thorn vine was similar to the devil thorn vine and ghost vine, but it was even more terrifying and troublesome, though slightly inferior to the devil thorn vine. However, it had advantages, in addition to its toughness and parasitism. The poison fire thorn vine also possessed fire poison and fire immunity, meaning it had strong resistance to fire. Of course, fire resistance was not particularly significant for Tang San, whether it was there or not. It was the same, as it could not immunize against Ma Hongjun's current fiery flames, but it could be immune to other flames. However, the poison fire thorn vine was originally a fire attribute plant soul beast, capable of absorbing a certain amount of fire energy, which gave it some fire immunity characteristics. This somewhat enhanced the fire immunity of Tang San's blue silver grass, but once it exceeded its own capacity, it could no longer provide fire immunity, such as against his flames, which Tang San could not immunize against now. The truly terrifying aspect of the poison fire thorn vine was its parasitism and fire poison. Once touched, the seeds of the poison fire thorn vine would parasitize the host, rapidly growing by absorbing the opponent's soul power once activated. The fire poison would cause the opponent immense pain, as if being burned by a raging fire, leading to complete rotting until it turned to pus. Although the poison fire thorn vine was fearsome, it was still manageable. Tang San's blue silver grass was more resilient than the poison fire thorn vine and was not afraid of its thorns and parasitism. Therefore, this soul beast was severely burned by Ma Hongjun's first and second soul skills, to the point of near death, and without Luo Sanpao needing to intervene, Tang San easily resolved it. The master was merely there to tag along, while Xiao Wu was just there to have fun, which left the master feeling a deep sense of helplessness, once again lamenting his own ineffectiveness. Ever since Luo Sanpao obtained his third soul ring and transformed, he had gradually found himself relegated to merely tagging along, shouting 666, and serving as Luo Sanpao's support. The master silently resolved once again that he must diligently practice Tai Chi and the wind and thunder sword technique, find ways to improve his own combat abilities, and absolutely must not hold Luo Sanpao back. He needed to fight alongside Luo Sanpao. After the battle was resolved, Tang San spent half a day absorbing the soul ring. After absorption, his soul power reached level 21. His blue silver grass was still purple-black, but faintly glowed with firelight. As soon as Tang San activated it, it would become covered with sharp thorns, looking fierce and terrifying, sending chills down people's spines, not to mention the accompanying parasitism and fire poison. The soul skill Tang San obtained was still parasitism. When the blue-silver grass attacked, it would automatically emit countless tiny seeds, directly parasitizing the enemy. Once activated by Tang San, these seeds would rapidly grow by absorbing the host's soul power, and the effects of the fire poison would be the same once it spread. The function of this soul ring was naturally much stronger than the second soul ring brought by the ghost vine that Tang San had originally obtained, which was over 600 years old. They had also seen that ghost vine while searching for soul beasts and planned to hunt it down if they truly could not find a suitable one. The master was very satisfied with Tang San's soul ring, as it significantly enriched the attacking methods of the blue silver grass, and its control abilities would also be much stronger. After all, since Tang San obtained his first soul skill, he had transformed from merely a control type to a strong attack plus control type. He could attack strongly and control simultaneously. Moreover, the ability of the blue-silver grass could also assist him in cultivation. The pot of blue-silver grass given to the master was the result of research by everyone, where the ability of the blue-silver heavenly star grass was attached to ordinary blue-silver grass. Thus, the blue-silver grass gained the ability to absorb surrounding soul power while fundamentally not feeding back into its own growth, essentially functioning as a pseudo-gathering spirit array. Although the effect was not very strong, having it was better than not having it at all. So, after the research was successful, Tang San gifted a pot of blue-silver grass to the master, and they also placed several pots in their dormitory. Others only thought that Tang San favored blue-silver grass because his martial soul was blue-silver grass, but in reality, if one did not have sufficient mental power, who would have thought that those blue-silver grasses were used to absorb soul power? The blue-silver emperor grass can absorb any energy, which means that during battles, Tang San can only absorb other energies if he can first sense them. However, he can only sense basic soul power, such as other fire attribute soul power, water attribute soul power, etc., which he cannot sense. Once he can sense them, he might be able to absorb soul power related to the blue-silver grass and the clear sky hammer. Nevertheless, due to the characteristics of the blue-silver emperor grass, even if Tang San cannot sense other energies, he can still release the blue-silver grass to absorb and gather the surrounding soul power, effectively carrying a mobile pseudo-gathering spirit formation with him, which can greatly accelerate his speed of absorbing soul power for cultivation. Although Ma Hongjun has stronger spiritual power than Tang San, he can only sense basic soul power and fire attribute soul power, as well as the sun's essence and the moon's radiance. He cannot sense anything beyond that. Therefore, he can only cultivate based on instinct, but at least he can absorb 3 types of energy more than Tang San and the others, so his speed is naturally faster than theirs. However, for someone like him, whose martial soul attribute is particularly pronounced, even if he cannot sense fire attribute soul power, he can still instinctively absorb and cultivate, albeit at a slower speed compared to actively sensed absorption. Both Ma Hongjun and Tang San can sense the morning sun's purple chi, but the duration is too short to support regular cultivation. Still, it's better than nothing. Ma Hongjun can sense the sun's essence and the moon's radiance, but he only dares to absorb the sun's essence in the early morning. As for the moon's radiance, as long as there is moonlight, he can absorb it. So his cultivation speed is much faster than that of Xiao Wu, not only due to the nature of his cultivation method. Cultivation is gradually improved through the accumulation of time. Shortly after returning from vacation, Ma Hongjun received a letter from Wang Sheng and the others, informing him that Xiao Wang, Lu Ling, and the other four had gone to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy of the B City. Thus, the student council elected 4 new members. And Ma Hongjun just took a glance and didn't care anymore, as the original intention of establishing the student council was to get rid of Xiao Wu's entanglement. The letter mentioned that Wang Sheng and the others had befriended a big sister named Meng Yiran at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy of the B City and established a student council there, continuing to serve as their 4 major committee members. But none of this mattered to Ma Hongjun. It was merely a casual move at the time. He just felt that the name Meng Yiran sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't recall it. If he couldn't remember, then he wouldn't think about it. That was Ma Hongjun's attitude. Why overthink things? It's tiring. The editor looks at the data for recommendations. So Huang Yi here asks for reader support. Please bookmark. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please recommend. Please reward. Chapter 35. Discovery by Qing Wang. It was a weekend, and there were no classes at the academy. After mailing the letters to Flander and Oscar, Ma Hongjun returned to the academy to continue his training. Over a year had passed, and he could suggest some more ways for Flander to make money. This time, Ma Hongjun drew a flatbed bicycle in his letter to Flander and explained some components he knew about. The rest was up to Flander to figure out. Whether he could make it work was no longer Ma Hongjun's concern. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but admire that his teacher truly had a knack for business. He initially thought Flander would seek someone to produce soap himself. Instead, he quickly negotiated a partnership with a small product manufacturer in Soto City. Thinking like Ma Hongjun, I just need to talk, and you make me money. It could be said that they were truly a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, his partner Oscar was more honest. However, he had already hired people and even rented a small shop next to Soto's Grand Soul Arena specifically to sell his sausages. Over the past year, Oscar's soul power had reached level 21, so he could now sell 2 types of sausages. However, Ma Hongjun did not want his detoxifying small sausages, as he was not afraid of ordinary poisons thanks to his true fire protection. Back at the academy, Ma Hongjun began another day of training. It had been a long time since he obtained the feather of the purple lightning swallow and the leaves of the celestial star vine. Whenever he had free time, he would study them, but there had been no progress. For example, he traced those patterns onto jade, gold, silver, copper, ironwood, and the fur and bones of soul beasts, then circulated his soul power through those patterns, but it was all in vain. Though he had not achieved anything, he at least confirmed where the patterns began and ended, and how they should intersect at various nodes. He understood all of this. The reason he hadn't given up on this research was that these patterns resembled the spells and runes recorded in Taoist scriptures from his past life. Where did those runes come from? According to Taoist texts, runes originated from the clouds of Yunzhuan. How did Yunzhuan come about? Yunzhuan is formless. At the beginning of the great catastrophe, sometimes distant and sometimes near, sometimes sinking and sometimes floating, wandering in the 5 directions within a yard, the heavenly sovereign wrote down the essence of the cave and inscribed the spiritual symbols. This is the origin and function of Yunzhuan, which evolved into later spells and charms, and some secret Taoist texts are written in Yunzhuan. From another perspective, Yunzhuan is what the ancestors recorded when burning incense to pray to the gods, ancestors, and nature, capturing the smoke that rose as the incense burned. As the saying goes, a single genuine incense naturally rises, auspicious smoke rises from the Huangting furnace, and clouds form in the air. Therefore, Ma Hongjun did not think the patterns that resembled runes were useless. He must not have found a correct way to activate them yet. He had a premonition that if his mental strength broke through once more, he should see results. He wondered if it was due to the spiritual essence cultivated in his past life that his mental strength grew rapidly when he practiced the Taiji visualization method. He had a feeling that he would break through today. Perhaps he truly was a reincarnation of a spiritual being, and the memories of his past life were constantly awakening. This was also why he started with just a little knowledge, and initially sought to cling to Tang San's leg to learn cultivation methods. Now, however, as more and more memories surfaced in his mind, he was beginning to understand. As night fell completely, the bright moon rose, and Ma Hongjun had already entered a state of meditation in bed. He did not dare to meditate at noon. as the essence of the midday sun was too strong for him to absorb or digest. This was the first time his mind had warned him before preparing to cultivate. Hence, Ma Hongjun decisively stopped and understood that the essence of the midday sun was not something he could absorb at present. That night, the moon was big and round, bright and clear, appearing to be a full moon. A bright moon hung in the sky, casting its silver light selflessly onto the earth. The essence of the bright moon was slowly absorbed by Ma Hongjun's Taiji diagram, specifically the yin fish within it. A cool stream of moonlight flowed from his brow into his sea of consciousness. As the Taiji diagram operated, the bright moon's essence was transformed into soul power and mysterious energy, nourishing his soul and gradually enhancing his mental strength. Ma Hongjun paid no attention to why the moon in the sky was a white jade plate while the one within him was blue. However, having seen blue moons and blood moons in his past life, he decided not to delve deeper into it since he could not comprehend it. The night passed in cultivation until just past midnight when Ma Hongjun prepared to conclude his practice and rest. Suddenly, he was taken aback. He remembered that he should have had his eyes closed, right? Yes, that was correct. Ma Hongjun confirmed this, but he discovered that even with his eyes closed, he could see everything in the dormitory. He saw a mouse hiding in the drawer in front of Xiao Wu's bed, stealing her snacks, with sunflower seed shells almost covering the bottom of the drawer. What shocked him even more was that the mouse seemed to have gained intelligence. It was even able to open packaging. During the time he was watching, it had already bitten open a pack of spicy strips that Xiao Wu had and started eating. The crunching and rustling sounds of it munching echoed faintly in the dormitory. Those who knew were indifferent, like Tang San, while those who didn't were sound asleep, like Xiao Wu, who was lying on Tang San with one leg over him. They had agreed not to cross boundaries while sleeping, but once Xiao Wu fell asleep, she would always wake up coiled around Tang, San like an octopus. Ma Hongjun found it amusing. At that moment, the mouse had already finished a pack of spicy strips and started on a pack of red dates belonging to Xiao Wu. He knew there were mice in their dormitory, which Xiao Wu had attracted by buying various snacks, so Tang San was used to it and didn't mind. However, knowing it was one thing, Ma Hongjun had never seen one before. Shifting his gaze from the mouse that had devoured several large dates, Ma Hongjun looked elsewhere. Observing the 8 people sleeping in the dormitory, he gradually realized that his mental strength had broken through, reaching a level where he could see externally, or one might say it was spiritual perception. As for what else it could do, he would find out tomorrow. With Wang Shenggan and a new work-study student arriving, there were still 9 of them. The new work-study student was brought in by Ma Hongjun and the others. He was a child from Holy Soul Village who had awakened his martial soul this year, named Zhu Banjin. His martial soul was the same as his mother's, a 9-tooth rake, and he only had half a level of innate soul power. When he didn't return during the break, his parents mentioned that when he was born, he weighed only half a kilogram, and everyone thought he wouldn't survive. Miraculously, he did survive, so they named him Banjin. They never expected he would awaken soul power. Although it was only half a level, it was still soul power. Therefore, Ma Hongjun's grandfather, Old Jack, allocated this year's work-study student spot to him. His parents and Old Jack did not personally bring him because Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were all from Nodding Academy. Furthermore, Tang San's reputation in Holy Soul Village was well known, so everyone felt at ease. Moreover, Ma Hongjun was Old Jack's beloved grandson. So Zhu Banjin's parents and Old Jack were very relieved. Especially Zhu Banjin's mother and his grandfather, Old Jack, both felt at ease. For some reason, Ma Hongjun always felt that Old Jack's gaze towards Zhu Banjin was a bit strange, and he had an inexplicable fondness for Zhu Banjin. Time passed quickly in the state of spiritual perception. Ma Hongjun curiously looked around, not realizing how much time had gone by until he heard the chirping of birds outside the window. The early bird catches the worm. At this moment, Tang San had already freed himself from Xiao Wu's grasp and climbed up. He was surprised to see Ma Hongjun already dressed and sitting on the bed waiting for him. "Senior brother, you woke up so early today? Just wait a moment. I'll get ready right away," he said. Ma Hongjun was speechless, opened his mouth to say that he hadn't slept yet, but glanced at the other classmates who were still asleep and swallowed his words. Well, if he hadn't slept, then he hadn't. Anyway, he didn't feel a bit tired, and today was still a rest day, no classes to attend. Unlike his previous life where there were 2 days off a week, in this world there was 1 week off a month, and 1 week meant 7 days. So the holidays were relatively long. After finishing his usual training of the purple extreme magic eye on the rooftop, Tang San asked, "Senior brother, what are your plans for today?" "First, I'm going to take a nap, and when I wake up, I plan to study those patterns a bit more." Ma Hongjun replied, "Huh, didn't you just wake up? Why are you planning to sleep again?" Tang San asked in surprise. "Who said I just woke up?" Ma Hongjun said helplessly, explaining to Tang San, "I broke through my spiritual power last night and reached a level where I could see externally. So I was curious and looked around here and there, but unexpectedly, it felt like only a few minutes had passed, and it was already dawn. By the way, later tell Xiao Wu that the sunflower seeds, spicy strips, and jujubes in her drawer were eaten by mice. I find it strange that she keeps them in the dormitory instead of using her storage soul guide, which just invites mice. It's really puzzling." Tang San was taken aback. No wonder he woke up so early. It turns out he and T slept yet. A breakthrough in spiritual power? How could it be so fast? Tang San was a bit surprised. Isn't that too quick? What is going on with Ma Hongjun? When one is a soul master, it takes 2 months to level up and 1 breakthrough in spiritual power a year. When one becomes a great soul master, it's 3 months to level up. Still only 1 breakthrough in spiritual power a year. This really puts pressure on others. It's too much. Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and explained, "It should be related to my unexpected achievement of the primordial spirit in my past life. Although I can't sense the primordial spirit, I feel that my spiritual power grows rapidly every time I visualize." Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. The primordial spirit can sense and foresee the future, so having the situation is quite normal. That is true. Although it led to my demise, I did achieve the primordial spirit, so having some oddities is quite normal. Ma Hongjun was speechless and retorted, "Can't you speak properly? If you can't, then just don't say anything. I'll pretend you didn't say anything, and you can think of yourself as mute." Tang San blinked, a glint of mischief in his eyes, and didn't respond to Ma Hongjun. "Then I'll head back to the dormitory." Saying this, Tang San jumped straight off the rooftop and went back to the dormitory. He still needed to tell Xiao Wu that her snacks had been stolen by mice. "Be careful, don't fall and die." Ma Hongjun chuckled and waved his hand. Chapter 36 Runes After Tang San returned to the dormitory. Ma Hongjun also prepared to go back to sleep, but he felt no drowsiness at all, instead feeling very energetic. After thinking for a moment, he decided that not feeling sleepy was fine. The phoenix fire wings emerged from his back, and with a flap of his wings, he flew straight to the top of the back mountain. Tang San and Xiao we usually cultivated deep in the woods, which was more suitable for blue silvergrass and rabbits. Ma Hongjun, however, cultivated at the mountain top, which was closer to the sky and somewhat suitable for him. However, today he did not practice at the top of the mountain. Instead, he wanted to see what his spirit consciousness could do after his breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged at the summit, he was now able to use the natural position instead of the old man's position. With his overwhelming vitality and enhanced physical training, his body was developing rapidly. While now, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were only about 1.5 meters tall, he had already shot up to 1.7 meters, truly showing them that he was indeed handsome. Although his handsome features still looked quite youthful, just considering his height, he was already a young lad, and he was only a little over 8 years old. However, thinking about it, this was the law, and in 2 years he could marry and have children, so it wasn't too strange. Putting aside his random thoughts, Ma Hongjun focused inward, entering a state of introspection. As he examined his spirit sea, his spirit consciousness directed his martial soul to fly out of his sun eye, revealing a fiery red phoenix that looked like a newborn sun, majestic and imposing. Its size was even larger now, with a wingspan of 4 meters and a body length of 5 meters, looking quite powerful. However, this was just the feedback from his martial soul to Ma Hongjun's spirit consciousness. In reality, it wasn't that large in the spirit sea. The sea of fire in his Mingmen had now shrunk to 1/5, and the soul power in his body, as well as the color of the Tianxin and the Tai Chi diagram in his Dantian, had also changed from purple to a bright red and purple, resembling a newborn sun, fiery red and exuding scorching heat, even higher than when it was red-purple and purple. His spirit consciousness dove towards the adorable fire phoenix. But with a bang, it was instantly bounced back. Ma Hongjun sighed inwardly. It seemed it still wouldn't work. Sigh, he thought. He would have to work harder. As he observed his internal condition, he found that the Yangming stomach meridian in his body was already mostly connected. Initially, he thought that soul power would only connect the meridians when he broke through a bottleneck, but after obtaining his second soul ring, he realized during a conversation with Tang San that he had been completely mistaken. The meridians were originally connected, so there was no need to break through. He understood that without anyone telling him. Therefore, he always said that he used soul power to connect the meridians or to unblock them. However, the connection of meridians with soul power could actually be done slowly during regular training. It would only get stuck when reaching the next bottleneck. For example, after he broke through to become a soul master, he could actually slowly connect the run and do meridians during regular training. After breaking through to become a great soul master, he could also slowly connect the hand Tying Lung meridian and the hand Yangming large intestine meridian during regular training. Only when his soul power reached level 20, meaning the hand Yangming large intestine meridian was almost fully connected, would he hit a bottleneck. Knowing about Ma Hongjun's situation, Tang San finally understood why he absorbed the 600-year soul ring that exceeded the limit of years when he broke through to become a soul master, but only had level 10 soul power. It was because he had connected both the run and do meridians all at once. Later, during the second instance, when he absorbed the 1,000-year blue-silver grass soul ring that exceeded the limit of years, he only had level 20 soul power because he had again connected the hand Tying and hand Yangming meridians all at once. Ma Hongjun was now close to reaching level 24 soul power, which meant that if he had known earlier that the meridians could be slowly connected during regular training, he would have at least level 26 soul power now, given the soul power provided by the 600-year soul ring and the 1,000-year blue-silver grass soul ring. Ma Hongjun regretted why soul rings were regarded as treasures by soul masters. That was not only because they could provide soul skills, but also because the more powerful the soul ring, the greater the increase in soul power it brought to the soul master, equivalent to the miraculous pills in the cultivation world, and moreover, nobody could take this miraculous pill away. It could only be absorbed by oneself. And his research on collecting this, and that was merely to find something similar to miraculous pills to quickly increase his cultivation level. The result was that it wasn't the 1,000-year blue-silver grass soul ring that was ineffective, nor was it the purple lightning devouring sparrow soul ring that was ineffective. It was him, Ma Hongjun, who was ineffective, completely wasting the soul power of the soul rings. Originally, he could have easily dealt with a mosquito with a slap, but instead he used a cannonball. How could he not waste it? Knowing this, Ma Hongjun also realized that during the first half of last year, when he advanced one level per month, it wasn't that he cultivated quickly. It was actually because he had completely connected the Ren and Du meridians, which made him cultivate faster than others, plus the energy boost from the Tianxing Mingzhu. Although he allocated half of it to Tang San, it still allowed him to rise a level each month. So after learning the correct method to connect the meridians, he began to earnestly practice connecting the meridians during his regular training. However, today his purpose was not this. His spirit consciousness checked his entire body. The sea of fire in his Ming Men still had 1/4 left, which was within his expectations, so he didn't pay it any mind. Exiting the introspective state, Ma Hongjun took out a jade plate from the flame ring, which was the length of his thumb and 2 fingers wide. With his eyes closed, his spirit consciousness emerged from his brow and entered the jade plate. Pure, luminous, warm, and thick. This was the feeling the jade plate gave him after his spirit consciousness entered. Although this was good jade he bought, it wasn't expensive, but that was not his purpose. He saw his spirit consciousness transform into a carving knife and began to engrave the patterns he obtained from the feathers of the purple lightning devouring sparrow inside the jade plate. This was something he had long wanted to try, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough mental strength before, and he didn't dare to experiment in the spirit sea, so he had postponed it until now. Using spirit consciousness to engrave was even more convenient and precise than using his hands. In no time, Ma Hongjun had finished engraving. When he opened his eyes, the jade plate was still the same jade plate, with no changes at all. However, when he closed his eyes and looked with his spirit consciousness, he could see the exact same patterns from the feathers of the purple lightning devouring sparrow inside the jade plate, albeit dim and without any shine. The jade plate showed no signs of change. After thinking for a moment, Ma Hongjun suppressed his slightly excited heart and carefully infused a trace of soul power into the jade plate, pouring it in from the entrance of the patterns, slowly circulating along the patterns, and then linking the exit to the entrance, forming a perfect closed loop. Buzz, as the soul power circulated once around the patterns. A change occurred. Ma Hongjun's spirit consciousness saw the jade plate start to absorb the soul power, with strands of purple electric sparks darting around the jade plate, while a faint purple mist swirled around it. Ma Hongjun trembled with excitement, opening his eyes to see that indeed there was purple mist and strands of purple electric light swirling back and forth on the jade plate, which resembled mutton fat jade. Is this a rune? My guess was indeed correct. I said those patterns looked so much like runes. How could they not be useful? Ma Hongjun trembled with excitement. His guess had indeed come true. In his imagination, those patterns were circuit templates, and the patterns engraved by mental strength were the lines, which were essentially the circuit, while soul power was the electricity. Only when the circuit is connected can it be useful. If there is only electricity without a circuit, it is naturally useless. So at this moment, he connected the circuit to the electricity, and changes occurred. Next, he would see what effect this jade talisman had. If his guess was correct, it should be similar to the innate skill of the purple lightning devouring sparrow. Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, holding the jade talisman, locking his spirit consciousness on a large rock not far away, infusing a large amount of soul power into it, and aiming the jade talisman at the rock. He waited left and right, but the jade talisman did not spit out a thunderball. Ma Hongjun was taken aback and thought, could it be that I guessed wrong? That shouldn't be the case. These runes are from the purple lightning devouring sparrow, so they must be related to it. After holding the jade talisman and observing it with his spirit consciousness for a long time, Ma Hongjun finally discovered the issue. The operational trajectory of this rune was perfect. It formed a complete loop, so when soul power was input, it wouldn't explode. But did Ma Hongjun believe it? He did not believe it. There should be an energy tolerance limit. He just didn't believe it. Surrounded by flames, with fire wings emerging from his back, Ma Hongjun gently held the jade talisman in his hand, focusing his spiritual sense on it, slowly infusing it with soul power. However, even after infusing it with 60% of his soul power, the jade talisman did not explode. Instead, as more soul power was added, the purple smoke and lightning on the talisman became denser. Once he infused it with 60% of his soul power, the jade talisman completely transformed into a thunder talisman surrounded by purple lightning and thunderclouds. It had evolved. However, since the patterns and soul power were all provided by him, it did not affect him. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up as he withdrew the flames and fire wings, muttering to himself that this was how the purple lightning devouring lark could become the thunderfire lark, due to this rune continuously absorbing soul power and converting it into lightning energy, leading to its evolution, thus becoming the purple lightning devouring lark or the thunderfire lark. Looking at the thunder talisman surrounded by purple lightning and thunderclouds in his hand, Ma Hongjun had new questions. But since this purple lightning and thunderclouds couldn't be converted into attack power, what was the use of it? Also, this thunder talisman, if it kept absorbing soul power, was it a magical artifact, or would it become a soul beast? He also wondered if he could make it stop absorbing. Ma Hongjun thought, entering the thunder talisman with his spiritual sense, carefully disconnecting the entrance and exit with his spiritual sense. If he sensed something wrong, he would quickly retreat. As the entrance and exit for the soul power were severed, the jade talisman of purple lightning and thunderclouds retracted, turning into a blue-purple jade tablet, which looked quite ordinary otherwise. However, with a slight sense, one could discover the vast amount of lightning soul power stored within. Calling for monthly tickets, seeking support. Chapter 37. A fortuitous encounter. If the rune nodes and the Thunder Talisman are damaged, will the Thunder Talisman explode? Ma Hongjun pondered how to convert this Thunder Talisman into a usable rune. Once he figured this out, it would make dealing with other runes much easier in the future. With this in mind, Ma Hongjun began to use his spiritual sense to move the nodes without damaging the rune circuitry, relocating them to the edges of a jade plate, where they would be more prone to damage from impacts. He wasn't foolish enough to directly use his spiritual sense to destroy anything. The explosion caused by his 60 soul power wouldn't kill him, but it could certainly injure him. After making the modifications, Ma Hongjun reconnected the switch, and the Thunder Talisman began to absorb soul power again. Holding the Thunder Talisman, Ma Hongjun casually threw it towards a rock 20 meters away. A violent collision occurred. Boom! The Thunder Talisman exploded, shattering the rock into pieces, with dust and debris flying everywhere. Ma Hongjun's expression brightened. He knew he had succeeded. He had found a way to convert the Thunder Talisman into an attack method. Disconnecting the switch, the Thunder Talisman fell silent. At this point, even if he threw it, it wouldn't explode because the switch wasn't a node and remained inside the Jade Talisman. Without inputting soul power, it wouldn't be activated, and without activation, it wouldn't explode no matter how hard it was thrown. Next, Ma Hongjun took out a piece of jade to create another Jade Talisman and continued his experiments. During the following days, aside from attending classes and training, he used any free time to conduct experiments. He hadn't told anyone about this research yet. It was his trump card for this stage. He didn't plan to inform Tang San, the master, or Xiao Wu, nor his teachers and friends back at Shrek Academy, until their spiritual powers reached the point of external projection. After all, who doesn't have a few secrets and hidden cards? Even if he told them, they wouldn't be able to use it. Before long, a month passed, and the holiday was approaching. After a month of continuous experimentation, his Thunder Talisman no longer required a collision to explode. It was now entirely under his mental control. Within a 100-meter range, he could cause it to explode with just a thought after throwing it. However, there were still limits, due to the current strength of his spiritual sense. A single Jade Talisman could store enough soul power to explode with a maximum attack power equivalent to 3 times his full strength. This meant that each Jade Talisman could hold up to 3 runes, with each rune capable of carrying 1 times his attack power. If he added more than that, the talisman would explode from the strain. He also discovered that the best containers for these runes were jade, crystal, and gemstones. Only these materials had the best conductivity for the rune's circuitry and soul power. So, Ma Hongjun spent 300 gold soul coins to buy 300 high-quality crystal balls, each the size of a walnut, and turned them all into thunderbolts, which was the new name he gave to the Thunder Talismans. He made 100 each with 1, 2, and 3 times the attack power. Ma Hongjun felt like he was burning money. Just think, throwing one would cost 1,000. Of course, there were cheaper jade, crystal, and gemstone options, but if the material wasn't good, the conductivity for the runes and soul power would be poor. That's why he chose to buy the best, which cost 1 gold soul coin each. Any type of crystal would do, as they all turned blue-purple once made into thunderbolts, looking exceptionally beautiful and dreamlike, with a sense of mysterious beauty. Naturally, every time he conducted an experiment, Ma Hongjun flew far into the depths of the forest, where the sound of the explosions would be filtered out by the trees and wouldn't reach the academy. He hadn't yet researched the Starry Leaf rune, and it was already impressive that he managed to understand the Thunder Talisman in just 1 month. Ma Hongjun also noticed that the flame ring and the slime's body contained runes, but he didn't research them yet. He planned to do that later when he had time. Another holiday arrived, and this time, not only Ma Hongjun was returning to Holy Soul Village, but also Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with a little chubby boy and a serious-looking middle-aged man with short black hair, who was Zhu Banjin and the Master. At the entrance of Holy Soul Village, there was a stone tablet with a deep handprint on it, said to have been left by a soul sage of the village. There was a signpost at the entrance, with the left pointing towards the Star Luo Empire and the right towards the Heaven Do Empire. Ma Hongjun and the others came from the right. The Master stayed at Tang San's house in Holy Soul Village for 2 days, then at Old Jack's for another 2 days before heading back to Nodding Academy. In the blink of an eye, over a week passed. Every day, Ma Hongjun and the others went to train on the small mountain called Xiuqing Mountain behind Holy Soul Village. One day, Ma Hongjun decided to explore the area nearby. After visiting Holy Soul Village at least twice, he realized he hadn't taken a look around yet. He had never gone down the road to the left at the village entrance, so he planned to fly over and check it out this time. After saying goodbye to his grandpa Old Jack and Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun set off. Soon, half a day passed, and as he flew, he found himself surrounded by desolate mountains. I really am just looking for trouble. Wouldn't it be better to stay at Xiuqing Mountain and train with Xiao San and Xiao Wu? Why did I have to come to this desolate place? Ma Hongjun sighed helplessly, finding a dense thicket of trees to land and regain his soul power. He planned to look around and see if he could catch a prey to solve his hunger issue. Although this was a desolate area, relatively speaking, it wasn't completely barren compared to the valley destroyed by the heavenly star vine. Besides, this area was a necessary passage for humans from the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires, though it was unclear why few people came here. Most of the soul beasts and large predators in the mountains had been dealt with. Even if there were occasional soul beasts or predators, they wouldn't be too powerful. With Ma Hongjun's skills and 100 thunderbolts, he didn't have to worry too much about his safety. He planned to head back soon and promised himself never to come to this place again unless someone accompanied him. Otherwise, it would be too boring. After about half an hour, Ma Hongjun's soul power was restored, and he started to move through the woods, where most trees were over 10 meters tall, which wasn't particularly high. Before long, another half an hour passed, and while searching for prey in the dense forest, Ma Hongjun paused slightly, a look of surprise crossing his handsome face. Huh? How could there be someone in this desolate area? And they looked to be around my age. The person was slightly taller than him, with a head full of golden hair that stood out exceptionally, although the figure looked like a young man from behind. His frame was larger and broader, giving him a strong and powerful presence. Ma Hongjun hurriedly quickened his pace and called out, "Hey brother, wait a minute." The young man seemed quite proud. Upon hearing this, he merely turned his head to glance at Ma Hongjun before ignoring him and continuing on his way. Seeing his extravagant attire, Ma Hongjun guessed he must be from a wealthy family, but he wondered why he would come to such a desolate place. Ma Hongjun was slightly taken aback. What did this young man mean? He was just asking for directions. Did it require such arrogance? After spending half a day and finally encountering another living person, Ma Hongjun didn't want to let this chance slip away, so he called out again, "Wait a moment." The young man paused, turned around, and crossed his arms over his chest, his expression showing some impatience. He glanced at Ma Hongjun and impatiently said, "What do you want?" Ma Hongjun was stunned again. What was wrong with this person? He hadn't offended him, so why was he so arrogant? However, when he clearly saw the young man's appearance, he was taken aback once more. This person actually had 4 pupils, and they were heterochromatic, truly strange. Could it be? A thought flashed through Ma Hongjun's mind, and he quickly stepped forward and asked, "Brother, can I ask where this place is?" The young man cast a faint glance at Ma Hongjun, thought little of it, and turned around to continue walking forward, showing no intention of explaining. "Stop right there." Ma Hongjun was speechless and shouted again, but his voice had turned cold. He was determined to confront this person, regardless of who he was. He couldn't believe it would end like this because of that attitude. The boy with heterochromatic eyes turned around impatiently, glanced at Ma Hongjun with a proud expression, and said coldly, "Kid, I advise you not to provoke me. If you want to ask for directions, go ask someone else. Don't bother me." Ma Hongjun took a step forward, staring directly at the boy with heterochromatic eyes, and said, "Are you sick? I just wanted to ask where this place is. If you don't want to say, fine, but does it have to be like this? Who are you showing a sour face to? You're looking for death, you lowly commoner. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like that?" With a loud bang, the boy with heterochromatic eyes stepped forward heavily, his expression icy, especially the hint of murderous intent that leaked from his enchanting eyes, which seemed to have been building up for a long time and was about to explode. "Heh!" Ma Hongjun sneered, feeling his inner rage suddenly ignited. He no longer cared whether the boy with the enchanting eyes was the person he thought. He stood his ground and retorted, "I'm a lowly commoner. So what are you? A noble young master? Or a prince of a nation? Just look at yourself. Dressed like a monkey in a crown? You look just like a mad golden retriever that has been kicked out. Do you think you could just bite anyone you see?" He really thought of himself as someone important, didn't he? Aren't you going to kill me? Come on, I'm right here. If you have the guts, stop talking. Although this person was dressed elegantly and looked better than him, he exuded an air of superiority that was natural and unintentional. His gaze was extremely arrogant, an attitude undoubtedly cultivated from a privileged life. The phrase living in luxury suddenly appeared in Ma Hongjun's mind, but none of that mattered anymore. The boy's remark about being a lowly commoner truly angered him, and he no longer spoke kindly to the boy. Heh, you're looking for death. Even though I'm ready to give up struggling, you're not the lowly thing that can act wild in front of me. Go die. The boy instantly erupted in fury, growling lowly, and with a violent fluctuation of soul power, 2 yellow soul rings quietly appeared around him. Boom! As the martial soul manifested, a gigantic white tiger, nearly twice the height of the boy, quietly appeared behind him. A white tiger martial soul? Ma Hongjun was taken aback, looking in astonishment at the boy who had now manifested his martial soul. Then he glanced at those enchanting heterochromatic eyes and thought, could it really be him? Whatever. Let us see what happens after the fight. Chapter 38. Battle with the white tiger in an instant, accompanied by rising flames. Ma Hongjun activated his martial spirit, revealing 2 yellow soul rings that circled around him. It turned out to be a small brain axe. He teased outwardly, but in his heart, he took it seriously. The top-tier beast martial spirit, the white tiger, was definitely something he had to treat with respect. Generally speaking, the owners of top-tier martial spirits were all very proud, and this was because they indeed had the capital to be proud, being innately stronger than ordinary martial spirit owners. For example, he himself, although he came from a common background, having risen like a phoenix from a chicken coop, did not feel inferior. Now was a perfect opportunity to see whether the Western Metal Lord, the White Tiger, known for its killing prowess, was stronger than him, the Supreme Spirit, the King of Birds. The boy looked coldly at Ma Hongjun and gritted his teeth, saying, "Lowly creature, you seek death. Little brain axe, weren't you going to kill me? Come on, if you're going to make a move, do it quickly. Stop just yapping away. You look just like a defeated tiger, chased out after failing to compete for the title of Forest King. Just a useless tiger." Ma Hongjun's sharp words ruthlessly pierced the boy's heart. He truly was that useless tiger, or else he wouldn't have fled. He couldn't bear to face his brother, as he was afraid, which was a chasm he had always found insurmountable in his heart. So he chose to escape, to indulge in self-degradation, to give up everything. He abandoned his fiancée, indirectly sentencing her to death because of his selfishness. How weak and ridiculous. Unexpectedly, now he was ruthlessly exposed by Ma Hongjun, laying his ugly side bare before him. In an instant, the boy nearly exploded with rage. Ma Hongjun's words deeply struck his heart, making it unbearable. "Loli komona, di." The boy shouted angrily and instantly lunged at Ma Hongjun. "Hee, did I hit a nerve and make you angry? Come on, let Brother Jun show you why the flowers are so red." Ma Hongjun smirked. Today he would let him see what the rage of a common man looked like. "Take this, Palm Thunderfire," he shouted lightly, and a lightning symbol appeared between his hands. As he infused his soul power, he unleashed the technique Taiji force, splitting the sky, pushing forward in an instant. With a loud bang, accompanied by flickering sparks of electricity, purple lightning fire surrounded him. This was one of the gains from his research on the purple lightning thundercloud runes, allowing him to inscribe the runes on his palm like a palm thunder, controlled by his heart, greatly enhancing his close combat ability. As the soul power surged, flames roared, and with a loud explosion, sparks flew and dust rose. The boy with the wicked eyes was clearly not a pushover. As the owner of a top-tier beast martial spirit, he had his own pride. With a powerful strike, a massive force surged toward Ma Hongjun. Hard clash? Bring it on. The battle was about to erupt, and both were filled with a surge of anger, leading to an intense clash. Boom! The shockwave exploded, and powerful forces rampaged, causing the surrounding trees to tilt and fall. After one strike, Ma Hongjun was pushed back 3 meters, while the blond boy fared worse, retreating 5 or 6 meters, clearly having been careless in that moment. As the owner of the White Tiger martial spirit, he had the capital to be proud, but his pride was not blind. Only those with strength could enter his tiger's gaze. It was evident that Ma Hongjun had caught his attention. Lightly rubbing his palm, the arrogance in the boy's eyes dissipated. replaced by depth and seriousness. Interesting. It seems I underestimated you. Remember this. The one who will kill you is Dai Mubai. The boy advanced toward Ma Hongjun, a cold smile on his handsome face, his unique eyes exuding a strange charm. Ma Hongjun's earlier palm strike had immense power, and his hand still felt numb and burning. The lightning fire had directly stimulated his nerves and burned his skin. Such a strange method was something Dai Mubai had never seen before. Moreover, judging by the flames and scales on Ma Hongjun, he should be a fire-type scaled armor martial spirit or a defensive beast martial spirit. Yet he unleashed a lightning fire attribute attack. Truly bizarre. As one of the dominators of the assault-type spirits, even without using soul skills, the white tiger should not fall behind. While Dai Mubai was curious, he was also astonished. The person before him, whose words made him want to kill him on the spot, although his speech was somewhat annoying, was indeed formidable. In terms of pure strength, he had never encountered anyone of the same level who could hold the upper hand in a direct clash. Could he be a fire dragon and martial spirit? Of course, a significant part of the reason was that he had underestimated Ma Hongjun. But Ma Hongjun, knowing he was up against the white tiger martial spirit, had no intention of underestimating him. This was a case of a heart in battle, but a mind elsewhere, and he took each fight seriously. After all, he lacked combat experience. Even when hunting a rabbit, one should use full strength. Although he merely wanted to press Dai Mubai to the ground to vent his anger and had no intention of killing him, he still treated it earnestly, out of respect for the client and himself. Moreover, he was certain that if he lost, Dai Mubai, who had not yet met him, might truly kill him. From the earlier clash, Ma Hongjun roughly judged that Dai Mubai's soul power was around level 25, and he himself was also level 25, not far apart, both possessing top-tier beast martial spirits, making him a good opponent. The key point was that he heard this guy say his name was Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai. Mubai. Boss Dai. The future lecherous, charming trio. He, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. Although he had somewhat anticipated it, he never expected it to truly be Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What did you say? You said your name is Dai Mubai?" Looking at Dai Mubai, approaching him, Ma Hongjun shook his head and muttered to himself, "Even if you are Dai Mubai, if I don't beat you into submission today, you won't know who your brother Jun is." This guy seemed like he had just escaped and was preparing to flee to another country. You want me to submit? I'll have to see about that." Dai Mubai's anger flared again. After being provoked and taunted by Ma Hongjun, he couldn't suppress his fire any longer. Second soul skill. White Tiger Radiant Wave. The enraged Dai Mubai directly activated his second soul skill, and with a burst of intense white light, a powerful sense of oppression surged. 2 yellow soul rings circled Dai Mubai, with the second soul ring emitting dazzling light. With a roar, Dai Mubai opened his mouth and unleashed a white scorching light wave, crashing toward Ma Hongjun with a loud bang. "I have a move too. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline." Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up, and his first soul ring shone brightly. He opened his mouth and unleashed a red, flickering fireball, directly crashing forward. With a loud boom, the scorching shockwave forced both of them to retreat to the sides. "What? Your martial spirit is a phoenix?" Dai Mubai was shocked. He expected Ma Hongjun to have a similar attack. "This is called Fireline? Where are the characteristics of your phoenix?" Dai Mubai glared at Ma Hongjun in anger, feeling deeply deceived. Ill-informed. "The phoenix bears the dragon's pattern. Isn't that what I have? Besides, who said a fire line must attack in the form of a fire line?" Ma Hongjun looked disdainfully at Dai Mubai, pointing at the dragon scales on his hand. Previously, his Phoenix fire line did indeed spit out a flame, sparkling with electricity, but through continuous practice, he could now release it in the form of a fireball. "Dai Mubai, your second soul skill lacks power. Let me show you my second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix." Ma Hongjun let out a low shout, and 2 yellow soul rings simultaneously glowed. The flames swirling around him surged violently, and in an instant his attack was completed. With a loud boom, a fire-red electric fireball, radiating extremely high temperatures, shot toward Dai Mubai at an incredible speed. First soul skill, White Tiger Protection Barrier. Dai Mubai snorted coldly, directly activating his first soul skill for enhancement and defense. Realizing that his second soul skill was an enhancement skill, and at this distance, he had no way to avoid it. The doubled power of the flames brought the strength of the Phoenix Fire line to its peak, which was why he was no longer restrained by Tang San. Boom! Crack! Like a thunderclap on a clear day, with a loud explosion, powerful forces erupted, resulting in a violent collision and a fierce explosion. Dust soared several meters into the air. Flames raged, and electric lights flickered. Dai Mubai was directly blasted several meters away, but this also allowed him to avoid being scorched by the intense phoenix flames. Like a dragon rolling on a pearl, Dai Mubai was thrown like a ball, tumbling for several meters before finally coming to a stop, looking disheveled. His previous cool demeanor completely gone. Haha, Dai Mubai, how do you like this? You look just like a fallen tiger now. Do you understand my power now? How does it feel? If that is not enough, let me show you the true power of my Phoenix Fire line. Ma Hongjun's Niud. And Dai Mubai's current image was a far cry from his earlier arrogant and noble self. Moreover, his attack came without warning. One moment he was mocking Dai Mubai's attacks, and the next moment, before Dai Mubai was even ready, the Phoenix Fire line struck directly. I'll kill you. Dai Mubai was furious. Just having escaped, he was at his most vulnerable moment. Enduring such humiliation, given his current mental state, how could he possibly bear it? With a roar, Dai Mubai lunged forward, striking with his paw in an instant, his speed incredibly fast. He only wanted to kill this lowlife to silence him, and even though he knew he might not win, he would never admit defeat. That was his bottom line. With a loud crash, Dai Mubai directly swiped at Ma Hongjun with his powerful tiger claw. If an ordinary person were to take a hit, they would either die or be severely injured, but Ma Hongjun was not afraid of him. Please recommend and collect. Thank you all. Chapter 39 Acquaintance. As dusk approached and the sun set, a figure lay unconscious by the shore. Butterflies fluttered in the mountains, while the fragrance of flowers and the songs of birds filled the air. The sound of a small stream flowed clearly, gurgling softly. A secluded path meandered alongside the slowly flowing river, where flowers and grass flourished, and the gentle floral scent wafted in the breeze. Ma Hongjun sat on the sandy stones by the river, roasting meat, while beside him lay a disheveled figure, bruised and unconscious. His roasting skills had improved. He no longer needed to hold the flames with his hands. With spiritual awareness, the bright red flames burned directly in front of him, and he controlled the temperature well, occasionally replenishing his soul power as needed. Glancing at the unconscious Dai Mubai beside him, Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, "No wonder he has the white tiger martial soul. This fight was quite comfortable, but his build is really sturdy. He took 3 of my Phoenix Fire line cannons and only fainted, suffering just minor injuries. Not a big deal, but he wasn't feeling great either. While Dai Mubai had a bruised face, so did he. Yet he still felt his skills were superior. Ma Hongjun himself looked a bit disheveled, but compared to Dai Mubai, he was doing much better, and he was satisfied with the outcome. After all, who could beat someone without taking a hit themselves? It was good enough to maintain the upper hand. He didn't have a very good impression of Dai Mubai. This guy had abandoned the strong Zhu Zhuqing and was a confirmed scumbag. Moreover, he was the one who publicly called his martial soul a demonic firegrass chicken. However, that was the Ma Hongjun from a parallel world. Although he was also Ma Hongjun, he wasn't that Ma Hongjun. So, beating him up to vent his frustrations was fine. He never thought about killing Dai Mubai. Besides, Dai Mubai had his redeeming qualities. He was undoubtedly a good friend and brother. If nothing went wrong, this guy would escape from the Star Luo Empire and probably enter Shrek Academy in due time. Although he didn't particularly like Dai Mubai. That was a matter for the future. None of that had happened yet. Today, he beat him up mainly because of that commoner remark that had angered him. Moreover, although he had his own selfish motives, he was not a selfish person. The Tao Te Ching states, "Heaven and earth endure." The reason they can endure is that they do not seek self-existence. Hence, they can live long. Thus, a sage puts himself last and puts others first. Not because he is selfless, but because he can achieve his own desires through selflessness. In other words, just as heaven and earth nurture all things, they give to those in need while taking from those in excess. This is a selfless contribution. Only through selflessness can one achieve their own selfishness. The ancestor San Feng also mentioned that taking the strengths of others to make up for one's weaknesses and sacrificing oneself for the talents of others is the essence of Taoism. As for the way of man, it follows the principle of sacrificing what is insufficient to support what is abundant. That is, promoting strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Being selfish for oneself. Therefore, you wouldn't be like those other transmigrators who thought themselves superior, yet acted selfishly, wanting to take the protagonist as things. Nor would he think about breaking up anyone. He felt that everything in the future should be left to fate. Just as Ma Hongjun was mumbling to himself, contemplating life, Dai Mubai gradually woke up, bewildered as he climbed up from the ground. His head was still dizzy, and he felt a bit lost, not even knowing what had happened. "Oh, you're awake? Our star Luo Empire's Prince Dai Mubai. You must have escaped, right? How'd you end up here? Let's talk. We can consider ourselves acquainted through battle," Ma Hongjun said, handing him a skewer of roasted meat and gesturing for him to sit down. Dai Mubai took it without hesitation, biting into it fiercely, mumbling, "What do you care if I look like a pig?" Ma Hongjun grinned at him, pointed, and 2 bottles of soda appeared on the ground, indicating for him to sit down and think things over before talking. Seeing his signature smile, Dai Mubai felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had been electrocuted, and instantly became alert. He sat down next to Ma Hongjun, no longer mentioning the earlier incident of wanting to kill him. While eating roasted meat and drinking soda, he looked at the flowing river in front of him. The scenery was picturesque, and he had to admit, it felt really nice. Dai Mubai remained silent, thinking that the situation didn't seem to indicate that this person was sent by his older brother to humiliate or hunt him down. After taking a beating, he also finally realized that he shouldn't call someone a commoner anymore. "Are you from the star, Luo Empire too? What's your name? Which family do you belong to?" While roasting meat, Ma Hongjun picked up a skewer for himself and took a few sips of soda, feeling quite good. "Put away your royal airs. What are you so proud of? You just escaped after all. Listen up, my name is Ma Hongjun, but don't worry. I'm not from Star Luo. I'm from my side of the family. Now tell me, how did the Star Luo prince make it out? It looks like you escaped to avoid disaster," Ma Hongjun said bluntly, pointing towards the direction of Holy Soul Village, which was in the direction of the Heaven Do Empire. "What do you want?" Dai Mubai suddenly became angry, feeling that the roasted meat in his mouth lost its flavor. "What do you mean, what do I want? Don't think I don't know about your royal family's inheritance issues. You must be one of the chosen heirs of this generation, right? What's wrong? Giving up already? Have you considered that there might still be someone else struggling hard?" Ma Hongjun's expression turned cold, and he was very rude. "How do you know? Are you sent by her to humiliate me?" Dai Mubai trembled all over, his eyes reddening as he roared. And then he charged at Ma Hongjun. Boom! With a loud bang, another fierce cannon blast sent the charging Dai Mubai flying. Ma Hongjun didn't care that Dai Mubai was shaking from the electric shock and burns. He walked over, grabbed him, and tossed him back to the ground. With a slight smile, he said lightly, "What? You can call others commoners, but not let others say anything about you? Don't you know in your heart if you're a coward? Are you awake now? Or should I wake you up again?" Dai Mubai was frustrated, lying next to Ma Hongjun, trembling all over. After a while, when the electric sparks faded away, he finally sighed in relief. Ma Hongjun looked at him with disdain and said, "Curious how I know? Don't ask, just know I read in a book. Everyone with some status knows about your royal family's matters. Is that strange? Besides, how old are you? Just 11 or 12, right? Has the competition for the throne ended? No, you just gave up like this. Don't you think you're too cowardly? A useless piece of trash." Dai Mubai was on the verge of a breakdown, roaring, "What do you know? Do you know? He is 6 years older than me. I've been chasing after him with all my might. But what's the use? He is almost 2 realms higher than me. How can I compete with him? Tell me, how can I compete with him? Speak up. You're so good at talking, right? Commoner." A cold glint flashed in Ma Hongjun's eyes as he said coldly, "Do you believe if you call me commoner again, I'll castrate you? Just kill me." Dai Mubai was taken aback, his face turning pale instantly. Ma Hongjun smiled slightly, pulling Dai Mubai, who was struggling and dodging, to sit down. He said lightly, "Don't be afraid. I was just scaring you. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Now, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ma Hongjun. My martial soul is the Fire Phoenix. I'm a level 25 Great Soul Master, and I'm 8.5 years old. Do you understand now? Dai Mubai felt relieved in his heart, but was also shocked at the same time. It turned out that his martial soul was truly the top beast martial soul, the Fire Phoenix. No wonder he could pin him down and rub him into the ground. Even you, this common stranger, come to humiliate me and mock me for being useless? Dai Mubai instantly changed his tune, no longer daring to call Ma Hongjun a commoner. However, this time he didn't rush forward again. First, he couldn't defeat Ma Hongjun. Second, he was already injured, while Ma Hongjun was only a bit disheveled. Third, his soul power and physical strength hadn't recovered yet, but judging by Ma Hongjun's current state, he had probably already recovered. The remaining rationality in Dai Mubai suppressed his impulsive heart. Fortunately, this saved him from the fate of being beaten up again. Ma Hongjun looked at him strangely and said in surprise, "So this is how you understand it? I can now believe why you can't catch up with your brother. Your brain is a bit slow. You're really too foolish. If you have any more insults or sarcastic remarks to throw at me, just say them all at once." Dai Mubai said hatefully, pointing at him. He sat down on the sand and rocks, picked up the roasted meat, and bit into it fiercely, as if he were biting Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun didn't mind. He had no capacity for anger, and just now, he might have really killed Dai Mubai. Sitting down next to him, Ma Hongjun began to explain, "Dai Mubai, looking at you, you should be around 11 or 12 years old now, right? I'm only 8.5, but I'm better than you. Since I can do it, why can't you? Do you know why?" Dai Mubai was taken aback and reflexively asked, "Why?" Ma Hongjun smiled slightly and said, "Because you don't dare to think, you don't dare to fight, and you don't know how to cultivate. When you're poor, you change. When you change, you become successful. When you succeed, you thrive. When you thrive, you last. That's why I say you're too foolish." Dai Mubai's body trembled, and he calmed down, not speaking for a long time, lost in thought. Ma Hongjun didn't disturb him. After a long while, the anger and hatred he felt towards Ma Hongjun disappeared, replaced by a different kind of brilliance, like the rekindling of hope. He felt that this rogue boy had awakened him. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun with hopeful eyes and asked, "Are you really only 8.5? Ma Hongjun nodded. "Thank you, Ma Hongjun. Although you're very rogue, I still want to thank you. At the same time, I apologize for my previous rudeness and arrogance. I shouldn't have called you a lowly person. I'm sorry." Dai Mubai suddenly stood up, deeply bowing to Ma Hongjun, then turned around and walked decisively in the direction he had come from. He understood that others could defeat the strong with the weak, and he could too. He needed to go back and continue to work hard. He needed to fight and strive. Perhaps the girl who accompanied him was still struggling, and he truly couldn't give up like this. Ma Hongjun was taken aback. Was this an awakening that he shouldn't be dejected? But what did it mean that he was going back? Did he want to die faster to go back and die? "Hey, Dai Mubai, why are you going back? To die?" Dai Mubai paused. His departing footsteps halted. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and managed to calm himself down before turning around to say calmly, "Ma Hongjun, thank you for waking me up. Although your rogue behavior and sharp tongue make me want to kill you, all of this was due to my rudeness and arrogance first, so I don't blame you. Thank you so much. You made me realize that I shouldn't give up. I need to go back and work hard to reclaim my life. If I survive in the future and you come to the Star Luo Empire, I'll personally host you. My unconventional friend, Dai Mubai, will remember this." After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he turned around, preparing to continue on his way. "Hey, can you wait a moment? Let me finish before you go back and die. Is that too much to ask?" Ma Hongjun was speechless and called out to Dai Mubai again. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, thinking that since you woke me up, I won't hold it against you. With that in mind, he calmly turned around to see what Ma Hongjun wanted to say. "Come, sit down and eat while we talk." Ma Hongjun beckoned Dai Mubai to sit down, saying bluntly, "Even if you're going back to die, you should eat your fill first, right? I really thank you." Dai Mubai thought to himself, but still walked over. Calling all book friends, please vote for recommendations and collect. Thank you all. Chapter 40 Recruitment. Seeing Dai Mubai sit down again, Ma Hongjun handed him a skewer of grilled meat and said, "Eat, and let's talk while you eat." Dai Mubai nodded coldly, took it, and slowly started eating. At this moment, his noble demeanor emerged. Unlike the fierce look from before, he appeared very elegant and noble. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, thinking to himself that as expected of a noble, this aura was undeniable. Even his disheveled appearance and bruised face couldn't hide it. Was he beaten too lightly? He pondered whether he should give him another beating, but then shook his head and abandoned this crazy thought. Watching Dai Mubai eat, Ma Hongjun slowly said, "You shouldn't give up, but will it be useful when you go back? Under the oppression of your older brother, can you really grow? What's the difference between going back and seeking death? So what should you do? Just sit and wait to die?" Dai Mubai was stunned. Ma Hongjun's words made a lot of sense to him. It was like seeing the light after a long time, and he felt grateful. But just when his inner gratitude began to surface, it was shattered by the next sentence. "You should find a place suitable for your development, work hard in silence, accumulate strength, and wait until you rise to return instead of going back now to seek death." As Ma Hongjun spoke, he chewed and swallowed the grilled meat in his mouth. Hearing this, Dai Mubai was stunned again and slowly lowered his head. The grilled meat in his hand no longer tasted good, and even the soda didn't taste right. After a long time, he finally raised his head and said in a low and disappointed tone, "But where can I go if I don't go back? If I don't go back, how can I catch up to him? And what about her?" Cough, cough. Ma Hongjun cleared his throat to attract Dai Mubai's attention, stroked his chin, shook the meat skewer, and said softly, "If you go north through Nodding City to Holy Soul Village, past Qingyang Town to Swoto City, there's an academy outside Swoto City that only recruits monsters. You would be suitable for development there." Unfortunately, he didn't have a beard, shaking the meat skewer. He felt he was lacking a feather fan in his hand. Otherwise, it would have been more fitting. Dai Mubai's eyes gradually lit up as he murmured, "An academy that only recruits monsters?" Ma Hongjun nodded, stroking his chin, and said, "Monsters are the geniuses among geniuses. Shrek Academy only recruits those under 13 years old, with a soul power level above 21 and the best soul ring configuration. You can't graduate before the age of 20 if you're not a soul master. Your qualifications fit, so you can go there to study, to train, and accumulate power." After pondering for a long time, Dai Mubai spoke with a calm tone filled with unprecedented certainty, saying, "All right, I will go to this academy that only recruits monsters to study." Dai Mubai had no doubt about what Ma Hongjun said. He felt that if Ma Hongjun had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have woken him up and told him all this. Besides, given their previous relationship, Ma Hongjun had no need to do that, so he surprisingly trusted this scoundrel of a boy whom he both disliked and felt grateful towards. Dai Mubai silently vowed to study hard and cultivate at Shrek Academy, and he would definitely return the beating he received today. It was too frustrating. He was just trying to escape, and who did he bother? And yet, halfway through, he encountered a scoundrel and got beaten severely. After figuring out his life goals, Dai Mubai radiated a different kind of brilliance, and his intelligence returned. "Ma Hongjun, why are you helping me?" Dai Mubai asked. Ma Hongjun smiled slightly and said seriously, "My master is the four-eyed cat eagle, Flanders, a level 76 agility attack type battle spirit saint, known as the Flying Horn of the Golden Iron Triangle, who is the principal of Shrek Academy. And I will be the principal in the future. So why wouldn't I recruit a genius? Even though you called me a commoner earlier and it made me very angry, since you apologized, I have forgiven you. As for your identity as a prince, I think you can easily investigate it, so there's no need for me to deceive you." Dai Mubai nodded and then asked, "You don't mind that I am from the Star Luo Empire?" Ma Hongjun smiled confidently, recalling his conversations with Flanders, and said, "At Shrek Academy, we only care about geniuses among geniuses. Everything else doesn't matter. Even if you have character issues, the Academy's teachers can correct you." As he spoke, he remembered Zhao Wujia's big fists and silently mourned for Dai Mubai for 3 seconds. Without a doubt, given Dai Mubai's martial soul, he would definitely be a key focus for Zhao Wujia, just as he was for Flanders. Dai Mubai, hearing this, smiled indifferently and said, "Indeed, someone like you is truly a genius among geniuses, not to mention you have a top-notch beast martial soul, the Fire Phoenix." Ma Hongjun smiled and said, "That's nothing. There are even more talented geniuses in the academy. You'll know when you go there in the future." He was naturally referring to his buddy, Oscar, which was something he could even compare with Tang San. "Are top-notch beast martial souls rare?" "Yes, but they occasionally appear. especially in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Star Luo Royal family, which are the two top-notch beast martial souls. Are twin martial souls rare? Yes, but before Tang San, there had already been two. But has there ever been a food type innate full soul power? No. Yet Oscar is the first in history to have full innate soul power in the food category. So when Ma Hongjun said that there are geniuses even more talented than him, he was not wrong. Dai Mubai was taken aback, looking at Ma Hongjun's serious expression, and gasped, "A genius more talented than Ma Hongjun? How terrifying would that be? No wonder it's an academy that only recruits monsters. It's incredible." Ma Hongjun was somewhat speechless. Dai Mubai had indeed misunderstood something. However, he did not intend to explain. If he wanted to think wrongly, let him think wrongly. After all, it was his own misunderstanding, and yet he lied to him. Every word was the truth. When he meets Oscar in the future and figures it out, he will understand. He had already thought about it. In the future, among the Shrek Seven Monsters, he would be the leader in terms of strength and spirit. He would be the big brother. As for leading and commanding, that would be left to Dai Mubai and Tang San. He was neither good at it nor liked it. He was more focused on cultivating and researching martial souls. The two continued to eat and chat, and after a while, Ma Hongjun said, "Let us finish eating and go. I should go home too, or my grandpa will worry." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai asked in confusion, "Isn't your home over there? What are you doing here with nothing to do?" Remembering the fight they had this afternoon and the beating he received, he felt a bit angry. Ma Hongjun touched the tip of his nose and then said casually, "You said you were bored and had nothing to do, so I came out to see what's over here." Who knew after flying around for so long, there was nothing, and it made me so mad that I didn't know where to vent my anger. Besides, I just wanted to ask you where this is, but look at your attitude. It's like someone owes you 100 or 80,000 gold soul coins, and you even call me a commoner. Who would be angry? And when I just said something back, you looked like you wanted to kill me. How could I endure that? Not to mention, my martial soul attribute is fire. I don't need to say much about the characteristics of fire. I think you should understand some of it. Dai Mubai smiled apologetically, looking shocked, and said, "You can even fly? So after fighting for so long this afternoon, you are hiding your strength?" Ma Hongjun, looking all too natural, replied, "My martial soul is a fire phoenix. Is it strange that I can fly? Besides, if I flew up and bombarded you, that would be easy and visually pleasing, but it wouldn't be satisfying. It's still better to hit you hard and rub you on the ground. That's much more refreshing and relieving. You actually took me as a punching bag, but then again, I also took you as a punching bag, haha." Dai Mubai realized this and nodded, saying, "All right, this matter is my fault to begin with. This is Shiba Ling, and if you go further in the direction I came from, it will take half a day's journey to reach the border town of the Xinglua Empire, Baodel City. But just wait for me. Once I get a Shrek Academy, I will definitely work hard to train and get back at you for this beating." Ma Hongjun understood, so this place was also called Shiba Ling. He smiled and nodded, not caring at all about Dai Mubai's threat, and said, "I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. If you can beat me, I'll call you Tiger Brother. Brother Dai, Brother Mu, Brother Bai, Old Bai, Little Bai, Brother Mu Bai, Big Brother Dai, Boss Dai, and so on. Otherwise, you'll still be Brother Jun." As he spoke, he had a thought and said seriously, "How about this, since we've fought and gotten to know each other? And you'll also be a student of Shrek Academy in the future. Let us not be so formal. You can call me Mubai, and I'll call you Junga. How about that?" Ma Hongjun said with a smile, staring at Dai Mubai, making him feel uneasy. Dai Mubai shivered all over, feeling a bit helpless, and said, "I'm 3 years older than you, all right? If I don't agree, are you planning to force me?" Ma Hongjun raised his left and right fists, smiling as he said, "How could that be? I've always excelled at winning people over with virtue and reason." When he mentioned virtue, he raised his left fist, and when he talked about reason, he raised his right fist, simultaneously giving Dai Mubai a look that meant, "You understand." With such an obvious implication, could Dai Mubai not understand? Ma Hongjun smiled slightly and continued, "Think about it. You can't beat me anyway. That's the way of the strong. Once you enter Shrek Academy, you'll definitely be my junior, and I'll be your senior. So calling me Junga is only right, right? Besides, my younger brothers are older than me too, and they still call me Junga." "Alright, Yunge," Dai Mubai weakly called out, feeling that Ma Hongjun had a point. After thinking about it, Since he couldn't beat Ma Hongjun, he could only helplessly call out Junge. His voice so soft that if it weren't for Ma Hongjun's keen senses, he might not have heard it. Ma Hongjun patted Dai Mubai's shoulder with satisfaction, smiling as he said, "I was just joking with you earlier. It seems you really have let go of your prince's airs, which is great. This will help you live better outside and learn more things. We will be classmates from now on, and we might even become brothers and friends. You can call me Hongjun, and I'll call you Mubai, or you can call me Xiaojun, and I'll call you Xiaobai. That works too." Huh? Dai Mubai was taken aback, then suddenly realized that Ma Hongjun was just testing him, and wasn't he really being domineering or bullying him? He couldn't help but have a greatly improved impression of Ma Hongjun, feeling a surge of admiration and seriously nodding. Thinking, brothers and friends, huh? He felt it was pretty good, but also a bit bittersweet, as his real brothers at home would do anything to harm him, while the friends he made outside were willing to treat him as a brother. He really didn't know how to describe this feeling. Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun didn't know his thoughts. If he did, he would definitely tell Dai Mubai that if he had been to the kitchen and mixed together all kinds of oils, salts, sauces, and teas, he would know how to describe it. Huh? What are you doing, Hongjun? Dai Mubai asked in shock. What did he just see? He actually saw Ma Hongjun roasting himself over the fire. The bright red flames were terrifyingly hot and had a strong adhesive quality. He was in such a miserable state partly because of this flame, but Ma Hongjun didn't seem like someone who would lose his mind. Healing. If you don't believe me, stretch out your hand and you'll know. Ma Hongjun replied comfortably, continuing to channel the gentle aspect of the phoenix flame to burn himself. Fire can bring disaster and destruction, but it can also bring light and warmth. What he was using now was undoubtedly the light and warmth of the flames. Dai Mubai, skeptical, really stretched out his hand to give it a try. As a result, he found that it was indeed not hot at all. The temperature was low, and there was no sticky adhesion. Instead, it felt warm and very comfortable. With a gentle energy seeping into his hand, a warm current flowing through him, which was very pleasant. Feeling the comfortable flames roasting him, Dai Mubai unconsciously made a sound of acknowledgement and leaned his body closer to Ma Hongjun, realizing it felt even better. Ma Hongjun felt a stir in his heart, and the flames suddenly surged, a burst of bright red fire enveloping Dai Mubai in an instant. Dai Mubai was startled and jumped in fright, almost thinking that Ma Hongjun was trying to kill him, but thankfully he was overthinking it. Feeling the warm sensation coming from his body, Dai Mubai thought to himself, "I have to say, it really is quite comfortable," as he felt the pain and numbness throughout his body receding like a tide. Chapter 41. The Charm of Cultivation in Mid-Air. A fiery red figure gradually flew away. Ma Hongjun was flying in the sky, saying to Dai Mubai, who was resting on his shoulder, "Hold on tight, we'll be there soon." Dai Mubai, I realize you're really a jerk. You didn't even discuss it with me. Who just carries someone and flies? Dai Mubai was furious, scolding Ma Hongjun without holding back, but his body was very honest, not daring to move at all. He was afraid that if he fell, it would truly be a case of dying before achieving anything. Here's how it went. After the two healed their injuries and got rid of their bruises, although they were still noticeable, it didn't matter much. Ma Hongjun told Dai Mubai that it wasn't too far from his home, but it wasn't very close either. If they ran back, it would definitely be deep into the night. This would surely worry his grandfather, so he suggested flying back with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded in understanding and was about to ask how he would carry him while flying, but unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun suddenly grabbed him and hoisted him onto his shoulder. At the same time, the phoenix fire wings appeared in an instant, and with a flap of his wings by the time Dai Mubai reacted, Ma Hongjun had already taken off into the sky while carrying him. Dai Mubai scolded Ma Hongjun, asking if he couldn't find another position to carry him. Ma Hongjun retorted, "What, should I hug you? Or wrap my arms around your waist? Just tell me if you're willing. Don't be awkward." Thinking it over, Dai Mubai decisively gave up. Although being carried had the risk of falling and was indeed dangerous and uncomfortable, he felt it was still more acceptable than being hugged or having his waist wrapped. However, this position still felt too dangerous. He always felt like he would fall, so he was on edge the whole time. When Ma Hongjun came over in the morning, he was flying leisurely. This time, it was different. He was flying at full speed. Although he was still carrying a big sack, no, a living person. The speed was very fast. After more than an hour, they arrived above Shenghun village. At this time, most of the villagers were already asleep, making it very quiet. Only the lights in old Jack's house were still on. A large man and two small figures, two boys and one girl, stood in the courtyard waiting for Ma Hongjun's return. In fact, they had already searched the nearby area, but they couldn't find him and didn't know where Ma Hongjun had gone, so they could only believe that he was fine and quietly waited at home. However, by the time it was completely dark and the bright moon hung high, there was still no sign of him returning. Old Jack was very worried, and the two girls were also anxious. In the end, it was Tang San, who had practiced the purple extreme demon eye, who spotted Ma Hongjun flying back from afar, which was why the three were now in the courtyard. Xiao Wu looked at Ma Hongjun, carrying a big man back with a strange expression, feeling that they had worried for a long time. Looking at the landing Ma Hongjun, she said speechlessly, "I say, Junge, you went out to play all day, and how come you came back carrying a big man? Shouldn't you have brought back a granddaughter-in-law for Grandpa Jack?" Hearing this, Dai Mubai quickly jumped down from Ma Hongjun's shoulder, rubbed his sore abdomen, his handsome face turning red as he quickly hid behind Ma Hongjun like a startled rabbit. Tang San, with sharp eyes, noticed the bruises on both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's faces that hadn't completely faded yet, and thought to himself that they must have gotten into a fight with someone and even brought the person back. Seeing Dai Mubai's handsome appearance, and then looking at his senior brother's handsome and spirited demeanor, they seemed quite a match. Could it really be, as Xiao Wu said, that he brought back a granddaughter-in-law for Grandpa Jack? Thinking of this, Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai with a strange expression. Was there really something going on between these two? Ma Hongjun shot a glare at Xiao Wu, who was making faces at him, and said, "No need to bring back a granddaughter-in-law. Just you." Xiao Wu's little face turned slightly red as she rolled her eyes at Ma Hongjun and stuck out her tongue, saying unkindly, "Junge, you can't be a beast, right? I'm your sister. How could you do that?" Ma Hongjun chuckled and replied, "Well, at least that's better than being a beast, right? Xiao San, Junge is bullying me," Xiao Wu said as she tugged at Tang San. Tang San quickly nodded, with a serious expression, saying, "It's okay, senior brother is just teasing you, don't mind him." Xiao Wu huffed, stomped her foot, and hid behind Tang San, making a face at Ma Hongjun while secretly glancing at the man behind Ma Hongjun. Old Jack, being older and not quite able to see the bruises on Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's faces, worriedly asked, "Hongjun, why are you only coming back now? Who is this behind you?" Ma Hongjun glared at Xiao Wu, who was making faces at him, and then said, "Grandpa, don't worry, I'm fine. I happened to meet a friend in the afternoon, so I came back a bit late." Saying this, he pushed Dai Mubai forward and continued, "Grandpa, this is my friend. His name is Dai Mubai. He has the White Tiger martial soul and is a level 25 soul master. You could just call him Mubai." Dai Mubai wore a gentle, noble smile and performed a standard noble greeting to old Jack, politely yet respectfully saying, "Hello, elder. I am Hongjun's friend. You can call me Mubai." Old Jack was a bit taken aback, realizing that this young man was not comparable to his own 3 clumsy grandchildren, and it seemed that this young man must have a distinguished background. Moreover, he was so young, with a cultivation level comparable to his grandson. Thinking this, old Jack quickly said, "No need for that. Since you're Hongjun's friend, just treat this place as your home. Come, let's go inside." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Hongjun kicked Dai Mubai, saying angrily, "Don't call him elder, quickly call him grandpa." Old Jack quickly waved his hand, glaring at his grandson, and said with a smile, it's fine, come on inside." Dai Mubai was taken aback, awkwardly touching his golden hair, and politely smiled, "Hello, Grandpa Jack. Hongjun is right. You are an elder. I should call you Grandpa." Old Jack quickly instructed, All right, let us go in quickly. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, go prepare some tea and snacks, we'll chat inside." "Okay, Grandpa Jack," the two girls replied. Ma Hongjun patted the big yellow dog that had run to his feet. He already knew that this dog was raised by his mother. No wonder it was so friendly to him when they first met. "Go, Big Yellow. Go play over there by yourself." Ma Hongjun shooed Big Yellow away and followed Old Jack into the main hall with Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, far away in the Star Luo Empire, in the imperial palace of Xing Luo City, A guard was reporting something to Emperor Dai Tianxing in the Imperial Council Hall. After hearing the guard's report, the imposing figure sitting above spoke, his voice carrying authority and the majesty of a ruler. Yusei Mubai encountered a disciple of the so-called Golden Iron Triangle, the Flying Horn, the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, and even got into a fight with him. Not only did he lose, but he was also knocked out. Now he is preparing to study at Flinders Shrek Academy, which only accepts monsters. Yes, your majesty. The guard in front of the hall respectfully confirmed. The star Luo Emperor Dai Tianxing continued. You mean that the one who knocked Mubai out is a top-tier Fire Phoenix Beast Martial Soul, a level 25 Soul Master, and is only 8.5 years old? Interesting. An academy that only accepts monsters? I hope Mubai can really change there. All right, continue to protect your master. As long as he doesn't encounter a life-and-death crisis or danger, you don't need to show yourself or take action. Yes, your majesty, I take my leave, the guard respectfully said, bowing and exiting the council hall. Seeing Dai Mubai's personal guard leave the council hall, Dai Tianxing addressed the grand and magnificent hall, saying, Uncle Luo, I need to trouble you to investigate that kid named Ma Hongjun, as well as the information about Shrek Academy. A tall and mighty figure emerged from the shadows of the hall, responding with a hint of laughter. All right, your majesty. Dai Tianxing smiled slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Hey, you are my cousin. I've told you many times not to be so polite with me, but you just won't listen. The middle-aged man named Dai Luo replied, Courtesy must not be neglected. After all, you're the emperor of our Xingluo Empire. Not to mention you are one of the only two titled Douluo in our empire. I really can't argue with you. Uncle Luo, you are at least a level 72 soul sage. Dai Tianxing sighed. He had a good relationship with his cousin Dai Luo. When talking to him, Dai Tianxing not only lacked the aura of a ruler, but also the majesty of a strong person, as if he were just an ordinary person. On the other side at Old Jack's home in Holy Soul Village, Old Jack saw that Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had already eaten and said, Mubai you, Hongjun, and Xiao San can sleep in the main room tonight, while Xiao Wu sleeps in the side room. I'll sleep in the bedroom near the kitchen. All right, Grandpa, it's getting late. You should rest. Ma Hongjun replied to Old Jack. Okay, I won't disturb your conversation any longer, but don't stay up too late. After saying this, Old Jack exited the main room to go to sleep. Senior brother, how about we go back to the blacksmith shop? Tang San suggested. During the holiday, they often ran between the two places. Sometimes he and Xiao would go back to sleep together, and other times they would come to Old Jack's house to sleep. No, wait, it's so late, why go back? You and Xiao Wu can just sleep in the side room. It's always like this, right? Besides, we wake up early. Grandpa won't know. Ma Hongjun directly rejected Tang San's suggestion. All right, Tang San reluctantly agreed. He knew that he and Xiao Wu were now about 1.5 meters tall, and Xiao Wu's figure was beginning to take shape, with her curves starting to show. Although they still didn't sleep apart, every time was a test for Tang San, as he had to overcome his distractions daily. Xiao Wu shyly nodded. She was used to being teased by Ma Hongjun and didn't mind it much. But she felt shy because Dai Mubai was present. It's worth noting that Xiao Wu was not very well behaved while sleeping. She claimed she wouldn't cross the line. Yet every time she woke up, Tang San would find himself entangled by her. Tang San never did anything excessive, which made her feel relieved yet somewhat disappointed each time. This was also why Xiao Wu stubbornly refused to sleep apart from Tang San. As a playful rogue rabbit, the more you didn't want it, the happier she was, wanting to challenge his limits. She just wanted to see where Tang San's boundaries were, especially since they were at least wearing undergarments. Besides, she was a rabbit. In her long life as a soul beast, she had experienced countless things. However, transforming into a human was like a brand new rebirth, with her mind and body completely indistinguishable from that of a 6-year-old human child. Chapter 42. The flames begin. Dai Mubai stared blankly, a bit incredulous as he looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu. He was shocked. Were the people of the Tiando Empire this open? Starting to sleep together at such a young age, this was too crazy. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, you guys? Dai Mubai exclaimed, suddenly realizing why the Tiando Empire had a larger population than their Star Luo Empire. It turned out to be like this. He felt he had grasped the truth. Mubai, it's not what you think, Xiao San said. Xiao Wu and I were just sleeping together at such a young age. Besides, we're all just kids. We haven't done anything. So what is there to be surprised about? Ma Hongjun rarely explained for Tang San and Xiao Wu, gesturing to how they were just little kids 2 years ago. Oh, you scared me. I thought the people from the Tiando Empire were all so mature. It seems the reason for their larger population than ours isn't in that aspect. Dai Mubai nodded in understanding. He wasn't the lecherous and flirtatious Dai Xiao in the future. Having just escaped from the imperial palace, he was still a pure-hearted young handsome guy. Ma Hongjun expressed that he would definitely supervise Dai Mubai on behalf of Zhu Zhuqing, ensuring he wouldn't turn into that flirtatious Dai Xiao. As for whether he would have 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines when he became an emperor, that was not his concern. This wasn't because he particularly liked Zhu Zhuqing, but among the Shrek 7 monsters, the only 2 he liked were Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing. Both were very strong and eager to become stronger, especially Zhu Zhuqing. As a girl, she had never thought of giving up. She was strong, brave, hardworking, and persistent, with a pure desire for strength, making her someone Ma Hongjun admired and wanted to help the most. The others were just looked at from a perspective of future partners and comrades. For instance, Dai Mubai was currently the one he disliked the most. Otherwise, why would he want to beat him up? Apart from being provoked by that commoner remark, letting off some steam from that anger, he just found him unpleasant. However, he also greatly disliked the original Ma Hongjun, but now that he had become him, naturally, he could no longer dislike himself. All right, Mubai, now that Grandpa Jack is resting, tell me and Xiao Wu how you met Brother Hongjun, and about you too. TSK. Tang San didn't care about Dai Mubai's misunderstanding. Although he was a gentleman, having a warm and soft beauty in his arms was still something he liked. Though he didn't realize it. The fact that they had slept together for so long, without refusing, showed it. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to explain, Dai Mubai jumped ahead, vividly complaining to Tang San and Xiao Wu about how Ma Hongjun bullied him, only omitting the fact that he was the prince of Star Luo. Of course, he also didn't mention that Ma Hongjun was a commoner, or else he would definitely be despised by San and Wu. On this point, Ma Hongjun didn't bring it up again, treating it as if it had passed. Meanwhile, if it weren't for Ma Hongjun saying he had read it in a book, Dai Mubai wouldn't have told him about his identity either. In fact, he had misunderstood. The book Ma Hongjun referred to and the book he understood were completely different things. But since it was all about books anyway, Ma Hongjun had already said it. How Dai Mubai understood it was beyond his control. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Ma Hongjun with strange expressions, meaning, is this what you call a friend? You're really talented. Xiao Wu was eager to try again, wondering if she should beat him up one more time. Tang San apologetically nodded at Dai Mubai, saying, Mubai, since the misunderstanding is cleared and the matter has passed, don't take it to heart. Focus on improving your strength. Strive to get back at him later. Brother Hongjun doesn't have any bad intentions. He is just a bit mischievous, like Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. If Ma Hongjun had any bad intentions, given his earlier clash, he might have already been dead. Ma Hongjun shot a glare at Tang San, but didn't say anything. Xiao Wu didn't mind Tang, since saying she was mischievous and asked, so, Mubai, you're going to Shrek Academy tomorrow? Dai Mubai nodded. He was eager to go. Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and said, Mubai, how about this? You come back with us. My 3-year agreement with the teacher is almost up. I said I'd be back in about 3 years, and now I've met the conditions to go back. Xiao San and Xiao Wu have also reached level 20, so they can go too. In half a month, school starts. You'll go to Nodding Academy with us, and after we apply for graduation, we'll go to Shrek together. Dai Mubai was puzzled and asked what was going on. Ma Hongjun explained it to him. Okay, then let us go to Shrek together. It's just the right time to have you 3 around. It'll motivate me more in my training, and we can spar as well. Dai Mubai readily agreed, and Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded. They had long met the requirements for graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy. So going back to apply for graduation wasn't an issue. All right, let us leave it at that for today. Are you resting or training? If you're resting, hurry up and rest. I'm going to train, Ma Hongjun said, then ignored Dai, Tang, and Wu. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, crossed his legs, and entered a meditative state, focusing his mind. The soft moonlight streamed through the window and enveloped Ma Hongjun as if draping him in a layer of silver gauze, making him appear dreamlike and ethereal. Dai Mubai was taken aback, surprised as he quietly asked Tang San and Xiao Wu beside him, "Does Hongjun usually train this hard?" Xiao Wu and Tang San nodded and then shook their heads. Seeing Dai Mubai's puzzled expression, Tang San quietly explained, "Brother Hongjun can absorb moonlight for training. So as long as it's a moonlit night, he trains until midnight before resting. One day, you can ask him to help you gather moonlight and see if you can sense it. If you can sense it, you'll be able to absorb and train like him." In fact, Ma Hongjun often had Tang San and Xiao Wu train with him to sense the moonlight. But it was already late today, so he didn't do that. "We also plan to train until midnight before resting. Mubai, if you want to rest, go ahead," Tang San said, pointing to the large bed behind Dai Mubai, then took Xiao Wu out of the hall and headed to the side room. As for whether they were going to bed or training, that was unclear, but they should go to train. After all, Ma Hongjun had put quite a bit of pressure on them. When they first met, Ma Hongjun had the lowest soul power. Even after absorbing a soul ring, he had exhausted the soul power within it, allowing him to break through the bottleneck but still remain at level 10. This was unavoidable. Improving soul power required not only compression, refinement, and purification, but also reaching a certain quantity to continue rising. Of course, this was also because his training method was more perfected, resulting in soul power that was stronger in both quality and quantity than that of other soul masters. It was like there was a door ahead. He had met the conditions to reach the door, and the soul ring was the key to opening it. After attaching the soul ring to his martial soul, the lock on the door had already opened. But he had exhausted the soul power in the soul ring due to connecting his meridians, leaving him too weak to push the door open, which led to him still being at level 10 and then level 20 even after attaching the soul ring. However, the door was already unlocked. As long as his soul power was replenished, he could easily advance. This is also why he surpassed Tang San and Xiao Wu in a short time. Of course, there was also the factor of having connected his meridians earlier, allowing him to train faster. Thus, it was impossible for the two of them to say they felt no pressure. Seeing that all three were going to train, Dai Mubai gave up on his initial idea of sleeping. How could he allow himself to sleep when those younger and stronger than him were all working hard to train? Walking to the sofa opposite Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai crossed his legs and entered into meditation after a moment. During the cultivation, time unknowingly passed. Ma Hongjun felt that his soul power fluctuations were very active today and knew that he might be on the verge of a breakthrough. With a thought, he unhesitatingly operated his soul power, rushing towards the last acupoint on his toes. He believed that he could definitely connect the acupoints Li Du and Yin Bai today, linking the stomach meridian, foot Yangming, and the spleen meridian, foot Tying. The soul power continuously circulated between his legs, and at a certain moment, Ma Hongjun felt a lightness in his toes, and the last acupoint Li Du of the stomach meridian was connected. The fiery soul power flowed through the meridians, and strands of moonlight began to gather at the tip of his big toe, constantly impacting as the cool moonlight opened the Yin Bai acupoint. Then, with a surge of energy, it also opened the second acupoint Dadu of the spleen meridian. At that moment, the fiery soul power circulating in the stomach meridian began to connect with the spleen meridian. The moonlight at Yin Bai and Dadu was also assimilated in a fiery soul power, continuing towards Tai Bai, Gong Sun, and Shankyu. However, at this point, the soul power gradually became weaker, and Ma Hongjun knew that he could not connect the acupoint Shankyu. However, he did not mind, as he already understood that connecting acupoints requires patience and would not waste soul power trying to connect the meridians in one breath. The soul power flowed back, circulating through the 5 meridians, and the soul power in Ma Hongjun's dantian began to rise steadily, becoming thicker and more refined. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing that he had broken through, and his soul power had reached level 26. The purple-red sea of fire in his Mingmen had diminished, and he thought that it wouldn't be long before he could completely refine the accumulated evil fire energy. Checking his internal state with his spiritual awareness, he noticed that his soul power was becoming increasingly refined, seemingly transforming towards a liquid state. Although it was still lacking a bit, however, it had already taken on a misty appearance. The fiery phoenix True Fire, the blue-blue-silver True Fire, and the mysterious fallen heart flame were no longer just small flames but had become true fire, capable of forming a vast sea of fire as long as he urged it and had sufficient soul power. The three great spiritual fires had initially begun to grow and could be used as means of attack in daily combat. Currently, Ma Hongjun had the skills for attacking, releasing flames through his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, and the purple lightning cloud symbol drawn in his palm. The combination of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon with spiritual awareness seemed to allow him to control soul power and flames to form something akin to fire spirits or weapons, serving as means of attack or control. This was good and worth focusing on for research. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, secretly noting this sudden idea in his heart. However, he could also empower a long sword with soul power and flames to form fiery sword energy, which was also a good idea. He just thought that ordinary swords might not be able to withstand his flames, which posed a bit of a problem. Ma Hongjun pondered that it seemed this could only be set aside for now, and he would think of a solution later. Chapter 43. Meticulous Observation after finishing his meditation. Ma Hongjun noticed that the sky was already starting to brighten. He wasn't surprised, as he had grown accustomed to it. Seeing that Dai Mubai was still cultivating across from him and realizing it was still early, he decided to write a letter to his teacher, informing him of his return and mentioning that he had recruited a new student. He planned to fly to Nodding City in the morning to send the letter and also inform the master so that he could prepare in advance. After all, if the master was going to leave, he would need to bring a considerable number of books, filling at least half a room, which would probably require at least 5 carts, truly a wealth of knowledge. However, since he had a storage soul guide, he naturally wouldn't need to use carts. After finishing the letter, Ma Hongjun quietly stepped out, jumped onto the roof, and stood on the ridge to practice Tai Chi, waiting for the sun to rise. After a short while, Tang San also came up. However, he was stunned by Ma Hongjun's unique way of practicing Tai Chi on the narrow roof ridge. How did he come up with such an idea? But Tang San quickly realized that this was not just about practicing martial arts. It was also about training balance and control. The roof ridge was barely wide enough for a single step, and it was curved, making it difficult for an ordinary person to stand steady, let alone practice on it. Intrigued, Tang San joined him in practicing Tai Chi previously. He hadn't paid much attention to it, but after discovering that Tai Chi could refine and improve one's constitution, he started to take it seriously. Through the master and Flender's research on Ma Hongjun, they found that in order for Tang San to add soul rings to his Haotian hammer without risking them exploding, he needed to have a powerful constitution. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Thus, the master provided him with 2 concurrent solutions: to diligently practice Tai Chi and to collect soul bones as much as possible. Both methods would enhance his constitution to the point where he could withstand 18 soul rings. In secret, Tang San also studied with Ma Hongjun on how to transform his Xianyu hand into Xianyu body, making his constitution even stronger, and rendering him invulnerable to blades and immune to toxins. Ma Hongjun readily agreed to Tang San's proposal, as it would not only help Tang San, but also benefit him. After all, he was also cultivating the Xianyu hand, albeit with completely different properties from Tang San's. Tang San's Xianyu hand condensed like cold jade, while Ma Hongjun's was like fiery jade. When operating his Xianyu hand, his hands would glow like red gemstones, exuding a warm aura, just like fiery jade. They attributed this difference to the unique properties of their soul powers, as inner power transformed into soul power was no longer merely inner power. What is inner power? It is an energy that drives blood circulation and the functioning of organs, a type of qi, a form of energy and heat, known as true energy or vital energy. Gathering, it forms thermal energy, commonly referred to as true qi or inner power in cultivation. The heart is the essence. Wherever the mind goes, the qi follows. This is why Ma Hongjun initially focused on guarding his dantian, as it is common knowledge and the most reliable method. However, if one does not understand this, reckless practice can lead to excessive mental strain, resulting in stagnation of qi and blood, or worse, depleting vital energy. But as a small master in the online cultivation world, how could he not understand this? Thus, he was confident in practicing the Yuqing Xiaoyao technique. This characteristic of true qi does not only operate through meridians during combat, It flows wherever the mind directs it, unaffected by the barriers of meridians, muscles, or bones. At this point, some may wonder why it is still necessary to connect the meridians. The reason is that once true qi flows through the meridians, it can nourish and widen them, allowing for smoother circulation of true qi. It can also strengthen the internal organs and limbs. Conversely, as the internal organs and limbs strengthen, true qi will also increase, reflecting the relationship of mutual reinforcement between form and energy. Soul power is also qi and naturally possesses this characteristic. The soul power of Ma Hongjun and Tang San, having transformed after the awakening of their martial souls, possesses even more of this attribute. After finishing a set of Tai Chi, their bodies felt sufficiently active, and the sun was about to rise. Ma Hongjun and Tang San sat down, fully prepared, waiting for the morning sun's auspicious energy to arrive. The eastern horizon began to glow like a fish's belly, and the rising sun gradually peaked over the horizon. At that moment, a flicker of purple light passed by, followed by a blanket of purple clouds spreading across the sky. Suddenly, both Ma Hongjun and Tang San's eyes widened, their breaths forming a beautiful cycle, their qi flowing smoothly. The fleeting purple light, along with the expansive purple clouds, unexpectedly entered their eyes. With their eyes gently closed, they slowly opened them a quarter of an hour later. Tang San's pupils gleamed with purple light, so clear and bright. Ma Hongjun's left eye shone fiery red, while his right eye glowed icy blue, resembling the sun and moon. An extraordinary sight of fire and ice intertwined. Tang San turned to look at Ma Hongjun and, concentrating with his purple extreme demon eyes, exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother, your left eye's purple red has turned fiery red. Has your yin-yang eye broken through?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback by this comment, looking at Tang San and slightly twitching the corner of his mouth before smiling faintly. "Little San, you haven't cleaned the eye crust from the corner of your eye." This was the difference between broad observation and meticulous examination. In the past, he might not have noticed such a detail. Tang San paused, quickly wiping the corner of his eye and looking at Ma Hongjun with a bit of embarrassment and helplessness. "All right, it's gone now." Ma Hongjun took another look, seeing that it was clean, and then turned his gaze to the distance. With a broad view, though not exaggerated, he could still easily spot a green caterpillar crawling on the leaves of a tree 100 meters away. Sure enough, on a lush tree 100 meters away, a green caterpillar was munching on leaves. The next second, a sharp beak swooped down, and it became another bird's meal. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. Seeing that Ma Hongjun's purple extreme demon eyes had broken through so quickly, Tang San remarked, "I've cultivated for 3 years, and I've only just reached the meticulous level with my purple extreme demon eyes. It's only been a little over 4 years, and you've already caught up after just 2 years of cultivation. It seems that your purple extreme demon eyes will surpass mine. It's just a matter of time." Ma Hongjun shrugged helplessly. "Who told you that the purple extreme demon eyes can only be cultivated using the fleeting purple energy of the morning? If I could also use the essence of the sun and moon to practice my eyes, I probably would still be stuck in broad observation." Tang San chuckled. "True, but it's a pity that achieving the sun and moon taiji diagram is too reliant on chance. Otherwise, I could have upgraded my purple extreme demon eyes to the sun and moon divine eyes. Well, let's go make breakfast. Grandpa and Xiao Wu should be getting up soon, and Mubai's training should be ending too." Ma Hongjun nodded and said to Tang San, then performed a somersault and jumped down from the roof. Tang San's cooking skills were quite poor, so when it came to making breakfast, he could only assist Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun's culinary skills, while not extraordinary, were decent enough. There was a time when he had cooked for guests while learning Taoism on the mountain, and his dishes were certainly presentable. Perhaps if he couldn't make it in the Soul Master world in the future, he could open a restaurant in Soul Hunting Town to make a living. 2 hours later, Ma Hongjun and Tang San had finished preparing all the breakfast. They made 2 baskets of carrot-filled buns for Xiao Wu, 10 baskets of meat-filled buns, 3 baskets each for him, Tang San, and Dai Mubai, and 1 basket for Old Jack. They also prepared a pot of black rice porridge, which Tang San was good at making, and it turned out quite well. There were also a plate of stir-fried green peppers with shredded meat. a plate of cold shredded carrots, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of braised pork, a plate of big plate chicken, and a plate of cabbage with tofu, making a total of 6 dishes. Although they were all home-style dishes, it was still quite a feast. The meat used was all from the red pig soul beast, which had delicious meat, grew quickly, but had poor attack, defense, and speed. The big plate chicken, however, used a soul beast called the purple crystal dragonclaw phoenix. Even ordinary people can raise them, so this type of soul beast is very popular in the human world, especially among common families. As long as conditions allow, they will keep this kind of soul beast. However, this soul beast, which is favored by humans, is greatly disliked by other soul beasts and is regarded as a disgrace among them. Similarly, there are others like the amethyst dragonclaw phoenix, which is loved by both humans and soul beasts. The amethyst dragonclaw phoenix, also known as the black bone white phoenix, has characteristics similar to the red pig. Its flesh and bones are black, while its body is snow white, and its insides are entirely black, making it quite peculiar. Therefore, it is also referred to as the treasure with a blackened heart and a moving heavenly material and earthly treasure. What is more rare is that this soul beast belongs to the phoenix family and has a thin trace of phoenix bloodline within it. Although the bloodline is very thin, it still exists. The amethyst dragonclaw phoenix has extremely delicious meat and is particularly rich in nutrients, capable of replenishing both soul power and vitality. Oscar's first soul ring came from a 400-year-old amethyst dragonclaw phoenix, though it's unclear how he encountered it. With so many advantages, the amethyst dragonclaw phoenix is not weak in combat either, and the male white phoenix is even known as the fighting chicken among roosters. Its call resembles a phoenix's cry, resonating loudly and powerfully with great penetrating power. However, this entire species is filled with treasures, which is why it is loved by both humans and soul beasts. Nowadays, aside from those raised by humans, the wild ones have almost been hunted to extinction by soul beasts and humans, which is why Ma Hongjun said Oscar is truly lucky. When he initially planned for his second soul ring, he considered the amethyst dragonclaw phoenix, but unfortunately, whether wild or 1,000 years old, this soul beast is exceedingly rare and simply cannot be found, so he had to give up. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun believes his second soul skill would definitely be more powerful than the current one. However, he does not despise his second soul ring. He chose the blue-silver grass precisely because of its tenacious vitality, being a life form at the forefront of evolution, with a strong adaptability to various environments. The ability to adapt to various environments means possessing infinite possibilities, which also signifies a robust life force. For instance, blue silvergrass that grows in toxic swamps can absorb toxins to thrive. That which grows in extremely cold northern regions can absorb cold air to grow. Those in deserts do not require much water, and those in lava regions can absorb heat to grow, and so on. This is why it can spread across the entire world, and is a soul beast with an exceedingly strong life force, due to its high adaptability. As the saying goes, wildfires cannot burn it all. Spring winds will blow it back to life. Even if one is burned to death, it might still have seeds and roots that survive, continuing to sprout in the coming year and adapting to changes in the environment. This strong adaptability and resilience in life force can precisely tap into some characteristics of his martial soul, making the ability to let the phoenix rise from the ashes further possible. The most important point is that this soul ring is a growth-type soul ring. Once Ma Hongjun becomes a title Douluo, or the years of the soul ring exceed 100,000, the terrifying capabilities of this soul ring will likely become apparent. Moreover, although the blue silvergrass is weak, it does not mean it is not powerful. The blue silver emperor is evolved from ordinary blue silvergrass. Even though the blue silver emperor already exists, does this mean that the blue silver grass cannot evolve in other directions? The master's research, refining, and mastering of one's martial soul can allow the martial soul to have infinite growth and possibilities. A single ordinary blue silvergrass, with proper planning of the soul ring, can slay the sun, moon, and stars. Many times, many things are not impossible. Rather, it is human thinking that is constrained and limited, lacking in thought and imagination. Just like the Tang sect's hidden weapons Can't they be combined with soul power to develop into soul guidance devices or something similar to magical artifacts? But in reality, what was the Tang sect like 1,000 years later in the original timeline? This is the limitation of human thinking, 1,000 years of time. Even ordinary technology could have flown off this planet and into the cosmic starry sky. Not to mention that this world has wonderful martial souls and soul power, which can allow life to continuously evolve and transform. Therefore, Ma Hongjun has always believed in one saying, since cultivation is possible, then everything is possible. After all, cultivation itself is about continuously unveiling the mysterious veil of the world and all things, turning the impossible into the possible. In other words, the path is endless. And under this path, everything is possible. If something seems impossible, it just means it hasn't been thought of yet, or one doesn't yet have the ability to achieve it. Even the world and all things under heaven came from nothing. What else is impossible? If in cultivation, one feels that something is impossible, then progress will come to a halt. Chapter 44, The Feeling of Home. Xiao Wu entered the living room and was instantly stunned, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of so many buns, along with her favorite carrots and cabbage. Wow, is breakfast this lavish today? The numerous buns were divided into 2 portions, and without a doubt, Xiao Wu was certain that there were buns filled with her beloved carrot stuffing. Dai Mubai stood awkwardly in the hall. As a prince, he was used to being served and had never encountered such a lifestyle before. It felt new and warm to him, but he was also a bit at a loss, completely unsure of what he should do. It seemed everyone was going to eat together, which he wasn't used to either. However, recalling what Ma Hongjun had told him, that since he was out, he should set aside his royal demeanor and blend into ordinary life, he knew he would learn more this way. Thus, Dai Mubai quickly shook off his discomfort and awkwardly waited to see what he should do next. At that moment, Ma Hongjun came in carrying 2 plates of food. Seeing Dai Mubai standing there in a daze, he paused for a moment, realizing it was his first time in such a situation. He smiled and said, "Mubai, come help me. There are 2 more plates in the kitchen that need to be brought out." Then he turned to Xiao Wu. "You go to the kitchen and bring the separated breakfast over to Grandpa with Tang San." Usually, old Jack wouldn't eat with them, fearing the children wouldn't be at ease. So whenever they were home, he always prepared a separate meal for old Jack. After Ma Hongjun spoke, he waved to Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. During the holidays, Tang San and Xiao Wu basically spent more than 20 days a month living and eating at old Jack's house. Why? Because he had been forcibly brought there since he was born. Old people love liveliness, especially when surrounded by a group of grandchildren. It makes them happier. Ma Hongjun liked peace, but not solitude and loneliness, which was somewhat similar to Xiao Wu. Both were rabbits, lively and playful. Tang San, on the other hand, was a lonely person at heart, especially after his father passed away. Being home alone was certainly hard for him, even with Xiao Wu's company. With so many reasons combined, why not all gather together for some warmth? That would be wonderful. Tang San was initially very reluctant. He disliked troubling others and did not want to be a nuisance, being very sensible and polite. But since he was forced to join, old Jack truly treated him like a grandson, not an outsider, and gradually he got used to it. Deep down, he actually liked this warm feeling. For old Jack, in the years before he welcomed his own grandchildren, Tang San, being a well-behaved, sensible, and clever child, completely became his emotional attachment to his own grandchildren. He truly regarded him as a grandson, even when his biological grandchildren arrived. Old Jack's feelings for Tang San did not diminish. Seeing Ma Hongjun beckoning him, Dai Mubai nodded gratefully and quickly followed him to the kitchen with Xiao Wu. In fact, it was just a couple of steps for Xiao Wu and Tang San to bring food to old Jack. After all, the kitchen and bedroom were just separated by a wall and a door, only a few steps away. But this way, everyone could do something together, creating a homey feeling and avoiding any awkwardness, right? Dai Mubai enjoyed this meal particularly well. Not to mention that Ma Hongjun's cooking was quite good. The dishes, although they looked like ordinary farmhouse cuisine, were truly delicious. During the meal, Tang San told him that the sumptuous dishes today were prepared by Ma Hongjun to welcome him. Finishing the meal made Dai Mubai feel the warmth of home and the cheerful laughter of siblings together. something he could not experience in the cold palace. Moreover, under Ma Hongjun's deliberate guidance, he began to learn to adapt to the lifestyle of ordinary people. This left him with deep reflections and a sense of genuine simplicity, which he could not feel within the hypocritical and lavish palace. After the meal, Ma Hongjun took a group of friends to the top of Shoqing Mountain, where they practiced and sparred. This was also where Tang San had practiced before, and it was the first peak of the 18 peaks that Dai Mubai referred to, belonging to the leading position of this mountain range. Looking at it this way, the feng shui seemed quite good. Tang San really knew how to pick a place. After all, there was not just this mountain next to Shenghan village. When leaving, Ma Hongjun asked his grandfather to have someone tidy up the 3-bedroom apartment across from the kitchen, as it was certainly inconvenient for everyone to be cramped together. Plus, when he returned, he might bring more friends along. He gave old Jack 10 golden soul coins to have old Li, who delivered vegetables to Nodding City, buy more vegetables and fruits that were not available in the village. After all, Shenghan village mainly produced vegetables and fruits, which were not in short supply. So buying some that were not available was sufficient, along with extra drinks. He could only take these opportunities to slip money to old Jack. As for the soul beast meat, he planned to go to the city today to send a letter to Flanders and would buy it himself. He was a bit uneasy about having Old Li buy it, not because of him, but for his personal safety. If he sent him to buy it, he might end up needing to collect his body the next day on the way back. Old Jack accepted with a smile. Ever since the last holiday, he knew how wealthy this grandson was, a kind of wealth he had never seen in his life. Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun didn't want the money from old Jack. So whenever he returned from the holidays, Ma Hongjun would find ways to enjoy good food, ensuring that the nutrients for training kept up, making it hard for old Jack to refuse. Therefore, whenever he came back from the holidays, old Jack's family became the favorite of the entire village. As long as there were good things provided, they could earn money, with frequent soul beast meat to eat. Even the big yellow dog that followed them for soup and bones underwent a transformation. Its gray fur shed, leaving only a shiny yellow coat, its eyes sparkling, and its claws gleaming. The name Big Yellow was truly worthy of its name, being entirely yellow, and quite yellow at that. Ma Hongjun sighed that at this rate, Big Yellow might even evolve into a soul beast. Ma Hongjun let his friends out, while old Jack slowly began practicing Tai Chi in the yard. However, his Tai Chi had a style and flavor reminiscent of the elderly people in the park. It was quite similar to how Ma Daoquo practiced back in Phoenix Village, but it was still a good way to exercise his body. Health preservation, after all, if you don't take care of yourself today, you'll need to rely on a doctor tomorrow. With such a good grandson, old Jack wanted to live a few more years to hug his great-grandchildren. So he took Ma Hongjun's teaching of Tai Chi very seriously. Moreover, Ma Hongjun also taught him and Tang San the foundational techniques, allowing him to develop soul power within him. However, old Jack's martial soul was also a food-type martial soul, and being older with insufficient vitality after practicing for 2 years, he only had level 5 soul power. But even this level 5 soul power, combined with his health-preserving Tai Chi, made his body better than before. Old Jack kept the fact that he had soul power a secret from everyone except for his grandson and Tang San. Although he was a country bumpkin, he was also a village chief and knew what this meant. So even when practicing Tai Chi, he did in the yard and never went outside. Ma Hongjun thought that once old Jack broke through to level 10, he would use blue-silver true fire to nurture 100-year-old blue-silver grass for him to absorb, so he could live a few more years. He had learned last year that his grandfather Ma Daoquo had passed away a little over a month after he left. At that time, he finally understood why his grandfather didn't want him to return. It turned out his time was running out. Perhaps he had felt he was nearing death, which is why he urged Ma Hongjun not to come back. Fearing Ma Hongjun would become suspicious, he might have hoped he would feel tired one day and then return. Thus, old Jack became his only relative in this world. Moreover, old Jack was only in his 50s, still young. If he worked hard at cultivation, he might even live to be 100. Unlike Ma Daoquo, who had long passed the age of 70, which was quite difficult for an ordinary person in this world. The gentle side of the blue-silver true fire indeed possesses the function of the spirit flame, which can stimulate the growth of herbs. Although the gentle side of the phoenix true fire can also accelerate plant growth, its effect is not as good as that of the blue-silver True Fire. However, the Phoenix True Fire can heal wounds, which is a better and more prominent effect. Therefore, cultivating a century-old blue-silver grass is not a problem for him. After arriving at the top of Shiqing Mountain with Dai, Tang Wu, and the three friends, Ma Hongjun said that he would send a letter to his teacher and flew away directly. Tang San expressed his desire to spar with Dai Mu Bai, and Xiao Wu, who was watching from the side, was eager to join in. The battle quickly began. First soul skill, blue-silver stargrass. 2 yellow soul rings on Tang San's body pulsed, and as the first soul ring glowed with yellow light, the blue-silver stargrass wrapped around him and launched. Dai Mu Bai, who was fast, couldn't dodge in time. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Since he couldn't dodge, he would attack instead. Dai Mu Bai would not sit idly by. With the first soul ring glowing with yellow light, a blazing and dazzling white light projectile shot towards Tang San. Tang San remained as still as a mountain, swiftly retracting the blue-silver grass into a long whip, with fierce spikes appearing. The first soul skill, blue-silver stargrass whip, was activated. Crack! A crisp explosion echoed in the air as a purple-black whip shadow danced like a dragon, and in an instant, with Tang San's control, it struck the white light projectile. The White Tiger's Radiant Wave was directly shattered, and Tang San's figure turned, leaving an afterimage in place. While he had already appeared far away, avoiding the explosion of light waves. What a terrifying blue-silver grass. What incredible speed. Dai Mu Bai was shocked. However, Tang San didn't give him time to be surprised. After dodging the light wave, the whip in his hand quickly transformed into vines, encircling Dai Mu Bai from all sides. Blue-silver star grass entanglement. First soul skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. Seeing the blue-silver grass rapidly spreading around him, Dai Mu Bai quickly activated his first soul skill. At this moment, the blue-silver grass climbed up Dai Mu Bai's tiger body, binding him tightly. Looking at the blue-silver grass that had tied him up, Dai Mu Bai confidently nodded and smiled, saying, "Little San, take it back. Your blue-silver grass can't break my White Tiger's Guardian Barrier." Tang San smiled mysteriously and asked back, "Oh really?" Blue-silver star grass strangulation. The blue-silver grass that entangled Dai Mu Bai seemed to transform into fierce giant pythons, twisting and turning like a braided rope, weaving in and out, tightening more and more. Bang! At a certain moment, the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier finally couldn't bear the load and shattered, and Dai Mu Bai was truly bound tightly. However, when the White Tiger's Guardian Barrier broke, Tang San retracted the spikes from the blue-silver grass. Dai Mu Bai was stunned, never expecting that Tang San's blue-silver grass would possess such great power and strangling force. However, Dai Mu Bai was confident that with his strength, he should have no problem breaking free. After struggling for a while, Dai Mu Bai was taken aback. What was going on with Tang San's blue-silver grass? No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from it. After struggling for a long time without success, Dai Mu Bai could only helplessly concede defeat. He felt once again that he had been defeated. Seeing that Dai Mu Bai had already conceded, Tang San retracted the blue-silver grass. He nodded to himself. The toughness of the blue-silver star grass was indeed sharp, as it did not encounter extreme attacks or higher-level strikes. Moreover, after adding the poison fire thorn vines to the soul ring, its toughness had increased. Without extreme attacks within the same level, one simply could not break free from the entanglement and strangulation of the blue-silver stargrass, nor could one break through its defense. Its toughness was simply too high. However, he did not know that what constituted an extreme attack was merely an illusion. Chapter 45. Sparring Tang San. What is going on with your blue-silver grass? How can it be so terrifying? What kind of soul ring did you attach to it? Dai Mu Bai was shocked. His soul power level was higher than Tang San's, and he had the top-tier beast martial soul, the White Tiger, yet he was defeated so easily. Although control-type martial souls restrain assault-type ones, this was too obvious, right? Moreover, he didn't TC Tang San as a pure control type. Have you ever seen a pure control type use a whip to directly fight against an assault type? He certainly hadn't Tang San smiled and was about to explain to Dai Mu Bai when the excited Xiao Wu, who was watching the battle, shouted, "Tang San, let me explain to Dai Lao Hu." Dai Mu Bai blinked gratefully at Xiao Wu, thinking, "You're so eager. Do you have a crush on me?" Tang San's expression darkened, and he coughed. Mubai. Xiao Wu is so excited because she encountered a study slacker who is even worse than her in cultural knowledge. That's why she is so thrilled. Dai Mubai was taken aback, looking at Xiao Wu in disbelief. Xiao Wu made a face at him and stuck out her little tongue. Dai Mubai was now certain. He really had been looked down upon. Xiao Wu began to explain the origin of Tang San's soul rings to Dai Mubai, casually mentioning the second soul ring as well. How can there be such a powerful soul ring? Dai Mubai gasped, feeling a bit numb as his pride was once again rubbed into the ground. Seeing Dai Mubai looking a bit dazed from the blow, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a bit sorry for him. After thinking for a moment, Tang San spoke. Mubai, I don't have any good solutions in this regard, but you could mention your martial soul-esque characteristics to Senior Hongjun. He always says anything is possible and has many creative ideas. Let him give you some suggestions. Then you can consult my teacher on how to choose your soul rings. Maybe it can make your attacks sharper, so you won't be restrained by me anymore. But the soul ring choices for my white tiger martial soul were determined by my family after years of research. Can it really get stronger? Dai Mubai muttered to himself, unsure whether to believe Tang San's suggestion. Tang San chuckled awkwardly and said helplessly, even so, I still suggest you ask. Senior might really have some special thoughts. Yeah, Dai Laohu. Although Junge is a bit silly and clumsy, he indeed has the most ideas. Besides, how can you, a big man, be like a little girl? Xiao Wu added, Here, this is Jungu's recovery sausage. Eat it quickly to recover your soul power. It's time for us to spar. My little fists have been itching for a while. Xiao Wu first comforted Dai Mubai, then started to tease Ma Hongjun while looking down on Dai Mubai. Finally, she took out a recovery sausage from her storage bag and handed it over. Dai Mubai smiled wryly, intending to ask after all. He reflexively took the sausage that Xiao Wu handed over, and with a puzzled expression, he said, Is this a sausage made by a food-type martial soul? Tang San nodded and explained to Dai Mubai, Eat it quickly. According to Senior, his partner is the only food-type soul master in history with innate full soul power. This recovery sausage works very well. It can not only restore soul power, but also recover vitality, which is physical strength. Eat it quickly. Innate full soul power for a food type? Could it be that he is that monster from Shrek Academy, whose talent and qualifications surpass yours and Hongjun's? Dai Mubai was shocked. There's actually a food type with innate full soul power? Then he realized he might have misunderstood Ma Hongjun's meaning earlier. Tang San nodded, as he was aware of some situations at Shrek Academy. Currently, only Ma Hongjun outside and Yuan Huang Oscar inside the academy fit that description. However, Ma Hongjun was right. In terms of talent and qualifications, Oscar was indeed the highest among everyone, without exception. Even Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai as top-tier beast martial souls, as well as Tang San as twin martial souls, couldn't compare to Oscar in this regard. This was because he was the unprecedented first and currently the only one with innate full soul power in the food type. But they truly misunderstood. They hadn't heard the flaws in Ma Hongjun's words. No matter how powerful Oscar was, he was just a genius among food-type support soul masters and couldn't entirely represent other types of soul masters. Okay, I misunderstood, but Hongjun didn't say anything wrong. That's indeed the case. Dai Mubai smiled wryly, thinking he had expected an assault type, but it turned out to be a food-type soul master. However, Ma Hongjun hadn't said anything incorrect. Xiao Wu stomped her foot, impatiently saying, All right, just eat it. Why are you dragging this out over sausage? I can't wait any longer. The sparring between Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai quickly came to an end. Although she had absorbed Tai Chi and improved the 8-2-0 version with Ma Hongjun and Tang San, the Tai Chi Explosive 8 had made Dai Mubai dizzy and had suffered quite a bit. However, Dai Mubai's soul power was ultimately higher than Xiao Wu's, and with his tough skin and resilience, he managed to win the sparring match through his cultivation and toughness. When Ma Hongjun returned from Notting City, Tang San and Xiao Wu were practicing Tai Chi, while Dai Mubai was practicing his second soul skill. After being beaten by Ma Hongjun yesterday, the two attack forms of his Phoenix Fire line had left Dai Mubai quite impressed. So he planned to change the form of his White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave and see the power of the white tiger light. Senior brother, what did the teacher say? Seeing Ma Hongjun back, the three stopped their training and surrounded him. Uncle said no problem. He will talk to Dean Sufei later. In a few days, when the teacher's letter arrives, we can go directly to Shrek. Ma Hongjun said. The three nodded, indicating it was fine. Dai Mubai said, Hongjun, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? Just say it. No need to be so polite. Ma Hongjun replied. Dai Mubai slowly explained what Tang San and Xiao Wood said. I see, no problem. Tell me about your martial soul characteristics and future soul ring choices. I'll listen. Ma Hongjun smiled. White tiger, why does it seem like it has turned into a sick cat in your hands? Hearing this, he became interested. Dai Mubai began to talk about his family's white tiger martial soul and soul ring choices. The first soul skill, white tiger guarding shield, comes from. The second soul skill, white tiger fierce light wave, comes from. The third soul skill, white tiger diamond transformation, comes from. The fourth soul skill, white tiger meteor shower, comes from. The fifth soul skill. The sixth soul skill. Dai Mubai went on for quite a long time. Ma Hongjun listened while frowning in deep thought. The more Tang San listened, the more he felt his previous suggestion was reckless. These soul rings seemed very good to him. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, he looked hopefully at the pondering Ma Hongjun, hoping he could give him a surprise. After thinking for a long time, Ma Hongjun shook his head in some exasperation. Seeing Ma Hongjun shake his head, Dai Mubai felt a bit disappointed, but it was also within reason. His gaze dimmed a little. Ma Hongjun saw his gloomy expression and explained, Mubai, I'm not without suggestions. I shook my head because I was speechless at the soul rings your family chose for the white tiger. Dai Mubai's expression brightened, and he hurriedly asked, So you really have ideas? Ma Hongjun nodded and said, To be honest, in my opinion, among the soul rings you chose, only the sixth soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill, is the most suitable for the white tiger martial soul. The others would be very suitable for other tiger types. Very good. But for the white tiger, they are not quite suitable. Dai Mubai was astonished and asked in confusion, How can that be? You only focused on White Tiger Destruction Kill. Hongjun, can you tell me why? Ma Hongjun nodded. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you slowly. Seeing the three nodding, he continued. The white tiger is not only a top-tier beast martial soul, but also the master of the Western metal element, which is associated with killing and warfare. This is the white tiger's greatest characteristic. The spirit rings your family has chosen only have the sixth spirit skill as a metal attribute skill, which aligns with the white tiger's killing nature. The others are either power enhancement or attack spirit skills. Especially the first one, which is actually a semi-defensive skill, is the least needed. The white tiger, being the master of metal, is primarily about killing, and offense is the best defense. Dai Mubai asked in confusion, Hongjun, what does it mean to be the master of metal? Ma Hongjun explained briefly. In simple terms, it means that the white tiger is an embodiment of the metal element, one of the basic elements that make up all things in the world, similar to how the vermilion bird embodies the fire element. Legend has it that the phoenix is a descendant of the vermilion bird. Seeing Dai Mubai deep in thought, he continued, So, the white tiger's attribute is metal. Metal represents transformation, and its characteristics include sharpness, toughness, and cutting ability. It embodies the spirit of killing, which is why the white tiger is associated with killing. This is its fundamental attribute. Crack! Dai Mubai's eyes lit up, and it felt as if a thunderclap rang in his heart. Ma Hongjun's words seemed to have opened a window for him. Chapter 46 Soul Ring Planning. Ma Hongjun saw that he seemed to have some understanding and continued. Your first and second soul skills, one for defense and amplifying strength, and one for light attribute, in my opinion, aren't that great. Placed on the white tiger, they can only be considered average. Average? No way. I feel they're quite strong. Dai Mubai found it hard to believe that they were that bad. He didn't feel that way at all. Ma Hongjun smiled confidently. You don't believe me? Think about our sparring. Then think about your sparring with Tang San. And consider why the white tiger isn't the #1 assault type beast martial soul. Why it can't claim the title of the strongest assault type beast martial soul over the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. This soul skill of yours relies on the white tiger's body to bully soul masters beneath top-tier martial souls. When you encounter someone with a top-tier martial soul, you'll just be evenly matched or at a disadvantage. It's a typical case of not being as good as the best, but better than the worst. What else could it be? The more Ma Hongjun spoke, the more invigorated he became, and the clearer his thoughts became, becoming increasingly unrelenting. He realized that he was indeed dealing with another wasted martial soul. Dai Mubai was sweating coldly from listening, but felt powerless to refute him. After a long time, he bitterly said, "Hongjun, what should I do then? Do you have any good suggestions?" Ma Hongjun nodded and then shook his head. "I don't have any good methods, but I have some suggestions you can listen to, and then let my master uncle help you plan. You're going to be a Shrek student in the future, and he will also be the vice president of Shrek, so helping you plan your soul rings won't be a problem. Hurry up and tell me." Dai Mubai's handsome face was nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, and Tang San and Xiao Wu followed suit. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but want to laugh, thinking to himself whether they were nodding bugs or what. "I suggest your third soul skill find a metal type or a combination of metal and light attribute soul beast. And this soul beast should also provide you with physical enhancements. Whether it's speed, defense, or strength, as long as it can enhance you, it's fine." Seeing the three of them listening intently, Ma Hongjun continued, "I know a few soul beasts that are quite suitable, like the one-horned rampage rhinoceros and the hanging horn demon goat. The one-horned rampage rhinoceros can provide you with enhancements in strength and defense, and there's a good chance it will activate the metal attribute characteristic of the white tiger martial soul, which might allow your second soul skill, dynamic light wave, to transform into the astonishing white tiger sword wave." Dynamic light wave? The three were taken aback. "Jungo, you're too funny." Xiao Wu was stunned and couldn't help but laugh, thinking that even if he looked down on Dai Mubai's second soul skill, he didn't have to mock it like this. "Dynamic light wave? I can't believe you came up with that." Tang San also found it hard to suppress a laugh, but out of consideration for Dai Mubai's feelings, he held it back. Dai Mubai's face twitched. If it were yesterday, he would have fought Ma Hongjun, but now, well, if it was just a tease, for the sake of becoming stronger and one day getting back at yesterday's beating, it was nothing. Dai Mubai told himself this, with a dark face. He ignored Xiao Wu and glared fiercely at Ma Hongjun. "What about the hanging horn demon goat?" "I'm really sorry. I accidentally let it slip." Ma Hongjun spread his hands, expressing his apologies. But this only emphasized his thoughts even more. Seeing Dai Mubai's face getting darker and darker, and Xiao Wu growing more and more excited, Ma Hongjun shot her a glare and decisively changed the subject. "The hanging horn demon goat can also provide you with similar enhancements, activating the metal attribute characteristic of the white tiger, and might allow your first soul skill to transform into a sword chi shield. If you develop it well, it might even turn into a soul skill that creates a river of sword strikes, just like the hanging horn demon goat. As for the rest, you can ask my master Uncle more later. He is the leading authority in martial soul theory in the Soul Master world, known as the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts. He might have better suggestions regarding your third soul skill, and he will also need to plan your future soul rings. Besides these, what I mainly want to tell you is that once you obtain the metal attribute, if you also gain the light attribute, you must fully comprehend this attribute. In the future, your cultivation, aside from absorbing basic soul power, will mainly focus on absorbing metal attribute soul power or a combination of metal and light attribute soul power. Because you need to transform all your soul power into metal attribute soul power or metal light attribute soul power. Only then can your white tiger be truly worthy of its name. As you develop in the future, it can also bring you extreme metal attribute attack power. Dai Mubai nodded, feeling excited at the thought of extreme metal attributes. Extreme represents purity and strength, with extreme attack power. He wouldn't fear being restrained by Ma Hongjun and Tang San. Ma Hongjun nodded and said, "So, the future development direction of your martial soul will mainly be metal and strength, with light and wind as supplements. Only then can you become the true master of metal, the white tiger. Please consult my master uncle about these things in the future." Dai Mubai nodded and then asked, "I already understand the metal attribute. Why do you also mention light and wind?" Ma Hongjun smiled, with a somewhat profound expression. Light and darkness are mutually opposing yet interdependent. The underworld represents darkness and death. The fusion of light and dark will only enhance power. Of course, the main reason is that the light attribute can definitely amplify your second soul skill, dynamic. Oh no, It's the white tiger's fiery light wave. Seeing Dai Mubai's face darken again, Ma Hongjun hurriedly corrected himself. On the other hand, as the saying goes, dragons come from the clouds and tigers come from the wind. Wind's cutting and destructive nature is very similar to metal, so it's also very suitable for you. Dai Mubai's mouth twitched. Tang San and Xiao Wu didn't understand why Ma Hongjun talked about the fusion of light and dark, but he understood. However, seeing that Ma Hongjun had no intention of explaining, they thought he was just speaking offhandedly. Hongjun, I noticed that when you released your soul skill yesterday, your Phoenix Fire line had 2 forms of attack. Do you think my white tiger's fiery light wave can also change forms to increase its power? And how do you unleash that palm thunder fire? Aren't you the Fire Phoenix martial soul? Listening to Dai Mubai's questions, Ma Hongjun nodded while pondering with his chin. However, as he listened, he felt something was off. This guy Dai Mubai exposed his palm thunder fire. Ma Hongjun felt quite speechless inside. Fortunately, he hadn't used his thunderbolt to bombard him yesterday, or else this newly prepared trump card would have been exposed. After thinking about it in the future, when facing unfamiliar soul masters, he must first clarify the opponent's identity before deciding which method to use in battle. But it didn't matter. He never intended to keep his thunder talisman a secret. It was just that besides him, no one could project their spiritual consciousness outward and attack like he could. So he hadn't planned to mention it until everyone else had broken through their spiritual power projection. Unfortunately, he had always overlooked the situation of the Shrek group. Otherwise, he might not have thought so. I think it's possible, since it's called a light wave, if you compress and release the soul skill in the form of light, the power will probably be even greater. As for that palm thunder fire, it's a little technique I've been researching recently. You're its first experienced client. How about it? Feels great, right? Dai Mubai's mouth twitched. Experienced client. Ma Hongjun explained, winking at Dai Mubai, and continued. But this requires your spiritual power to reach projection level before it can be used. If you want to learn it now, I don't know if you can succeed. As soon as Xiao Wu heard that he had created something new, she appeared even more excited than him. Junge, what is that palm thunder fire? Show us. Ma Hongjun nodded, and facing a distant stone, he raised his hand, infusing soul power into the thunder talisman in his palm. His right hand was surrounded by purple lightning and fire, and with a slap, a bolt of thunder fire shot out from his palm, crashing towards the stone. Boom! The thunder fire blast shattered the stone into pieces, followed by explosions and flames. In an instant, dust flew up and stones scattered. After a moment, the dust settled and the fire and thunder dissipated. This power is a bit terrifying. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at the huge pit created by the explosion, more excited than Ma Hongjun. Junge, I want to learn. Hurry and teach me. Xiao Wu bounced around like a hopping rabbit, tightly hugging Ma Hongjun's arm, shaking it and rubbing against him, using her tried-and-true method of acting cute. Get away, you little rascal, taking advantage of me. It's not that I won't teach you, but you might not be able to learn it anyway. Ma Hongjun shot her an annoyed glance and quickly pulled his arm out of her grasp. However, Xiao didn't care at all and instead made a funny face, sticking out her tongue. Ma Hongjun explained the palm thunder fire to the 3 of them, while drawing a thunder symbol in each of their palms. But just as he said, they couldn't sense the thunder symbol at all. If it weren't for Ma Hongjun injecting soul power into their hands, Xiao would have thought he was just playing with her. Ultimately, the fact proved that only Ma Hongjun could use this palm thunder fire for now. Senior brother, have you thought about directly combining spiritual consciousness with soul power to carve the thunder symbol? Also, carving the thunder symbol onto objects as a backup attack method? Although a bit disappointed, Tang San keenly noticed the shortcomings of the thunder symbol. This thing was too similar to drawing symbols, prompting him to think more and suggest such an idea. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, thinking that Tang San even thought of this, but he wasn't surprised. However, he really hadn't considered combining spiritual consciousness and soul power. It seemed like it could work. Little San, thank you for the reminder. I'll study it further. Maybe you guys can use it too. But what you said about carving it onto objects, I've already figured it out, but just like the palm thunder fire, you won't be able to use it, so I hadn't planned on telling you for now. Ma Hongjun took out a thunderbolt and showed it to the 3 of them. Similarly, they found that only Ma Hongjun could use this thing, and they couldn't use it at all. The 3 were amazed by the power of the thunderbolt, but unfortunately, They couldn't use it. By the way, if you guys get soul rings in the future, if the soul beasts you hunt have patterns on them, could you help me collect the parts with patterns? Ma Hongjun added, having already mentioned the origin of the thunder symbol while explaining the palm thunderfire. He reminded them to keep an eye out for collecting parts from soul beasts with runes in the future. Okay, no problem. Chapter 47. Meeting yet not recognizing in the following days. The four of them practiced their skills and researched soul techniques, and in the blink of an eye. A week had passed. Tang San's suggestion had stirred Ma Hongjun's interest, but after trying for a few days without progress, he decided to set it aside for now and would study it slowly once he got to Shrek Academy. Moreover, he had his little buddy, the wise Yuan Huang Oscar, there, and Ma Hongjun believed Oscar would definitely be able to help him a lot. A week passed, and Ma Hongjun felt that his teacher, Flandra's letter, should have arrived. So he made another trip to Notting City. In the letter, Flandra praised him for his excellent work and told him he had brought back 3 little monsters, which exceeded his expectations. Flandra mentioned that Ma Hongjun should return as soon as possible because he was eager to meet the little monsters. The master at Notting Academy had already taken care of everything, which meant they could go over directly. Additionally, the master would also head to Shrek Academy in a few days, but first, he wanted them to go ahead, and he would follow shortly after. However, with Luo's Sanpao, who could replicate transformations, it was uncertain who would arrive first. Ma Hongjun was very happy, as he could finally go back. After bidding farewell to the master, he quickly flew back to Holy Soul Village to share this exciting news with Dai Mubai and the others, as well as old Jack. Dai Mubai and the others were a bit excited. They could finally go to Shrek Academy, a place that only accepted monsters. Old Jack, upon hearing that his grandchildren were leaving, felt reluctant, but simply told Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai to come back to visit when they had the time during their break, without insisting they stay. Everything was understood without saying much. Ma Hongjun and the others had little to pack, so they set off lightly, as all their belongings were in their storage soul guides. Tang San asked old Jack to have someone clean his house regularly. Old Jack smiled and agreed, telling him not to worry about home and to focus on his studies. As they were leaving, Ma Hongjun secretly slipped a bag of gold soul coins, about 100, into old Jack's blanket. He knew old Jack wouldn't accept it, which is why he did it secretly. With Ma Hongjun's departure, old Jack felt a bit relieved, although he was happy to have his grandchildren around. It was a bit inconvenient with them there when he was helping Yulan. Coincidentally, Zhu Banjin had gone to the city with his father for business and wouldn't return for about a week. With both sides gone, it provided old Jack and Yulan the opportunity to spend time alone together. Usually, Zhu Lai would boast about his wife being the prettiest in the village and would be wary of the young men in the village. Thinking of this, old Jack smiled slightly. Humph, the old ginger is still spicier. After a few or even 10 years when he passed away, his grandson Ma Hongjun would not be alone in this world anymore. With that in mind, old Jack hurriedly tidied himself up, locked the door, and left his home, completely unaware that his grandson had left him a substantial amount of 100 gold soul coins. The four of them set off early in the morning. They arrived in Notting City around noon, prepared some food and fruits for the journey, and rented a horse carriage to set off. The next afternoon, they arrived at Qingyang Town, a place Ma Hongjun had visited in his childhood. Upon arriving in the town, the usually lively Ma Hongjun became somewhat downcast and lacked enthusiasm. Tang San suggested they stay overnight in the town and continue their journey the next day. Dai Mubai wanted to ask Ma Hongjun what was wrong, but Tang San stopped him and explained instead. He learned that Ma Hongjun's village belonged to Qingyang Town, but his closest relatives were no longer there, and he had promised his grandfather, which made it feel like passing by his home without being able to return. However, what Tang San might not know was that Ma Hongjun was not only missing his grandfather, but also the 2 little friends he had met in Xingyang Town long ago. Nevertheless, Tang San and the others did not disturb Ma Hongjun. They quietly followed him, accompanying him in silence wherever he went. Ma Hongjun's spirits were low, and he walked in a daze. As he walked, he found himself on the street where, at the age of 3, he had thrown colorful stones at a little girl. As pedestrians came and went, the dazed Ma Hongjun bumped into someone. Before Dai Mubai and the others could remind him, the accident had already happened. Hey, are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? Ma Hongjun immediately felt unhappy. His mood was already poor, and now it was worse. But he forgot that it was himself who was dazed and not paying attention when he bumped into someone. What a ridiculous situation. A typical case of the villain crying out first. The girl in front stopped in her tracks, gritting her teeth silently. This was the second time she had been called blind. Slowly turning around, she was a girl with blue hair and blue eyes. Standing at about 1.5 meters tall, slightly taller than Tang San and Xiao Wu. She had a well-proportioned figure that was neither too plump nor too skinny. Her long, water blue hair flowed down her back, and her fair face was adorned with exquisite features, looking as bright as fresh snow and exceptionally beautiful. She wore a water blue long dress, which was even more attractive than Xiao Wu's, causing Dai Mubai and Tang San behind Ma Hongjun to take a couple of extra glances. Beside her was a similarly dressed, sweet girl, seemingly there to complement her presence. On the street, the blue-eyed girl stood gracefully and quietly, though, in the sunlight. She gave off a feeling of being detached from the mundane world, as if she were above all earthly matters, exuding an ethereal aura. At the moment the girl turned around, she had already calmed her emotions, and her pair of cold eyes silently gazed at Ma Hongjun and the others. The girl had skin so delicate it seemed to be easily breakable, pure white without a trace of blemish, like a flower blooming quietly in a secluded valley. Her large, clear water blue eyes contained no impurities, resembling a clear spring, with a serene temperament but somewhat cold. Looking at the handsome Ma Hongjun, dressed in a bright red robe, it was difficult for her to discern what emotions lay behind her blue eyes. She stood quietly, making it hard to tell what she was thinking. It was her companion, a sweet girl with similar blue hair and blue eyes, who spoke up without backing down. "You're the one who's blind. You bumped into someone without apologizing and then blame others for not seeing? That's just unreasonable." Behind Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai and the others stepped forward, standing beside him. Just as Xiao Wu was about to retort, she was pulled back by Tang San. Tang San politely smiled and said to the ethereal girl with a captivating appearance and a somewhat cold gaze, "I'm really sorry. My senior brother is in a bad mood and didn't notice he bumped into you. I apologize on his behalf. I'm truly sorry." "Xiao San, why are you so cowardly? There are only 2 of them, and we have 4. What are you afraid of?" Xiao Wu angrily kicked Tang San. Tang San merely smiled gently and did not speak. Dai Mubai also felt he was a bit weak, but didn't think he looked like it. Turning to look at Ma Hongjun, they noticed he was staring intently at the girl's snowy white neck. Dai Mubai cleared his throat, his expression a bit strange. "Cough, Hongjun, even if you like her, you don't have to stare at her neck like that, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and the sweet long-haired girl opposite them also noticed the situation. "Shameless. What are you looking at?" The girl's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust as she pulled her sister back. The ethereal girl, with her cold, water-blue eyes, also flashed a barely perceptible look of disdain. Looking down for a moment, she noticed that Ma Hongjun's gaze was still fixed on her neck, or more precisely, on a colorful stone the size of a longan hanging from it, which looked dazzling and very beautiful. Instinctively, the girl raised her hand to block it and took a step back. Ma Hongjun frowned slightly, withdrew his gaze, and apologized, saying, "I was wrong just now. I apologize to you all. However, I have something I'd like to ask you about. Can we find a place to talk?" The girl did not respond, but Ma Hongjun's straightforward apology made her impression of him change slightly. The girl stared at Ma Hongjun with her cold gaze for a while, noticing that his eyes were clear as water, without any hint of color, and he was staring at her without flinching. "All right, you can come with me." After saying that, the girl decisively and gracefully turned around, leading the other girl beside her towards where they were staying, while Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai hurried to keep up. The hotel, named Su Yuan, was a moderately sized ordinary hotel in Qingyang town. The girl took Ma Hongjun and the others to a private room on the first floor where they had their meal. Once seated, the girl remained silent, quietly observing Ma Hongjun. "Miss, I apologize again for earlier. May I ask where you got that colorful stone on your chest?" Ma Hongjun reiterated his apology, acknowledging his earlier mistake with sincerity. This gentle attitude surprised Dai Mubai and the others, as well as the girl and her sister, significantly altering their impression of Ma Hongjun. Just as the sweet girl was about to speak, she was stopped by the ethereal girl. No need, I didn't take it to heart. As for this, why should I tell you? The girl's voice was crisp, decisive, and pleasant to hear, yet her gaze remained cold. Her bright ice-blue eyes showed no hint of emotion, making it impossible to read her feelings. Ma Hongjun awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and said, I used to have a colorful stone like that, but I gave it to a friend when I was 3 years old. She also had a pair of beautiful water blue eyes, but her hair was black, a bit different from yours. The other girl's eyes widened instantly, thinking to herself, is this the person who called her sister a clown and hit her with a colorful stone? Why does he seem so shameless? Was that his gift? A strange expression flashed in the depths of the girl's eyes as she clenched her fair, delicate fists, suppressing the urge to hit him. The girl maintained her cold demeanor, her words devoid of emotion. You gave it? This is a gift from my sister. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged strange glances, realizing there was a story behind this. Ma Hongjun felt the girl's cool and calm gaze on him, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He touched his nose and said apologetically, well, it wasn't like that. I was young and didn't know better. I upset my friend. Since she is your sister, that's great. I hope you can convey my apology to her when you go back. Just tell her I shouldn't have hit her with the colorful stone. I've actually missed her a lot these years. She was my first friend and the first person to play with me. I shouldn't have treated her that way. Oh, you know my sister? The girl asked quietly. Yes, I'm Ma Hongjun. I study at Shrek Academy, located south of Swoto City, not far from here. If it's convenient, could you leave an address? I will definitely visit in the future to personally apologize to your sister. The girl smiled slightly at Ma Hongjun's awkward demeanor, her smile blooming like 100 flowers. This smile seemed to take one's breath away, captivating everyone. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Tang San stared blankly. Even Xiao Wu was momentarily entranced. Could there really be such an extraordinary and stunning person in the world? They all thought. Ma Hongjun's words made the girl feel a bit happy inside. In fact, she had never held it against him. She had come to Qingyang town every year, hoping to run into him again. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Her cold gaze softened as she said to Ma Hongjun, all right, I'll tell my sister when I go back. My name is Shui Binger, and this is my sister Shui Yuer. My sister's name is Shui Huanger. We live in the Tianshui city in the extreme north province of the Tiando Empire. When you come there, look for me at the Tianshui Intermediate Soul Master Academy, and I will take you to meet my sister. If you come 2 years later, then come to the Tianshui Advanced Soul Master Academy to find me. The girl beside her was dumbfounded, realizing that her sister was lying, and was lying to the boy she had always wanted to find. What was going on? Why didn't she understand? But she didn't expose it. Her sister had always been clever, and she must have her reasons for doing this. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances and revealed mischievous smiles, realizing there was indeed a story behind this. But why did it feel so funny? Hitting someone's sister and saying it was a gift, only to be confronted with the truth. This was hilarious. Tang San struggled to hold back his laughter, while Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu burst out laughing. Yes, yes. Ma Hongjun quickly nodded, shooting a glare at Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, noting down that his friend was named Shui Huanger and lived in the Tianshui city of the extreme north province. The girl in front of him was named Shui Binga. Shui Binga? Ma Hongjun suddenly raised his head, looking at Shui Binger with a peculiar expression. Shui Binger, may I ask, what are your and your sister's martial spirits? Shui Binger calmly blinked her bright water blue eyes at Ma Hongjun. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before inquiring about others? Ma Hongjun's expression faltered, and he touched his nose to mask his embarrassment, smiling as he said, sorry, my name is Ma Hongjun. My martial spirit is the Fire Phoenix. I am a level 26 attack type Great Soul Master, male, and unmarried. Oh no, what am I saying? Ma Hongjun shook his head, thinking that this wasn't a blind date, and continued, these three are my companions, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. They're also Great Soul Masters. Shui Binger paused slightly, then smiled gently, saying, my martial spirit is the same as yours. I have an ice attribute, and I am a level 26 control type Great Soul Master. My sister doesn't have soul power. She is not a soul master. This is my sister Shui Yuer, and she's also a Great Soul Master. Chapter 48. Collision of Ice and Fire. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, As expected, it's a bit of a pity that his little partner doesn't have soul power. Dai Mubai and the others widened their eyes as they looked at Shui Bing. This girl, who was stunningly beautiful and had a calm and serene demeanor, actually possessed the Ice Phoenix martial soul, and her soul power was on par with Ma Hongjun's. What a terrifying talent. Ma Hongjun felt a bit regretful. Shui Binger had already joined the Tianshui Academy. If they had met earlier, he could have brought her into Shrek Academy. Shui Binger looked at Ma Hongjun, who didn't seem surprised that she had the Ice Phoenix martial soul. Instead, upon hearing that her non-existent sister had no soul power, she showed a hint of disappointment. Shui Binger sighed slightly in her heart, but no one could tell what she was thinking from her calm expression. Her voice remained clear and somewhat cold, yet pleasant to hear. Are you disappointed that my sister has no soul power? Ma Hongjun replied naturally, not at all. I feel sorry for her lack of soul power. She should have become very beautiful by now, right? She's very smart. I thought she would have soul power, what a pity. Shui Binger was speechless, wishing she could freeze Ma Hongjun's mouth. He was still as annoying as he was back then. How could she be blind? However, Ma Hongjun didn't look down on her sister for lacking soul power, which relieved her inexplicably. You are the one who's blind. How is my sister blind? Shui Binger retorted playfully, her face finally showing an expression instead of the previous calm indifference. It's better not to mention this, but once it was brought up, Ma Hongjun insisted otherwise. How can she not be blind? Back then, she mistook me for a little girl, coveted my beauty, wanted to play with me, and even called me little sister. How can that not be blind? You really are narcissistic. If you say my sister is blind again, do you believe I'll make sure you regret it right now? Shui Binger was furious. This guy hadn't changed at all. In her excitement, she almost let something slip and quickly changed her words. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged increasingly strange glances, and Shui, who were sitting opposite, also looked at her sister and Ma Hongjun with a peculiar expression. Shui, you thought, I didn't expect their martial souls to match so well. Could this be fate? It was her first time seeing her sister display such rich emotions. Ma Hongjun shrugged his shoulders helplessly. All right, your sister is not blind. Could you return the colorful stone to me? Ma Hongjun finally revealed his true intentions. He had wanted to reclaim the colorful stone for a long time. Deep down, he felt that this colorful stone was very important to him. No way, this is my most cherished item. I won't give it to anyone. A hint of panic flashed across Shui Binger's ethereal and exquisite face as she anxiously stared at Ma Hongjun, tightly clutching the colorful stone, afraid he would snatch it away. She had a secret about the colorful stone that no one knew, not even her father, who only knew that it could alleviate her pain. In reality, it could also speed up her cultivation. She was nearly 2 years older than Ma Hongjun and 1 year younger than Dai Mubai. Although she had the top-tier Ice Phoenix martial soul, half of her current cultivation was thanks to this colorful stone. Cultivation was the only means of salvation she knew at present. Moreover, her mother had said before her death, Qingyang Phoenix, colorful gift to the Phoenix. This indicated that the colorful stone was given to her by Ma Hongjun. No matter how it was given, it was a gift to her. Of course, none of this was important. What mattered was the secret in her heart. She simply couldn't give the colorful stone to Ma Hongjun. Even if she wanted to return it, she couldn't unless it meant her own demise. Perhaps then Ma Hongjun could take it back. Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun didn't know this. He only knew that the colorful stone was very important to him. He also didn't know that if it weren't for Shui Binger's mother mentioning the Qingyang Phoenix before her death, she would never have come to Qingyang Town or met Ma Hongjun over 5 years ago. She came to Qingyang Town to find the Qingyang Phoenix that could save her. It was a pity that she and her father had misunderstood her mother's meaning, which led to their previous near-miss with him. Ma Hongjun felt troubled and thought, if it weren't for your sister, I would have taken it myself. I'll endure. Miss Shui Binger, I can compensate you for whatever you want. But this colorful stone is really important to me. Can you give back to me? What can you compensate with? Shui Binger tooked. If the colorful stone were taken away, she would perish instantly. No way. This colorful stone is also very important to me, and it was given to me by my sister. I can't give it to you. Shui Binger spoke clearly and melodiously, refusing without hesitation, thinking that she would talk about it when she could take it down. Very important to you? That's impossible. How is it important to you? Ma Hongjun was a bit incredulous, looking at Shui Binger with a puzzled expression, thinking that she might be fooling him. Shui Binger blinked her eyes and said clearly, "You tell me first, and after you finish, I'll tell you." Ma Hongjun was speechless. He knew that the colorful stone was crucial to him. But if he knew why it was crucial, he would have understood it long ago. "I don't know why the colorful stone is important to me, but I have a feeling that it is very important to me. I really don't know why." Honestly, Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and decided to speak the truth. This stunning girl before him had eyes as clear as if they could see through a person's heart, and she was calm, decisive, and extremely wise. Playing tricks or making up stories in front of her felt as pointless as showing off a big knife in front of Guan Yu. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, and based on her impression of Ma Hongjun, he didn't seem like someone who would lie. After thinking for a while, she said, "Do you really want the colorful stone that much?" "Yes." Ma Hongjun nodded. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Shui Binger's eyes as she said lightly, "You can only choose one between my sister and the colorful stone." Ma Hongjun was stunned and without hesitation said, "I choose the colorful stone. Bring it here." "No." Shui Binger leaned slightly back, saying calmly, "Are you really sure?" Ma Hongjun stroked his chin, staring at Shui Binger's stunning face, and without thinking said, "Then how about I choose both?" Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zai Mubai, and Shui Wearer were all stunned. However, what surprised them even more was that Shui Binger actually agreed. "All right, but you have to let my sister think it over." Boom! Ma Hongjun was once again stunned, his blood rushing uncontrollably. He instinctively touched his nose, thinking to himself that it was good he didn't have a nosebleed. The next moment, Ma Hongjun calmly said, "Well then, I want both." Even if Shui Huanger had no soul power, it wouldn't be a problem for him. Not only could he get his colorful stone back, but he could also, he was simply overjoyed in his heart. Shui Binger smiled slightly and said, "How about this? I'll wait for you in Tinshui City. When you come to find me, let my sister tell you the answer in person." Dai Mubai and the others were shocked. What kind of colorful stone was this that was so highly valued by both of them? And it was a buy one get one free offer. They were all in a daze, speechless. Shui Wearer was also very shocked. Did her sister just sell herself? Fortunately, there was still a buffer period. Her sister hadn't explicitly agreed. In reality, they all misunderstood Shui Binger's meaning. If Ma Hongjun took the colorful stone, she would perish instantly. But she didn't want to die. Ma Hongjun thought for a moment, and in a situation where he couldn't be strong, it seemed like it could only be this way. Just when he wanted to meet Shui Huanger, his first little partner. If she could agree, it'd be perfect for him. "All right, it's settled then. I also want to meet your sister. I will write to her about the specific time, and she can let you know." Shui Binger ignored her sister's strange expression and lightly replied, her demeanor still calm. However, she was feeling anxious inside, especially when she thought of her mother's dying words, which made her heart uneasy. Ma Hongjun had never seen such an extraordinarily beautiful woman with such an ethereal and celestial aura, unlike any mortal. His expression became somewhat shy and reserved as he touched his nose and smiled, saying, "Binger, since we both have Phoenix martial souls, I would like to spar with you. What do you think?" Although she was anxious, Shui Binger quickly calmed her emotions. Feeling much better, she smiled faintly and said, "Sure. I'm also curious about your Fire Phoenix martial soul. Let's go to the small woods outside the city." Everyone nodded. They were also eager to witness the duel between these two similar martial souls. Shui Weir opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. The six of them made their way to the wilderness on the outskirts of Qingyang town, with Dai Mubai and the others standing on Ma Hongjun's side, and Shui Weir on Shui Binger's side. As the battle began, in almost an instant, Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger activated their respective martial souls. Ma Hongjun was enveloped in fiery red flames, while Shui Binger radiated a pale blue light. Both of them had only activated their martial souls but had not summoned them. One emitted intense heat, while the other exuded a chilling cold light. Ice and fire, blue and red, intertwined beautifully. At the moment they activated their martial souls, Ma Hongjun felt something in the arena, as if it was attracting his martial soul, and that direction was Shui Binger. Similarly, Shui Binger also had this strange feeling. Boom! With their martial souls activated, Shui Binger decisively attacked, her voice crisp as she uttered 2 words, not giving Ma Hongjun any time to react. Ice seal. Crack, crack, crack. The cold light spread, and the pale blue ice surged toward Ma Hongjun in an instant. What the heck? Soul skill instant activation. Ma Hongjun was stunned and realized he was in trouble. His figure flashed rapidly, using the ghost shadow mysterious steps to dodge Shui Binger's icy attack. With a loud boom, flames erupted from his palm, emitting an incredibly terrifying heat, instantly crashing into the encroaching ice. The collision between extreme ice and extreme fire resulted in a powerful explosion, as if ice and snow were melting, canceling each other out. Ice seal. With a flick of her delicate hand, Shui Binger sent the chilling ice sweeping toward Ma Hongjun again. The blazing waves surged, and a sea of fire wreaked havoc, creating an overwhelming heat wave that turned the ground into magma. Boom! The two clashed fiercely, and ice and fire collided once more. This time, a violent explosion occurred between Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger, with scorching airwaves sweeping in all directions. Outside the arena, Tang San sensed the danger and quickly shouted to Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, "Retreat quickly." He swiftly pulled them back to a safer distance while conjuring a wall of purple-black vines in front of him. Having the purple extreme magic eyes, Tang San had better vision than anyone else except for Ma Hongjun, allowing him to react the quickest. Meanwhile, Shui Wearer, being a sensitive attack-type soul master, also moved swiftly backward. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Observing the incoming heat wave, Shui Binger calmly activated her second soul skill, with 2 yellow soul rings flickering around her. Ma Hongjun, enveloped in flames, paid no attention to the overwhelming heat wave. Second soul skill, Blazing Fire Phoenix. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun shouted, and 2 yellow soul rings lit up simultaneously. With a loud boom, flame soared as he swiftly approached Shui Bing. Crack! Ma Hongjun opened his mouth, and a terrifyingly hot flame erupted from him, resembling a sword, shooting toward Shui Binger with sparks and lightning. Seeing the lightning-fast fiery attack, Shui Binger's bright blue eyes narrowed, and she decisively uttered 2 words, Ice Seal. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire Line was unavoidable. She could only choose to withstand it. However, just relying on the Ice Ring armor probably wouldn't be enough. So Shui Binger activated her first soul skill instantly, encasing herself in ice. Outside, the blue-silver grass had already dispersed, although it couldn't stop Ma Hongjun's fire or Shui Binger's ice. Breaking through the resilience of his blue-silver grass was not that easy, especially since it was only meant to block the incoming heat wave. Dai Mubai watched in awe as he witnessed the instant activation of Shui Binger's first soul skill. The fiery red flames, accompanied by purple lightning, crackled as they burned and surged around Shui Binger, threatening to consume her completely. Ice and fire melted into each other, making it clear that this attack was futile. Inside the ice, Shui Binger revealed a faint smile, blinking her bright blue eyes at Ma Hongjun, thinking, if you have any special moves, hurry up and use them. Ma Hongjun felt displeased. Was she flirting with him? But he really did fall for her charm. Shui Binger's presence was entirely different from anyone else's. He could sense that his fire phoenix seemed to be attracted to her ice phoenix. He believed that in the moment of activating their martial souls, Shui Binger must have felt the same way. Ma Hongjun's heart skipped a beat, and his face flushed red. He thought, what the heck? I've seen all kinds of waves and storms, but why am I so weak today, repeatedly being charmed by this 10-year-old girl? In reality, he was overthinking. He had never truly experienced anything extraordinary. Explosion! Ma Hongjun shouted, and the flames burning on Shui Binger suddenly exploded. The ice shattered and splintered, and the explosive aftermath continued to impact Shui Binger's ice ring armor. Shui Binger's bright water blue pupils narrowed, and she quickly used another ice seal to protect herself, thinking it was a close call. But would Ma Hongjun give her the chance to react? Of course not. Second soul skill, Blazing Fire Phoenix. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line Bomb. This time, it wasn't a lightning fire, it was a fire bomb. With a loud boom, sparks accompanied by electricity shot toward Shui Bing. Before it could explode, she was blasted away. Boom! The Phoenix Fire Line bomb exploded, and the ice shattered once more. Ma Hongjun's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Shui Bing, not giving her a moment to react. With purple lightning swirling around his palm, a fiery palm, thunder, struck her chest. I seal. Again, she softly uttered those two words, and crackling sounds echoed as both Shui Bing and Ma Hongjun were encased in ice. With a puff, the lightning dispersed, and this time even the flames on Ma Hongjun were forced back into his body by the ice. Ma Hongjun thought, instant activation is just insane, it's truly speechless. He vowed to learn instant activation skills too. His soul power was much denser than others, and this instant activation soul skill suited him perfectly. In the future, when facing enemies, he would unleash a barrage of Phoenix Fire Lines. One shot wasn't enough, so he would fire again and again, bombarding them until he was sure the clients would have a great experience. The bone-chilling cold invaded Ma Hongjun's limbs and internal organs, seemingly freezing his very soul. Was he really going to lose like this? Chapter 49. True Fire Nourishment. Ma Hongjun thought he was going to lose, but unexpectedly, a blue flame within him stirred at that moment. As if provoked, like a cat catching a whiff of blood, the blue flame erupted with a roar, spreading instantly. Ma Hongjun's figure was once again enveloped in flames, but this time it was not the fiery red blaze, but the cold and piercing blue-silver, true fire. The ice inside and outside his body was quickly ignited, and Ma Hongjun broke free from the ice. The blue flames burning wildly as he opened his eyes and charged toward Shui Bing. What? Shui Bing exclaimed in disbelief. How can there be another kind of flame? With ice as fuel, what exactly is this, ice or fire? This scene stunned not only her, but also Dai Mubai and Shui Yue outside the ring. Tang San and Xiao Wu were equally surprised. It was the first time they had seen the true form of the blue-silver true fire after its initial formation. I seal. Without hesitation, Shui Bing activated her soul skill. She believed that as long as it was a flame, it would be restrained by ice. That was common knowledge. However, this time she was wrong. Ma Hongjun flickered, quickly dodging the ice seal, but the spreading blue-silver true fire directly ignited Shui Bing as cold ice. As if they were one, the blue-silver true fire firmly adhered to the cold ice and began to burn. The more light blue-cold ice there was, the stronger the blue-silver true fire burned, yet not a hint of heat was emitted. The chilling cold spread, even colder than Shui Bing's own ice. The blue flames surged, and soon the ice ring armor on Shui Bing was ignited as well. No matter how she instantaneously activated the ice seal, she could not withstand this strange blue flame. In fact, the more she used the ice seal, the more cold ice appeared on the field, causing the blue flames to burn even more fiercely, yet still without any heat. A hint of panic appeared on Shui Bing's stunningly beautiful face, no longer as cold and calm as before. She unleashed ice seals as if they were free, believing in the common knowledge that ice could counter fire, refusing to accept that ice could not counter the flames. However, she had no choice. The cold ice continued to spread outward. The blue fire sea surged, painting the place like a deep blue ocean. The blue-silver true fire on Shui Bing's body, under Ma Hongjun's control, did not harm her. It quietly burned on her surface without emitting any coldness. With a snap, after a while, Shui Bing's soul power was exhausted, and just as she was about to collapse, Ma Hongjun's figure flashed, and he caught her in a princess carry. Leaning quietly in Ma Hongjun's arms, Shui Bing did not resist. She was unable to fight for long, and now that her soul power was completely depleted, she had no strength left. Holding Shui Bing, Ma Hongjun focused his thoughts, and the rampant blue-silver true fire, like a swallow's returning home, all drilled into her body. Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned. After this battle, his soul power not only did not diminish but even increased. Was this the portion of soul power that the blue-silver true fire returned to him after returning to his body? In contrast, Shui Bing was exhausted, quietly wrapping her arms around Ma Hongjun's neck, her pale face staring at his handsome features, revealing no emotions, yet making one feel heartache. Shui Binger gazed blankly. This was the brother who had bullied her in the past, and the one mentioned in her mother's last words. She had finally found him. But even with her mother's dying wish, she did not plan to tell Ma Hongjun the truth just yet. Ma Hongjun pondered. Did the blue-silver true fire recycle the cold ice that had been formed from Shui Binger's soul power? Otherwise, how could he have had no soul power consumption and was on the verge of a breakthrough? As the blue flames dissipated, the four outside surrounded them. The battlefield, ravaged by flames, looked like glazed glass, emitting a charming and brilliant luster, but it was getting dark, so it did not appear so dazzling. Dai Mubai and the others looked at Ma Hongjun with mischievous smiles, making him feel a bit confused. Sister, are you okay? Are you hurt? Shui Yuer looked at Shui Binger in Ma Hongjun's arms, feeling an immense heartache. If they weren't family, they wouldn't know that every battle was a burden and a torment for Shui Binger. However, she did not mention letting Ma Hongjun put her sister down. Her sister had been searching for this person all along, and now that they had met, she intended to play matchmaker. It's fine, I'm just out of soul power, Shui Binger weakly said, though in reality, she felt pain all over, like being pricked by needles. Shui Binger subconsciously snuggled closer into Ma Hongjun's arms, trying to make herself more comfortable. However, this movement also caused Ma Hongjun's clothes to cover the colorful stone on her neck. No one noticed that at this moment. The colorful stone was emitting a hazy five-colored glow, slowly merging into Shui Binger's body, alleviating her pain. Shui Yuer looked at Ma Hongjun with dissatisfaction. Ma Hongjun, are you made of wood? How can you be so rough with such a beautiful sister? Do you even realize that my sister? Sigh, never mind. I don't care. My sister is so weak, you have to carry her back. After all, I'm just a delicate girl and can't support my sister. Shui Yuer scolded Ma Hongjun. But when she saw the glance from Shui Binger, she immediately changed her words. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu were speechless. What kind of situation was this? You're obviously a soul master. Are you saying you can't support her? Is there a better excuse? Sister creating opportunities for her sister? Tang San thought what Shui Yuer said made some sense. Senior brother, how's your consumption? If it's not too much, you should carry Miss Shui Binger back. After all, it was you who fought her like this. Ma Hongjun's face turned awkward. This didn't seem right. But no one noticed that a hint of confusion flashed in the depths of his gaze. Although he was holding Shui Binger, he felt no warmth from her body, as if he were holding a large ice block, and instead felt a cold chill emanating from her. Ma Hongjun looked down at Shui Bing, seeing her tightly clutching his neck, showing no intention of letting go. In fact, it wasn't that Shui Binger didn't want to, but she truly couldn't even stand up now. You bullied my sister, and now you've beaten me like this. Aren't you happy to carry me back? Shui Binger said faintly. For some reason, her face was exceptionally pale, and her delicate lips were turning purple. Shui Yuer looked at her as if she should be like this, while Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu smiled mischievously, and Tang San looked serious, as if it indeed should be like this. Ma Hongjun looked this way and that, then glanced at the icy cold, pale-faced, and purple-lipped Shui Binger in his arms. And a hint of heartache and pity rose in his heart. It seemed she had quite a secret. He increasingly felt that Shui Binger's situation was not as simple as just being out of soul power, especially seeing her condition. It made him feel a pang of heartache, but thinking about it, he wasn't at a loss either. Ma Hongjun nodded and took the lead toward the Chiang Town Su Yuan Hotel. Along the way, he kept pondering what was going on with Shui Binger and her situation, occasionally glancing down at her. As for Shui Yuer's gaze, most of the time it was focused on Dai Mubai. However, since they weren't familiar with each other, Dai Mubai didn't pay much attention to her. Arriving at the hotel, Ma Hongjun brought Shui Binger to the door of the room she shared with Shui Yuer. Only then did Shui Yuer take her sister from him and bring her back into the room. Just before parting, Shui Binger softly said, "Thank you. It's fine after all. It was me who caused you to end up like this." Ma Hongjun waved his hand and turned to leave. After he left, Shui Yuer helped Shui Binger lie down on the bed and said, "Sister, why didn't you tell him?" "It's fine. I have my own plans," Shui Binger calmly replied. Shui Yuer sighed helplessly, said nothing more, and gently helped her lie down comfortably. After resting for a while, Shui Binger said, can you promise me something? What is it, sister? You say. Shui Wearer tilted her head and asked. Shui Binger still looked a bit pale as she spoke. I said, if he really is the person mother mentioned, and one day becomes your brother-in-law, if one day sister is no longer here, you must help me take care of him. Okay. Shui Wearer shook her head and said, no, I believe sister you will be fine. Shui Binger remained silent, just quietly looking at Shui Wearer until she saw her agree. Tilting her head, she said, all right, I promise you, sister, if one day you're not here, I will definitely take good care of my brother-in-law and often bring our children to visit your grave. Shui Binger was slightly taken aback and said, aren't you interested in that handsome guy with golden hair and different colored eyes next to him? Shui Wearer instantly widened her light blue eyes, looking as if to say, you noticed that too? She poked her fair finger and said, I can have a pair with my brother-in-law first, and then pursue my love. Shui Binger twitched the corner of her mouth, helplessly saying, do you want to have a pair with every handsome guy in the world? Shui Wearer shyly raised her head, smiling and saying, no, just a few will do. Hee. Shui Binger chuckled lightly and said gently, though the martial soul is one with us, you must remember, the martial soul is the martial soul, and we are we. Even if our personalities may be influenced to some extent by our martial souls as our cultivation improves, and the connection with our martial souls becomes closer, you are not a dolphin. Don't underestimate yourself because of your martial soul's personality. You must love and respect yourself, understand? Shui Wearer tilted her head, pondering for a moment, then giggled and said, okay, sister, Wearer remembers. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and the other three had traveled all day, and after another battle, they directly booked 3 rooms at this hotel. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai each took 1 room, while Tang San and Xiao Wu shared one, as they had gotten used to sleeping together. Shui Binger originally wanted to ask Ma Hongjun what that blue flame he unleashed at the end was, but after thinking it over, she decided there was no rush. After all, she had already found him and had his contact information. They would have plenty of time in the future. Moreover, the most important thing was that she had her own troubles and preferred not to speak them out loud. She really couldn't move. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for her to let Ma Hongjun carry her the whole way, especially in an extremely shy princess carry. She indeed had feelings for Ma Hongjun, and with her mother's dying wish in mind. She also wanted to see what kind of person Ma Hongjun was and whether he had feelings for her. If his character was lacking and he didn't like her, then even if their martial souls attracted each other, even with her mother's wish, and even if Ma Hongjun was her hope, she wouldn't choose him. Ma Hongjun was still a bit dazed when he returned to his room, thinking about the different feelings he had just experienced and the confusion in his heart. He remembered that Flinder had told him that if a soul master encounters someone whose martial soul attracts theirs, it means their martial souls might form a very powerful martial soul fusion skill. Just like he and Shui Binger were both great soul masters now. But after martial soul fusion, their attack power could reach soul respect level. Because their martial soul was the top beast martial soul, the Phoenix. It was even possible for them to form an attack that could reach Soul King level. This was not impossible. At the same time, Ma Hongjun was also wondering what was going on with Shui Binger. Did her martial soul have defects? Otherwise, even if her soul power was exhausted, her physical condition wouldn't change to the extent of being pale, with purple lips and a cold body. However, they were still not familiar with each other. Even with the connection to Shui Huanger, Ma Hongjun found it difficult to inquire about Shui Binger's situation, as he had only met Shui Huanger once. How could he bring Shui Binger to Shrek Academy now? He remembered her saying that she was already a student at the Tianshui Intermediate Soul Master Academy, and if 2 more years passed, she would be promoted to the Tianshui Advanced Soul Master Academy. In Ma Hongjun's memory, it seemed that currently, only she and he had the Phoenix martial soul. If he were to set standards for future partners, Shui Binger would definitely be his first choice, as the Phoenix and Phoenix were destined to be a pair. Moreover, if Shui Binger came to Shrek Academy, any problems or secrets she had would gradually become clear. After deep contemplation for a long time, he still couldn't think of a way to bring Shui Binger to Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Tomorrow, I'll send her an oral invitation letter to Shrek Academy, and then I'll tell my teacher about this when I go back, letting him find a way. Flinder had more tricks up his sleeve when it came to luring talents to the academy. Not to mention that this matter involved martial soul fusion skills, which Flinder would definitely take very seriously. Putting aside his thoughts, Ma Hongjun chose not to rest, but instead entered a state of cultivation. However, he had begun to develop an interest in a girl, and it was a strong curiosity. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Chapter 50. Flickering lights. The soul power circulated within the body, slowly flowing towards the foot Taiyin spleen meridian, which was now almost fully connected. The purple-red sea of fire in the Ming Men had diminished significantly, now resembling a small lake. The soul power became increasingly refined, making the Taiji diagram appear as if it might come to life from the illusion. Unbeknownst to him, a night had passed, and Ma Hongjun successfully broke through to level 27. This gradual feeling of becoming stronger was what Ma Hongjun loved the most. Cultivation was essentially a continuous evolution of life, constantly approaching a higher level of existence, and he cherished this feeling. As dawn broke, Ma Hongjun jumped onto the rooftop of the Swearon Hotel and slowly practiced Tai Chi, something he had to do every day. After a while, Tang San arrived as well. The two brothers exchanged nods and practiced Tai Chi side by side until the purple energy from the east came, and they completed their practice of the purple extreme demon eye before returning to the hotel. At this time, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Shui Bing, and Shui Yiwer also came out of their rooms. It seemed that after a night of rest, Shui Binger's complexion had improved significantly compared to the previous night. "You guys are also going to have breakfast, right?" Ma Hongjun greeted with a smile. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu smiled back at Ma Hongjun and Tang San, while Shui Binger nodded lightly. Shui Yiwer teased, "Yeah, are you treating us, handsome guy?" She thought to herself that if Ma Hongjun didn't retort, his demeanor was quite good. No wonder her sister could not forget him after just one meeting when she was 5 years old. Over the past 2 years, she had searched for him in Xingyang town. Shui Yiwer felt that Ma Hongjun's appearance was completely worthy of her sister. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, smiled lightly, and said, "Sure, no problem treating you. You can order whatever you want. Brother Jun isn't short on money." He wore a look that suggested he was a rich man, thinking that since he was about to say it, it was his chance. Shui Binger glanced at her sister, but seeing Ma Hongjun's nonchalant demeanor, she didn't say anything. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu exchanged a knowing glance, still wearing mischievous smiles. Tang San, realizing something, noticed that his senior brother was usually kind to others, but this time seemed a bit unusual. Upon arriving on the first floor, they entered the same room as yesterday. Ma Hongjun called the waiter and handed the menu to Shui Binger, letting the sisters order first. However, after looking at the menu for a while, the two sisters chose several rather ordinary dishes. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, thinking they must come from a common background. Even though a great soul master could receive 10 gold soul coins per month, it wasn't much for soul masters. They didn't have money and certainly didn't have a brother like Xiao Wu who was a withdrawal machine. Ma Hongjun took the menu Shui Binger handed him and stopped being polite. He thought that only he and Dai Mubai knew how to eat well, and since getting to know Dai Mubai, his dining standards have been rapidly improving. Besides this, and these few, I want 2 portions of everything else on the menu. "Make it quick," he said. Apart from the few dishes chosen by the Shui sisters, he ordered 2 portions of everything else. Although he didn't particularly like the dishes they picked, he felt it was basic courtesy to include them. In terms of dining etiquette, he and the original Ma Hongjun were exactly the same, but he wasn't greedy. Moreover, after connecting the large intestine meridian and the stomach meridian, his digestive abilities were enhanced by the nourishment of soul power, making him able to eat more than the average soul master. The dishes chosen by the Shui sisters were all ordinary. They hadn't ordered any dishes made from soul beasts. Ma Hongjun guessed they probably knew those would be beneficial for cultivation but couldn't afford them, so they felt embarrassed to order. However, he ordered all those dishes because he had partners like Flanders and Oscar who were good at making money, so he wasn't short on cash. But would it really be like this? He feared that when he saw Shui Binger again, he would be quite surprised. "Young Master Ma, I heard from my sister that you should come from a common background, right? How come?" Shui Binger looked at the continuously arriving dishes. slightly frowning as she voiced her doubt, and Shui Yuer nodded along. It's nothing. Although I come from a common background, I have ways to make money. So I'm not short on cash. Don't be polite. Let's eat while we chat. Ma Hongjun smiled and said. Shui Yuer's eyes lit up, and she whispered in a voice only Shui Binger could hear. Sister, your taste is really good. Not only is my brother-in-law handsome, but he is also young and wealthy. I'm a bit tempted. Why don't you let me have a turn? We sisters can pick one each. Shui Yuer jokingly murmured. But her big eyes were fixed on Dai Mubai, thinking that this guy, with his appearance and demeanor, was slightly better than Ma Hongjun, and he probably came from a noble background. Regardless of any aspect, he made her heart flutter. In contrast, Tang San had a good demeanor too, and his outfit was almost the same as Ma Hongjun's, but he was just passably handsome. So Shui Yuer lost interest quickly. Shui Bing trembled slightly, thinking that this little girl only knew how to tease her. She shot a glare at Shui Yuer, only to find that her sister wasn't looking at Ma Hongjun, but was staring intently at Dai Mubai. She secretly nodded, realizing her sister had good taste too. However, they didn't know that Dai Mubai was already taken, and Ma Hongjun wouldn't let him do anything to hurt Zhu Zhuqing. This was also a form of remembrance for his past life. If Dai Mubai dared to, he would directly seal this tiger's yang and turn his steel whip into a soft whip, waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to come before untying it. He indeed liked Zhu Zhuqing, but it wasn't in a romantic sense, so he planned to manage this matter thoroughly. As for whether it would change in the future, that was uncertain. Dai Mubai noticed Shui Yuer looking at him and winked at her. His charming smile, combined with his unusual heterochromatic eyes, made Shui Yuer's heart race, and her face instantly flushed with 2 patches of red. At that moment, Ma Hongjun shot a warning glare at Dai Mubai, feeling quite helpless. Dai Mubai shrugged, thinking that as long as he was eating, it shouldn't interfere with his brother having some fun. Ma Hongjun shot him another fierce look, sternly stopping Dai Mubai from flirting with Shui Yuer. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, you already have a fiancé, do you still want to flirt? Not possible. You can wait until you become the emperor to talk about it. Everyone raised their glasses and exchanged toasts, creating a warm atmosphere. However, they were drinking beverages. Alcohol was currently something Ma Hongjun avoided, not touching a drop. Moreover, drinking would inevitably lead to misunderstandings from Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Dai Mubai, seeing Ma Hongjun not drinking, exclaimed that he wasn't a real man. Ma Hongjun retorted directly, asking what you could drink. Then why not take it out and compare? He was confident that his drinking skills were not inferior to anyone's. Just wait. Once my drinking ban is lifted, I'll definitely make you, the drink lover, concede. Ma Hongjun boldly issued a challenge to Dai Mubai. Of course, Dai Mubai wouldn't back down. He thought that getting beaten in a fight was acceptable. But how could he lose a drinking contest to someone who didn't even drink? He certainly wouldn't concede and decisively accepted Ma Hongjun's challenge. But he didn't know that Ma Hongjun's drinking capacity in his past life was actually quite good. Enjoying the delicious soul beast dishes, everyone chatted while eating. As they talked, Ma Hongjun gradually steered the conversation towards Shrek Academy, slowly introducing it to the Shui sisters. An academy that only recruits monsters? The minimum admission requirements: under 13 years old, above level 21, and cannot graduate until reaching Soul Zone before 20 years old. Wow, your academy's requirements are too high, right? Shui Yuer exclaimed. The dean said to be selective, so the academy only admits the best of the best, which is why there are currently only me and another friend. Mubai, Xiao San, and Xiao Wu are the new students who will soon join our Shrek Academy. How about it? Have you considered coming to Shrek Academy after graduating from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy? I guarantee that for the rest of your lives, you'll be proud of your decision to join Shrek Academy and thank yourselves for it. Binger completely meets the requirements, but I wonder how Yuer is doing. Ma Hongjun smiled and extended their verbal invitation to the two. I'm level 26, 10 years old. Do you think I'm qualified? Shui Yuer hofft in dissatisfaction, her eyes shifting to Dai Mubai. Oh, in that case, Shrek Academy welcomes your arrival. Ma Hongjun said with a smile. We will consider it. Although Shui Binger was surprised by Shrek Academy's admission criteria, they were almost unlikely to leave Tianshui Academy, so they politely declined. Moreover, they had spent their initial and intermediate soul master training there, so their feelings for it were relatively deeper. Ma Hongjun nodded, and after dinner, everyone went their separate ways. Before leaving, Shui Binger reminded Ma Hongjun not to forget to write to her sister. Ma Hongjun smiled and promised, "No problem, I'll write to you too." Shui Binger nodded slightly, which made Shui Yuer look at her with increasing strangeness and depth of meaning. Writing a letter to her sister's sister. Isn't that just writing to her sister? Why not just say directly to Ma Hongjun not to forget to write to her? She couldn't understand what she was getting at. Shui Yuer waved at Dai Mu Bai while glaring fiercely at Ma Hongjun, then turned and chased after her sister. Chapter 51 Arrival. After parting ways with the Shui Binger sisters, Ma Hongjun and the others continued their journey for another 2 days and finally arrived at Soto City. That afternoon, four young people entered through the west gate of the city. They appear to be around 10 years old, carrying no luggage, 3 boys and 1 girl. Among them, the tallest was approximately 175 meters tall, with dazzling golden long hair and an extremely handsome face. What was even more striking was that he possessed heterochromia. He wore a well-fitted silver-white round-collared robe, embroidered with a fierce white tiger, clearly made from luxurious fabric. Next to him stood a slightly shorter boy, about 170 meters tall, who was also very handsome. He had long black hair that, under the sunlight, appeared to be a wine-red color. He wore a bright red round-collared robe, embroidered with a phoenix poised to take flight, looking particularly flamboyant and majestic. Beside him, apart from the golden-haired youth, was another boy about 155 meters tall. He wore a blue round-collared robe, embroidered with a purple-black blue-silver grass that was over 3 feet tall, and a belt inlaid with 24 lustrous jade stones around his waist. Like the boy beside him, he had long black hair, styled into a bun on the top of his head, secured with a purple-black wooden hairpin and tied with a black scarf. His appearance was plain, with wheat-colored skin that was shiny and smooth. Although he was not particularly handsome, he gave off a very approachable vibe, always sporting a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The girl next to him had silky black long hair, neatly braided into a scorpion braid that flowed down past her calves. She was slightly taller than the boy, wearing a pink top that tightly wrapped around her developing figure. Her slender waist was enviable to countless women. Her long, straight legs were wrapped in white stockings, showcasing a perfect golden ratio. Although she appeared young and somewhat innocent, her curvy figure was already quite attractive. As the saying goes, look at the beauty of the dance with a slim waist and long legs. Her naturally arched eyebrows and big, watery eyes paired with a slightly rounded, rosy face made her not only beautiful, but also somewhat charming. The words cute seemed tailor-made for her. The 3 boys and 1 girl were Ma Hongjun, Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, who had come all the way from Holy Soul Village to attend Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu only occasionally wore the round-collared robe, as she preferred her current outfit. Along the way, Dai Mu Bai and Xiao Wu teased Ma Hongjun, asking if he had a crush on Shui Binger. Ma Hongjun nodded while touching his nose, and then told them about the mutual attraction of their martial spirits. As for her unusual condition, he thought it was best not to mention it. What? You mean martial soul fusion skill? Then you should have tied her up and brought her to Shrek Academy, Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, accusing Ma Hongjun of letting Shui Binger go. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, martial soul fusion skills are precious, but if we don't have feelings in the future, even if we can fuse, I wouldn't choose her. Fate comes and goes naturally, and there's no need to force it. It's a pity her sister doesn't have soul power. If her sister were an ice phoenix, that would be even better. So what are you planning to do? Choose her sister or her? Tang San asked. Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and replied, I've only met her sister once, and there's no emotional foundation. I will write to her to clarify this matter. We will see what happens then. If I could choose both, I wouldn't have to think so much, Ma Hongjun silently added to himself. Of course, he only thought about it. If he really had to make a choice, he would only be loyal to one person. To gain one person's heart and never part ways, that was his choice. Xiao Wu nodded, fearing he might act like a scumbag. Dai Mu Bai sighed helplessly and said, Hongjun, you shouldn't stop me from flirting with your sister Shui Yuer. If you eat meat, you should at least let your brother have some soup, right? Ma Hongjun shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, You should give up on that idea. Don't forget you have a fiancée, before you meet her, If you dare to flirt around without her permission, I will seal your Yangwan and make it just a metabolic organ for a while. And don't forget, you came to Shrek Academy to improve your strength, not to flirt around. Bro, what does Yangwan mean? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Dai Mubai shivered, suddenly feeling a chill between his legs. Although he didn't fully understand, he roughly guessed what it meant. Tang San, being somewhat naive, actually explained it to Xiao Wu. Pervert. Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she cursed softly, glaring at Ma Hongjun, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Dai Mubai's lower body, muttering, "Scumbag, you should be made unable to get up." Although her voice was very soft, Ma Hongjun and the others heard it. Dai Mubai felt another chill between his legs and looked like he wanted to cry, without tears, feeling wronged as he said, "Hongjun, don't do this to me." Ma Hongjun nodded as a matter of course. I brought you from 18 Lings to Shrek Academy, so I have the duty to supervise what kind of person you become. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. Dai Mubai was taken aback, his playful demeanor fading as he said seriously, "Don't worry, I will work hard in my training and won't let you down." Ma Hongjun was right. If he hadn't met him, he wouldn't know where he would be wandering and living a drunken life. He would be waiting for the day his older brother would catch him and mercilessly cripple him, leaving him to be a useless prince for the rest of his life. Or he could be killed directly. He felt that possibility was even higher. Otherwise, why would he have escaped? Ma Hongjun nodded, comforting him. Don't worry too much. Think about it. The reason your brother suppresses you everywhere is that he fears your talent, afraid you will surpass him. Otherwise, at 6 years older than you, with all the advantages, what is there to be afraid of? Dai Mubai was stunned. It seemed to make sense. He immediately became excited, shaking all over, and said, "You are truly my good fortune. What you said is completely correct. You have awakened me from my dream. He really is afraid of me." Those involved are confused, while the bystander sees clearly. Dai Mubai's depression was instantly swept away, leaving only confidence and determination. Brother Jun, what exactly is Dai Laohu's background? Xiao San, and I thought he came from a big family, but it seems to be more complicated than that, Xiao Wu asked curiously. They had never inquired about others' privacy, so they had never asked about Dai Mubai's background. Ma Hongjun glanced at Dai Mubai, signaling him to handle it himself. Dai Mubai nodded and slowly revealed his background to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, surprised, circled around Dai Mubai and disdainfully said, "You're actually a prince of the Xingluo Empire. TSK, I really didn't see that coming." But Brother Jun is right. If you continue like this, not only will you be a complete scumbag, but you'll also be a total waste. Tang San was equally surprised. The man his senior brother had brought back was actually a prince of an empire. He didn't know what to say. "Mubai, then what about you?" Tang San was puzzled by Dai Mubai's usual behavior, as it didn't seem like how a prince should act. Dai Mubai said, "Since Hongjun said I managed to escape, I should let go of the pride and airs of being a prince so that I can learn more. I feel pretty good, especially since I quickly have you two brothers and Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu didn't mind Dai Mubai calling her sister. Her eyes rolled as if she remembered something funny, and she giggled, saying, "I remember on your first morning at Grandpa Jack's house, you just stood there like a fool. It turns out you really didn't know what to do. Ha, it was so funny." Dai Mubai looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu, relieved that they didn't seem distant because they knew his identity. He thought to himself that Xiao Wu was indeed like a rabbit, truly too lively. Tang San agreed with Ma Hongjun's viewpoint, nodding his head and silently giving a thumbs up for his senior brother's actions. Letting go of the identity and airs of a prince and blending into ordinary life can actually help one understand the hardships of the common people better. If he could inherit the Star Luo Empire in the future, he would undoubtedly be able to be a good emperor and a wise ruler. Dai Mubai smiled and said, "When I succeed, if you come to the Star Luo Empire, I will grant you titles as princes and princesses of different surnames." Ma Hongjun shook his head with a smile, saying, "Mubai, we have no interest in power, so being a prince is out of the question. However, Xiao San and I have established a sect. If you really become emperor, we would be very happy if you could allocate us a piece of land to establish our sect. Xiao San, you should let Mubai tell you about the customs and culture of the Star Luo Empire when you have time. I'm sure you will be interested." In fact, what he said was not wrong. The Star Luo Empire is a centralized, authoritarian country. the customs and culture, they're actually more like ancient China in their previous lives. Or it could also be said to resemble the ancient China depicted in martial arts and films. Given that, it goes without saying that both he and Tang San would naturally prefer the Star Luo Empire. Oh, that sounds good. Tang San nodded. After what Ma Hongjun said, he became interested. Could it be that the customs and culture of the Star Luo Empire are very similar to their previous lives? Dai Mubai readily agreed, then shifted the topic, somewhat surprised that these two brothers indeed were not content to be ordinary people. Xiao San, what kind of sect did you establish? Can I join? At this moment, Xiao Wu also spoke, looking dissatisfied at Ma Hongjun and Tang San. All right, you two, Tang Xiao San and Ma Xiao Jun. You actually created a sect behind my back. I don't care. I want to join too. Ma Hongjun's face darkened. What was Ma Xiao Jun? He looked at Tang San, signaling him to speak. Tang San nodded and explained the situation of the Tang sect to Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu. During those days in Holy Soul Village, Dai Mubai had also witnessed hidden weapons, and Tang San even gifted him a pair of sleeve arrows. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu immediately expressed their desire to join the Tang sect, which made Tang San very happy. The Tang sect had grown stronger. Moreover, having a prince who was likely to become emperor join was immeasurably beneficial for the future development of the Tang sect. Thus, the Tang sect had no members yet, but the vice sect leader had gained two more. Helping Tang San establish the Tang sect was not actually Ma Hongjun's true intention. What he really wanted was to move Shrek Academy to the Star Luo Empire, and he had already chosen a location during his daily chats with Dai Mubai. The area at Zero Mountain, located at the border of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, was the site he picked for the future Shrek Academy. Chapter 52. Looking for Trouble. Zero Mountain, according to Dai Mubai, borders the Fasno province of the Heaven Do Empire to the north and the Barak Kingdom. To the west lies the Star Do 18 Ridges, resembling a dragon, and to the east is the Star Do Great Forest. Looking south, one can see the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City. The most crucial point is that, as Dai Mubai mentioned, this area has not yet been developed, with beautiful landscapes and scenery, making it very suitable for seclusion or establishing an academy. As for the soul beasts in the mountain, although there are quite a few, the highest are only around 10,000 years old, and it is unclear if there are any that are 100,000 years old. In short, Zero Mountain fits Ma Hongjun's requirements very well. Putting that aside for now, let's talk about how Ma Hongjun and the others arrived in Soto City in the afternoon. If they rushed to Shrek Academy now, it would surely be dark. So they planned to stay in Soto City for the night and report to Shrek the next day. They didn't know what was wrong with Xiao Wu. Instead of choosing any hotel, she insisted on picking one named Rose, which clearly looked like a couple's hotel. Did Xiao Wu want to challenge all three of them? That was a bit scary. However, when Ma Hongjun inquired around, he discovered they had coincidentally arrived during the enrollment season for this year's Advanced Soul Master Academy. So many hotels were already fully booked. The four of them had no choice but to reserve a room amidst the front desk's strange glances. Why just one room? Because at the Rose Hotel, if you ask if there are any rooms, the answer is always the same. The Rose Hotel only ever has one room available. Entering their designated room, 178, as soon as they walked in and saw the room's decor, Xiao Wu felt a flash of panic. Turning to see the four pairs of bright eyes behind her made her even more anxious. She realized the severity of the situation. But there were some arrangements in the room that left her confused. She couldn't understand their purpose. Brother, do you know what this swaying rocking chair that looks like a half-empty bun is for? Xiao Wu asked as she sat on a beautifully decorated rocking chair, swaying back and forth with curiosity in her eyes. Tang San shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Ma Hongjun smiled mysteriously and said, Xiao Wu, I know what this is for. Do you want to know? I do. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes, showing her curiosity, forgetting that she had just asked Tang San about it. Okay, I'll tell you. Come on, Xiao San, stand in front of the rocking chair. Yes, right in front of Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun laughed as he pulled Tang San to the front of the rocking chair. Xiao Wu, put your feet in those two armrests on the rocking chair. Yes, just like that. Now sway the rocking chair a bit, and you'll know what it's for. Xiao Wu, confused, followed Ma Hongjun's instructions, putting her feet into the armrests and then swaying the chair. At that moment, She instantly understood what the rocking chair was for, and her bottom felt like it was on fire as she hurriedly tried to stand up. However, the more she panicked and wanted to leave, the more difficult it became to pull her feet out. Dai Mubai, watching from the side, felt a surge of impulse rising within him, and the same went for Tang San, who had just jumped aside. A strange anger began to fill the room. "Ah, you bastard Hongjun, I'm going to kill you," Xiao Wu shouted angrily, her face flushed to the point of almost bleeding. The more anxious she became, the harder it was to get her feet out. Tang San and Dai Mubai said in unison, "Xiao Wu, we'll help you." Xiao Wu finally managed to pull her feet out and glared dangerously at Tang San and Dai Mubai. "I meant to help you beat up senior brother, Hongjun." They both replied in unison. What are we waiting for? Let's go." Xiao Wu's face was red, thinking that all men are indeed big pig's hooves. Even pure Tang San seemed to have lost his innocent gaze just now. No, be gentle." Bang, bang, bang. Room 178 was filled with chaos and screams, mixed with the sounds of punches and kicks. Ma Hongjun, knowing he had gone too far with his joke, didn't he plan to escape and merely dodged symbolically within the room. But how could he escape the blockade of 3 soul masters of the same level? So Ma Hongjun endured the beating throughout. After they finished beating up Ma Hongjun, a strange look flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes as she sighed in relief and said, "Humph, at least you have a bit of conscience. If you had run away today, I would never talk to you again." Although the rocking chair was fun to sit on, after Ma Hongjun's antics, she felt like a frightened rabbit now. Not to mention sitting, she didn't even dare to look at it. "Since you've taken this beating, we'll forgive you, but you can't joke around like this anymore," Tang San and Dai Mubai said with dark expressions, unable to smile, while they also understood the correct usage of that chair. However, knowing the proper use made them not dare to look at Xiao Wu anymore, and Tang San didn't even dare to sleep with her. Now, whenever he stopped to think, his mind filled with the image of Xiao Wu just now, reclining in the rocking chair with her feet stuck in the armrests, swaying back and forth while he stood in front of her. Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun with a strange expression and said helplessly, "Hongjun, you can't be older than 9. How do you know about these things?" Tang San thought, could it be from a past life experience? "I don't know what you're talking about." Ma Hongjun was in a sorry state, his face bruised and swollen, speaking unclearly. "You even read those kind of books?" Dai Mubai was speechless, thinking that his reading material was too eclectic. Ma Hongjun, with flames of embarrassment burning all over him, felt that all the bruises had healed a lot, and his words became clearer. A cultivator should read all kinds of books, knowing everything from astronomy to trivial matters. But doing this isn't it too dirty? Tang San was speechless and suddenly remembered a term that Ma Hongjun had mentioned before. No way as a cultivator. As long as you always uphold the right knowledge and views in daily life, and when faced with choices, you can joke around without having those thoughts, right? Did you guys just have those thoughts? Ma Hongjun said, looking at Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu with a smile that was not quite a smile, successfully shifting the topic onto them. He had indeed never used a rocking chair in his past life. The reason he knew how to play was that a friend who ran a guest house had told him. He originally loved sitting in rocking chairs and chatting with friends, but after knowing the specific use of the rocking chair, he preferred to sit and play in it. Just like when he just shifted the topic to ask Dai Mubai and the others, it was merely a joke, and he didn't have those thoughts. So was a big deal? No, impossible. How could that be? The 3 quickly denied it in unison, shaking their heads to indicate that they had not thought about it and had not had those thoughts. That's good. We're still young. It's best not to have any inappropriate thoughts. Ma Hongjun pretended to nod, showing that he believed their words, looking like he was concerned for them. He thought to himself, I believe you guys. If you really hadn't had those thoughts, what were those 3 pairs of fiery eyes and 1 pair of shy glances all about? Otherwise, how could I have endured this beating? Zai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu saw that Ma Hongjun believed them, not knowing if he truly believed or not, but they all breathed a sigh of relief. It was too embarrassing. After some playful banter, they soon forgot about the awkward situation from earlier. That evening, Xiao Wu dragged Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Tang San out to go shopping, and the 3, helpless, could only follow along. As they wandered around, They found themselves outside the Soto Great Soul Arena. Brother June, look, their SA sausage specialty store over there. Let us buy some and see how they differ from what we usually eat. Xiao Wu pointed to a small sausage specialty shop next to the Great Soul Arena. The shop was small, with a poster advertising sausages. And quite a few people were coming in and out to buy sausages, making it seem like business was pretty good. Xiao Wu, no need to compare anymore. This sausage specialty store should be opened by Oscar. Ma Hongjun recognized the style of this store, and if his guess is correct, it should indeed be Oscar's. Inside, there was only a beautiful teenage girl selling sausages. However, Ma Hongjun did not see Oscar's figure, nor did he see any teachers from Shrek Academy. It seems that Oscar is running a pretty legitimate operation, looking quite professional. Moreover, there were not just 2 types of sausages in the store, but also several kinds of candy beans, pastries, snacks, and drinks, etc. With a thought, Ma Hongjun guessed the reason. The brand effect had already formed, and those looking for trouble had likely been dealt with by Flander and Zhao Wujia. So most of the people coming here to buy sausages probably knew that someone was backing them up. And who knows if the teachers from Shrek Academy are watching from some corner or secretly observing. Ma Hongjun believed that if someone caused trouble, Flander, Zhao Wujia, or Li Yusong would surely jump out from somewhere and let the troublemaker know why the flowers are so red. After a while, the customers in front of the sausage specialty store left satisfied, and the shop became quiet again. The beautiful young lady selling sausages was not surprised, quietly tidying up the items in the store. The 4 of them walked up, and Ma Hongjun said, "Miss, give me 4 recovery sausages." Saying this, he took out 4 gold soul coins to the beautiful young lady. The girl took the gold soul coins handed over by Ma Hongjun, skewered the 4 grilled sausages with sticks, and handed them to him. "Miss, may I ask how to address you? Why are you still here selling sausages so late? Where's your boss?" The last time Oscar sent sausages had already been eaten, and it was fine whether he ate them or not now. But he was just looking for a topic to chat with the girl. "Hello, Soul Master. You can call me Tsuehua. The boss usually comes here in the afternoon with Lord Zhao, the battle soul saint of the academy, to deliver sausages. Lord Zhao is nearby. Do you have any business?" The girl named Tsuehua was not exceptionally beautiful, but she looked quite fresh and lovely, a nice, pretty young lady. Although she was dressed simply, she was neat and clean, giving a good impression, and she was also quite clever. She didn't know Ma Hongjun's purpose, but bringing out her own background was definitely not a mistake. "Tsuehua, Tsuehua." Ma Hongjun was taken aback, ignoring Zhao Wujia's presence nearby. Upon hearing the girl call herself Tsuehua, he stared at her with a strange gaze. Tsuehua's face turned red from being stared at, and she dared not look at his handsome face anymore. It was only then that Ma Hongjun reacted and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. However, a storm surged in his heart,